Google Earth, go into Street View, pick a place in like Ecuador that's right on the equator, and just search around on the streets and look for satellite dishes, and you'll see that they don't point directly straight up. So I still don't understand his claim or why he continues to use it.
Are there some that do point straight up though? Because I think the whole point is if they
Kind
do
of
point straight up, what?
more straight up than they would in the United States. But either way, it's still just because things are pointing in a specific direction towards the sky does not necessarily mean that that is indicative of what the surface of the Earth would be.
Well, yeah, okay, I get that. But once again, though, the flat earthers have claimed multiple times though that you can't have a vacuum up there, whatever, right? So here's the thing: I'm not saying you can't have things up there though, but having this whole flat Earth narrative sort of limits you in a few ways, right? Because if you do have something up there, right, how is it perpetually staying up there? Without like a fuel source or something? Is it solar energy? That's continually staying up there, whatever.
You could use a combination of a multitude of things, right? Since the 50s and 60s, they've had balloons that can stay up for months on end.
Okay.
And if you want to talk about like keeping them in specific locations within a relatively small area, they have electrostatic tethering that they use to just increase or decrease the elevation of the balloons, which gets them in different wind patterns, right? So you could just go down, move west, up, move east, down, move west, up, move east, and continue to do that for months on end, and then send up another one to replace it. They also have satellite, like solar technology that can help keep drone type crafts up there for very long periods of time. So it's to say that these things are unobtainable is kind of ridiculous, and it actually be more cost efficient, easier to bring them down, repair them, all that kind of stuff. If it was a situation with balloons and all that, so
okay,
easily plausible. Both scenarios, right?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, maybe he had another point to, perhaps there's something I'm missing though. But given the information that that I just got, or whatever, I'll give you that.
I mean, I didn't necessarily want to direct the conversation into that direction. I just wanted to point out that even somebody like Matthew Lawrence, who's been around for a very long time, still uses remedial 101 arguments that I think flat earthers over time have proven could be plausible in a flat earth scenario. So it's kind of ridiculous to continue to utilize them.
Well, I mean, there's quite a few flat earthers that'll bring up points that are like easily, like what are you talking about, Willis,
Correct.
So,
Most of them haven't been around for a very long time and been in these forums for a very long time because they tend to change their arguments. Usually, people coming into it.
There are some that, but there are some that isn't the case though. Some that have just been here for quite a while. In fact, they're almost always here, and they still be saying some weird shit like, "Bruh, what you talking about?" You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I thought.
You mean like you, Arma?
What?
No,
are you like?
No, I
didn't get to my mic quick enough. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, not like me because I'm not a flat earther. I was literally saying flat earthers that have been in the game for a long time, so not like me.
Yeah, but like there's like Globers who still say the same dumb arguments every day, even though they've been not only debunked, thoroughly explained, expounded upon, clarified. I mean, and then like the next day, same thing, acting like it never happened. I think that goes on both sides.
Yeah, that's literally what Napalm just said, and I was giving the opposite, saying, well, flat earthers do that same thing too. That's yeah. See, you try to jump in, try to not white knight, but you tried to try to be like, oh,
it was in relation to Neil deGrasse Tyson originally, right?
And yeah, I know. I stand by my interruption, Arm. I think you're one of those people. That was my point.
Well, really, what kind of argument have I made where it's like, oh man, you're still asking that after all this time? When have I ever made an argument? Because
does a sunset work on flat Earth?
Does it work? Okay, well, first off, okay, you can't just
already, dude. Already, I feel justified.
Well, no, hold on. I never made the argument though. I've never made the argument whether sunsets work or do or don't. Though you need to give me an actual argument that I've made. Don't I see what you did there? What argument have I made where it's like, why are you still asking that? Because I don't ask whether a sun. I can't talk right now. Whether a sunset works on a flat Earth or not, right? So don't try to weasel your way out of this one, right? What argument have I made that I still make or whatever? That's stupid.
I mean, all of them. Sorry,
dude. Give me one specific though. I see what you're doing right now. See, I'm my fucking my debate skills have grown ever since these whatever, and I'm getting to the point now where I'm like over 9,000, man. You can't get me now, right? So what the fuck have I said? All right.
I was honestly just hinging it upon earlier when Napalm said something about the sunset, and you went, well, for like 1 second. And then later I felt justified using that as an example that you probably don't believe sunsets make sense on flat Earth. Right? I mean, was that a crazy leap or?
I mean, I still haven't made an argument though. I was just saying I don't know if I necessarily think it's a good argument, but I've never flat out said I never flat out said it doesn't work. I was just saying like in terms of like if you do have a sun on a flat Earth, whatever, right? If it's a local thing, usually local lights, they're usually usually local. If you have or if you have like a sort of spotlight effect. It's a spotlight because it has like a sort of like lampshade or something on it, right? But I'm not getting into that though. I'm not really arguing that. I don't really argue that. I'm always defending is what I'm usually doing. I'm usually defending the globe. So I will not give you that point. All right. You need to come up with something you need to come up with an argument that I consistently come here with, and I'm like, hey, this doesn't work. And then, but it's been explained to me 1,000 times. You have yet to provide me that. So
I mean, dude, we argued for 2 hours about celestial navigation. So, I mean, you still think all the same tenets? That doesn't make sense on a flat Earth? Observe reality of a curved, hemispherical vision, accommodating exactly the same mathematical equations and transformations that globe Earth utilizes to perform celestial navigation.
Well, hold on. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean your point suddenly like stands or whatever, right? Like, because like, okay, your argument is that there are globers that'll come in making arguments against the flat Earth, saying that this doesn't work when it could feasibly work, right? With the Napalm, his point kind of makes sense. You could technically have things up there, not the same way you can on a ball Earth, right? You can't have orbits up there unless some unknown physics or whatever the fuck is happening. But with that being said, he did give me a feasible explanation for how you can have things up there. With this whole what you were saying earlier about what like the grid, like the I don't know if it's the same thing, but the azimuthal grid of vision or the curved visual space or whatever the fuck it was, right? That is very, very speculative, right? I have not seen any like real conclusive like evidence to show that that's like a legit thing or whatnot. There's also plenty of holes in that. I would not say that's like a feasible argument. That's not a feasible thing. That's not really a good argument. So that I wouldn't really give you a point on that. That doesn't even really count. You know what I'm saying? That's not.
Well, it would only be comparable if you were like, well, no flat earther has ever given me any explanation for things that happen in the sky, right? Which you didn't do. You're right.
What no?
The comparison you're trying to make is that once you've been provided with an explanation, then I think you're specifically saying they wouldn't say the next day, no one's ever given me any explanation for this. Even
well, hold on, a feasible explanation. Because if it's like some BS, like because if it's like a BS explanation, like the leprechauns, they make a fucking thing in the sky, and that's why what I'm saying, that's not really feasible, all right? Like I need at least something that can,
like gravity, right? Like it's like stupid, so it's not feasible.
But there's at least like actual like theories and shit behind, like there's actual that's research at the very least that's something we can work with though. But like with for example leprechauns, I think there's like almost like nothing on that, like and also this grid of vision thing, there's still holes in it that I can still point out though, where it's like that doesn't really make any sense. Like
what kind of holes, Armin?
Well, the fact, once again,
we got movies about leprechauns. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah. You're right. There are movies like there was a horror movie.
We have books full of it.
Yeah, but that doesn't. You know what I'm talking about. Don't be that guy. Come on, man.
But you know what I mean. It's the same thing with the gravity thing, man. It's
no, but that's actually,
somebody wrote a book on it. Somebody made some calculations into it. Come on. I mean, what's the difference?
Okay, but there's still science on it. Whether you want to say it's pseudoscience or whatever, there's still science on it. We still, we have like orbits, how that works and whatnot. There's still like the maths behind it and whatnot. There's still something to work with. But with leprechauns, it's like, I mean, anyone can come up with their own version of a leprechaun. Like, oh, it's like a, what is it? Is it Irish?
You don't think I can find some leprechaun maps?
It's Irish. But it's like an Irish midget, that just kind of runs around, with this pot of gold. But I could be like, well, my leprechaun, he's not a midget, all right. He's actually a big dude, all right, and he'll fuck you up. What I'm saying? Like leprechauns, there's no real solid thing for it. Like with gravity, it's pretty solid between two of them, like the Newtonian and hold on, Newtonian, and then Einstein. There's at least something to work with. But
there you go. Two people came out with two different gravities. I mean, they did a folktale pseudoscience on both things.
Okay, look. Okay, can we just whatever?
Okay, I'll let you go back to what you said. But but it's just I'm drawing a comparison between a folktale and a pseudo folktale.
Okay, but yes, back to the what's his name again? Shane, right? Shane. Back to what Shane was saying. All right. Sorry, it's been a long time since I talked to me. I do apologize. So with the azimuth, the grid of vision, though, right? What sticks out to me personally, is that at least in terms of using Walter Bislin's model, right? If you go far enough to the south, right, you have the south celestial pole, I guess that's what it's called, in your view, right? And if you're standing, at the tip of South America, the tip of Australia, the tip of South Africa, right? That southern celestial pole, whatever, is dead straight ahead. All right, well, not just dead straight ahead, but it is dead south to each one of them, right? So each one of them is looking at the same pole, but their backs are against each other, right? That to me is an immediate red flag. Like that doesn't like at all line up with reality.
But that's because
the same thing. Backs touching.
But that's because you're like assuming it's a physical convergence point at the bottom of a ball that they're all looking at, which is equally absurd in my mind, right? So when you actually think about it, and if you think it's just an optical convergence that's specific to each observer, then you can rotate it around the outside of that disk with no problem. So if that big hang up for you is just like it's a, what do you call it? A pre-assumption of a misconception of what you think it is in the first place, right? You think it's a physical location like the north, and it's not.
Okay.
Arma, can I say something on this?
Sure.
Concave, what up, dude?
What's up? They're all seeing the same stars from different vantage points. These stars that are spinning around the southern axis on your flat Earth, they're on the perimeter of the star field. So how is imagine a clock where the numbers are on the outer edge. How are the numbers on the outer edge coming together? All the numbers, all of them coming together at a single point and rotating opposite. And three different sides of the flat Earth looking south are seeing that.
That's also, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Southern Cross constellation is really
Shane,
nice.
these GIFs you're posting, anybody looking at the southern stars, the stars they're looking at, always, the pole that they're looking at, those are on the perimeter of the flat Earth stars. If Polaris is in the center and the northern stars above the equator are immediately around that, the southern stars are on the outer edge of this disk, on this dome, whatever you want to call it, on this, whatever it is, they're on the outer edge of it. But in reality, you're seeing all the numbers on the clock at the same time. That's the issue.
Yeah.
And go ahead. I'm thinking.
But also, but here's the thing. Also, once again, and yeah. So what? What's his name? All Glory. All Glory. What he said. Yeah, that was also one of my arguments that I've made maybe in the past, whatever, against this, right? But here's another thing though, Shane, right? Just because you have an explanation doesn't mean it's like feasible, though, right? Like no matter what you say, it's still not going to be feasible, though. I have never seen something like this in reality.
For you, but you see something like it every day when you look outside. You've just been brainwashed into thinking this isn't what's happening. Dude, it's the absolute explanation. It's an explanation that not only works with my understanding of every other component of how flat Earth works, it works with in cohesion with all the other explanations that we currently use. That's why it's still around. That's why it's a feasible explanation.
Okay, point is,
but dude, you went to the Southern Cross observation, which is hilarious because I don't know how it works on concave Earth because nobody does because you don't answer any questions about what you believe it is. But on flat Earth, dude, you get the same observation at different elevation angles at the same UTC on those 3 points scattered around flat Earth, and it makes perfect sense. Once you see that they're not actually all looking south, you got south, southwest, south, southwest, and south. Then the observations make perfect sense, dude, because you match them up with stellarium, you look at the elevation angle, and you can use Bidlin's model to pass the same celestial object over all three at the same static time and see that the observations that the user makes according to stellarium match the Bidlin's model for everything. So
thanks, Walter.
But you're also missing the point that all Glory just said about you're also seeing, the numbers on the clock, right? Like 1 to 12, whatever, right? All wrapping around this center point, though. Like that doesn't really, like, you understand with Walter Bislin's model, right? That's what would be happening. You would be literally taking all these numbers, wrapping them around a point, and then everyone with their backs touching each other, seeing the exact same numbers. All right, they're seeing the exact same thing with their backs touching each other. That's not like reasonable, feasible. That doesn't make any sense. All right. If you want to make the argument, hold on. I will tell you what is feasible though. If you said light was bending, then that's feasible because at that point, sure, you could get the same observation for all three people with their backs touching because light is just bending. All right, it could bend around to where they're all seeing it. But if you don't say light is bending, this is not even close to feasible. This is just fucking magic.
So back to the original straw man that started the whole Thanks Walter movement, and that he incorporated bendy lines to discredit it, even though light doesn't bend anything like that in reality. Nor does it have to bend like that in reality, because what you're seeing from each observer is just a perspective-based thing, right? And it's the conceptual model utilizing the same concept that runs stellarium and sun and moon, or timeanddate.com and SunCalc. So.
Yeah, and as usual, we have the bendy light in Euclidean geometry, but you can't possibly have like a hyperbolic geometry explaining perspective, which would, in many instances, be exactly the same.
No, but Crypto, you're not understanding this though. The thing is though, the main point. Here's the main point though. We're still looking at the same thing with our backs touching. How can you see the exact same thing with our backs touching if light isn't bending? How does that work? All right, Crypto. No amount of word salad or whatever the fuck is going to explain that.
It's not that light's bending, Armor. It's that so each person is so.
Sorry, you just ignored what I said. Claimed that I didn't understand, while ironically not understanding what I said.
It doesn't matter if you have hyperbolic this or that, or whatever. We're looking at the same thing with our backs touching. We're looking in opposite directions and looking at the same thing. That's not rooted in reality. That's insane, dude. That's you have to literally like take your brain, all right, out of your fucking skull, chuck it into the abyss, all right, and not think. That doesn't make any sense. You're silly, man. Come on.
Yeah, globe religious zealotry makes me more sense. You're right, dude.
Seriously, are you really gonna tell me right now that makes sense? You can see that we could all see the same object looking in different directions. Tell me right now that makes sense. Seriously,
the actual observation.
Let everyone on let everyone in this live stream, right? The people watching the live stream, right, on YouTube, let everyone hear that, right? So they can never go to fucking flat Earth because that is literally the funniest shit. All right, anyone can say. All right, do it right now. Sure, be my guest.
Arma, the way you're explaining it is absurd. No one would believe that. The actual observation itself makes perfect sense.
That's literally what Walter Bislin's model does, though, all right? So no matter what you say, though, all right, that's what it does. You look in opposite directions, seeing the same thing, all right? Right now, all right? You're destroying flat Earth right now. You're literally hurting flat Earth. This is probably the weakest argument I've heard on flat Earth.
I'll take that risk.
Are you looking at opposite directions at the same time?
What now?
Are you looking at opposite directions at the same time?
For that observation, for them all to see the south celestial pole, whatever, they would all have to pretty much, be looking, their backs touching, pretty much looking at the same fucking thing.
So
at the same time,
it's nighttime in South America, South Africa, and New Zealand at the same time. So.
That's fine. You could still do two observations, and they'll still be far enough to where they're still more or less backs touching and still seeing the South Pole. So try again.
No.
Yeah. You want to see right now? I'll pull up like a time and date thing. We can literally get both of them at nighttime, whatever.
I already have it, dude. I'll give you that all three are in nighttime at once. That's not a big deal. Fast, please don't waste your time trying to find something like that, dude.
So you could do all three at the same time, nighttime.
Yeah.
Yep. You could do all three at the same time in the globe Earth nighttime.
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah, let me see. Well, let's see. Let's first see if that's even possible. Let's see time. Is it time and date? What site? Which site is it where you can like kind of like mess with the fucking time zones and shit, whatever? Not time zones, fucking time, whatever.
That's gonna be like a tremendous waste of time here. I'll just we'll start with this. Ready? What do you think of that?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There you go.
Okay. All right. Well, that's the actual observation that which it talked about, that I talk about, that we use, that all my stuff is based on. So
thank you, Shane, and there you go, Crypto. All right. So all nighttime. All right. They're all seeing the same fucking thing. All right. Yeah.
You understand that it's at completely different elevation angles, right? Like one it's just about setting, one it's just about rising, and one it's almost south.
I'm talking about I'm talking specifically the southern celestial pole, whatever. The celestial what is it?
It's not even New Zealand. What are you talking?
The center of rotation. The center of rotation. They're all seeing that, all right, with their backs more or less touching, all right, or at the very least, all seeing that same point in different directions, all right.
Well, they're all looking south or southwest, like this is demonstrating, right? So on the bottom of a ball, it looks more like this.
Yeah, but they're still looking at the fucking pole. They're looking at the celestial southern pole, whatever.
Look, I'm using the Southern Cross as an argument in place of the Southern Pole because the Southern Cross rotates around the Southern Pole very closely for everyone. So it has actual stars that we can look at, that people can see, that we can compare. Right? That's why it's a useful comparison. So we can stick to that, maybe.
What now?
All right, because we have lots of data, lots of observations, and we can mark it very specifically. As opposed to this optical convergence that you say is behind a star called Sigma Octantis that no one can actually see due to its luminosity. So that's a much tougher argument to have. That's
still not the point, though. There's still a center of rotation there, though, right? And there's still we can still identify the stars around it, though, right? So we could still say it's the same thing, all right? We're still looking at the same thing, all right? But with their backs touching, all right? That just come on, that's so silly.
What do you mean? They're not looking at the same thing at the same elevation. They're looking at it at way different elevations. Again, one, it's almost setting. One, it's just about rising. You know the difference between those two? It's about 180 degrees, right?
Wait, what?
If it's just setting for someone on one horizon and it's rising for someone who's on the other side of the Earth, right? It could be somewhere in the middle, and the person who's in the middle sees it about south.
I'm not talking about the southern. I'm talking about the center. I'm talking about specifically the center point of rotation. All right, so the celestial was it? I think it's called the celestial southern pole. I guess is that what it's called?
Which is dependent on its height on latitude, then, just like the North Pole, dude.
How is it depending on the height?
The same thing from the north. If you're at north, it's directly above you, the rotation point, the focal point. If you go halfway to the equator, it's at 45 degrees, the focal point, right? Because you moved away from the source that much.
Okay, yeah,
and at the equator, it's at 90 degrees.
Right, yeah.
Right, and then only past the equator does the opposite thing happen and appear to pop up on the south horizon. So only in the south, while facing south, do you even see this elevated horizon. And then from there, the higher latitude depends. The lower latitude you go, the higher elevation angle. It's exactly a 1-for-1 relationship.
Okay, that's fine. I get that. If you change your it's your latitude. Yeah, if you change your latitude, yeah, then obviously the northern the celestial northern pole, whatever, and then the celestial southern pole, whatever the fuck you want to call those things, right? Yeah, those will change. Obviously, yeah, and what is it called? Something elevation. What is it called? Angular. What is it called again? What elevation? It's called something elevation. I forgot what it's called though, but yeah, it'll change fucking the elevation thing in the fucking sky, whatever, right? I get that much. But the elevation though, right? The elevation angle, there you go. The elevation angle. Yeah, elevation angle. I literally got that the second you said that. But the elevation angle though, right? Like that's literally up and down though. That's not left to right though. So they would still have the same, they would still have like that different, I guess, heading or something. The point is they'll be looking azimuth. There you go. Yeah, they would still be the same azimuth though, right? So they would still be looking in opposite directions, all right, to see the same fucking center point of rotation or whatever, right? I feel like you're glossing over that, right? So how about this, right? I feel like we're both.
You're saying it'd be the same azimuth?
They're absolutely not, dude. 186, 213, and
no.
Armor, relax.
Hold on. I never said same azimuth. Okay, I said, all right, in terms of if you were to change your latitude, right? Obviously, that changes
left to right instead of up and down, right?
But the context. Okay, you're getting the context wrong though. I probably worded it wrong though. What I was trying to say is that if the argument is that these three locations are different, latitudes, whatever, therefore something I was saying, okay, that's literally irrelevant. I don't care about the latitudes of these locations because all that's going to change is the elevation angle. That's it. That was the main point I was trying to get at, right? So I'm saying is if they're still looking at this center point of rotation, right? They're still looking in these opposite directions. The South America is looking in their direction, Australia is looking in their direction, and then South Africa is looking in their direction, whatever. They're looking at 3 different locations and still seeing the same thing. The same center point of rotation, not the southern crux, right? The same center point of rotation. That's all I want, all right? From you, what's his name? Shane, all right?
The
do you understand?
So the south celestial pole, the optical convergence around things which appear to rotate, which you will never see with the naked eye. You have to only see with the power of photography and time lapses. It's an optical phenomenon, dude. It exists for every observer. So when you're saying that, like, they're looking in the same different directions, dude, they're not seeing the same thing. Everyone's seeing their own optical convergence, right? Is your crepuscular ray for the sun the same as my crepuscular ray? No. If I take a step 5 feet to the left, I now have an all new set of crepuscular rays that reach me. Same thing when you see it on the edge of a beach, right? The crepuscular ray from the sun extends from the sun, the source, right to the eye of the observer. And if you move to the left, it moves with you. That's the same effect, dude. So you're saying that, they're looking at the same observation, sure, the same celestial phenomenon, but if you notice, it's at strikingly different elevation angles because it signifies the distance away from the celestial object that they're all seeing it.
Oh, look, the star. Okay, whether wait, why does Kosho keep sending me that for? Okay, whatever. He's showing me like a 360 or something. I don't know. But the point is, though, look, all right, whether we can see that center point or not, right? We could still identify the stars around it, right? I'm pretty sure there are stars next to that center point, right? That we can identify in all 3 observations, right? Now, if they're all
That's why I started by saying let's just use the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross isn't clearly close enough to fucking be enough for you, right? Because the fact that you're able to even bullshit it, be like, oh well, this works, is obviously not enough. I want a star that's really close to the center point of rotation, right?
Dude, we can do it with any star. Believe me, it doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, no, I want a star that's really close to the center point of rotation, right? Because all 3 observations, if they can all locate that same exact star that's really close to the center of rotation, right? Then we're still dealing with them all looking at this same star, all right, in different directions. All right. That's my main point. I don't know why this keeps being glossed over. If they're seeing the same star next to that center point of rotation, but looking in different directions, how is that possible? You can't just say, ooh, azimuthal grid of vision, whatever. You need to at least explain how that works, where something in front of me, all right, is also being viewed by someone behind me looking in their own direction, just without bending light.
Okay. Well, we can use Bisland's model if you want.
Yeah, that uses bending light. You need bending light for that to work.
No, it's just a visual depiction of a concept. I don't need no bendy light and nonsense.
But you do though, because if you look once again in Bisland's model, if you have the center point of rotation in front of the one person in the south, the person in Australia also has the center point of rotation in front of them, and they're looking at opposite directions. That does require bending light. How else do you get that to work? Bisland's model requires bending light. You're talking. You're literally trying to
based on observations, right?
Okay, tell me why
arbitrary lines that don't need to be there and totally superfluous to connect to other points which don't actually match where the observer sees the light. If the lines were necessary, they would connect to the user's like personal grid where the user would see it and the declination would match accordingly. They don't. They all just run ridiculously into the center of the observer for absolutely no reason for discernible logic, dude. The model just matches observations, and again, it's just stellarium mapped out on a manipulable 3D thing that I can move. The stars aren't real, the positions aren't real, but the mechanics and the way it works are absolutely real.
Okay, does light more or less travel in straight lines? More or less, all right? Will you answer that for me? Does light more or less travel in straight lines? So if I was to point, a flashlight in front of your face, right? Is that light going to hit you, right, because you're in front of me, or is it going to wrap around your head because it's bending or some shit?
Dude, I don't think light travels, so this is a really weird, way to walk down it.
Okay, so do you think then when you see light, all right, could you draw a straight path from you to the light source? When you're seeing this light source, like, can you draw a straight line to it, or can you even bridge it? In fact, can you take like a physical structure, like a long stick or something, and then from the light source to you, whatever, connect it to from your eye?
Can you just look at this little Bisland demonstration?
I've seen it 1,000. I know how it works.
No. I'm not showing you the model. I'm going to use the model to make an argument to you.
Oh my goodness.
I'll stream. I'll watch it.
Yeah, you all can
Hey.
fucking do that. But I'm watching it too, by the way. But go ahead, man.
Watch.
I know how it works. I can
Okay.
literally build this myself. It's not hard. You literally just rotate a sphere. Have the rotation of the sphere match the latitude and longitude. Like it's not.
Okay. All right. Now, let's say that this star right here. You see this star with this white where the moon is right here?
You sure?
Yeah. This let's say this star is the star going to be observed over here. This person at nighttime sees it right about here, where this is, right about here.
Yeah.
And then we don't change the time. We move the person around to this place, and then as you can see, without moving it, this is moved up, 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 and now this person sees the same star right about here. Nothing is moved. Makes total sense. We've just moved about 45% across the world to this spot. We go to the last position, and this guy's right about dusk morning, right over here. Again, the same star hasn't moved. He sees it right over here setting. So setting just about itself. Just about rising. Makes
you understand.
Sense, right?
You understand you're cherry picking, right? Because there are other observations in this model that don't work. All right, and at that point, that means the whole thing doesn't work, right? If one thing doesn't work, then clearly it's not. It's not a functioning thing. It doesn't function. All right. So I mean, like you have other observations, like for example, the southern point of rotation, right? Look at the little person's observation, little bubble thing, right? The little red thing, right?
Look around.
Look at each. Yeah, look how all of them have to look in a different. Yeah, they all have to look in a different direction to see it. Yeah. That's where it breaks.
Hey, tell them about the clock, the 12 numbers.
Yeah, the 12 numbers too. Yeah, all Glory said too.
You see those red stars? You see the purple, and then in the middle is the red. Those red are the perimeter of those stars. You see the stars, the actual star field above,
right there,
not
right
the azimuth, but
right
the
there,
real
right
star.
There.
Those red is the perimeter. Now tell us how that's happening. How are all those stars concealing around the around the point? How is that happening? Feel free to use this model if you need to.
Yeah, this is gonna be the death of Flat Earth, just so you know. But go on, Shane.
I'll take that risk, Arm. Okay, ready? We'll start at the beginning. Right in the middle. First of all, this little interior sphere, this is only to denote the visual limit of each observer. Now, it's nowhere near to scale here. This is a tiny little manipulable model. If you were to make it to scale, you'd put this about half of the size of the flat Earth. Each person can see about half of the celestial sky, just like on globe Earth, right? So then we take this observer, after it's directly under Polaris, and you see Polaris is directly above the center, everything rotates like that. That's what the observer sees.
Move it beautifully.
Right, perfect. Move it to about halfway to the equator. Now let's move this around so we can see Polaris is about at a 45-degree angle. Everything works the same. You don't have perfect stars working in equidistant circles on the perimeter. You have this little hint of the optical south pole popping up. Now we move a little bit past this. Now let's go right to the equator. And then we get the first hint of optical pole. So you're so far away from the center of rotation that you cannot see the center. So they don't appear to rotate around the apex at your zenith or at 45 degrees, almost at your horizon. That's what it appears to rotate around. Any further south from this point, you lose the actual. So any further south from here, because of the limit of your vision, you can no longer see the center of the rotation. So the limit of your perspective puts it in an optical convergence from this point forward going south. They are still emanating above you like this all the way around. And these stars right here on the outer rims are what you're seeing rotate around here. Absolutely. That was your point, right?
Yes, I believe this model has a feature where you could it draws the lines from the azimuth to the actual star plane, and you could see which stars you're actually seeing. Could you turn that feature on?
No, I think that's a superfluous nonsense.
It's very important because it'll prove to you that this congealment of stars that we're seeing is actually around the perimeter, and this model shows it. No one's denying that this model shows it. What we're denying is that it's impossible in real life, or we'd like to see it demonstrated.
It's exactly based on real life observations, right?
I swear to God, if Kosho posted the same thing one more fucking time. Oh, okay, never mind. Use the.
It sounds like you guys got a hell of a misunderstanding of what it is. You don't want to accept it, but it is based on real observation. And this is what happens, right? This is how we see a South Pole. This is a big part of how they convince lots of crazy people that the Earth is a globe. Yes,
but you literally showed it. Go back to where you were in the south, though, and start rotating around again. Notice how the southern point of rotation literally is a different direction for every single person.
No, it's south for everyone. It's south for everyone.
Yeah, but that's the same thing they're looking at. They're all looking at the same thing. But look,
do you see this little thing right here, Arma? This is a compass for each observer. Now, they're left and right are always are observer dependent. Okay. North is this red line, and as we move, Literally, it goes with you. Look, south is the blue line.
Yeah, I get that.
Every
I get that.
observer sees the south pole facing south.
Yeah, but why do they all see the same thing though, looking in different directions? You're not answering my question. If I have a chair in front of me, the person behind me looking in the opposite direction should not see a fucking chair. I should be the only one looking at that chair. All right, you think about that. That literally, physically, 3-dimensionally cannot exist. All right, without light bending.
So, I mean, are you saying that this person can't see in both directions at once? I mean, that's a fair argument. If he's looking south, he can only see half of this hemisphere looking south. He can't see behind him. Is that your argument?
Those red stars they're seeing, they're on the perimeter of the flat Earth.
Yes, they're like
seeing
these
the
outer
stars.
roads.
They're seeing stars that's on the opposite side of the world, brought together with the star on this side of the world. It just makes no sense.
No, they're not. Look,
whether or not.
Ready, guys, you get two. Hold on, look. See all these stars on the outer edge? Call these the southern stars. As they rotate in their outer wider arc around everyone, left to right, east to west, all day. As we observe them, because you have to be this far south to see them, the only way you observe them is as they do this rotation in time lapses, right? You don't notice that they're doing this rotation with your naked eye. You just see them doing the regular arc that everyone does. But if you photograph it with the time lapse settings, you see them doing this optical convergence around it. These are the stars that we're talking about. I don't see the problem.
Can you zoom in real fast to that smaller circle? Real fast, zoom into the smaller circle. Just zoom in real fast, please. Okay. Okay, and can we just? Is there like 3 stars? There's like 3 circles that look kind of bigger than the rest of them. Do you see that in a way? I don't know if that's just like maybe my resolution that's sort of making that look like that. But there's like
this one, and this one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So let's real fast rotate and keep an eye on those real fast. Okay. Okay. All right. Keep rotating. Keep rotating. Keep rotating. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right. As you can see, yeah. Okay. So everyone sees those 3 stars. All right. Those 3 big ones. All right. No matter where you are on this fucking flat Earth. All right. My issue, once again, I'll go back to the chair example. Imagine I put a chair there instead of one of those 3 stars. Instead of one of those 3 stars, I just have a fucking chair, all right? Just a giant fucking chair in the sky, all right? Now, let's go to South America real fast, all right? Let's go to South America, all right? Let's go to South America. Yeah, South America. Yeah. All right. Okay, so zoom back in, all right, real fast. All right, we see that instead of one of those 3 stars, we have a giant chair in the sky. All right, now let's go to Australia real fast. No, go to Australia. What are
you doing? Easy, man. Easy. All right. Yeah. Latitude. No.
Yeah. Then go to Australia now. Yeah. Go to Australia. Go to Australia.
Camera.
Yeah. Yep. Let's go to Australia real fast. Yeah. Go to Australia. Okay. Yeah. Go to Australia. No, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go to Australia. Okay. Now let's move into the fucking little tiny circle now with the 3 stars again. All right. We zoom in real fast. Remember, one of those 3 stars is a chair. Okay. They also see the chair. They also see the chair. All right. You understand how ridiculous that is? The fact that both can see the chair, but they're both looking at different directions. That's the issue.
These stars, these 3 bigger stars, don't represent anything in reality. That's why I was tying it to an actual star in the sky. If we do compare it to an actual star in the sky, it makes total sense.
What do you mean it doesn't represent anything in reality? I'm saying the model.
A chair. How is there a chair in the sky, Amra? What are you comparing it
to? It's to bring it down to actually have something, something to work with. All right. If instead of a star, there was a chair up in the fucking sky, for us to both see the chair, we would have to be looking in the same direction, not opposite directions. We can go back to the star if you want, but the same problem still is there. All right. There's a star up there that we're both seeing, but we're looking in opposite directions. That you need light bending for that. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you said light was bending, I would totally be like, okay, fine, that's pretty feasible. I'd probably let this argument go. I probably wouldn't even give a shit too much. All right. Now, granted, do I agree with it? I wouldn't, but I'd at least say, that's feasible.
Where do you see light bending for this conceptual model as the argument I'm using?
With my chair example, if South America and Australia are both seeing the fucking chair, you need light to bend for them to both see the chair.
Why are you just repeating the
lights bending right here? Look at the hotspot. That's a bend from the circular sun.
You mean like this when we change the light pattern, when we go from that's
bending light, right?
The equinox right about here, equal light for everyone, over to the winter solstice, and then over to the summer solstice. That doesn't work for you guys either. It's just a light pattern distribution.
Well, we confirmed the stars don't work, so we can move to the sun.
Everything actually on this model works, which is why it's the funniest part. It explains eclipses, equinox, solstice, 24 hours, night and day, the light, the southern stars, the Southern Cross, and every observation for the past 3 years is actually in here, guys. You really should just go play with it. And you can match sunrise elevation angles, sunset elevation angles for any observer all over Earth for the past 3 years.
If
So it
the
sounds
light
silly
bends,
when
I'll
you
grant
guys
you
just
that.
keep saying stuff like that.
Come on, if the light bends, I'll grant you that. But the light doesn't. But this model, you're saying it doesn't bend, though. You're saying it doesn't fucking bend. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you either.
we could agree to disagree, but this all started though with me, with you saying, oh, you do the same thing too, where you come in, argue a point, whatever, and whatever. And I was saying, well, no, because it wasn't feasible. I don't think this is feasible. If you want to say this is feasible, fine. But the average person will tell you this is not feasible. All right. So I will take that. All right. I will, we could agree to
the average anti-flat earther will agree with you. The average person thinks it makes perfect sense. I mean, going from all the videos that I put out and all the comments that I've seen and the average response to the person that I've shown it to. But like anti-flat earthers, yeah, you're right. They don't like it at all.
Well, no, hold on. That's the average flat earther you're talking about. Because the average person, all right, it would have to be a random person on the street, whatever, and a bunch of random people on the street, whatever. That would be the most accurate way to, test this and see whether or not this is feasible or not. I'm pretty sure the average person would say, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Right. We'll have to set up one of those tables at a college somewhere and be like,
we should, yeah.
Earth is flat, prove me wrong.
Yeah, we should do that. Yeah. But we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's it, I guess. But, geez Louise.
What does everyone else think?
I agree with Arma.
Well, who said that? Was it all glory?
Yes.
I mean, of course you do. I mean, we were arguing the same point this entire time.
Yeah, but he's the concave Earth.
I mean, at least with concave Earth, I think you could still get the stars to work. I believe. I mean, because there is that sphere there.
Well, they just copied the model and turned it inside out, so everything kind of works because they didn't have to do any work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least they have that though. I mean, I don't.
They have the same globe model. You're right.
Whatever. Anyway, that was fun.
That was fun.
Minus the no rotation, the small sun, the small moon, the small stars, minus all of that. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Minus the elimination of light years, the addition of ether, light bending. Yeah,
man.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool when you say it like that.
I actually, your model, man. We should just switch.
I actually kind of like concave Earth in the sense that it's
you would.
No, because it's like a third, like a third team, third like a third. I don't know. It just makes it more exciting. There's like a third, like shit going on. I like that. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, you love fairy tales. I know.
No, I'm
you
just.
got measurements of concave Earth with theodolites and shit.
I just think it's kind of cool. It
makes more sense than globe Earth, right? Because at least something like the gravitron that you go on at the carnival would be more of an actual demonstration of gravity within their model.
Oh, yeah, because you could rotate. Yeah, or
that's how you could get water. You could get water to stick to the inside of a ball on the outsides of it,
and your gas would be contained.
Yeah. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I will give them that. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
You'd have weight change with latitude change, all that.
Well, See, I think that's the issue, though. Hold on. So, because here's the thing, right? If you would have weight change, but wouldn't you get heavier than on the equator because that's where you're spinning fastest?
Bro, we could have weight change with latitude on flat Earth. You guys got to use your imagination.
No, but I'm saying in terms of concave Earth, though, because you're traveling fastest there, it's rotating fastest, right? Technically, you would actually weigh more. I think I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure you would weigh more on the concave Earth at the equator. But in reality, though, at least from the measurements that I've seen, you actually weigh less. So that would be the one issue that would have to be fixed or something. Which is. Yeah, unless I'm wrong about that. I don't think I'm wrong because I think the faster it spins, the greater the greater the.
No, you're a concave Earth specialist. After 5 minutes, you're good.
Well, I mean, it's just a bunch of physics or whatever the fuck, right? I mean, if that's how it works.
Concaver, man. He might have answers.
When you say spin, that's not the ground, right? Because it's stationary.
Wait, the concave is stationary?
Yeah.
Oh, well, but I'm saying you could get the concave Earth to work though by having it spin though, and that would be the gravity or whatever. You could have that work too though, but then it breaks though once again with what I just said about the whole at the equator. Yeah, you would way more. So, but okay, fair enough. All right, interesting though. That's kind of a fun idea. I don't agree with it, but it's fun though.
Or you could get weight change with latitude on anything, flat, concave, everything.
I mean, sure, if you want to like. I mean, I guess because I guess whatever it is. Well, yeah, because I guess whatever it is that's
Start
causing.
guessing on what's causing it, like you guys do. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that because I mean, like, I guess whatever's causing. Let me just let me talk for a second. Yeah, thank you. All right, because I guess whatever it is that's causing people to fall on the flat Earth would you could just have a stronger amount of that at the at the equator. I don't see why not. So fair enough.
All right.
It's pretty fun though. These are some fun ideas.
You guys get that whole yo, that's pretty telling that he had to take that down off his website. What's his name?
What?
Walter Bislin.
What do you
No, it's back up, but it has like the added caveat attacking Witsit directly and calling. Hey, his exact critique is how does the azimuthal grid of vision know its latitude? And the funniest thing is the answer is regular observations, as the globe model was derived from looking at the sky in the first place. That's why there's the match. But whatever.
Is he still giving Witsit a shout out on his page?
Yeah,
there?
it's definitely still.
Wait, Jeremy, you buy the fucking azimuth? Hold on, you buy this whole like looking, like the Walter Bislin model thing? You buy that?
If this works, if light bend's different?
For me, personally, well, not for me actually. That's not how it needs to work though. But if the whole light having to bend, I mean, you say light bends, or do you think it's some sort of other thing?
If light bend's different than you think it does right now, does this work?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
then you're cool with me. You're a cooler flat earther. Then I like that, right? Unlike Shane.
Light bending idea come into this. I'm sort of trying to follow. Came into the conversation only about 30 minutes ago. And I'm trying to work out where the light bending idea is coming into it. Like I've got the Walter Bislin's website up.
Did you watch me play with it? Because I turned all that shit off because it's not necessary to have how it works. And like I said before, if it was necessary, the bendy lines would connect to where the observer sees the celestial phenomenon, and then it would, decline and incline with distance as it should. But since that's not the case, they're entirely superfluous and serve no actual purpose. But if I think what Arma was trying to regurgitate was that's the only refutation to that wonderful
regurgitate. Regurgitate? Yeah. Are you
bendy
serious
light,
right
bendy
now?
Light, bendy freaking light, blah.
That's not regurgitation. No, that's not regurgitation. That's literally what would need to happen in order for you to see something. All right, because the way people see things is the light comes from it, right? I mean, whether you want to agree.
Are you talking about the sunspot, like the area that is illuminated on the plane?
What?
On the model. That's what I'm asking. What area? Where is light bending that you're referring to? Where is this bending?
It's the celestial sphere. Well, I guess maybe also the sun too, but mainly the celestial sphere. The stars and whatnot. Because in the Walter Bislin model, right, observers in all three locations, South America, South Africa, and Australia, they're all able to see the same stars more or less, whatever. And I'm saying that in order for you to do that, you would have to have the light from those stars bending to all of their eyes, right? Shane over here is saying it's another thing. It's maybe like azimuthal grid of vision or something like that. It's a totally different mechanism, whatever.
But okay, so my thought there is then, are you saying that they're observing? Does that mean, like, to conclude that you're saying that they're observing the star? Say they're looking at one particular star, that they're all looking at it and it's in the same location in the sky simultaneously?
What I'm saying is that, or okay, how about this? Okay, so what the model shows is that they will all see the same stars, right? But their backs more or less will be touching, right? The three observers, their backs will be touching. They're all looking in their own direction, but they're all seeing the same stars. So the issue with that is, all right, it's like if I have a chair is in front of me and I'm seeing the chair, right? there's no way the person behind me looking in the opposite direction is going to see that same chair unless they look in the same direction that I'm looking at the chair in, right? But this model is showing that that's not the case. You can see the same chair, but look in a totally different direction than the chair is, all right? Because every person in those 3 continents are seeing the same chair, all right, but in different directions.
So I guess then the answer to what you're saying is that if you're to try to overlay how you're imagining the world works onto a different model, you need to conceptualize a slightly different concept for how observations can be made from any particular position. I'm not trying to play supporter for any particular model. I'm just saying, right? Like, assumptions would be made. I'm guessing you haven't been to space, so assumptions are being made on your behalf of how things must be observed, because you have an idea that the Earth is a globe, so it must conform to a certain concept.
Well, it could. Well, yeah, but it also conforms to the idea that things work how I've always experienced them. If something is in front of me, I have to look in that direction to see the thing. Whatever. Shane is sort of claiming something we just don't experience in reality, but in the sky. It's.
No,
I
mean exactly what we experience in reality.
Shane is claiming that
no, we
if
don't. We don't
it is like
experience that
this, but that's the point, though. We need to imagine for a second, like, and I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to ask you to do a thought experiment. Just imagine that model is correct, that it really is like that. Then how do you overlay what we observe onto that? If you think in that terms, then there must be some sort of optical phenomena occurring, right? Like, that would be the conclusion there.
Yeah,
do you agree on
something optically it's fucking up. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, not fucking up necessarily. It's not how it would be perceived if one was making the observation on a globe model, right?
It's not even a globe model though. It's like what? Everything that's mainstream is automatically like globe model, or everything that's known in science.
It's not that. It's right. That's what you're basing your ideas of how you perceive things.
No,
from
because
is
no. Hold on, no. It's not, because here's the thing, right? All I'm saying, right, is that it's literally what I'm saying. Literally, if you have to look. You look towards things. You don't look away things to see them. That's all I'm saying, right? If this other model, right, the flat Earth model, let's say the flat Earth is real, right? And let's just say I got it wrong, right? And it really is. You could do this where you could see things where the things are behind you, right? You still need like light to bend for that, though. You still need light to bend for that.
No one sees stuff that's behind you. That's kind of a straw man, dude.
No, it's not. It's not a straw man, because I can literally prove to you, right, that in that Walter Bilson model, right, there's one person looking at the fucking stars in front of them. All right, now let's take what I just said. All right, people looking at things, people looking at things that are behind them, right, but in front of them, though, right. If I take if I take a second observer, right, and they're seeing the same stars that the first guy was looking at, but looking in the opposite direction, that literally is the exact same thing I was just saying. That literally checks all the boxes. All right, okay. We should write this down.
Let me just stop in here for just a second. So, Arma, you're first assuming that these people are looking in opposite directions. So you're starting from that premise, but that kind of like, Shane provided you a picture where it's like, hey, here's 3 observers. They're looking in these directions, but within that picture that he provided, they're not actually standing back to back looking in different directions, are they?
Wait, which picture are we talking about? You talking about the Mercator map, or are you talking about the
he just gave you one on a Mercator map.
Because you understand.
Okay, here's the thing, right?
No.
Everything that we have to discuss needs to do with, do we have a correct assumption of the relative position of the observers? And when we have things like magnetic declination that can affect how people are trying to see which direction they're facing in, there can be many things that can be, let's just say, hidden or assumed based on that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. But you're missing one point though. So I will give you that. Yes. If we assume, right? Yeah, sure. The positions of these continents, the angles in which these continents are pointing at and whatnot, then sure. Obviously, yeah, it could be, oriented in such a way where it does work, whatever. That's not the issue though. My whole argument was based around the Walter Bislin model, right? Because Shane likes to flaunt this model around as if this is like, the flat Earth fucking, thing. The thing
Yeah,
that's
but
gonna whatever.
there's
But
always the caveat that
hold on.
we don't agree that this is the map, and the stars were just put in there arbitrarily, right?
No, okay, but here's the
He
thing.
says
Though.
that every time he uses it.
Look, here's the thing, though, right? Sure, that's fine, right? But the thing is, if we're going off the Walter Bislin model, whether or not, all right, those continents are exactly where they are, we still know that South America isn't where Australia is, right? So however they're positioned, right? At least like if we took the Walter Bislin model, where it's still a circle, though, right? And we oriented them in some other way, right? They're still going to be looking at roughly in different directions at the very least, all right, to see the same thing. All right. Now you could make the argument, well, maybe it's not, enough to really, be measurable. Cause okay, if they're oriented where they're all like kind of pointing towards the southern thing or whatever, then you can maybe get that to work. But like it's still really funky though. The fact that you can have 3 locations, they're all really far apart from each other, not even close to each other. So we at least know that. And they're all seeing the same stars, all right, and all looking south or whatever, right?
But that's the problem. They're not all looking south. They're looking in different directions. This is where you need to just actually step back and try to really assess and really evaluate, especially with information that has been provided to you even in the past about possibilities of what's taking place, right? Because you want to just kind of hand wave dismiss it like most people tend to do, where once you think you have some sort of flaw, you just repeat that over and over. Like 3 people standing back to back would never be able to see the stars because they'd have to be looking at stars that are directly behind them. This is impossible, and the light would have to
yeah, because
you just keep like doing that over and over, but you're not stepping back to like comprehend whether or not those 3 observers are standing back to back, and to even try to realize that they might not be looking due south. You have to deal with magnetic declination. You have to deal with where are they actually looking to observe these, even within time and date, like Shane was providing. You've got 3 individuals that aren't looking in the same direction to see the same stars. So these are kind of like straw mans built on assumptions for you to say like, this is ridiculous.
Well, hold on, not really though, because the thing is, this argument really does stem from the Walter Bislin. Like, it's mainly just me attacking the model, the Walter Bislin model, right? Like, sure, all right. At the end of the day, maybe there is an orientation where all these continents, and the observers, maybe there is a situation where it could work or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, though, all I'm really arguing is that Walter Bislin model just does not work. All right, not as well as Shane really thinks it does. That's my main argument. All right.
Right. So let me ask Shane then. Like, Shane, do you think that the Earth is exactly as the Bislin model is laying out, meaning that the stars in the Bislin model are actual stars that we're seeing, and that the map below that little dome that you move around is the actual map of the Earth and the orientation of the continents and everything?
It's obviously no. I know he's going to say no. That goes without saying. I know no flat earther claims that they have like a map of the fucking flat Earth. That's not the issue though. He's still. I was arguing that the Walter Bislin model is not like doesn't work. Whatever. If you're using
okay.
You're just beating up a straw man though. That's the problem.
That's not a straw man though, because he was also defending it too. He was actually defending it too. We were literally going through the fucking shit and whatnot, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, this works, whatever." So he's still proving to me that the fact that he thinks the model works is like he's proving to me that he doesn't have any
Arma. If every person is looking to their south and southwest, right? Are they looking the same direction?
No, the thing is, these observations in the 3 locations y'all are talking about, looking at the south celestial pole is known to be due south. It's not questionable. Magnetic declination, all that is considered.
We're talking about the Southern Cross. That was the specific star.
Well, I heard y'all deviate from the south celestial pole, and I don't know why he let you do that. Because we're talking about the south celestial pole.
So Shane, what you just said, you said if they're all looking at south, southwest, or whatever, right? Are they all looking in the same direction? No, because it's all south or whatever.
Well, what this is, Arma, is a fundamental misunderstanding of how south is every direction away from the center on flat Earth, probably, right? You think that people
Is it
looking
not?
south at opposite ends of the world, they're looking in different directions, but directionally,
Well, hold on.
magnetically, they're looking in the same direction, all looking
Well,
south,
Well,
right?
hold on. We know for sure that south on a flat Earth is in all different directions. Whatever. We know that it shoots out from the
Right,
center. You know,
right.
yeah, that literally goes without saying because you could literally work it back. We know that when you go to
Okay.
the north, you have a north
All
pole.
right.
And
Well, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't your hang up with it because it seemed to be.
yeah, no, that's actually the exact argument. That's
Hold
why this
on.
doesn't work. The fact that south is always pointing all different directions, but they're all seeing the same thing. That's where the argument
South
comes
is
from.
always the same direction. That's why it's your misunderstanding.
No, it's
South
not the
is
same
always the
direction.
same
That's not.
direction. Yeah, yeah. South is observer based. If you move that observer around, the compass moves with you. Even on the globe, it has to, right? East and west are circles. That's how it works.
No, that's not this. Okay, when you say same direction, all right, yeah, it's both south. But if you actually look at south, all right, and you know coming out of the center point, right, like you have the North Pole, then going out south and whatnot, right? They're not same. Like they're not the same like direction in terms of like if I have I don't know if I have a fucking plate and I have a P on the end of one on the on the end of the plate on one side and then a fucking piece of corn on the other end. They're both south of my fucking plate, but those are different directions from the center point. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? That this isn't really like I get what you're getting at, but that's not really relevant. Like so what? They're all looking south or whatever. Like what's your
Well,
point? Like
you keep saying they're all looking a different direction, but by the compass reading and the observation and everything that we use to measure direction, they're looking more or less the same direction. A little bit southwest of south, more or less, right? And let's just give it to you. Let's just claim they're all looking in the exact same direction for the purpose of this argument. That fact alone means that they're not looking in different directions. Just because you have this straw man understanding of directionality on a flat Earth doesn't mean you can say that they're looking in different directions, right? They're looking in the same
Hold on.
direction.
No,
You're
but
just
we
plotting
it
those
is different
directions
directions
on
though.
flat Earth.
But it is different
Hold on,
directions though
Armbar.
because one in on the clock and 7 on the clock. Once again, that's the outer edge of the fucking whatever. That's different directions. All right, you can still say it's like south, whatever, right? Like for me to walk towards number 1 or walk towards number 7 on the clock is moving south. Those are different directions, all right? Whether it's south or whatever, different directions, all right? You're sort of I don't really get this argument.
Are you determining cardinal directions by drawing a diagonal line or perpendicular line from any observer on the Earth with a ruler? Because that's insane. You have to keep correcting for directionality. Therefore, it's perpetually observer based, right? So anyone
Well,
looking,
that's part of the consequence. Part of the consequence of the flat Earth is the people that are looking south are all looking in different directions.
Yeah.
Nah, they're all looking south.
exactly the point, right? You say they're all looking different directions, but you just said if they're all looking south, what direction are they looking? Well, fucking south, right? So,
Oh come on, guys! You really gonna? Are you not realize how fucking if you have a plate,
well, I'm
center
trying
point,
to,
and
I'm
you move
trying
out
to.
from the
Are you
center point?
saying, hold on,
Are you really saying
hold
that's
on,
not different
Armbar,
directions? Are you
hold
saying
on.
that's not different directions?
Armbar, hold on. So I kind of just get what's going on here. So we look south. Everyone looks south on a compass, and we all see the same thing. That's what happens
Okay.
in reality, right? So your argument is that can't happen because
No,
it's flat.
I'm admitting, right, that yeah, if it's a flat Earth and we have where south is literally stemming out from the center point, all right, of this fucking flat Earth, whatever, right? Because we know there's a North Pole, right? You guys don't deny that we can go to the North Pole, whatever, right? If south is stemming out from that, right, then south is literally a different direction.
We definitely deny. Hold on, we definitely deny we can get to the North Pole. Have you heard of the dew line or early defense warning something? They got lines around the north, so I mean we can't really get there either.
But okay, no, hold on. Don't even do that now. Okay, we still know that there is some sort of center point though, because we literally circumnavigate the fucking Earth, so we know there's a center point. All right, unless you want to.
You can't get there.
Hold on, no, it doesn't matter. We still circumnavigate the fucking Earth, and we can go around the entire Earth, right? So unless you're saying the Earth is a cylinder, all right, which you don't want because that's a 3-dimensional shape, not flat. All right, there is a center point, right? Whether that be the southern pole or whatever, or the northern pole, doesn't matter though. If you claim that the southern pole, right, Antarctica, let's say that is the actual center point of the flat Earth, right? Then this still doesn't work because we have fucking we have the fucking northern star rotations, whatever. And it's the flip. It's literally the mirror version of what we have right now, where we're assuming that the fucking southern stars don't work. All right, if we're saying if we're saying Antarctica is the center point of flat Earth, then the north suddenly becomes the south now. All right, where those stars don't make sense anymore. All right?
Adderall's the hell of a drug, man. Adderall's a hell of a drug, man.
No, you guys are literally totally ignoring what I'm saying. You guys get what I'm getting at. We know that there's a center point of the flat Earth. Otherwise, the Earth would have to be a fucking cylinder, right? And you guys don't want that, okay?
We're just trying to understand that you guys have a conceptual understanding of directional south, right? Everyone looks south is looking south. Can we make that statement together?
Sure, that's fine. But also,
all right.
Yeah, but that doesn't help your point, though, right? Like once again, all right, I'm gonna bring up the clock thing, right?
Let's say we have your understanding of my point.
No, hold on. Let's say we have a clock, right? We have the hour hand, minute hand, right? So it's 12:30, all right. So one hand is pointing on the 12, one hand is pointing at the 6, right, which is 30, all right. We have an ant now crawling, 2 ants crawling from the center point, all right, the center, where the arms move from, right? One ant moves across the minute hand, and one ant moves across the hour hand, right? They're both moving south on that clock, but it's different directions.
Well, are you going to try to flip your schedule this week, or?
Okay, he's hot micing, but you guys get what I'm saying, Sam? Though they're both moving south, but they're not moving in the same direction, though. We could all agree on that. They're not moving in the same direction. They're both moving south, but not the same direction.
And by what gauge are you measuring they're not going in the same direction if the only gauge for directionality is north, south, east, west cardinal directions of a compass?
If they're moving away from each other.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah.
Perhaps.
If they're moving away from each other, that's actually the best answer. Actually, I was going to say something else.
See, that's where. See, if you're talking about directionality, then it is based off north and south, and so even if they're on opposite sides of the flat Earth, they're still directionally they're still both moving in the same direction because they're both heading south, even though it is away from each other.
There you go. Thank you, Adam.
Okay, but there's still, that's the thing, though. Okay, so if you want to say that's the same direction, then all right, that doesn't really help your argument because now you're just trying to be semantical. Now I could still say that.
Don't worry about helping the argument, and just try to follow it. Not to try to be manipulated or to to think how we think, but try to maybe be open-minded in how you're willing to perceive things. And if we can come together to agreements on terminology, then it'll make things a lot easier for us to communicate with each other. I think that's the bigger point here. So it's like, maybe I shouldn't have jumped in and brought you to the conclusion, but anyway, I was just getting a bit frustrated here because I knew what was being said. But
wait,
anyway.
Are you talking to me or Shane? It was me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay. In any case, fine. All right, let's just say we are looking in the same direction because this is both south. All right, I could still make the argument, right, that on a clock, 12 and 6. All right, they are opposite from each other, right? Same direction, but they're opposite though. You cannot deny that though, right? And so I could still say
they're going in the same direction but away from each other in that situation, right? If
you want to say that, fine, okay, but we still have observers, all right, on South America and Australia looking opposite, all right, same direction, but opposite. Okay,
looking in the same direction to see the same observation.
But the thing they're looking at is opposite from each other, though. All right, it would be opposite from each other. All right, because you want to play a semantical game, but I could play. I could still play along with you and still get my my actual answer down. All right, so.
Play around with. I'm just trying to correct your misunderstanding of South on flat Earth because it's at the crux of the argument of the celestial observation, right? So it seems fundamental that we agree on what direction is south and that 3 observers can look south while going away from each other with the backs, right? Because that's how directions work in reality and on flat Earth. And if we can't get directions in alignment, then we can't, have an argument over celestial phenomenon.
I understand how north, south, east, west works on a flat Earth. That's not the argument, though. All right.
It seems to be though, because you're saying how can 3 people look south on those 3 different continents? Like, how can south be a thing in the same direction?
No, because you're trying to. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing right now. Okay, you're trying to take the definition of direction, right, and now put it into the small. You're trying to make it just this one thing. Oh, north, south, east, and west. All right. You understand direction doesn't have to be north, south, east, and west. It could be other things too. Right. Like I could say, one direction, forward, back, whatever. Right. I could also be a relative thing too. That the person on South America looking south, right, relative to them, the person in Australia is north of them. All right. I could say that as well. That is technically correct. Okay. You're not going to say Australia is south of them or whatever, or you're not going to say you could also make the argument they're also maybe like west or east to them. I guess that's technically fine because west and east would go around the circle, whatever. But I could also say that they are north of them as well, because in that direction, if I was to move north, whatever, all right, or if I was to shoot a bullet at least facing north, whatever, and the bullet could travel long enough, it would hit fucking Australia, right? So let's not play this semantical game, because it's all it's really doing is just holding this conversation back.
Okay, Armor, but like, have you seen this basic GIF of like someone demonstrating how directionality works with a magnetic center and a compass like this? You've seen this, right?
I know how that works. Yes, I understand
all
that.
Right. Well, all we need to refute the stupid argument that they're looking in different directions is this wonderful example.
No, they're okay.
Right?
No, you're playing a semantical fucking game, though.
I'm not trying to be semantical.
No, you are, because I'm
semantic. Sorry,
because when I say hold on, when I say direction, I don't mean south, north, east, west, whatever. I'm saying direction as in if I was to point, all right, in a direction, all right, that doesn't assume north, south, east, or west, right? If I point in a direction, right, the direction that I'm pointing in is different, all right. If I point in South America to the south, and I point in Australia south, those two hands are the two people doing that, right? Their hands will be pointing opposite from each other. Their backs will be touching. All right. So once again, if you want to play this semantical if you want to play this semantical game, whatever, fine. But I could still go around this. I could still work around this. Right. We're just wasting time.
I mean, we don't have to have an argument in semantics here. It's not pedantic. It's not anything. This is just directionality, right? If you look at this demonstration, do you think that as the compass moves, the compass is like the south of the observer is away, always away?
I know, I get that.
All right. So then, what's the problem? You're saying that all these people can't have south because you think it goes in different directions.
I'm not saying they all can't have south. I'm saying a person who's pointing south in one continent and a person pointing south in another continent, right? They should be pointing at different things. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Arma, you realize that someone in the United States and someone in Russia, they both point south. They're pointing in opposite directions.
I think he gets it. He gets it. No, I wanted to jump in before you.
Who just said that? That we're pointing in opposite directions? Who just said that?
I did.
You understand? You understand that was my argument, right?
No, I don't even understand your argument at this point, dude.
That is what he's saying.
You literally came out of nowhere thinking you have some shit. That was my argument. You pointed opposite directions.
You said in Australia and South America.
Yeah.
Acting like it's not possible.
No, what? I'm saying. What is my argument right now? Tell me what my argument is right now, right? Because I'm not about to do this, all right? Tell me what my argument is right now, okay? What is my argument?
Hang on, because I want to ask Shane something, and I think it will tie in with what you were talking about, Armada. And Shane, I'd be really interested to hear your idea, because I think I see where Armada's coming from, and I kind of was wondering if it's a flaw in the Walter Bislin model here, that the dome of perception of visible of what is visible in the sky, is it perhaps too small? So if I'm standing, say, on the east coast of Australia, looking south, then if I move the dome down, then I guess it'd be like on a 45-degree angle up, I'd see the southern point of rotation, and around that southern point of rotation is a smaller circle of stars, and that smaller circle of stars is the larger circle on the dome. And so there it seems to be within that Walter Bislin model that there is if I'm looking south up at the I just said it, at the point where everything's rotating. So there's the larger part of the actual dome has stars on it that are on the opposite side of the map plane, the plane map. Does that make sense, Shane? Is that?
Well, you started with saying that it's a scale, and no, it's not, right? I said it really quick at the start when I was showing screen, but I think it should be about half the size of visual, or like, so if you describe it in squared degrees, I think it's half of the visible squared degrees, and all of the squared degrees would describe, the celestial sphere, and half of this squared degrees is what any observer can see. This observation with the Alaskan sunset in the center of a flat Earth, that's about the size that the sphere on Wisdom's model should be. In my opinion, I think it's about half the celestial sky. It makes every observation currently work that we have. So that's what I'm going with. But what was the last thing you said? Oh yeah. So it doesn't actually show you stars that are on the other side of the map. The only indication that would be happening is when you turn on those superfluous bendy lines, and then they arbitrarily connect points on the sky as it spins to the observer. And again, notably not where the observer sees the phenomenon, just to the observer in some ridiculous way. At no point are you seeing stuff that's on the other side of the world.
You totally are.
And Arma, the only point I was making when you were saying I was proving your point, the only point I was making was you were saying that if someone in Australia and someone in South America are pointing their hand, right, towards the south, right, you were saying that the direction doesn't matter because their hands are pointing in different ways, different like actual vectors, right?
Yeah.
I was just saying that on your globe, that still can happen with people in the northern hemisphere on the opposite side of each other, pointing to the south. Their hands will still be pointing in two different directions, two different vectors, right? That's the only point I was making. You're acting like it was like impossible, but it's possible on your globe, just depending on where you are.
How is that relevant, though? I'm not even disagreeing with that.
Okay, I'm just saying you were acting like it's not possible on a flat Earth because of the actual vector that their fingers are pointing.
No, I'm literally just trying to because literally Shane's playing this semantical fucking game where I can't say direction,
He's
right?
not.
Because
You're the one who thinks that.
No, I'm saying they're pointing in opposite directions, right? But then he says, no, they're not. They're both pointing south. So then I have to fucking give an example where if I'm pointing south in one continent and someone else is pointing south in another continent, right? They're pointing in, they're not pointing, in the same. See, I can't even use fucking words direction because it's gonna fucking trigger me, right? So they're pointing in just opposite, all right? They're not pointing at the same thing. That's the whole point I was trying to get at, right? Because I'm trying to nail that home. I'm trying to like really like. What's that? What's the actual saying? Actually, I'm trying to fucking hit it. I'm trying to like, whatever. I forgot the saying. Shit. But I'm trying to really get that through his fucking head, though.
But I'm saying, if your point was so profound, then it wouldn't be possible on another part of your globe, would it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just bringing up that point.
I don't even know what you're trying to get
at. It's not that profound what you're saying. Dude, never mind, bro. Okay. Bottom line is, I totally disagree with you. You're being ridiculous, and you're acting like you're all better at debating and shit.
I'm not acting like I'm better. I'm dealing with fucking bullshit from Shane. This is so stupid.
Dude, it's not bullshit though, Arma. It's so frustrating trying to get through to you sometimes.
It is bullshit because I can't use the fucking word direction because he's gonna think north, south, east, and west.
That's not his point. You're acting like it's a semantic game.
Well, hold on. Well, here's my point. All right. The fact of the matter is the fact that people, all right, can be south, all right, like South America and Australia, see the same thing, okay, but not look in the same while not facing the same orientation. That doesn't make sense. How can you see the same thing and not be facing the same orientation? I want to say direction. I'll just say fucking direction. All right, I'm not fucking playing this game. The fact that they're looking in different directions and seeing the same thing is just fucking.
That's the beginning of their problems. Their stars they're seeing, they're on the perimeter of the star field. The stars they're seeing, they're too far away. Somehow magically they're being converged to a single point.
And so we're just gonna repeat
basically we're in the ripe season now where three separate locations, which Arma just said, will have nighttime simultaneously, seeing the same stars. Demonstrate it. When I was a flat earther, I thought my demonstration was some guy put a half dome on a star field and put the camera under it, and yes, one half went this way and one half went that other way. That's did crazy. Me for 4 years. I was good on that.
That's inherently
wrong. In the end, this issue is impossible to fix because it's yet to be demonstrated. The type of lenses I know: convex lens, concave lens, full dome, thick, half thick, none of that gives the effect that's needed. You've got so many problems here. It's not even we could eliminate everyone's back to each other.
Well, I mean, no.
There's so many problems here.
I mean, you're right. I mean, there are other issues with it too, but I do think my argument is still pretty strong though. But you're right though. There are other issues with it too though, and it just doesn't make any sense, man.
The same reason why
the South
some
is also
people,
super
the
mixed up.
same reason why people in Canada can't see all the southern stars. When I was a flat earther, what I thought is because
Canada
they're too
in the
far
north.
away. Is because
Canada
they're
in
too
the
far
north.
away due to
Canadian.
perspective. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Please.
Yeah, guys. Go on.
Due to perspective, they're too far away. They cannot be seen. You got to get closer to those stars to see those stars. Now, all of a sudden, we've got the southern stars, the entire edge of the star field. The stars as far away from each other as they could be. The edge of the star field, they're combined to a single point. And it goes out from there.
Yeah, guys.
Hey, can I jump in?
Who's this?
Balance Truth. What's up, buddy? Can I just ask you a quick question? Arma.
What's up?
So if you're standing, well, if it's two people, one standing on the North Pole and one standing on the South Pole, and they're both pointing up.
Yes.
So which way is north?
Which way is north? I mean, the person in the north is north. I mean, that's how you describe north. North, south, east, and west is relative to the globe. There is no north in space, so north would be where the north person is.
So which way is the guy on the South Pole? Is he pointing at the ground?
What?
On the hypothetical flat Earth model, there's three observers in opposite sides of the world. They're looking away from north. So they're looking south. They're all looking south because on flat Earth, north is the center of the world. So they're looking away from the center of the world. They're looking south. And all three of those locations simultaneously, they're seeing the same thing. They're seeing the same set of stars from different vantage points.
I think his point was
his question didn't get answered there.
Yeah, but I think his point was a little bit different. So, for instance, if you are, let's just say you are on a globe, right, and you're standing at the South Pole. Well, if you were to point directly at the ground, which is where the South Pole is, that very same direction is also where the North Pole is, right? Because if you draw a line through the center of the Earth, you get to the North Pole as well. In that same regard, on the flat Earth, well, that is objectively true. On the flat Earth, right, if you point east or west, eventually that same straight line becomes south. I think that was what he was trying to say.
Oh, I thought he was pointing in the sky. If you pointing in the ground, then okay. Maybe I misheard.
You're a robot.
Oh, I thought that was me for a second. It's just him. But all right, yeah. So was that the case then? He was saying in the hypothetical that they're pointing towards the ground. 'Cause I thought he was saying pointing in the air, like pointing to the sky. But if
I don't know, that was what I took from it. Maybe.
Yeah, I was trying to see which way the guy on the South Pole, which direction will he be pointing to the north?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if
is he going to point up at the sky or is he going to point at the ground?
Oh yeah, I mean, okay. So if we're gonna, I mean, it's. I guess if you're exactly on the South Pole, and I guess, well, I mean, that's
Hey, wait a minute. Am I still roboting?
No, you're good. No, you're good. I guess you can go first, but
No. It's not pointing at the ground, or it's pointing. If you're standing on the South Pole, all directions away from you across the surface of the ground are due north.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the technical answer. I was gonna like kind of BS it and be like, okay, well, you could also look at, but yeah, that's technically correct though, because technically north, south, east, and west is really on the surface of the Earth, right?
What?
So technically pointing to the ground would technically be incorrect, but if you wanted to point to, like a location, right, on the Earth, all right, and that location is north, then yes, you can point towards that direction, right, which would be
on the globe.
the ground, but you wouldn't be necessarily pointing north per se. That wouldn't really be technically correct. You'd be pointing. I was saying if you want to point towards a location on the Earth, right, that is north. You're not pointing towards north, but you're just pointing towards a location that is north. Then you could point obviously through the ground because you're only pointing towards a location. You're not pointing north. You know what I'm saying? You're just pointing towards a location that is north. It just so happens to also be north, but yeah, technically the correct answer would be any direction from that point that you're standing at would be technically north at that, yeah. So yeah. I don't want to repeat
So
myself.
so any direction. So if you point east, it's gonna be north. If you point west, it's gonna be north.
Yeah, because there is no east or west at that point. If you're exactly on the South Pole, there is no east or west. You're literally every direction away from you would be north at that point.
So what orientation would that be?
If you had to point north, it'd be any orientation. You could point in any direction.
And you don't see how that doesn't work in reality?
What do you mean it doesn't work in reality? If we go to the North Pole and you were to point, if you were exactly on the North Pole and you had to point south, whatever, you can point. Yeah, because there would be no east or west. East or west is defined by literally having, what is it, like literally going. It's just, you have to have like those circles, whatever. You have to have like longitude, whatever. Like I don't think longitude even matters at that point if you're on the North Pole, because there is no longitude at that point. You're all longitudes at the middle point. That's also on the flat Earth as well. So don't even try to pull that. You little, you.
I don't think that would be true on the because we don't have a central South Pole on the flat Earth, do we?
No, but I'm saying on the North Pole. On the North Pole, though, it would still be, be the same way, though. Yeah.
Well, okay. In reality, why would the sky have to be tied to the ground anyway?
I mean, that's just what I've seen from what I've messed with, like the things that I've touched.
Yeah,
on.
but what about the things you haven't seen?
Well, then that's speculation, though. I mean, you want to speculate? Okay, fine.
Well, you're speculating that it's always going to coincide in this certain fashion, and even if it escapes the model, it's totally fine. But there's also these areas and situations maybe you're not considering, so you're preemptively making a judgment. Is what you're doing.
I mean, that's kind of like we have to make some sort of assumption, though, like with
No,
reality.
wait, do you? But do you though? That's what I'm. That's literally why I'm talking to you.
Well,
do you have to?
Well, I have to assume my ruler stays, 12 inches when I measure things. Otherwise, I can't get any measurements
Yeah,
done.
but
So
the ruler is tangible, my nigga. Or the ruler is tangible. the sky is just a completely different place.
Okay, but there's still light.
You can verify a ruler.
Okay, but there's still light though that I can see. Like, okay, there's lights
in
the sky.
There's light, and every facet of light, it wibbles, wobbles, it attenuates. Like light is not some kind of like solid thing. It's going to do what light does through different mediums, of which you haven't also verified. So what's the why conclusion? Why so quick? Why?
Well, in terms of light, first off, every time I've ever seen things they have a position in 3D space. All right, they usually have a position in 3D space. So, I mean, I don't see why I should assume suddenly the sky doesn't have the things in the sky don't have like a physical 3D
Sure.
space, or
I'll meet you halfway. I'll say, what? Let's presume, which is also an assumption. Let's presume for the thought experiment that the light comes from a very specific place. Where is it?
Well, it's up there. At the very least,
okay, it's up there.
Hold on. At the very least, hold on.
More assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Up there.
At the very least, in the direction that I'm looking at, right? So, because that's how I always experience things, where I have to look in the direction of that thing, right? I have a telescope in my room. It's like a really cheap one. It was like $20-30 I bought. But like, I have a telescope in my room. I when I go to look at it, I literally turn my head in that direction, right? So that's always what I experience. All right, with the stars though, and the south.
Do you know what a miroscope is?
No, what is that?
The miroscope. It's this. It's kind of like a metal dish that when positioned appropriately, you can put something inside of the metal dish, and it'll look like it's floating above it.
Oh, was it like that weird is it, that optical illusion with the frog? They had like
a little, of course.
Okay, I've seen that. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, right? Like the sky is filled with all kinds of different optical phenomena. And this we can verify at sunsets, at sunrise, all different times of the day. We've got the eclipse. We have other shit that happens in the sky that people don't explain. Sometimes the sun itself just blinks out. There's many videos of being in the Middle East and the sun just disappears for a few seconds and it comes back, like someone's flipping a light switch. So there's stuff going on in the sky. We don't exactly know what's going on, but we can tell one thing. If we're going to make a conclusion, it has to be an assumption, which means we have to make space for other answers. Okay. And number two, what we do know about light is that it travels through mediums. And when it travels through mediums, it takes the shape of its medium, usually, like, a fiber optic cable or a fog or anything else that gets in the way. And really, though, how can you verify what it's traveling through between you and the supposed distance that you're kind of just supposing in the first place? So all I'm saying is, why do you have to have an answer when you could just leave it open to interpretation, or until you get more information or something like why do you need to have an answer so quickly?
I don't need an answer, but the thing is,
Oh, okay. Well, then we're on the same side. We're good.
Hold
But
on.
just don't come into the conversation like that answers all of the problems, because it doesn't.
Well, hold on. Here's my issue. Right?
Spherical rotating Earth does answer it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
okay.
Stay on the road.
But hold on, but Riggs, real fast though, Riggs, right? Here's the issue though, right? But the issue is when someone makes a claim, right, saying it's not light bending, or right, that's going on up there. In fact, it's this weird, grid of vision, azimuthal grid of vision, or something that explains whatever, right? Shane is making like a strong claim, or he's literally saying that it is
Okay, well
this thing,
that's his
and it is
position,
not.
and he's allowed to have that.
Yeah, he is, but when I'm also allowed to point out that, hey, there's something really fucking weird with it, like.
Okay. Yeah. I just mean more of like criticizing the Glober side of things. I know for a fact that the flat Earth side of the argument, they would change their interpretation with the most available information if they had it. I know for a fact that if Shane had more information that changed his conclusion, he would do that. But I really don't see the same kind of commitment from the Globe side. I see them more of like refining their already made position rather than going back and saying, "Oh, well, there's a foul over here. We can't really assume XYZ. We need to go back and hold these thoughts in a bag somewhere until we figure it out." But
in terms of what? In terms of Globers or anti-flat earthers, or in terms of like the actual
man,
narrative? What are you
in
talking
terms
about?
of model, in terms of physics, in terms of, you can time some observations in the sky. They can be timed. Oh, great! That's not a prediction. Let's be honest. A wheel is going to go around, and then it's going to meet up every time it turns around. Okay, so there's patterns. We work with patterns. It's not a prediction, right?
Hold on, just to clarify,
Sometimes stuff happens that that we can't explain also. But those things don't get really talked about. We talk about the stuff that we can rely on, and then we build this model based on the stuff, but it's not concrete.
Yeah,
It's just sort of up in the air.
Can I get clarification though? So when you say, okay, just to make double check though, right? So like Globers, right? Are you referring to like scientists, like those guys, like the media, like mainstream media, like, or whatever, mainstream science, whatever, like, are you referring to that, or are you referring to, like, once again, like us in this chat, like anti-flat earthers, when you say Globers, or when you say our side, whatever?
Oh, do you identify? Would you want me to identify you as an anti-flat earther? I mean, what's your contention here?
If you want, I'm just trying to figure out if, because the point I'm trying to get at is,
did I misgender you? I mean, what the fuck?
That's not. Because I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, because you're saying,
my argument isn't an ad hom. I'm literally just using some sort of way to label the this oppositional position of a globe.
Yeah, I know.
That seems to agree with each other only when it's convenient and not when it's consistent.
Yeah, no. The reason I'm trying to no, that's not the issue. The issue is because I know, like, there was the whole, not that recent, but it was like kind of like, well, okay, it wasn't recent, but there was a whole thing where it's like, oh, the moon's within the atmosphere, whatever, right? Like, that was a change in the globe narrative or whatever, right? So I'm trying to figure out, do you mean like the scientists and all those guys, or do you mean like us when you said Globers earlier? You know what I'm saying? That's what I was just trying to figure out, because.
Well, how many scientists are legitimately trying to rebuild the model based on current understanding, or how many of them are just kind of continuing the current folly and then trying to ascribe completely different rules on top of it, like it's some kind of second and third book to a story?
I'm pretty sure there's quite a few that's wanting to rewrite it, because that's like the whole thing with them, with what's, at least I think anyway. Isn't it like, oh, if I can
well, when I
then
talk to people like yourself and other people in these rooms, I don't get the overwhelming feeling that they're on the precipice of rebuilding their model.
Oh, me? No, of course not. No, I'm
I really don't get the feeling that you guys are willing to trash everything that you defend all day, every day in here. But if that's true, and I just got it wrong, I mean, I'm open to that.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, anyway, okay. Well, then, okay. At that point, then fine. I'll give you that. That a lot of us, a lot of maybe, well, I don't know. I'm willing to receive new information so long as it actually, there's actual, like, it's reasonable and feasible or whatever. Like it actually works.
Okay. Well, what's the Okay, so let me ask your Glober response here. Why would the sun just blink in and out like someone's flipping a light switch?
Do you have like a specific video for that? Because I mean, like, from my
I don't
understanding,
know.
yeah. Because
But
the video.
just curious, what would cause a phenomena like that in the
So
globe?
so assuming it's not a camera effect, right? Like it's not like something the camera's doing, right?
Right.
If it is something we can see with our own eyes, whatever, right? And it's blinking in and out, maybe one of two things. Maybe either, it's maybe a cloud is coming by or some shit. Maybe a cloud, like, and it's sort of like, or yeah,
Okay.
maybe the sun really is just sort of cutting on and off or some shit, right? And at that point, it wouldn't be the sun that the globe model
Well, what about the
predicts.
phenomena where people think they're seeing multiple different suns at like in an angle that would be hard to be like some kind of reflection or something, like it would be a very different angle. Like what would cause that kind of phenomena?
Assuming it's not the same light that's coming from the sun, then maybe other suns or something just showing up randomly. But if we're assuming if it is the same light from the sun, then it's probably some sort of light bending or something that is getting the other suns to show up or whatever.
Okay. But how many people on your side would agree with that same conclusion, though?
I mean, it depends on what the context. Like if you're telling them to speculate, then I'm sure they would come up with that. If they're just like speculating just without any like just saying, oh, what if, like just what ifs or whatever, I think they would agree with that. Just
Okay.
or someone would say something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, the point I'm trying to get across is that the people on our side, we're more open to new versions of interpretation. We're not even saying we're entirely right about everything, but we can point out reasons like it doesn't necessarily make sense. It's a globe, and that different phenomena, it appears to appeal to the idea that the model is different in these other aspects. So we appeal to that because the science doesn't necessarily seem as solid as one would hope when they actually look into it. It's not as convincing enough for someone who is actually, if I had to come to my own conclusion based on data, etc., and reasoning, not just data, but reasoning, I couldn't come to the same conclusion as the Globers. And I understand the argument of the sky, but it's not the ground. Like we always have to rest on that circumstance that when we're talking about the sky, it's also not the ground. And it's very likely or possible that the sky could be a completely different, stirring of the pot, so to speak, and completely separate from the fixed position of a ground. So, what if there's a possibility that there's other suns and moons out there further out, and we're just kept within this, particular circuit and told that that's it? Wouldn't that be a fuck? Wouldn't that be fucked up?
That would be
But unless we're able to escape certain bounds, how can I verify that? Now, I'm open to the probability that could be happening, but in the globe, that's not a possibility because you have your confines.
Yeah, I mean, well, you could also make the argument that there are, like, in the globe model, there are other suns. It's just the other stars. But I get what you're getting at, though. Like more land, more others, moons and suns and other shit like that.
We hear stuff about inner Earth, hollow Earth. We hear all kinds of shit, stories going back forever about people inside the Earth. Really tall, large people. Animals that are akin to dragons in history. It's a little bit much to think it's all just fantasy when it's also very likely that, if you looked at my GPS tracking for the better part of a day, you would notice that I stay within a very particular set of coordinates. And that if somehow you could convince me that those were the only coordinates that I could travel to, then I would never escape those positions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how is that different with the rest of the world?
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, we definitely lost the original point, though. But yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean,
That's it though. Like this is the criticism I have with these rooms, is that this is the original point. Everything that you guys talk about is going against the original point, and it only goes in that direction. The original point is we've come up with information that seems to make it reasonable that the Earth is a different shape. And there's a myriad of topics that go around that subject. But we only endlessly talk about the same mundane, correlative nonsense, in my opinion, that has nothing to do with being open-minded or questioning your position or really even comparing details. It's just some sort of like one person spitting shit at somebody and another person spitting shit at somebody. And this whole like debate format is not, it is the diversion, in my opinion.
a little bit. You're right. It does sometimes get a bit tiring.
Yeah. And the thing is, Arma, I know when you came in the scene like several years ago, you were all about making models and doing cartoons, and we had a lot of fun. We would talk about all kinds of crazy stuff from every different angle of flat Earth. And now it seems like we just talk about like angles.
Yeah.
You're a good guy, Omar. You're good to talk to. I enjoy listening to you, and I enjoy listening to all your work you do with your models. And I enjoy how truthful you are, and how you spill your guts out, though it may not be good all the time, because you're so honest on these topics. Thank you.
Well, thank you, All Glory. I think you're also pretty cool as well. All right. You're pretty.
I just wanted to chime in and say I agree very much to the sentiment that was just being expressed, and it's nice to hear somebody else say it.
Yeah, you're pretty cool too as well, man.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, kiss and
Kumbaya.
make up.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, you know what, Left Lane, you're cool too. You know that. Everyone
Well,
that
thank you,
starts
man.
talking, I'm gonna start saying they're cool.
I'm just going to leave my zipper undone if you guys want to make your way around this way.
Clobbered on the knobber.
Yeah. But yeah.
You got any lot lizards out there?
I don't know, man. Do you
No.
guys think concave Earth is a lie or like a psyop? What do you think it is?
It's a lie-op.
Just
Well, I mean,
another
like-
random idea that somebody's come up with to
Well, I
try
thought it
to.
was at first. I thought it was a
things into
stepping
a
stone.
framework.
I would love
Right.
to have like a deep conversation with a concaver, but it never goes down the narrow path of my questioning.
No.
And so then,
No.
it just fails.
Is
So.
it- If for anyone interested, because you guys know how I roll, I try to speak calmly, but everyone attacks me and I explode. But if you guys
Yeah.
want a really deep conversation, there's a guy that just joined the server. His name is Ether Topologist. He does something math for a living.
Did you just tell everybody to attack him too? Oh
He's
no.
he's a concaver. If you have any questions, he could really break it down for you. He's a very smart guy.
Like, man, you're the minority, man. We're gonna attack you. Just kidding, man.
That's racist. Oh man. But yeah, dude. So the sky proves flat Earth. It's good that we all come around to that.
Would you want like a cookie for that or something?
Well, no, I'm just gonna keep saying it because I like to speak the truth.
Hey, I jumped in just at the right time. I was doing a bunch of dishes and I heard the whole thing. I guess, Shane, you were talking for a while, and then when Rick came in and just laid it down, it's like, man, I'm so new to the game. It was refreshing just to hear an open-minded, non-threatening bro just, I guess, slay the animosity and just level the fighting, because we really do need to be valuing the truth and seeking it with all our hearts, and not getting too ahead of ourselves with believing we know what the luminaries are.
See.
That's another issue that like a personal issue that I have with science is that it just comes off as arrogant. Like the general vibe that I get from the mainstream is we know so much.
Yeah, and if you don't agree, then obviously you don't understand the things that I understand.
Yeah, you're an idiot. You idiot.
Well, to expound a tiny bit, without saying it, I heard Riggs saying we have a right as human beings to explore and wonder. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at, is I'm exploring what this place is. I don't claim a shape. I mean, I know at this point it's not a spinning, wobbling space water ball. And I know gravity's made up. I know there's a lot of theories, and that may trigger people that still think the globe is real. But what I heard Riggs saying is, hold up, we're human beings and we can explore and we can ask questions. You know, that is science to ask. So thanks for that. I'm going to have to bail, sadly. But thank you so much for sharing your words.
Thanks, Boston. And I would agree. I like to explore. I'm not personally feeling so attached to any particular idea or theory. But to me, water validates the claim that we live on a flat plane to a very high degree. And in order to further explore the possibility of us living on a flat plane, I have to reject certain ideas and information that I had previously accepted, which I had accepted without experiential knowledge. I would now consider those old paradigms that I'd accepted as belief systems. So I reject my old belief systems and look to new possibilities.
Another belief system in this case.
No, I'm not trying to take it on anymore. I'm just thinking, just exploring, being creative. Like if I imagine me wearing a red shirt tomorrow, I'm not believing in it. Like it's just a thought experiment, right? Like I can just imagine myself doing things. I can just imagine different possibilities. They don't have to be beliefs.
I'd imagine though your imagining has some direction, and the direction is I would think is the truth. You just imagining just to imagine, or like theory crafting just for fun?
Yeah, don't you ever just like, isn't that what you used to do when you were a kid? Like just have fun with your thought and just experiment.
Yes, but I mean, like for me, I would theory craft on what it could actually be, but not just theory craft just for like a random star-shaped Earth, you know. So
that's what I was
is your imagination
talking about recently. Is that I think it would be fun for everyone to come together and see how much of what we perceive could fit into, say, as it was just being talked about, good example, concave Earth model. Let's see how accurately we can create a concave Earth model. Let's see if we can bend our minds to somehow perceive that the world could be that shape, and to see what level of accuracy we could do that to. I'm of the opinion, this is my theory, that if people came together, really put their minds to it, we could perhaps, instead of bending light, we could bend our perception to fit any particular model because we could describe it so accurately. It just has to be we have to be flexible.
That's what the government and the education system does anyway. It bends reality.
Yeah,
so you don't need to prove it.
If they do it for us, we can do it ourselves, and just to experiment and see, like if the idea of a concave Earth could fit our perception because we could bend our minds to perceive it as such, then it would make sense to me that the globe Earth model could just be a very, very convincing story. That would be the the purpose of that particular experiment to see, is it, I would like to know how possible it is for us to explain any particular thing so that I could therefore really come to grips with what my mind is capable of.
Yo, what happened?
Yo,
What was Armbar's problem with your thing, Shane? Two people back to back, and they're saying the same thing.
it's a fundamental misunderstanding of South on flat Earth. I think I broke it down to that, and it's not just his thing, right? It's a hang up that many of the Globers have, and they try to articulate it, like they inarticulately argue it, but they don't get the point across. The point is they don't agree with South being away from the center for every person on flat Earth. I think.
It's not a hang up. I understand how South works on a flat Earth.
Well, you kept saying that they weren't looking the same direction, while saying
It was
they were
your
all
hang
looking
up.
south.
It was your hang up because you keep wanting to use north, south, east, west. I wanted to use another type of, I wanted to use something outside of north, south, east, west in terms of directions, but
What type? What kind of directions did you want to use, Arma?
Can I introduce an absolutely amazing idea? I don't know if you guys have ever heard of south southeast or south southwest. Have you ever heard of these? So it's mainly south.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of that. Okay, fine. Well, never mind then. I tried.
Okay. Anyway, before he did that, just sort of derailed the conversation. Anyway, so I was saying.
I'm sure you had a point. Hold on, I was fucking around. What was your point, Crypto? Because Armbar's.
Well, it appears to me that he's not called Armbar. I don't know why you're calling him that. But Armor's just saying south, as if that's like you're south and then you turn left and then you're east. Well, there's 90 degrees between those two positions, right? And so you can describe south, but what he might mean is south southwest, right? Which would be more or less south, but not actually south. And that's an important distinction in this topic.
Okay.
That does seem very important.
So for future conversation, then, can we just define south as opposite of north?
Yes, I think that's what we do, right? That makes it easier for us. So then when there's two people looking, not in relation to each other, looking south, anywhere on Earth, they're both looking south. I don't know why that's like a thing we have to agree on.
It actually doesn't work for you, because when you're looking north, you're looking south at the same time.
Yeah, that's true on a globe as well.
Hold on, you said when we're looking north, we're also looking south at the same time?
Yeah.
Just check the AE map, and
not until you get past
you get the answer.
Not until you get past the North Pole, though. Technically, then you would be
right.
Which we can't get to because they got the dew line and shit and all that.
But like, if you go past the North Pole on the globe, you start going south here, right? And any way you slice it, whenever you pass the north directionally, you start going south again. And again, it just means every direction away from the north is south.
But that's true on the globe as well, so I don't really see the point.
And every direction towards north is also towards south.
Maybe we should do like a course on directions, guys.
How are they getting their direction?
Sounds like we have a fundamental misunderstanding.
Not with me.
Well, if you could go to the North Pole, let's say you had a compass and it's going north, and it's pointing north, so you're going north, and then right when you were to pass over the North Pole, the compass would flip on you, and it would still be pointing to the North Pole, and then if you kept traveling that way, then you would be traveling south. But you have to go past the North Pole to actually be going south, technically. The compass has to flip. the compass has to flip, and then you have to actually be following the needle going south instead of going north because you've now passed over the North Pole.
But that's a contextual element on the same pure
Not
direction.
really. It's still looking towards the south as well.
Oh wait, you kind of interrupted Crypto. What were you saying, Crypto?
Yeah, I mean, if you have the same, let's just call it a pure direction, right? So you're pointing in a direction. Okay, cool. On a globe, if you keep going in that direction, yeah, you hit north and then technically it's south, but that line still exists, right? And that line has changed. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at it that way, then it would be the opposite of what I said. It would just be that exactly. You just if you're thinking of it as that direction, then yeah, you're still following that arrow in that way, yeah, which would kind of end up being south, yeah.
Right. But again, that's true on both.
But isn't it? I thought it didn't work like that. I thought if you went north, you're heading towards a magnetic north, and eventually you end up just going around in circles. So you're always still heading north. There isn't like a line that you can just cross over and it flips.
But then if you're going in circles, you're not following that pure line, are you? Because effectively, what you're bringing up is like a problem with the pragmatic side of following that line. But we're just talking about the line itself and what that becomes at what point.
Do you mean true north? What's called true north?
No, we don't want to get to magnetic declination.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter anyway for the purposes of the argument, because we're just talking about a hypothetical ball, let's say, with a point at the top which is north that everyone agrees on, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I think there's 3 or 4 different norths. You got magnetic, celestial, and what else?
Kanye West's son.
Geographic, which
grid north. There's grid north, plains use. No, geographic is true north. Yep, that's true north. So 4 different types of norths.
I think Jaren put out a video not too long ago, like on basic directions, like on Earth, on flat Earth and the globe. I kind of laughed at it, but now I see how integral that is. Like it was doing like the basic comparison of how east and west are circles, both models. Like on both models, south is directly, in opposition to north.
Oh, he did that a while ago. That's the one where you go west. You go west and east. It always brings you to the equator.
I think so. Maybe it was a while ago and I saw like a premiere, but that was the first time I saw it. And I was like, oh, how basic 101. And I kind of like smirked. Yeah, and now I'm like, oh man, we need it. We need to.
Even on the globe, you're doing a circle. Yeah.
Yep.
You saw that one, Arma?
No, I didn't see it, but I know what you're talking about, though.
How are you chiming in like you were there with him when you didn't even watch it? You're
just be saying stuff. He's confused. It's fine.
Because like that's the exact video I was gonna recommend that you watched, and you're already like, yeah, that was a good one. It was off-putting.
I'm saying yeah because I'm okay. No joke. I am trying to what's the word? I'm trying to get at you, whatever. But no, I don't need to watch the fucking.
He's trying to butter you up.
Yeah.
Trying to get at me. Should I like be on my guard or?
No,
trying to butter your biscuit.
I'm trying to get you to think that I don't know it, and then be like, oh, you know what? I don't fucking know, man. The point is, I don't need to watch the video. All right.
All right.
Did you notice when Arma was calling everyone cool, he didn't call you cool?
Specifically said that I wasn't honest either, Crypto. I did notice that.
Well, he didn't call me cool either. And sorry, Arma, you're off my Christmas card list now.
Well, hold on. I was saying everyone who started talking, I started saying it was cool, excluding Shane. But I don't know if you started talking or not. If you did, I might have said yeah, you're cool. But
I felt like you could use a break from hearing my voice, so I didn't chime in. I was letting everyone else talk, dude.
It's too late now, Arma. Every Christmas I buy a pack of 50 Christmas cards, and very difficult to get on that list.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Adam, are you just like white noising me? Oh.
Am I white noising you? What's happening? Are you hearing
sounds like
something from me?
Yeah, like constant background noise, but it's because you're waiting to speak. So now I figured it out.
No, sorry, I wasn't waiting to speak. It's swap of microphones. Perhaps this one's a little bit sensitive. I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. But I do have a question since I'm on the mic.
Are you cool? Yes.
Can you direct me to a link that you've got for one of your videos? I'm sure you've got one because I think I might have seen it before, where you explain the situation that Armada was, I think, alluding to earlier, which is, and I don't know how to verbalize myself correctly to be able to ask the question properly, but I'll try if that's all right. When a person's looking in the direction of south, away from north, they have a southern pole, celestial pole, is it called, right?
I think it's
like the North Pole. And I'll share my screen. I don't know if you just want to see if you can see what I'm sharing. It says I can't stream into this channel. Okay, I don't know is it anyone seeing me streaming?
Let me see.
No.
Try it now. You'll be able to now.
You got it, Gio.
Thanks. Okay. So
I did do a whole presentation on it. 2 hours. If you want to check that out.
Yeah. So can you see my mouse as well, or?
Oh shit!
It's my mouse.
What resolution is that? Is that like a wide monitor you got? Is that you got like a wide?
Yeah.
Nice.
So can you see my mouse, or?
Yes.
Is it just? Yeah. So see this red ring here. This little red ring. Here,
That's the red ring of death for the flat Earth right there. But go on.
So I think is that what you were talking about, Armada? That like that red ring is this outer ring of stars?
Well, that was more of all Glory's argument. My whole argument was just the fact that the red ring appears for every single person, despite the fact that they're all looking in opposite directions. Is
Yeah, it was more the directional argument. Still, it's a foundational, I think, misunderstanding or misadaptation of what directionality is. But like, look, if you the red thing is just loosely like to symbolize the outer ring of stars. There is no direct correlation as they move. Like literally, the whole model is just one set of stars moves perpendicular to flat Earth, east to west, over everything. And like another not mirror image, unrelated set of stars move in a spherical. It's like a transformation equation that's applied to the user-based grid, and then those two stars like they move this at the same speed. That's the only correlation. But yeah, if you were to look at it, the little pink ring and the red ring would represent the outer portion of stars, and as they are above the horizon is when they are visible, say, and at nighttime, and that they will process that way around the optical convergence known as the south celestial pole.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, because I think what Armada was talking about is in relation to this model as a framework, correct, Armada? That like you're saying that if a person, see where my mouse is, and a person's looking at this star here, south, then that would be visible on that red ring there, right? Like
that was more of all Glory's argument, but I do agree with that too, though. That if that is the case, where the outer ring is also that red ring, that doesn't make any sense. But that wasn't my main point, though. Like I do agree with that as well, but that isn't like that wasn't really the main point of the argument. But sure, I do agree with it. I do agree with it.
Well, then, do you want to have a go again at trying to explain your main point of your argument that you were making before? Because we kind of all got sidetracked by the directionality.
I mean, my mouth is
argument.
Kind of dry. I don't know if I want to continue, but I'll try to just make this quick though. The simplest version of this is if you look at that little smaller ring or whatever, right? If you change your longitude as well, it's the same red ring. It just kind of rotates around, so we know it's the same red ring that's just rotating as you change your latitude. But the fact that it's the same red ring, despite you being different, at different parts of the world, right? And also looking in different directions or whatever, that's where it's like just really weird. It doesn't really, I've never seen something like that happen in reality, excluding maybe the sky, assuming this is the case. It's just the the weird thing about this model. Like this, you could try it yourself. Like change
So,
the latitude. Change the latitude. If you look at the ring, it's always the same red ring.
but dude, that's
That's why
not
quadriceps
to
model.
scale model of how it is, right? We've already explained that it's a azimuthal equidistant projection map, which is flawed by those inherent flaws that we know. The model isn't to scale. The user-based grid that's above the observer should be about half of the visible sky, as Stellarium shows. It's just a manipulatable, not to scale version of Stellarium with stars that actually aren't real. So it's manipulatable, meaning that as the observer moves, the stars move and process accordingly. The ones that you guys are looking at, the purple ring, that would most closely match the stars on the outer ring. And as you can see, as they process above and near the observer, they kind of tilt and go above the optical convergence as they would, right? So they come up in the right and they go down to the left, east to west, just in a curve depending on your perspective.
All right, but okay, the purple ring, fine, that can kind of work, but the red ring still doesn't kind of, or the pink and purple ring, whatever. Those are still like very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost like an anomalous, like they're just like really like they're the really weird ones that just don't really seem to like make sense at all.
But it's just a depiction of the South Celestial Pole. That's all that red cluster means. It doesn't signify any specific stars. It's just showing you that's the optical convergence that we named the South Pole that only pops up south of the equator while looking south. Right?
Okay.
So, I mean, like, why do we not like the color red, or?
Well, no, I mean, but there's still, you say it's just whatever. It doesn't signify any stars, or whatever. But in reality, we could still see stars. There we could still identify stars though, even the
Yeah.
Southern Crux. But even your Southern Crux picture that you've shown, that still doesn't really make any sense in terms of like location. Like, sure, they all point south, southwest, whatever. But if you
You're
actually
still
look at
going
those
back.
directions, it's just
So you're going back to the main point, which is the misunderstanding of directionality as applied to flat Earth. You're saying that they're looking not in the right direction, while also saying, "Hey, they're all looking south southwest," which is weird, right? Because the only determiner of direction we have in any observer is cardinal direction based on magnetic north. So we're giving that direction. You're saying that they're all synonymous, and then you're somehow saying they're also looking in different directions while asking me to explain it. It's
so
weird.
that's why I need to come up with a different word for direction. Then I should maybe use like maybe we should use like clock, the clock, direct, or like now people are like, oh, watch your six, whatever, or coming up at you, 7 o'clock, or not 7 o'clock, or whatever. The point is, let's use that. Let's use that, right? So instead of using north, south, east, and west,
You could use the word cardinal direction. A cardinal direction is based on like the compass.
Well, I don't want to
meaning north, south, east, west. So the cardinal direction would be, south in that sense versus.
But I think he's looking for the non-cardinal direction, which is what you could just say.
Yeah, the non-cardinal direction. Yeah, sure, but that's why I could always use like like the clock, like the numbers on the clock though. So like 1 o'clock or something. So like, yeah, even though they're all looking south, some are looking 7, some are looking at the 6, some are looking at the 5. Some are looking at
Just
like
say
3.
relative directions.
Well, yeah, I tried. Or at least I tried to hint at that anyway. But yeah, point is, yeah, they're all the relative directions. They're not looking in their relative directions.
But they all are looking southward, so I still don't understand like the main hang up with the argument.
Yes, but one person south is 6 is like a like the hands pointing at 6. Another person's south is the hands pointing at like a 9. Another person's south is like the hands pointing at like maybe like 3 or 4. Like that's just weird. You can understand that, right?
No, it's like the basic directions. I don't like. If anyone else wants to argue, you can totally tap in.
Well, south to southwest. There is a direction for that. You could explain this just using the cardinal directions. They break up in little slices all the way in 360 degrees.
Well, I get that, but that's
You
not what I'm
can be
arguing,
looking
though.
directly east, or you can be looking southeast.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I'm arguing, though. I'm arguing.
Trouble about you're
I'm
stupid.
That's okay.
She's the worst.
But that's why I'm using the clock numbers though, because that's more objective because if south could be pointing in,
Objective. Well, let's say west is 9 o'clock, right? So west to southwest is what?
no
8:45, 8:30.
no seriously
Yes,
not
southwest is 8.
I mean from the I mean starting using the North Pole as the center of the clock, all right, and the outer edge of the flat Earth, right? Those where the numbers would be, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would
That's
be
how the
on.
military does it.
Okay,
You got
but
12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock.
okay. So imagine a clock, all right, and the ice wall is where all the numbers are. Okay, I'm saying that someone's seeing their
Ice
south
wall.
at the ice wall. So someone
What
will see.
ice wall? You got proof of this?
Just I'm trying to use words you guys understand. All right, I'm really trying here.
Oh, I understand the ice wall. Ice and wall. They're two simple words. Come on.
Okay, the
And I
outer
watched it.
rim,
Sorry,
the
man.
outer rim of the flat Earth. Okay, pretend that's where the numbers are of the clock. Okay, one person south is the number 3. Another person south is maybe the number 9, for example. All right, that's maybe it's both south, but that's not the same. I'm putting quotes
Sudden
around this. The
star.
same direction. All right, one is 3, one is 9. That's not the same. They're not looking the same way. Like, come on, man. You guys are really, this is really wearing me down.
Yeah, man. I mean, this basic demonstration, I think, solves it for. It should solve it for like all issues, right? As you move, you have to keep correcting to north, east, and west are circles. Literally every direction away from the north is south. No matter what, even on a globe, it works the same way, right? As you move around the equator, the arrow for south has to move with you to trace magnetic north, right?
Yes, I understand that. I understand that.
So you can look south, here's a picture looking off the bottom of a ball and the same direction, right? So the thing for the Southern Cross is using the actual observed observation angles of south southwest, south southwest, and south. How are they all looking off the edge of a ball at the same star?
I have no idea. Maybe I should try
Yeah,
modeling that out in 3D model or
crazy.
something. I'm sure it works though, but I need to model it out though.
Well, I had Bacon do it for the one I used in the presentation. If you think you can do better, absolutely.
Sure. This doesn't make any.
I mean, it does. There's a solution that works for the globe, but I'm gonna withhold it for a little while and let you struggle. See if you can't figure it out.
I mean, I'm not doing it right now though, but I mean, I'll definitely do it. I mean, I don't see why
Well,
it wouldn't
just like
work though,
mull it
because
over.
I don't see why it wouldn't work though, because I mean, if we're using the celestial sphere, which is a sphere, at least in Stellarium, like it is a sphere. Like you could literally look at it. It's a sphere, right? If that's the case, then it should perfectly work with the ball. The fact that the Earth is also a sphere as well, I really don't see why it wouldn't work. But I can
Well,
always remodel it for you, and then
yeah, you'd think so, but Stellarium doesn't allow you to 3D model the globe and zoom out like Google Earth style to compare it to get the directionality readings and then compare them. But here's like some nice images. You know that wonderful GIF you guys like to use about the really close local stars swirling around the Earth in the same direction? Yeah, well, I use that to show here's one star off the bottom. Let's say that's the represents the Southern Cross, and then you have these observers, at the 3 prongs of the south of the southern continents looking again south southwest different directions to get the same star. They're all seeing the same star, so now they're actually looking different directions on your model after 2 hours we spent on you trying to say they look different directions on our model even though they all look southwest.
are you saying that picture with the lines drawn with the local stars? You're saying that does work with the local stars?
I'm saying there's a way to make this observation work for the globe. The solution is the same as it is for flat earth, alarmingly.
Okay. I mean, with the globe Earth, it actually like makes sense though, because you actually have this, you know, I don't want to say infinitely far, but effectively infinitely far, point, and at that point, it's it works out like mathematically and geometrically, actually, whatever. Like you could, but I don't really. I'll model this. Give me like a day or two or something. I'll model this in fucking Blender. But I might want to do the I think I'm gonna do it myself though in terms of Stellarium. I'm gonna go to Stellarium and then choose the 3 locations, whatever, same times, whatever, and do this myself because I don't know. I feel like your little screenshots are a bit sketchy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well, I mean, I am a flat earther, so everything I say is wrong. So
no,
I understand the hesitant. No, I'm just kidding, dude. By all means, do it yourself. Pick your own observation points. Do everything yourself.
Yeah. Thank you. There we go. Try and draw that. Anyway, I think this conversation has gone on long enough. Does anyone want to come up with a new topic to, so we can, yeah. Anyone?
No, man, I think this is a great topic. We need to just nip this in the butt.
No, it's literally been going on for like hours now. Maybe like 2.
Are you satisfied that you're wrong yet? Should we keep going?
We go until one admits defeat, right?
That's
so blood
right.
is drawn, dude.
Concede.
Tell me to explain.
Sure.
Imagine.
No problem, Trouble about. I was just answering your text question out loud. I wasn't annoyed. I mean, I don't know why you guys had to presume to know my emotional state. I'm always getting psychoanalyzed here by people who are not qualified psychoanalysts. It perplexes me. Is this what you do with your day?
She's like literally the worst.
Oh, she. Oh, okay. That explains it all then.
Like all they just say is like we deny Australia and just straw man the hell out of everything having to do with any southern argument. And then if when in doubt, she'll bring up the AE map and just say the continents aren't sized like every time over and over and over again. It's ridiculous.
What map does have them all to their true size? What map doesn't distort reality?
Well, I mean, I wish we had more maps that weren't tied to the geoidal longitude lat system that the Royal Society dictated that all maps had to adhere to. That literally has all different projections of scale models of the globe. I wish we didn't have that. We'd have to like map out new lat long.
Kusho, you are wrong, but I know you wouldn't concede it, so you just go on and keep typing, bro. So the truth is, all maps have distortion, and there's reasons why. When you study them, you'll know. You just can't make a perfect map, buddy. It just doesn't happen.
What's wrong with Google Earth?
It's distorted. I mean, I was pretty specific about what I said. Now, if you can use it for navigation, yes, but the relative sizes of the continents, coastline distances, a lot of things are distorted. So, like I said, when you study it, you'll find out that we can't make a perfect map. And there's good reasons why.
Does that mean Earth is not a globe, though?
Yeah, can you point at one and
I did.
compare
The
the
coastline.
reality of it versus what? I mean, specific. Can you be specific about it?
I said coastline distances. I was specific. You must have missed it.
Well, I mean, I could just say something in general. All coastlines are fucked up, but I thought maybe you had measured something and
they're
had
not
some evidence
straight
to
lines.
support your claim.
Scientifically, it's called the coastline paradox. And so, yeah, I can get a citation to back my claim that all maps are distorted, but I really don't care.
Hold on, there's tons of shit that Google got wrong. Oh, hold on 1 second, Mike. Google got elevations are wrong. Azimuthal angles are wrong. Yeah, really.
Yeah, there are no undistorted maps. Now, that's not saying a map isn't good for navigation, but that you'll hang on to that like that somehow proves that the map is the land and the land is the map. But have you ever heard that the saying the map isn't the land and the land isn't the map? Meaning we'll get you in your general direction.
They haven't heard that. They live in a reification fallacy.
Yeah, in a general position, but you might have to do some thinking to get to an exact point. We'll give you a map and a helicopter ride. We'll drop you off at a point in the jungle. And we'll expect you to be at another point in the jungle within 7 days. Do you think you could do it? Is it going to be a perfect map?
Yeah, I could do it.
I've seen men almost die trying.
So yeah, Google got tons of shit wrong.
But like, what's specific? You said like elevations.
Elevations.
Like what? It was just like one thing, or like is it a bunch
You
of
know what
things?
happens? What's up?
Was it
Many
like
elevations are wrong. They
many
do not have accurate elevations.
But how off are they? Like, is it like like 50%
It's off. I
off?
don't know. It's off.
But
It's
yeah,
just off, bro.
by how much though? If it's like by like a foot, and the thing is like, oh, normally it's 1,000, but it's like, oh, they said they did 1,001. Then I mean, that's like that's barely off. Like,
I don't know the exact numbers. I think the Isle of Man thing had it like 30 feet off or something. I don't know. I don't know the exact numbers. So I just know they're off. They're also, they were talking earlier that, well, if elevations are off, that means elevation angles are off, obviously. And they were also talking earlier about azimuthal angles are not correct on Google Earth.
azimuthal angles.
So
Wait, hold on.
Let's stay consistent though, because originally the claim was.
oh, show your mic sound brutal.
Yeah. Is it almost as good as yours?
I mean, we could hear you, but it's tough.
All right.
He went there. He's.
Does my mic?
Well, you have 2
Does my
ears,
mic sound
right?
bad?
I thought you had both your ears.
Did you have a point you wanted to make on one of these things?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that just to be clear, the maps. Sorry about my mic, by the way. But the map thing was just about the sizes of the distortions of the land masses and all that kind of stuff. But now we're talking about elevations being wrong or something like that. But I mean, to be clear, the land masses are spot on for the globe, for the Google Map, Google Earth, and all that.
Well, they've not. I mean, I don't know who's actually verified that, but.
I mean, I got a beautiful sunset over here. All right.
Does it have any validatability?
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely.
How do we do it?
I've done it before for people in this conversation, but you can just pick any distance. I don't know, like something like the width of Australia, something that has two places that have the same distance. You know, like said to have the same distance,
How
and
are you
then just
getting
measure
distance?
them. Just overlay, put them in the center of the Earth, the center of the globe, and then overlay them on top of each other to make sure that they're the same, the same distance. Confirm the equal distance.
No, I'm saying, how do you verify the distances in reality to the map? AKA your reification fallacy.
Oh, I mean, you could do that over and over again until you're satisfied, so.
I mean, how? We've went over this distance thing plenty of times. You guys can't, you guys aren't good with distances.
Now, I'll tell you what. Find the flat earther that has the largest, the distance that they confirm, or that they will agree with that is the longest distance. So I know you'll probably say something like your house to the McDonald's or something like that, but, find somebody who will make like a long distance confirmation, and then we'll take that distance and we'll overlay it with another place that has said to have the same distance. We'll do that over and over again until you're satisfied.
Well, going on a perfectly level surface, not turning left or right, you could validate distance like that. You'd get pretty close like that. I could probably do a few meters.
A few meters? Oh my God.
Depends on how you measure distance.
Well, there's two different distances, right? There's a distance from A to B, so you got 2 points, and there is a distance between those 2 points. Then you have another distance. That's the distance you travel. Right? So those are going to be two different distances.
Yeah, topography changes straight line distance. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons for the distortion in distance, direction, shape, And what else? Anybody else know? Area. All maps are distorted in those 4 characteristics: distance, direction, shape, and area. And there's reasonings for it. It's our ability to measure.
Okay. How like correct do you think, or not how correct, but like how accurate do you think like maps of like, you know, countries or continents, like for example Australia, are like the entire continent? Like, you think those are pretty accurate or fairly accurate? Like,
What types of maps? Road atlas, land atlas.
I'll be honest, I don't know the fucking name. We
Yeah,
look it up.
yes, a globe. That's why extremists. That's why a globe's not used for navigation. But whatever.
Let me see. I don't know. Maybe like something like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really know the name, or if this is even like a, you know, whatever. But like for example, something like this. Like how accurate do you think like this shape of Australia is? Like, do you think the shape is like that's the general shape, or do you think it's like a long stretched out like little dookie? What do you think?
Like a dookie.
Yeah, it's like a little stretched out dookie. Like, what do you guys think? Is it like this? I just wonder. Hmm. Actually, you know what?
Well, how long is the coastline in your map?
I have no idea. But you know what? This is interesting though. This is pretty interesting. Like, because Australia, at least in this picture here, it's showing the latitude lines kind of bend obviously towards like a point, because obviously, you know, obviously this is based off of like a globe, you know, a globe, whatever. But I wonder though, like, couldn't technically someone on both ends of like, well, no, that's actually no, hold on, because I guess you would have to know the orientation of them, whatever. But like, I just wonder if someone could like prove that like on both ends of like Australia that south is pointing like inwards and not outward, because on a flat Earth it would have to point outward, since, you know, inwards
Well,
would
I
be
mean, your
nuts.
mainstream science says all maps are distorted because you can't display a 3-dimensional sphere in a 2-dimensional surface. So it amazes me that you guys actually argue against this,
No, yeah,
because
you're right. You're right.
it goes along with your model that there would be distortion.
Yeah. Well, no, well, there'll be distortion on anything that's anything that's flat. So yeah, this
But here
picture
you
here,
guys are saying, no, maps are perfect.
yeah,
No, I don't. Nobody said maps are perfect, Michael. Maps do reflect a what they call what is it about the projectable surface on a flat map? Flat maps do reflect distortion for sure.
Well, it depends on what your map is useful for and what map you're getting. Certain maps pay real hyper specific attention or are fastidious to details that are required of that map. If it's a radial propagation map, you know, topography is going to affect that. So it's going to have a lot to do with topography. If it's navigational, it's going to distance and direction are going to be well accounted for, astute attention paid to that. But all things will have a degree of distortion, and that's not to say that they're 100% wrong either. Nobody's saying that. Just saying no maps are perfect, and that's a true statement.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that.
I mean, if we truly are talking about something that's larger than life, well, then there's one good reason right there that we can't map it very well. We don't know every contour of it. We can only hope to one day.
So, Left Lane, you don't think they have a globe map shaped like a globe that's perfect, and you're telling that one's not perfect either? Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, Google Earth is a very accurate representation of the planet. I mean, but you can't say it's perfect for sure.
Yeah, nothing's perfect. I mean, yeah, I mean, this goes with, oh shit, is that You're talking like microscopically.
I mean, they do entire
The volume
videos
is like
on
really low.
why the United States has always been made to look larger than any other country when it's smaller. And, there was some subliminal messages that people tried to say, well, America's just trying to make themselves look bigger than they really are. In every school in America with the Mercator map. Another guy will say it's because the Mercator's done in Cartesian coordinates. There's no longitude and latitude, and there's no compression due to converging lines. But both these guys have educations in cartography, mapping. So they'd have a more intellectual conversation about the subject than people who just say, no, that's a map. I head to Florida, I get to Florida. Well, no shit. I use the road atlas too. Do I check it for 100% perfection? No. If I miss a turn, I probably go around the block, make 3 lefts, 4 lefts.
So I'll ask the question I asked earlier. Does a globe have any problems with the shape, size, distances, or area?
Yes, all maps do. That question's been answered.
Globe, not a map. The globe. Does the globe have a problem?
The globe is a map, and yes, it does. That's why it's not used for navigation. It's riddled with the most.
So where specifically does it have a problem? Can you give me
in all 4 of those?
No, I want a specific example. Tell me a distance that's wrong.
Man, I gave 3 citations for it. You can go ahead and read them if you want. But this is why nobody uses a globe for navigation. But here we are sitting saying the globe is the most perfect map. It's not even a navigational tool. A map is a navigational tool.
So you're saying which is more accurate? Let me ask you. Let me switch to that question.
Not
which
the globe.
Is more accurate, a map or the globe?
I already answered it, bro.
Can you repeat the answer? I missed it, please.
Not a globe. It's not a navigation map. I'm going to use the navigation map if I want to navigate, or navigation charts, depending on what type of navigation I'm doing. I'm never going to use a globe in any circumstance in any one of those types of navigation. Air, sea, land.
So you're saying a map is more accurate than the globe? A navigation map, we'll go with that. A navigation map gives more accurate representation than a globe.
That's what I said, yes.
Does anybody else agree with that?
What was it now? I kind of blanked out. What?
Does a navigation map, is it more accurate than a globe?
For navigating?
No. Just for one, he mentioned 4 categories. For distances, direction, size, and whatever else he said.
Oh yeah, I'll probably disagree with that. I think a navigation map is probably more, maybe like better for navigating. Maybe in terms because maybe you have like a larger. I don't know, fucking know, but yeah, I don't think it's more accurate though. I don't think it's more accurate now.
Yeah, sectional charts for flying are very accurate. They're
they are
pretty precise. Yeah,
and we've already covered the point that the mainstream says we don't use this for navigation, the globe, because we can't take these 2-dimensional survey maps that we got and wrap them around the globe. It's impossible. But here you are again, right back at the globe is the most accurate representation. Well, that's cool. You believe that to represent where you live. Nobody uses it for navigation, though. And here, I'm going to post a citation for that again.
Those
Because
distances.
I don't like to just run my mouth. I'm actually posting citations while I'm saying this.
Yeah, the distances on those navigational maps directly correlate to distances on the globe.
That's an assertion, but actually my citation disagrees with that.
That's a 100% true statement, Michael.
Read the citation, Negator.
Okay. I could use a. Wait,
you fly,
I could
right?
use a. Yeah.
Negator, you fly. When do you use a globe for distance?
Sorry, that really doesn't follow what I said.
It does apply.
No,
if it was they were the same thing, then we would just use the globe for a reference. You wouldn't have any of your online navigational tools.
Well, if they didn't line up directly, then you could cite an instance where navigational map's distance does not line up with what the globe map distance.
If it
or
did,
the
they
globe
just use the
protects.
globe.
No,
No, actually, they wouldn't.
yeah.
Why
no,
not?
that's- Michael,
If it's the most accurate representation, why is it not used in navigation?
well, if it's not accurate,
simple
then
logic.
Michael, you could reference a situation where navigational map's distance didn't
I gave
correlate with the globe.
citation for that, Negator. I did reference it. I even prefaced it.
No, you referenced a map, not the globe.
Have you guys heard of this this author?
I think you should go through and look at my citations.
I'm doing it right now, and it's exactly as I said.
You guys ever heard of this orthograph projection? I'll post it now. This apparently was done by this Japanese architect in 1999. It like divides they claim the spherical surface. It divides the spherical surface into 96 triangles, transferring it to a tetrahedron. And this is like claimed to be like the most accurate map. Like it's in like the category that they try to claim. It's kind of interesting.
South America's looking a bit squashed, but okay, that's interesting. Look at that.
Well, if you type in like world's most accurate projection, this is one of them that they'll often list.
Pretty cool. Pretty freaking neat.
Well, the problem that I see on that map is how do you go from Australia to Antarctica? Because that's not right.
Well, see, what you do is you take the map, you wrap it and you kind of wrap it in such a way where it starts to turn into like.
I'm not wrapping it. I'm leaving it just like it is, flat. I'm leaving it flat, like a flat plane, and I'm going from Australia to Antarctica.
No, you don't understand. You want to wrap it onto a sphere. that was the joke. Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
This is from discovery.com, which this article, it says it's the world's most accurate map. And this little quote here says the Good Design Award, like apparently this won the Good Design Award competition in 2016. But anyways, it says that this orthograph is faithfully representing all oceans and continents, including the neglected Antarctica, and says the map is an advanced, precise perspective of our planet.
Very cool. That's pretty friggin' neat. Look at that. You got like they're all crazy looking. Crazy. Oh wow. Look at the bottom. You got like the pyramid looking triangle looking thing. It's like, and then in the bottom it's like.
I think one way I could test it, I could get my lat long position off my navigational charts and plug that into Google, and see if the points correspond.
Plug that into Google, folks, and let me welcome you to the satellite hoax. Shout out to Conspiracy Music Guru. That's the lyrics from his satellite song.
Wow.
Just reminded me the way you said that. Plug that into Google, folks.
Plug it into
Yeah, because then you'll know. You'll finally know, and all the arguments can be put to rest. And
yes.
We can all finally agree on where we live. If we could just all believe in what Google says, damn it.
I mean, you could just do the measurements yourselves.
Let me just see what Google thinks about.
Oh no, you can't do that. No. Because everything you do yourself is wrong if Google says it's different.
So hold on, I'm just Googling, can men get pregnant?
As if this related.
See what Google tells you.
Okay, can men get pregnant?
Oh, it took me a second.
Here we are at this point.
Oh, here we are. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible for men to become pregnant.
I'm going to need a transfer. I want to get off this bus.
Lovely.
Do Japanese architects know what level means?
I don't know, but he made a flat map of the world that now is claimed to be the world's most accurate map. So riddle that.
So, Neg, you're kind of back with a vengeance. You know, you were gone almost a year, and now it's been, like, what, 6 weeks? You've been pounding this away. Is this has to do with a station post and not really have to do with flat Earth or science or anything? You just got time?
Who are you
I
talking
think the
about?
Gator was gone for longer than that. I think he was gone for a couple of years.
You might have had a tough post. You got some easy peasy gig now, Negator.
He came around on Brandon's server there for a while, and then he was on this server for a while, and then he was, maybe that was the year ago that he was back a year ago, but that was being back from like I think several years before that.
CIA, you back from your CIA J-Trig training program?
He's real fucking sure of himself this time, though. Real fucking sure of himself.
Real fucking sure.
Were you in J-Trig training?
You guys are entertaining.
Well, why don't you
Elent.
respond,
No,
man?
I'd say he was an Elent training J-Trig.
You're selectively responsive?
I bet he's on base right now.
Are you on the clock right now, Negator?
Hang on, I'm taking notes.
He owes us no truthful answer on that, even if it is.
Dan, I mean, you kind
They're
of
not the police.
You kind of like rep for Mark Sargent when people talk about Mark, but now you're attacking the Gator?
I don't think it's attacking. I'm asking him. I would ask both gentlemen to declare their intentions.
Dan actually
I
works
was
for
going
me.
to
He's
ask
just playing
who,
his part.
but okay, yeah, you're not. I think that's a good question, though.
I mean, I guess you could ask someone. Yeah, ask someone like, are you a operative? I guess
No, it's not
the
that. It's just
military,
that-
they don't owe you the truth.
Yeah, does he have extra time on his hands, or is it an extra passion? That's what I want to know. Did something make him have to have unfinished business, or has he just got time on his?
Name, rank, and number.
But ignoring me is kind of bullshit.
I'll always ignore you, Dan, because you're,
Well, it's
you're a
about
troll.
the same as asserting somebody's wrong, but not trying to refute their citation.
And Gio's right, Dan. You sort of just stir shit with anybody everywhere. I think it's a weird attention problem.
Well, don't say Gio's right and then say that. I didn't say those words.
Oh, sorry. I think what Gio was getting at, and that Dan was attacking Mark Sargent, now he's attacking the Gator, is indicative of what you're after, Dan.
I think I'm being accused of being up Mark's ass this week, not after Mark Sargent.
The logical syllogism here
So they
is it
keep
was
flip
done
flopping
last year.
on am I up his ass or am I up his ass?
We could predict it'll probably happen again.
No, I think all I was saying is that when people suggest Mark Sargent's, position, let's say, or his motives or his possible operative status, whatever that whole thing, I'm just saying that Dan usually kind of stands up that Mark isn't that, I guess. That's all I was saying. And then now he's asking Negator if Negator is, an operative. That's all.
Look, I don't think Mark is the smartest guy. He's not really good at debating, but he does bring a lot of people into the subject, and that I won't take away from him. And I like Mark.
Yeah,
sorry, Gio.
I wasn't accusing him of being an operator. I was just saying,
I just
is
don't
your
think he's
schedule
built
light?
for this.
Is there unfinished business? I mean, Neg's kind of like come back, with a like sort of not a vengeance, but it seems like unfinished business.
I mean, I didn't come here to like make this all about me. We can talk about me if that's what you all already want to. Sounds like you all are talking about maps. We can talk
All
about
right,
that.
so for the third time,
We got beef, Negator. We got beef or what?
I think Dan has beef with me. So every single time I get anywhere and he hops in, the first thing he says, Negator, and then I ignore him. And the next time I'm around, it makes him want to do it more.
Well, if you
aren't you my first sub? Aren't you the guy that jumps on first every time I ever go live?
No.
Isn't that you? Isn't that
No.
you?
God, this
Not
is
at
getting
all.
a bit narcissistic.
I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
you, dude.
He's a
I'm
fan.
your attorney. Don't answer that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm paying Dan to make myself feel good. So. Or maybe it's vice versa. I don't know.
All right, so you're not gonna tell. It's not. Is it work related? It must be work
Oh,
related.
come on. Just answer his question, man. We'll believe you. Fuck it. Let's move on from this, bro. Come on. Let's
Is
heal
there
together.
unfinished business? Are you here for unfinished business? Was something nagging you yet, or were you done, or was that about a post?
I mean, I always thought you were the most drab guy I ever met, but in the last few sentences, you've been pretty fucking funny.
Dude, Dan, he's unsure about the shape of Earth. He's here trying to figure it out like the rest of us. I mean, we're all here trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm just another autistic globe believer with ADHD that can't help himself.
Well, at one point you did say that. Now, I'm not saying that you said that your being involved here was related to your military thing, but you were saying at one point you were stationed in South Korea or something, and then because you're away from the wife and the kids, you were saying that you were spending time here because you were stationed, and then you were saying when you went home you were not going to be on here. But then the other day you were saying you're home now, and then you're still here.
Well,
I
can understand that kind of. You're bored when you're on base and you ain't got no woman around or your kids. You're fucking bored at post. So yeah, you could do this to entertain I could be MPing and do this for entertainment. As long as I get the guy that comes to the gate, I'm good. Where the fuck you going with them trucks on my base? So I'm good. And then when you get home and you do all the catching up, then you got spare time too. So I can understand both situations. I don't think personally I'm a veteran, and I've had people attack me just because I'm a veteran and say, "Oh yeah, you're probably some military plant." But I don't see that every military man who actually has an interest in this, which most are of a higher education level, so they would be interested in this because it's science. I don't see them as plants or having an agenda other than they want to promote what they believe. That's just my personal belief.
Okay, well, no, yeah, everything you said most is true, except I'm not home yet. Hence, I'm still on, and then when I get home, I won't be. And I did disappear when the Tartaria server sort of imploded a little while back, and then Dove had asked me to come back, so I did, and I got sucked in, and then here I am, and then I'll disappear again, and hopefully forever.
Dude, so we have to blame Dovid for you coming back? I'm just kidding.
No, absolutely. He said, "Gator, there's this flat earther that sounds exactly like you. You should come in and talk to him."
At least he's not saying I left because of him.
Oh, I don't know who it was. He disappeared by the time I got there.
That guy brought Negator back. Are you kidding me?
You just got sucked in, so that's a cool answer. Thanks.
Well, the other thing is, if you're interested in cosmology, the Earth, the shape of the Earth, and all the related topics, like where else are you going to go? You're just going to go to places where people are just talking about the new NASA releases. That's pretty boring. If you want to actually be on the cutting edge, if you want to be on the cutting edge of what's happening, then it's not happening in NASA fan boards.
Yeah, that's true. We're at the front lines of it, dude. We argued about that long range observation the other day for hours, and now all the other flat Earth proponents are arguing about it. I just saw an interview that Weiss did yesterday, and he already snagged all the same screenshots that we were going over yesterday. I was like, damn, that was quick.
I'm starting to think Ruhif's just a little slick on his shutdowns of everything. I like him. I'd like to trust him, but I don't feel I can.
He said last night that it's impossible to physically measure the shape of the Earth. He stated it's a complete impossibility. So he said he doesn't even want to try. He just wants to do the optic stuff that he does, drop over very long distances with a theodolite.
Well, what does physically measure mean? Like, you can't like stick the Earth in a clay mold and look at the mold, you know?
We have actually talked about that, actually.
What if you took a reference frame from above and stopped trying to measure from the center of the Earth?
Above, like at high altitude, you mean?
Let's say the top of the Golden Gate Bridge. Let's say the top of a bridge, or let's say from a balloon, a fixed balloon on a rope. You know, where you could have a fixed altitude.
That's actually just made me think of an interesting idea. What if you had a balloon like that, and then you had like ropes going down, like kind of making a pyramid? If you had long enough ropes at a long enough distance, they should be a different distance on a planar surface versus curved, right?
Yes.
The actual length.
You mean just drop them and then stretch them out? You mean?
Yeah, like drop, but like have them like pegged to the ground, and then they're all pegged to the balloon, so they're making like a massive pyramid. If you have several of them that are all going out, thing is you'd have to have a long enough distance. Then you got the sag component, but just made me think of that when you said that, like measuring it from above, like that with like all lines like pyramidal shaped, like ropes that are going down.
Hummer wanted to do that with five drones. And have them all programmed, you know.
Yeah, but Negator, when I said physical, yeah, I mean anything that is tangible and physical, meaning not optical. So, you know, a physical ruler up against the surface. I mean, obviously that's too simplistic, but something that could actually validate whether a straight line and or a planar surface is deviating from the surface of Earth, because it has to deviate to curve like a globe, and if it doesn't deviate and it's planar or straight line, then obviously it's planar. Something that really couldn't be refuted with like refraction claims and all. It's like physical, tangible.
If we could build a 50-foot cylindrical thing, we could do it.
And Negator, there's been no limit on the harebrained levels of contemplation that we've put into this.
I'm break you up right now. I got all kinds of harebrained shit up my sleeve.
What is that quote? You never know how far you can go until you go too far.
Yep.
We've gone too far, that's for sure. But somewhere in the middle there, got a bunch of good stuff to do, to try.
Well, when I see a space elevator being built from popsicle sticks, I know that it's one of you guys doing it. So
I don't know if you heard earlier, Kosho wanted to measure because the pi would be different. Pi would be different on the surface of a sphere. Pi would be different. Kosho wanted to measure it out with sprinkles, rainbow sprinkles.
I like it.
Yeah.
So Neg, I feel I've made straight lines across the surface of the Earth. The answer is, well, it can't be because the surface isn't straight. Is that backwards or logic, or do you? I mean, it does look like I'm making straight lines. Do you think that's the illusion, that there are no long straight lines? They're just all illusions?
Straight line delusions. That's your question, Dan?
Yeah, I believe I'm paralleling the Earth, and you're saying, well, then your line must be curved because the Earth is.
I don't know. Sure thing.
Parallel, though. Parallel's parallel. It's like same distance all the way across, like parallel.
We've done this song and dance too many times, Dan.
Get out your dancing shoes.
No.
I mean, my image speaks for itself. It's a fucking straight line. It's across straight water. I think the burden of proof you have is to prove why they have the same dimensions. I think I know why, because I don't think there's any curvature of either object.
You're going to have to bark up someone else's tree for some attention, Dan.
I find you to be an honest person. What do you think of that? Like valor, the whole thing, right? How would you feel if your government had let you down? Is it just too late? It's your job, it don't matter? You like war?
So, what's up? Yo, 50-foot cylinder. Come on, Gio. That's one of the less harebrained schemes, if you think about it. It's only as tall, it's only as tall as the 5-story building, and as wide.
I don't know if I've heard this one. I haven't maybe heard it. Is this like, yeah, I don't know if I've heard it, but.
Instead of the granite block, right? This will be much easier. You just get this circle thing, and you hang a plumb line up to it, and you mark 3 spots on the. You put a plumb line up to the flat part of the cylinder. You mark your plumb line out, and then you roll the cylinder so that the plumb line is now horizontal. You got a horizontal plumb line. Boom.
And what does that then do? You have a straight line that's however long it is. Then what does that do?
Then we put water up to it.
Oh, okay. Well, how do you rotate it and make sure that it's perfectly level once it's rotated and resituated?
Well, it's a cylinder, right? So we can roll it wherever we want. I mean, you could try to get it to match up with the water, or get it.
But you're saying you do this. You do the cylinder upright, like vertical, so it's almost like like a 5-story building. You do the plumb line, and then you throw it on its side. Now you have a straight line.
You just roll it. It's a cylinder. You just roll it.
So the plumb line is in the circular part, like at the end of the cylinder?
Yeah. Yep. That way you got a nice flat
you just roll it. You roll it 90 degrees, you're saying?
Basically, yeah. I mean, you could check it with a. We're going to put water up next to it, so you can roll it however you need it to be to adjust it accordingly. So, if you put one, you'll see where the marks are. You can mark the whole plumb line, or just do 3 marks or whatever on the face of it, and you can try to line it up. It's either going to line up or it isn't, or there'll be a hump drop thing going on. I mean, it's easy once you get once you got a 50-foot cylinder belt. The rest of it's pretty easy.
When you said harebrained, I didn't think you put enough emphasis on it, Gio. I'm just busting your chops.
Yeah, I mean, you could build it out of wood or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what you'd build that out of, but.
Well, at least you're not digging ditches, so you're one step up.
A ditch digger to carpenter now, yeah. Well, the thing before I was going to use was a giant cube of granite, 50 feet long. So this seems more feasible.
Well, I'm just still trying to figure out where the benefit is. Like, yeah, if you have a plumb line, you're going to get a straight line of that plumb. But then once you reposition that thing, just because you have a straight line that you copy with a plumb line, once you reposition it, how is it that different than just drawing a straight line on it and then positioning it around? And then how do you get that to match up to water at a long enough distance to where water would be curving? That's why I thought you were saying originally, if you had a huge cylinder that was upright, like a 10-story building, you had a plumb line on that, like a big long one from top to bottom, and then you threw that whole cylinder on the side, then you'd have a long line you can maybe match up to water, but you then would have to get that level. Actually, it's not. Yeah, I mean, to get a straight line though, but then it'd have to be so long. Like you'd have to have like a 5 mile high building. Well, maybe not 5 miles, but
Hosho said there's 1 millimeter over 50 feet. That's all we need, because we'll have that straight line. I don't know. It is cutting it close though. It's pretty harebrainy.
From all those harebrained ideas you guys had, one of them stood out. The
What
one
was your
Gio
favorite
came up
part?
with the compasses, the gyro compasses, or was it a gyroscopes? I remember that one in different locations. The rest of them were digging ditches and making cement slabs and for a mile and turning them over, and there were some doozies there. But I forget the one you came up with, Gio. Gyroscopes or something, and I said that one sounds feasible, but I can't remember it.
sorry, I stepped away for a sec. Yeah, just kind of multitasking. But yeah, no, SE. Oh yeah, with gyroscopes. Yeah, there's a bunch of good ones we've talked about with gyros, especially if we had like that one comes down to the equipment that's needed. But yeah, there's been a couple great ones that there's at least like 5 really good ones we could do with gyros.
I remember you had a good one, and I said, okay, that one I like, but I can't remember which one it was.
That was for it was on the other side of the spectrum from harebrained.
Yeah, that was completely away from harebrained ideas. Yeah. That's Jeremy's department. Digging ditches. Sorry, I don't want to pick on Jeremy.
Dude, that day was so funny when we were on that. Jeremy was like, I'll have you a ditch dig by noon tomorrow.
By lunchtime, yeah. Well,
that one had to do with well, there was the component. If we had like a water basin that was very controlled to then be able to do like one of those neutral buoyancy lines that, you could get it like, 3 inches below the water line and then pull it taut enough to see if it differs, get it straight enough. That was linked to some of those ideas. We had a couple of them that involved that, but yeah, being able to kind of have a canal or like basically like the thought at that time was like sort of like a large PVC pipe, maybe like 3 feet in diameter, those big PVCs, and then just half of that, slice it in half and then put that in the ground and level it all. So you have kind of like a strip of water, like a small canal, but it could be very long, and then it wouldn't have any other disturbances in it, any other water flow or insects that are
Well, you're making it sound a little less harebrained. Some of them we wanted to fill with concrete and then flip on its side. And there's a lot to the trench.
The cement one they didn't just say that, right? They want to flip a mile cement thing over? Like you're kidding me, right? I died on that one. I don't know who came up with that one. Was it Brian? I think it was Brian. And if it's not, my apologies.
I think that was me because I've always wanted to take a mold of the water because if you could take a mold of level and then flip it on its side, then you can it would be super easy to tell.
And just pour a bunch of concrete in a lake or something.
Yeah, but you have to flip it on its side though. Ultimately.
What?
Yeah, that was Jeremy's. Yeah, the flip. Yeah.
He said dump a bunch of concrete in the lake. Why don't you just blow up a foam bomb? Put two chemicals together that when they interact, they become foam, and then blow it up. It'll fill every contour and crevice. You know what I'm talking about, right? We use it for insulation. We pour foam in molds to make seats. Takes the contour of its container.
Because think about it, we can make a line easy peasy, a straight line, as long as you're only talking left to right and not up and down. Right? Super easy to make a straight line like that. So if you had a mold of water or a mold of level and you flip it on its side, we compare it to that straight line. But that's easier said than done. Or vice versa. You take a plumb line and then transfer that horizontally. Something crazy's gotta happen.
I think your best shot is to come up something with water.
A mile long piece of tubing?
How would you use it?
I don't know. It should, if I could pull it. It should dump out both sides. If I get it up. I don't know. That's a good.
You know, the water levels.
Look, in their fantasy.
Yeah, I think the water level would just reflect. The topography of Earth.
Span mile tube. would empty out on either end, because to them, level curved. But I don't see how you can do such a thing.
I still think measuring from above is the trick and getting another reference frame. So we're not playing with the center of the Earth as a fantastic measurement.
I say you can use what's already made by man. Find the canal and find something to do with that. You already have the water there done for you. You need no tubing, no pipes.
Yeah, but that canal was a
You have a
construction
canal.
grant.
Come up with something. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would reflect our construction capability, not really the shape of the Earth. But that's just my opinion. Just like the tube would only reflect the topography of Earth. If you have varying elevations, obviously one end of the tube will be higher than the other, depending on which end it varies at. And
Yeah,
if
but
you
in their reality, a canal of water, isn't there? Don't they have drop in their reality? Let's say you have a 6-foot mile canal, which you can easily find. What does their reality say? If you ask any baller, what are they going to tell you? The relationship from one end to the other.
varying depth.
Uh-huh. So that would have to show, right? If you were to find a 6-mile canal and say their model, you can use that term if you want. Reality. When they say model, they mean that's what I think. I think you guys should use already what already is there. Find the try to do something there, like what Rumpus is doing. Well, we know he's never going to do it, but Rumpus is going to do something in the Bedford. So
Isn't just like
it's just my
looking at some-
opinion, and it's the most understood by all. Let's put it that way.
You were breaking up a little. Yeah, you're saying Rumpus is doing a thing at the Bedford levels, right? You broke up right at that part.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Because Rumpus will tell you from here, 10-foot drop. That's the some in the middle. Now we can tell it's an model, right? Sure.
I don't know.
But
You're breaking up a lot.
is that just in your mind, or is it in reality?
You're breaking up, SE, quite a bit. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me rejoin.
Yeah, your connection something. What's up, Charles?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Charles in the house.
Yeah. I was going to talk a little bit to SC. I know his connection's breaking up, but with regards to, I think you should do something with water. And it's like there's been a lot of things really interesting done with canals, specifically the original Bedford level I think was fantastic. And anyone, I don't know what the vegetation was. The last time I heard somebody talk about the Bedford level, things were really overgrown, and you really didn't have a straight visual shot for the entire, 6 miles or something. But that's, if you could do something with a canal, that would be great. Although, George Natick, he did something at Rainy Lake, which was 3 or 4 miles. But that was pretty cool. Yeah, water.
What would you suggest?
Well,
Charles, what would you suggest?
yeah, well, there's a bunch of things. It all depends on what how much money you're willing to spend. If you can find a straight canal like the Bedford level, and you could, put poles, the original Bedford level experiment from the 1890s, or I forget when it was done, but they had the bridge at one end, and they made a banner that was like 13 feet off the water, with a big black rectangle measured 13 feet off the water, and then they at the halfway point they had a circular disc that was also 13 feet off the water, and then at the original at the other end they had an auto level that was at 13 feet off the water, and then so they looked through the telescope and they just drew what they saw. And this is the thing that SC we really get on you about using hump and drop as if they're elevation changes, and neither hump nor drop is an elevation change. They're just purely I'm looking in this direction and something is slightly lower down than the direction I'm looking. That's what they mean. It's just
Keyword
purely
is
line of sight.
obstruction. Keyword is obstruction. There
Well,
has to
there's
be
no
obstruction on the globe.
Yeah, well, there's no obstruction in the Bedford level. What we were doing is we're measuring things off the water, and whether, because the canal in the Bedford level was obviously not flowing, so the water was at rest, and so you're not dealing with like an ocean or a lake or something where you may have waves. So the water was calm, at rest, level the whole way. And then the question is, if we place these targets and everything is 13 feet above the water, and then we do a line of sight along these targets, then we should see if there's some sort of deviation from a perfectly straight line. And especially using an auto level, or I don't know what they called it back then, but it was, it was a telescope, but it had a leveling device. So there was a crosshairs. It was a surveying instrument that they used. I don't know if it was a theodolite or an auto level, but it had crosshairs. And the crosshairs were showing a horizontal line of sight. And it showed
Charles,
that yes, sir.
You're saying that, are you talking about the Wallace one or the Robotham one? Which, the Wallace
one. The
Right.
Wallace one. The problem with the Robotham one is
So
that
that's the hump. The Wallace is the hump, so everybody who doesn't know. That's
it
the
showed
hump.
It showed hump and drop simultaneously. Right?
Right, because if there's a
In
hump,
one-
if there's a hump of water in the middle, then obviously there would have to be drops in between, right? And
Well,
we're talking
both of
about
them were
reality now, right?
Yes, but the big problem that we have with this vocabulary, SE, is that both the word hump and the word drop don't refer to any change in elevation. They're talking about level, talking about the surface of resting water. And you can see both hump and drop because they're purely visual phenomenon. So I don't like the word hump and drop because people tend to think, a hump is like a hill and a drop is like a cliff, and neither is true. Because
Of course not, because in reality, like Charles, I haven't been there myself, but Bev and the gang have been there a few times with the cameras, and I can assure you, there's no hump and there's no drop there, all the way down the canal.
Okay, so
There's no
it
hump
looks
and there is no drop. This is in reality now.
okay.
Nothing there.
Okay. What they did not have was any sort of calibration. Water looks flat. Okay. Water looks flat. So if you go to the Bedford level and you photograph all day, you're going to see a flat looking canal. You have no argument with me there. But there is no calibration. We are talking about Earth curvature, which is very, very, very small. So all this stuff
hold
about
on.
water's flat,
Let me
it
interrupt
looks
you.
flat.
It's 17 foot. That's not very, very small.
17 foot. What's 17 foot?
Well, according to Rumpus and the Robotham, there's a 17-foot drop from one end to the other. Of course, we know in reality that's ridiculous, but that's
Okay.
what you guys claim.
So, but the thing
That's
is, you
the
wouldn't be
center
able to
point.
see it if
That's
water's
the
looking
center
flat.
That's not the drop. That's the center point.
Yeah.
What did you say, Charles?
If water is looking flat, you wouldn't be able to even see a 17-foot drop. It's not like there's a stair
Oh,
step.
really?
So
A
let me just put
17-foot
it.
drop.
So is it
It's a
6
target. It's a target that's 17 foot above the water level.
Is it all right? So it's 6 miles. So it's 6 times 6 times 8. So this is 288 inches divided by 12. All right. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. So that would be actually just 24 foot. But the water's going to look flat the whole way.
Yeah, but there's a level. He's not right at water level, So
Right.
That's
But
why I think he's in terms of 17.
24 feet of drop isn't the middle point. It's not.
It's from start to finish. That would be 24 feet is the drop for 6 miles.
Right. So dump that in half to look for a high spot.
Well, no. You don't cut that in half. You divide it in 4. It's 2 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, but
there's only one
That's
problem.
8 foot.
There's
So
no
it's
drop
8 foot. Right. But that's not.
And no hump.
But
the water
it's
is perfectly level and horizontal.
Okay,
all the way through.
Okay. It looks perfectly horizontal. It is perfectly level. I mean, we can all agree that it is perfectly level because the water is at rest. But without any calibration, SE, that's the key thing. Without any calibration, I'm looking at water that looks flat, and so I'm going to say it's flat. But there's no.
Are you
calibration.
saying that the water needs calibration? The canal
No, I'm
needs
saying
calibration?
I'm saying that the observation, if you're going to draw conclusions. So, SE, would you agree that if you were trying to measure something that is near zero, you're going to need some very special procedures? Like if I asked you to measure the thickness of a sheet of paper, you'd say, oh, let me pull out my ruler. Okay, look, it's 0. So the thickness of the sheet of paper is 0, right? But you all know the thickness is not 0 because if you take a ream of paper, which is 500 sheets, it's like 1.5 inches. So you just do the math. Like 500 sheets is 1.5 inches thick, and so divide by 500, and you get the thickness of one sheet of paper. But you can't just say, "Oh, one sheet of paper appears to be 0," and that's what people are doing when they're observing stuff in the real world, because the Earth happens to be really, really big, so water appears flat, as it should appear flat. If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, still water.
Okay, Charles,
will appear flat.
you're monologuing a bit, bro. I don't know if you realize it, but can I get in?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Okay. So now you said it's flat. You said it's level, right?
I said it
Looks
is level
flat.
and it looks flat.
Right. Now you're talking about 1 inch of paper. We're talking about 24 feet. You're telling me there's a drop in elevation from one end of the canal to the other, 24 feet.
No
and
elevation
you're telling me
change.
that's not noticeable in reality?
No elevation change.
Right, but so
there's
Charles,
a drop without elevation change. In reality, a drop from horizontal,
right,
without elevation change. In
Yes.
reality,
Yes, but the thing is, this
no,
drop,
not yes. No.
SE, this drop is purely theoretical. It doesn't.
So not real. So there is no drop.
horizontal. SE, drop from what? Like where in the real world do you project a horizontal line 6 miles into the distance?
I'll tell you,
it's
in a
just
canal.
never done. It's never ever done. No, the
In
canal
a canal,
is,
a body of water, yes.
canal is not horizontal.
Absolutely done.
A canal is level.
All right. Well, let me say this though. Okay, so if you had this was at 6 miles, so Charles, you would agree if at 20, let's say you're right down at the water level. So we'll use the 24 feet. Obviously, if you're above it, you might be 20 feet. Might be. I mean, Rumpus is going for 17, so obviously it would be a little bit lower depending on how high you are above the water. But just for the moment, if you're right at the water, 24 feet. So your understanding of it is that if there's earth curve, if you have a target that's 24 foot tall, you wouldn't see it at all. If it's 25, hold on, let me finish, and then you can respond. If it's 25 feet tall, you would see 1 foot of it. If it's 26 feet tall, you'd see 2 feet of it, etc.
No.
Okay, then explain your understanding of that with the 24
Because
feet.
observations aren't made with your eyeballs half floating in water. Okay, so obstruction.
All right, put it a foot above, 2 feet above.
Okay, no obstruction. You need the an earth curve calculator that takes into account observer height. The second thing is that observations very, very close to water over long distances, you get interesting refraction effects, which is why you really want to go higher above the water. which is why I'm
This
stressing
is
the
ridiculous.
calibration.
I mean, why do you guys keep going on and on and on with the same fuck?
All right.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
you're
I don't
just
mean to interrupt.
interrupting. At least let him finish, man. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Charles.
no, but the thing is, if we know for a fact that there are interesting refraction effects, when you're inches above the water or a foot above the water, why don't we just eliminate those by going 13 feet above the water, which is exactly what Wallace did. So if you put a target 13 feet above the water 6 miles away, another target 13 feet above the water 3 miles away, and then you place your telescope 13 feet above the water, you should match the elevation profile, or whatever you want to call it, the profile of the canal, of the still water in the canal. And I'm telling you that if you do this, you will see both a hump and a drop. It all depends on where you are pointing your telescope.
Can I say something about
Sure.
this? I mean, just this whole I think it was you that said your whole basis of what you're saying right now, your statements are based on the metric that you're assuming is accurate, and that's the radius around the equator of the ball, which is 25,000 miles in circumference. Okay, so when you do some basic trigonometry math, you can see, and this happens all over the place. I mean, we've got lighthouses 60, 100 miles apart from each other. You can look and you can see that the water does not curve. Now, if we were on, and listen, let me finish. If we were on what you're claiming we're on, which is a 25,000 mile around ball at its widest point at the equator, the basic math of what you're claiming is real. We should see a bend and a curve on the water line when we're looking at a lighthouse over here and another lighthouse over here, and they're 60 miles apart. There should be a bend, but there's not. Ever.
When you say bend, what do you mean? Do you
It's
mean a left to right
that's
bend?
what you guys started with. You guys are the ones that said that we're on this ball that's 25,000 miles around.
Yes, we
biggest
are.
part
But
let me finish. You asked.
Sure.
At the widest center is the equator, and that's how you come up with the 25,000 miles around. And if it's a ball, based on just basic trigonometry at those metrics, 25,000 miles, you're going to see a curve 8 inches per mile squared. So when you look and you're standing on a beach and you're looking at one lighthouse that's over here on this point in that bay, and you're looking at another lighthouse over here that's at that point in that bay, and you've rowed your boat, you've done your GPS, and they're 60 to 100 miles apart. Then you go back to that position of your observation on the beach, looking at both of those points, and there's no curve in the water at all. So that's the whole point that we're not saying that the earth is this way or that way. We're just saying that we've never seen it to be the way you guys are saying it is based on your 25,000 miles around the center. Nobody's ever witnessed it.
And you probably shouldn't. All right. So the thing is, the geometry of.
Are you saying it's too big for me to actually calculate the geometry that you're giving me?
I'm not saying it's too big to calculate. I'm saying it's too big to witness curving.
But that's what we've done. No, look.
Okay.
Dan just posted a great image, right? A photo, whatever. You can do, and you'll just say, "Oh, well, that's just this anomaly." Just like it sounds like you were saying about the Bedford levels, the Bedford Canal. You're just saying that all these places that people have compared the metrics of what you're telling us, the size of the ball. And if that's true, we should go out there with our trigonometry and our protractors, and we should be able to see that water curving around the ball.
Okay.
That's
Can I
never
answer?
happened, dude.
All
Not unless you're part of a club or you got a super expensive CGI gadget. But everybody that goes out there and they've got their own, go fast rockets, their own independent balloons, CGI. Everybody that goes out there with their own. I've gone out there on the beach. I've mapped it myself. The fact is, you can't prove that what you're saying is true, but you want us to accept it is.
Can I answer?
Please.
Okay. So there is a huge difference. First off, Flack, Your name's Flack. Everything
I'm
you're
listening,
saying,
dude. I'm listening. I'm willing to learn, but what's interesting is you guys aren't willing to actually honor your own metrics.
Well, you got to pass the mic, man. You said a lot.
Yeah,
You got to
I'm
fully
done.
let.
I'm done, dude. He asked me, so I started.
I asked if what your name was. Are you Flack?
Yep.
Okay. So Flack, what you're saying is absolutely a valid point. So first thing I want to do is I want to say that the concerns that you are raising are valid concerns. The second thing is a lot of people don't understand there's a difference between seeing a curve, meaning I'm looking at something and I can tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line, right? I'm seeing a curve. There's a huge difference between seeing a curve versus what appears to be a straight line and witnessing the effects of curvature. If we are on a globe that is 25,000 miles in circumference, there is nothing we're going to see that is curving. Well, almost nothing. I mean, there's a few rare exceptions. Lake Pontchartrain is one of them because there are very, very few things that are following a perfect geodesic, meaning a shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere or a globe. There are very, very few things like that in the world. The power lines on Lake Pontchartrain, the causeway on Lake Pontchartrain, those are two examples, but they're very, very rare. I think there's something out in the Salt Lake.
Can I say something?
I'm trying to answer your.
Okay, go.
I'm trying to answer your question because you talked for like 5 minutes, so give me a little bit of breathing space.
Maybe. When I've been in here for 3 hours and I kept my mouth shut. So okay, cool.
So what I'm saying is that if you're talking about observations you're making on the beach, you are seeing, like if you're standing at the water's edge, the horizon is 3 miles away. And so 3 miles is not a big difference between 25,000 miles. And then if you look left to right, if you look something at your left, the lighthouse on your left and a lighthouse on your right, you're still only looking at a handful of miles. A handful of miles compared to 25,000. So you should not see a curve. So I don't think anybody on the globe side is saying you should see curved water. You should see curved this, curved that.
Of course they're not.
It's extremely rare. So nobody on our side is saying you should see curve. We're just saying geometry.
Okay. So let me just make a quick point. What I'm saying is what you're giving me is like you're giving me a basketball and you're telling me that it's like 12 inches around and I can hold it in my hands. I can see it. I can feel it. I can hold it up to the light source or whatever. I can see the curve of the edge of it. But what you're telling me is that when you give me a metric of a ball that's 25,000 miles around instead of 12 inches like the basketball, then I can never see the curve.
Not never.
That's false.
No, I didn't say never. I'm just saying expectations of seeing it on the surface.
8 inches of curve, and you're trying to tell me when I'm looking at distances that are 60 miles, 60 times 8 squared, you're trying to tell me that I'm looking at something that's curved, but I see it flat?
Okay.
That's all I'm
so
saying.
Water should.
You're giving me a basketball, and you're telling me that's 12 inches, and that's why you can see it's a ball, and it's round, you can feel it and verify it. But then when I extend it out to 25,000 miles, you can't, it's all flat. It's like a flat basketball now because it's so big. I mean, that just doesn't even make sense in and of itself. Even though I even apply your own math based on the 25,000 miles, which is 8 inches per mile squared. So I should see like a couple of miles of curve with a 60-mile distance between two things on this water ball. But it's never witnessed. So then when I bring that question up, people are like, oh, well, it's because you're not really seeing it the way you're seeing it. I'm just using your math. You gave me a 25,000 mile around basketball, and apparently it doesn't have any curve anymore because it's so big.
Okay. You're saying a bunch of things that are absolutely false. No one says there's no curve because it's so big. We're saying
You're saying we can't see it. You're saying we can't go out there and see it. So we just have to trust it's there. That's what you're saying.
If you visit my channel, you can actually discover for yourself the shape of the Earth using all the explorations on my channel. They're all DIY. I don't have a whole lot of observations that I make myself. So no, I don't tell people the Earth is a globe because I'm saying it's a globe. I'm saying you can go out and figure out the shape of the Earth yourself. But if you have a question about the geometry,
no, you can't. You gotta have a really
you gotta stop interrupting, young man.
Come on, dude.
You got to stop interrupting. I gave you lots of breathing space. I'm saying that the expectation of seeing things curving at the Earth's surface are going to be frustrating. You're not going to see things curving at the Earth's surface. If you go
Why not?
high in elevation, sure, you could see a curved horizon. If you go high on up in elevation, and a lot of flat earthers have sent up helium balloons with rectilinear lenses, non-GoPro, non-fisheye lenses, and they see the curvature of the horizon from 100,000 feet. But you're not going to see it at the surface. You're going to see the effects of curvature, but you're not going to see curving. That's the important distinction, and I don't think you're getting that distinction.
I think if someone else wants to pick up the combo, I temporarily muted him because he was interrupting and looks like he left the VC. So.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Gio. I appreciate that. But that's I had this debate with Jibby Jedi over this.
He's
it was
back.
Like
I don't know.
Curvature.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm out of here, dude. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I know when I'm not welcome.
It's not about being not welcome, man. You're chronically.
You guys can go on and on for hours.
Yeah, you're chronically interrupting. It's very rude. That's why you were temporarily muted. But yeah, go ahead, Charles.
No. I'd like to hear what Flack has to say, but Flack, I just want to say I'm trying to validate your where you're coming from. If you want to see something curved, you got to go high in elevation. But if you want to see the effects of curvature, we could see the effects of curvature here on the surface, such as obstruction of things. Like if you look at that lighthouse 60 miles away, you're not going to see that lighthouse down to the base. You're gonna see maybe the top. I don't know. 60 miles is pretty long.
My bad. It's hard to respond when you're muted.
Go ahead, Flack. Or did he actually leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck off.
Upset him.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't know if SE was still around, but the point about the Bedford level is that if you put a camera right down at the waters, right down at the level of the water, you're going to get interesting refraction effects. You can eliminate these interesting effects by going 13 feet up. Then you could just connect the dots. You should be able to connect the dot of a 13-foot target at 3 miles and a 13-foot target at 6 miles, and your telescope is at 13 feet. They're all above the water. It should be a straight line. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It should be a straight line, but it's not a straight line. That's the issue. You would literally be witnessing Earth curvature over a 6-mile Bedford Canal, and you have both hump and drop simultaneously, all depending on where your line of sight is. So, Dan the Waterman, are you speaking? Because I'm seeing your thing flashing, but I'm not hearing anything.
No, noise in the background.
Oh, okay.
But Jibby did like talking to you. Rest in peace, Jib.
Yeah, he was a great guy. We had this debate set up. This is like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and so I prepared like this 100-slide long, presentation, whatever. And I show up and I'm trying to give my opening statement or whatever, and I go turn the mic over to Jibby, and then I was like, so what you thinking? He's like, oh man, I wasn't really paying attention, and I had to go to the bathroom, and and he was half baked, clearly tied one on before, and it was just like, so it was really for the audience, But it was in that debate with Jibby that I prepared this whole presentation about, seeing a curve, meaning I'm seeing something that doesn't look straight, versus seeing the effects of curvature. And those are two very distinctive concepts that get conflated.
Well, and the third one would be an apparent curve.
Yeah, but I think, Charles, I wanted to respond to as well with what you were saying. I mean, the thing is, you were saying that, you line up these things at 13 feet and you get this straight line. I would say, could you show what you've, why do you believe in that, basically? So I'm not trying to, in some big debate point, trying to roast you or tell you to prove it in that way. I'm just saying, what has convinced you of that? So do you have anything that would show that to be the case? Because the thing is about the curvature in general is that when we're looking out over the Earth, there should be like, the geometry should cause things to drop, and various objects should be hidden by the curvature, and that's not consistently viewed on the Earth. We see way too far repeatedly all the time. There's literally thousands upon thousands of observations. Lighthouses that can be seen at 80 miles away, land masses that can be seen hundreds of miles away. I mean, in even closer distances, as well, that are not blocked by the curvature, which should be there. And even the globe Earth guys, a lot of them have that are asserting the globe have admitted that, obviously, and then they use refraction. Well, it's not actually the curve that is there, but it's actually refraction, and then you get into this whole bendy, warpy light that's bending things around curves, and then it can just kind of be whatever you need it to be to fit the observation. If we see too far, the refraction is just causing the globe to see too far. If it's we don't see as far, look at that, it's Earth curve. So there's sort of a lot of conflation when it comes to these optical effects. But just to finish my statement here, but the thing is, consistently looking over the surface, this is why there's so many people questioning the globe. If we all went out and saw the true effects of the geometric curvature, then I don't think this would be, a huge discussion. I mean, and this has been a discussion since the dawn of time, so it's not even new. But I'm just saying, I don't think this would be, let's just say in this modern time, like, in the last decade or so, as many people have high long zoom cameras and all kinds of equipment, the curvature is not observed the way you're describing it, the way you're laying it out. So I'm wondering why you believe it to be different, or what you've seen or what you've observed yourself for that to be different.
Yeah. Okay. So for starters, I've confirmed for myself the shape of the Earth based on the many observations of the night sky and also the day sky. Like looking at the sun, moon, and stars, and just making up all sorts of crazy predictions and having these predictions come true. So I have conclusively verified for myself with my own data and my own crazy observations and predictions the shape of the Earth. Okay, so let's just put that there. Okay. Having said that, now that I know what the shape of the Earth is, I see these, we see too far videos. We have this laser test over this lake, and we see too far, and et cetera, et cetera. So I've, Geo, your question is really, really great. And every single one that I've looked at, and I know I'm going to say a number, and I don't know, this number is triggering to some people. Every single example of we see too far has been less than half a degree off of globe math, meaning that you got light going, a laser light going 30 miles across this lake. Well, is it possible that a light can bend less than half a degree after passing through 30 miles of atmosphere? Well, that's the error that I've seen. Usually we see too far is less than half a degree deviated from globe math. So that's not a big error to me. That's not a big error.
Put it in feet. Don't leave it at a degree. I mean, you're giving it 360 segments, and then those segments are vast. I'm not sure why you've chosen.
Yeah, that's a good point. But Charles, what observations have you made, then verified it?
So one of my favorite times to observe is during the equinox, because there's effectively no Earth tilt, and so you can do at least 6 distinct observations of the sun. I think maybe it's 8 different observations of the sun. My favorite of which is measuring or marking the shadows of a sundial throughout the day on the date of the equinox. And I know that not everybody in this room is a flat earther, and I know not everybody agrees on the geometry, but the vast majority of people who don't believe in the globe believe that the Earth is kind of more like a pizza than a basketball, right? I'm not saying everybody in this room agrees that, but that's the predominant view, is more pizza shape than basketball shape. And so if the sun is doing an orbit, a circular orbit, then you would expect to see some sort of curve in the full day's worth of shadows on the equinox. But the globe math predicts a straight line path of shadows. It's quite extraordinary. From 12 hours of sunshine, having the sun literally trace a straight path in the sky is quite extraordinary. And what do you see? You see a straight line path of shadows that runs west to east on the date of the equinox with your sundial, and anyone could do this. I mean, that's just one of many, many observations that I've made. That one observation does not prove the globe, but it is very, very problematic to, to the flat Earth model, or if you want to say the Earth is more like a pizza than a basketball. So yeah. And if you'd like me to describe any more, I can describe more.
Can I ask you a semi-personal question, Charles?
Oh, sure.
Do you have any vision problems? Wear spectacles, contacts?
I do wear glasses. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
I mean, the thing is, Charles, like the last thing I had said, I feel like I really didn't respond to it at all. Like I had laid out, I'd asked you, like, what has caused you to believe, like long distance observations, that things are being obscure the way the curvature denotes. And I had asked you all of that. And then your response was to instantly go to the sky. Now, I'm not trying to do like a roasting debate, like you have to answer my question or anything. I'm just saying, like, did you want to actually respond, to that?
Yes,
because the thing is, like, if you're going to assert that, it seems like if you believe it, it would make sense for you to, like, if the Earth was a globe and it was the way you're saying that the curvature can be this observed with obscuration of objects and drop and so on. It's like, my thought is you should be able to come into a room like this and be like, hey, you guys, dude, for sure it's a globe. Check this out, guys. You guys are way off. It's definitely a globe. Let me just show you right now, man. You can go on the ground. You can do this. You can do that. Look, 13 feet, visible, non-visible. I mean, it should be like very solid to just drop it and just do the mic drop for the whole room, right?
No, not on a globe that's 25,000 miles across, or 25,000 miles in circumference. See, the biggest problem with the whole flat Earth debate is people do not understand the scale of the Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking about 6 miles at the Bedford levels. That's not.
Yes,
I mean, that's,
and what fraction of that is out of 25,000?
It's a small fraction, but we're talking about a
tiny.
Yeah,
tiny,
but a
tiny
24 foot. A 24 foot. It's not really that small, because a 24 foot drop, that's over 2 basketball hoops. That's pretty far. That's pretty big.
But dropping from what? Dropping from a theoretical horizontal line from a 0.6 miles away. It's like completely unmeasurable. Meaning, like, where are you going to drop your tape measure from? You're going to drop your tape measure from a theoretical line that was measured 6 miles away horizontally. It's all very academic. So the expectation that we're going to see something that is 2 basketball hoops, deviated from something, that's a frustrating expectation. You're just not going to see anything. There is no 24 feet to be measured, because you're measuring it from a theoretical line that was projected from 6 miles away.
Yeah, but if it's planar, you could see it. If it's curving, it would be hidden. That's the point. It's curved. It's just like if you're like around the corner of a hallway, you can't see what's around the hallway. So that should be observable, and it isn't.
24 feet is not obscured. So if you take a look at any footage taken with like one of these cameras that scuba divers are like, they're dunking underwater, and then then they come up and the water is like halfway on the lens of the camera, and then you're like, you can't even see the beach that's a couple hundred yards away. Right? So, when your camera is halfway in the water, you can't see any kind of distance. Right? So the idea that you're going to have 24 feet that's obscured is it's absurd. So that's why they have these, curvature calculators. The Metabunk is probably the most famous one. And then it runs all the numbers. It runs the globe numbers, and there's a section that says geometric, and then there's a section that says, with refraction. Or I don't know how we labeled it, but
so
it runs all the numbers.
At a 2 foot eye height, at 6 distance, it's 12 feet hidden height. So that means that if you had a 12-foot pole at the end of the 6 mile distance, again, 2 feet above the water, 6 miles, 12 feet. If you had a 12-foot pole, that should be completely invisible. Now, if you had a 13-foot pole, you'd see a foot of it. A 14-foot pole, you'd see 2 feet of it. So that's what should occur if it's a globe. But when we go there and we see 8 feet of it, 10 feet of it, or even all of it, then you're going to probably bring in a form of refraction with a radius-based value to make the planar observation be explained on an ad hoc globular surface.
Okay, so it's not. There's nothing ad hoc about it, but what we do know is that the closer you get to the water, like if you're inches above the water or just 1 foot above the water, you have very interesting refraction effects. Now, I would hope, Gio, that you would understand that, like, even just measure humidity. What's the humidity right above a canal surface versus what's the humidity 13 feet above the surface. I'm hoping that you would understand that, like, you're going to get some significant difference in conditions. Same thing with like temperature. So why don't we just eliminate all that? Why don't we eliminate all that and go 13 feet above the water? If you have a start, middle, and an end, and they're all 13 feet above the water, it's a slam dunk for flat Earth to just line those three things up in your line of sight. And the problem is that they don't line up in the line of sight. And furthermore, the halfway point and the far target are all below the crosshairs of horizontal.
Okay, then could you show me? Let's just start from there. Then could you show me what has convinced you of that? That's my question. It's not a debate point. I'm just asking what has convinced you of what you just stated, because you just said it's not. So you're obviously convinced of it. Is it a belief? Is it what's the reason you believe that?
Okay, so and I apologize, Gio, that you thought I was changing the subject when I said the sky. So the thing is, I don't have access to the Bedford level. I do not own a theodolite. I cannot, I don't have a canal anywhere near me, so I cannot construct that observation. The reason why I mentioned the sky was I personally have verified the shape of the Earth to my own satisfaction many, many different ways. So I just wanted to introduce with that. So I know what the shape of the Earth is based on my own observations, full stop. Now, having said that, I have, done some analysis of the things that you've described about, these long distance sightings. And like, how can I explain them? How can I come to grips with these long distance sightings and still believe the Earth is a globe? Well, if I run the numbers, all these deviations from perfect globe math has been less than a half a degree.
All right, so you went to this guy and went to the half a degree again. If you could respond to what I said, we're talking about, you said with the Bedford level, we're talking about that. You said, let's go higher above the water, 13 feet, so 13-foot poles. Yes. And you said they're going to deviate. They're going to drop to the curvature. You made that statement very solid, very, very like for sure. And I'm asking you, what has convinced you of that? Could you show me that result, or are you just kind of asserting it without having any reason to actually know that would happen?
Fair enough. Okay, so I was going by. There was a write up and it had literally the illustrations drawn, because there was like judges or something that were there, and I'm going to try to Google it, but I don't like Googling things while I'm speaking to somebody. That's kind of disrespectful. But if you give me a few moments, if you want to talk to somebody else, I can try looking up the copy of the illustrations that were made by the judges that were in the field, because it was, and I forget the details, but it was a bet, and they were trying to settle a bet. And so they had judges that were looking through the telescope of this theodolite, and then they did a sketch on paper, and they showed the crosshairs of the theodolite, and they showed what the halfway target was, and they showed the banner on the far bridge, the 6 mile target. And so to answer your question, Gio, I'm basing this, very, very forthright statement. It sounds factual. I wasn't there. I'm basing it on their testimony. And again, maybe they were all lying, but that's what I'm basing this thing on, about the hump and drop.
You're talking about the Wallace?
All right.
Yeah, the Wallace.
Thanks for clarifying. Thanks for clarifying. You just asserted it so matter-of-factly. I thought maybe you had direct evidence of it, but if not, that's all right.
I've never been to England, okay? But,
well, then why make the statement that if you do the 13 feet, it's absolutely going to be XYZ, and then be like, well, actually, I've never been there. I've never done it. I read an article that was done in the 1800s off the internet. It just seems like not very authentic of a way to...
So, Gio...
I'm not trying to call you out as being some huge thing. I'm just saying, in terms of a debate style, that doesn't seem like a very a way of integrity to go about, in terms of asserting something and then being like, well, it was something I read on the internet, maybe, because you said it very matter-of-factly. So anyone listening, when you said that, might have thought, oh, wow, this guy has it. This is it. Earth's a globe. He's absolutely got this deviation with the 13-foot poles, and they drop like that. But then when I kind of asked you further, you went to the sky, you went to these other things, and it sounds like that's your response, which is okay. I've now heard your response.
So, but Gio, let me defend myself. Chances are you believe in Alaska. Like you might not have ever been to Alaska. Chances are you believe in all sorts of places on the Earth that you've never been to. And I said, well, how do you know? Well, I saw it on Wikipedia. And that's kind of a bit of a dismissal. So I just wanted to preface. I've told you that I don't have access to theodolite. I've never been to the Bedford level. I do know the shape of the Earth, actually, based on my own observations and experiments and predictions. That's another thing, is I've made predictions. The predictions have come true. And then so, for you to just to sweep all that aside and say, well, you haven't been to the Bedford level, so you can't say anything with intelligence. Yeah, I haven't been to the Bedford level, but I'm telling you that if anybody wanted to duplicate the conditions, and like I said, I don't know if the Bedford level is overgrown with vegetation. So that was one of the concerns I heard about 3 or 4 years ago. Somebody talked about the Bedford level and how it was all, shrubbery was in the way. So they didn't have a nice line of sight for 6 miles. But
yeah, but I mean, I hear you, but if you've deduced certain things based on other things you've done or whatever, that's fine. I was just kind of wanting to get right to that particular one, because you made the statement, the 13-foot poles, and absolutely they would be dropping. So then I asked, what is the evidence for that? What has caused you to believe that? And you did, in fairness, I was asking you how you came to that belief. And to be fair, you did actually respond to that. You said, well, I came to that belief through, and then you were saying the other reasons you think the Earth is a sphere, the thing you'd read on the internet of what they claimed, or the report of whatever you had come across in that way. So to be fair, you did actually respond why you believe that to be the case. But I mean, if we were in more of like a court case style debate where it was like really like holding one's feet to the fire, you did make the claim of exactly what would happen with 13-foot poles over that distance. And it does not sound like you actually have the results to say, oh yeah, for sure, bro, check this out. We did it. We got video, we got cameras, we got footage. We have all these different things. See these 13 feet, we got these 3 targets. See how that one's not visible. That one's partially visible. But it's because you made the statement as if that was the case. Like, as it's going, a matter of fact, that's what would happen if you and I were at the Bedford levels and we did this today. And it sounds like that's not necessarily the case.
So Gio, one of the big blind spots in the flat Earth debate is like people are not allowed to say things unless they've personally done it themselves, and that's a bit of a fallacy. I can tell you what I have done myself personally has confirmed the globe shape of the Earth, and especially the predictions I've made, some of which are pretty ridiculous. Like I've even predicted, not predicted, but estimated the subsolar point in the Pacific Ocean based on holding up a sunlit globe in Philadelphia. And I was right. I was within 10% of the actual location. So, when we're talking about the Bedford level, it's not like I'm talking about it as the guy who did the experiment. I never said I did the experiment. I said Alfred Wallace in the 1800s did X, Y, Z, and here are the calibrations that he used. Here's the procedure, which anyone could duplicate if they have, one of the first things I said is how much money you're willing to spend. How you build these 13-foot poles. I don't know. How do you get to the Bedford level? I don't know. Is there vegetation? I don't know. So I'm not talking about it like I was there. And I prefaced the whole thing like I said I wasn't there. I haven't done the Bedford level experiment. But if you just take a camera to the Bedford level with no calibration, it's going to look flat. I also said that. Water looks flat. Level, flat, still, water looks flat. No argument there. The hump and the drop are all theoretical constructs based on a very, very gently curving Earth. And so how do you measure the hump and the drop? You put a 13-foot target at the halfway point and at the end point, and then you just see if the targets line up.
Right, and that's where you had made the statement, and because you made it as a matter of factly, like for example, if I, said like I'm gonna have to run in a minute. I will be listening, but I need to run an errand before the store closes. So I'm going to run out, and I'll just use this example. If I'm going to run out, I'm going to get in my car, drive down the street. If I were to say, oh yes, there's a stop sign, at this street and this street, and I'm, it's definitely there kind of thing. Like that's very matter of fact. And if I'm going to make that assertion, technically I could take you there. I could show you videos, camera, whatever it may be. Like, if I'm going to make that level of statement. So all I'm saying is it sounded like when we were in that with the 17-foot, 24-foot, we're talking about all that. And it just sounded like you made a very matter-of-fact statement because you were saying go higher above the water, and I'm cool to go with that with you. Okay, let's go 13 feet above the water and have 3 targets, etc. It just sounded like you made like a very definitive statement about precisely what would be observed, which would fit the globe one. But the thing is, when many, many of us have gone out in the world, these observations don't fit the globe, which is why this discussion is occurring, and the talking about the shape of the Earth and so on. and not the Earth not fitting with the globe model. So it was just that you made the statement so solidly that anyone listening very likely would have been like, "Oh wow, that's it. Boom, Earth's a globe." And so it's okay. And just when I pressed you further on it, you gave further information, and it sounds like you don't have that. And I don't know, it just sounded like you asserted it as if it was fact. So I just wanted to see if you had the results of that.
Yeah. All right. I apologize that you misunderstood what I was saying, but it is, if somebody wants to make a calibrated observation, like SE Montreal just posted I guess an animated GIF. There's no target at the far end. It's a calibrated height. There are no crosshairs in that animated GIF. There is no target at the halfway point. So what we have is a very nice zoomed in video of very flat looking water with no calibration. That's the thing. That's the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers. Is globe earthers say use calibration, and flat earthers like, well, you should see curvature. And
what is the distance of that, SE? That's awesome, dude.
That's. I'm glad you asked that. That's exactly what we're talking about. That's the Bedford water level. That's Bev and the gang did that. That's 6 miles, Gio. Do you see any hump or drop? Anybody?
See, that's the thing, Charles. That's the thing, dude. Right here, 6 miles zooms in. You see flat.
Absolutely
as far as you go. Planar on every level.
Absolutely looks flat.
All I'm going to say, so what you would have to believe, if it's a globe, is that it actually is curving, but you're zooming in, and somehow it's just showing planar geometry.
How much Earth curvature would you expect?
Well, we were just going over it.
Out of 25,000.
Well, what is the observation height of the camera? Do you know, Essie, on this?
Sorry?
Do you know what the observation height of what the camera was on this?
I think he's on one of the bridges.
Yeah, so this one actually,
if I recall,
this one probably is high enough that maybe the curvature may or may not be. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's like 15 feet above, then there wouldn't be observable.
So, but and then speaking very specifically about this, it looks like vegetation is not a problem. So there's that far bridge that looks like it's a modern highway bridge. It looks like the canal is free, and I'm pretty sure I don't know if they still use it for navigation, but somebody should be able to get out there with like a canoe or something, and make like something with pontoons or something, like a couple pieces of bamboo or something, and make it 13 feet or whatever. Somebody should be able to put a 13-foot disc exactly 13 feet above the water at the halfway point and at the end point. It looks like it's a clear line of sight. And so
that's not a 6 mile span right there. That's only a couple.
It's not the 6 mile span.
That's 6 miles.
I doubt it. It just doesn't appear like.
So
well, go argue with them.
And then the other thing is, then you can do this with a theodolite or an auto level where you have crosshairs. So again, there's no calibration in that issue or in that image, other than zooming in. And that's great. You got no argument that water looks flat. The water should look flat. But
you realize
the water should look flat.
Yeah, because
when it's at rest. Yeah,
6 miles out of 25,000.
But you think, Charles, that it should be a 20-foot drop at the end of that? That's just
that's
ridiculous,
a drop,
bro.
That's a drop from a theoretical line. Where is this theoretical line? Can you tell
me?
In
your head.
In that image?
In your head. In
that image.
In your head.
So SC,
zombie,
in that image.
That's a heavy song. Sorry.
In that image, where is this? Where is the 24 theoretical line? Because it's not marked. Okay, that's my point. There's no marked line.
What do you mean marked?
Therefore, you cannot draw any conclusion.
You think there should be a neon sign pointing to it or something?
Well, the thing is if he's
saying it's an academic exercise without calibration. There's no calibration in that issue. I don't know why flat earthers are so afraid of calibration. That literally doesn't make any sense to me. Earth curvature is really, 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 really small, and you're expecting it to be, punching you in the face.
It's just
okay.
Earth curvature.
So the Earth's bigger now. It's a bigger basketball.
It's just not there, man. We've looked. We've checked.
Yeah. I don't know what you're following, Charles.
Is there any disagreement with let's try some calibration with this exact same distance? Let's measure 13 feet at the start, 13 feet in the middle, 13 feet at the end, and use a crosshairs?
That all sounds good. I think there's a lot more that everyone can do.
Okay.
For
Well,
sure.
that could be a student project for you, Charles. Take the class out. Make it a
Yes, and
project. There you go.
Let's fly my class out to the Bedford level.
Not do that. Yeah,
Would you be
okay.
paying
There's
for
no
it?
canals where you're at, Charles.
Hey,
6
Charles,
mile
are you
long
a
straight
school
canals?
teacher?
No.
Are you a school teacher, Charles?
Yes, I am.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I know. I get that reaction a lot.
Yeah, I know, it is frightening.
What topic do you teach? If you
teach math.
Okay, so not really Earth stuff necessarily.
Yeah, no, you should probably teach theology or something like that.
Actually, you know, I am toying with the idea of having a Flat Earth club next year. I'm an animation club that only has a couple of members, but yeah, the goal of the Flat Earth club will be to investigate Flat Earth claims. So basically, we'll watch Flat Earth videos and we'll see, you know, we'll take apart the arguments and see if there's validity, and we'll see what kind of measurements we can make ourselves, and it'll be a good time. So,
You know who's already done that? You know R.C. Meisty?
No.
Oh, you don't know R.C. Meisty? Come on, you got to know him. No, dude, he's done exactly that. He's also a teacher. He's been doing it for years. Yeah, he's a teacher. Is it high school? Probably. Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know exactly what level. It's not, I don't think it's college. I think it's high school. But yeah, dude, he's been doing this for years. He claims, where he has a whole Flat Earth curriculum, basically. Like in his course, he actually has the kids all do, like, you know, they have to, like, and he gives them like Eric Dubay videos and ODD videos, and they have to watch the video. Then they do like a book report, and then, you know, they come back with their results and their analysis, and they have to write a paper on it and stuff. So yeah, he's been
cool.
doing that.
Well, one of the things I'm going to emphasize, if I do a Flat Earth club, right now it's just in the idea stage, is I'm going to emphasize critical thinking. You know, I'm not going to say, you know, I'm going to tell you the shape of the Earth. What I am going to emphasize is, you know, how can we critically examine these ideas? How can we critically examine the globe or the flat or whatever, you know, XYZ? You know, let's examine these claims. Let's see what we can figure out. But use critical thinking, and that's the thing is that really is so frustrating sometimes.
Charles, I don't want to be
critical
too judgy here, Charles, but I think you should back away from the topics altogether. Don't teach round or flat. It's not worth.
I mean, I teach statistics, so I don't teach.
Okay.
I don't teach the shape of the Earth. I teach statistics and computer science. So.
Yeah, I mean, people have talked in these communities for years about critical thinking, meaning that the globe assertions are there's often assumptions involved, there's belief involved, there's data we can't validate. So those kinds of statements you're using, like think for yourself, critically think, etc., have been sort of mantras that are discussed thoroughly in terms of the idea of like that from the perspective that we were indoctrinated into a false globe model, and then to really, really be able to think for yourself, do your own observations, for example, you know, and don't just necessarily go along with the crowd, as it were, and just sort of accept things willy-nilly, you know, in that sense.
So, yeah, that's a good point. Charles, do you ever teach your students to just take what you provide and learn it and not be critical in thinking or analyzing stuff?
Absolutely not. In fact, there's, you know, almost all the formulas that we do, we derive in class. You know, like for example, one of the ugliest formulas. I'm not teaching Algebra 2 this year, but I'll be teaching Algebra 2 next year. Is the quadratic formula? I don't have it, you know, at hand, but it's the one that goes, you know, negative b times the plus or minus the square root of what is it? B squared minus 4ac all over 2a. It's an extremely obnoxious looking. It's an extremely obnoxious looking formula, but it's called the quadratic formula. If you want to, you know, Google it or whatever. And when I teach the quadratic formula, I mean, the way I was taught it when I was in school is I was handed that formula and said, "Hey, here's this formula. You can use it, and it works." And I used it, and it does work. But when I teach it, is I actually derive the formula live in class. Requires, you know, completing the square with a theoretical trinomial. But I derive the formula, and so yeah, I really have critical thinking from my students, as opposed to, you know, I'm the teacher, you do this, you know, don't ask me any questions. I mean, that seems that like a lot of flat earthers may have that experience with some teachers, and teachers should be fired, you know?
Well, I mean, there's a good amount of that in the mainstream education world. Like, It's like you can freely think within the bounds of what you can freely think about, which is usually what goes with the test and with the protocol. I mean, if you're going to walk into a class and just completely question everything to a degree, they're probably going to fail you if you don't go along with the deal. So it's like you can freely think within this cage is often how it is.
Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, but a 10-mile span quadratically would have a 16-foot hump in the middle. I'm sorry, a 16-foot elevation in the middle with drops on left and right. If you were
It's
looking,
2 inches. It's 2 inches per mile squared. So 10-mile span. That's 200 inches. The Sagitta. That's 200 divided by 12, so that's 16 feet. Yeah, was that what you were saying? 16 foot?
yeah, I just want to make sure I'm saying the right shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because we did run a drone. We did run a drone in the sky. We did do a time lapse at 10 miles away of going across left and right with incandescent lights on a truck to see what it tried to look like in a time lapse. So we were
Okay.
trying to figure out, did we have the pixel strength at 8 miles away or whatever we were?
Yeah. The drone footage stuff is really cool, especially if you're in an area that is largely flat. Like there was a guy, I forget his name. He did drone stuff over at the Great Salt Lake, and also there's like salt flats that are adjacent to the Great Salt Lake, in Utah. And then he just just took his drone and I guess the modern drones are really nicely stabilized, where there's not a lot of wobbly action. So he just took his drone and he aimed it at the horizon and then just went vertically. He just increased in elevation, and it's like you literally could see the Earth like just sort of roll away. It's tough because you can't put a theodolite on a drone. No, you can't put an auto level. I mean, maybe somebody can try, but they're kind of heavy, so it's kind of hard to have some calibrated observations. But it is pretty cool what you can see.
Well, we went there, and there's no curvature of the Earth up to 35 miles. We have line of sight down.
You took
the
a
railroad.
drone to 35 miles?
No,
I'm
that
teasing.
was standing on the railroad tracks.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the 30? Oh, you were standing on railroad tracks and you could see like 35 miles in the distance or something like that?
Yeah, and we did a gradient test, 5, 10, 15, 17, 25, 35.
So Dan, do you have a YouTube channel, or can you link to any of these observations, because they sound very intriguing, and I'm just curious. 'Cause I always like to explore these. I like to explore everything that I can get my hands on that is skeptical of the globe.
I sent you a DM, by the way, if you could check that, Charles. Thanks regarding that.
Okay, and I'm still Discord clueless, so when people send me DMs, I'm just like, I just see these red dots, and like there are some red dots that mean live, and there are other red dots that mean notification, and I can't tell the difference because I'm Discord clueless.
You just go, dude, all the way up where all your servers are in the very, very upper left. Just click that.
Yeah.
That's the DM thing.
Okay.
That thing.
The one that's okay.
That's a little Discord logo in the upper left. Just click that.
Okay, I see it.
The only
Okay,
thing
and
is
it
yeah,
just
they
went
all-
from 13 to 14 right as you were talking.
Yeah. The only thing to keep in mind is that if it's a new person that you're not friends with, or sometimes it'll say message request, you got to look at the message request for a new person, and then you have to like accept it if it's a new person. So, but yeah, they're all-
I just sent you a link.
Okay, thank you. I'll once with this conversation is over, I definitely will check that out, because and I don't know if you guys understand this about me, but I am very, very curious as to like learning new things, and like when people said, oh, you have a gyroscope on a small plane, and how come the gyroscope doesn't show that the curvature of the Earth? That was a great question. So I did research on that, and I discovered a new thing about small craft gyroscopes, that I didn't know before. So it's like I'm genuinely curious about these things. I'm always learning. I'm especially curious about evidence from, we'll call them globe Earth skeptics, we'll call them flat earthers. I'm always interested in learning new things and seeing new evidence. So thank you for that.
How long have you been looking into this subject?
15 years.
18?
15. It was March 2008 was my start.
You're
By any
still not
chance,
convinced it's flat.
Can I
I'm
ask
sorry?
you?
You're still not convinced it's flat.
I'm convinced it's a globe.
Wait, who's
literally
doing
every
flat
piece
Earth
of
stuff in
evidence.
2008?
Hey, Charles, you said you've been doing this since 2008. Have you stumbled onto concave Earth by any chance?
Yes, in fact, I've interviewed Concave Earth. I forget what the guy's name was. It's in my Civil Discourse series. But yeah, I've had long discussions with, I don't know if you know the name Lord Stephen Christ. I think he went to jail for something, but he was a very prominent concave earther. But I mean, he had a lot of diagrams and math and explaining a lot of the stuff. I interviewed a concave earther at length. And I've explored the ideas of concave Earth very, very extensively. Yes.
Thank you.
So, Charles, would you say though then that your seemingly like wellspring of excitement or passion, whatever it may be, to continue researching basically all things of the Earth not being a globe, other cosmologies and concepts and so on? My question is, I'll use the word if just to be neutral. If the Earth isn't the globe and it's one of these other, would you then say that currently you are, seeking truth and you're on the path to discovering that?
So I'm always seeking truth. But I'm just going to say that as far as the globe Earth is concerned, there's too much of a mountain of evidence. If you want to talk about, dark energy, dark matter, the stuff about early cosmology, Big Bang, I mean, that stuff is all in the gray matter. And, that stuff is very, very undecided in my own mind and also in the mind of many PhDs. But as far as the actual factual shape of the Earth in my mind, I'm positive. The only thing I say, and it's kind of a joke, and it's like the brain in the vat. So if the Earth is if what we know as human life on Earth is a simulation, in other words, we're just brains in a vat, we're stuck in the matrix. Well, then the Earth could be whatever shape. The Earth could be the Borg, cube. But as far as what we can observe, as far as what we experience, I'm pretty certain it's a globe.
I would say that that consciousness cannot be simulated, so that's the strongest argument against that one.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
Matthew, have you met Charles before?
I've seen you here and there. I also teach math sometimes. I teach computer science, intro to computer science as an adjunct sometimes too.
Matthew,
awesome.
Wouldn't you say that consciousness is a simulation?
No, consciousness is a property of an immaterial aspect, an immaterial soul.
I disagree with that. I think that the content of your consciousness that makes it up, the content specifically, is consciousness. And without the content, there's no such thing as consciousness. And the content of our consciousness
I'm gonna leave here. I didn't mean to interrupt you because I've been monopolizing the conversation for a long time. I'm gonna leave here. I just wanted to say to Gio, one of the areas where I'm really, really interested in, like, what is truth, is in the area of theology. So, for example, God, Jesus Christ, the Bible. That's an area of, like, what is truth. But I'm going to sign off. You guys have been really, really great.
Before you go, Flat Earth, before you go, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Yeah.
Okay, so there's one more question.
One more question. Do you think that measurement is the truth?
That's a good question.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say if it seems to be an accurate, calibrated measurement. I mean, there are bad measurements. There are a lot of bad measurements, especially if the measurement comes up 0. Then I definitely think there should be question marks as to what is 0. I mean, is 0.001, is that 0? So if it's a calibrated measurement, then I would say that would be truthful. But there are improper procedures and there are uncalibrated measurements. So there's a problem there.
There are correct measurements, right? But that doesn't make them the truth.
Well, can you give me an example? Because it's a very theoretical sounding question. So,
well, you can make a measurement of anything, right? We do it all the time. Thought is a measurement, right? For example,
I disagree that thought is a measurement.
Well, any conclusion, any assumption that you make about the Earth, we've been making measurements about physics throughout all time in history, and they've all been more or less unprecise, right? So
yeah, but that's different from thought.
The nature of measurement is by definition limited.
Yes, but I mean,
Right,
like,
so
a measurement could be as simple as, how wide is a sheet of office paper? Okay, so it's 8.5 inches in the United States. I take my ruler and I can see it's 8.5 inches, and well,
Right.
to how many
works
to how many decimal places?
That works exactly. It works for a given purpose. But when you actually look at your measurement, you go deeper. You go into quantum physics, right? There is the barrier, right, where you can't actually. The measurement has to continually extend and extend and extend. There's no actual definition of a true measurement. It's just a correct measurement for utilitarian purpose.
Yeah, this seems that this is veering off into a area of theoretical, almost philosophical thought, and I don't have any grounding in philosophy.
No, it's just seeing the nature of measurement correctly. That's all.
Yeah, but then you mentioned like quantum physics. Like I said, 8.5 inches on a sheet of paper, and then you went to quantum physics. So
you were mentioning decimal places and precise measurements, and you could scan it with an electron microscope and get more.
Sure, but I do not have any grounding in philosophy. That seems to be what you're kind of asking about. So
no, you're bringing it to philosophy. It's not.
I'm gonna call it a night. You guys have been really, really great. Thank you for all the great discussion. I will check out those links that you sent me DMs. Thank you very much. Take care.
Good night.
That was a waste of time.
Why is anyone still not asking for a physical experiment where they just refract light around a curve, like an actual physical controlled laboratory experiment?
Say it again. Your mic is a little hard to hear.
Sorry, I said, like, why aren't people just sticking to the point? No, it's not you guys, but like, of asking for a laboratory experiment where they refract light around a curve, such that like literally around a curve, so that you can see an object which is obscured physically. It should be easy to replicate. Like, why is this not? You could do it like in a room, I suppose.
The only one I've seen claimed, I mean, anyone else can jump in if they have any others, but they have there's like a tank, and then they pour like liquid butane on it. Somebody's got to have the GIF. I'm sure Carnivores probably loves this one. He's got it logged ready to go. Just thought of him because he's probably got it on hand. But I'm sure any Globe guys have got it. It's basically like it's like a tank, and then they pour liquid butane on it, and then there's different clay. There's like different color clays behind it. And then basically when they pour the butane on, it kind of, there's like a warping effect. Yeah, there, you just posted it. So see how the green clay, and then they kind of pour this liquid butane on this tank. And then the claim is that there's the red clay is what's, under the green clay behind this thing. And it's making the red clay be visible. So it's one that is claimed that does that essentially.
All right, sure, but like, why can't they just do it with atmospheric, a column of atmosphere? They just concentrate in a room such that it matches up with the mathematical prediction, not some sort of like flash in the pan.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, well, that's kind of what a lot of us have been, inquiring about for years. For the individuals that are saying this statement, I think a lot of us have been wanting to see that claim that refraction allows you not only for light, like a laser light, to bend, but for your actual vision, like your eyeballs, to not only for it to bend around a curve, but it also like pulls it up and displays it as an extended planar surface.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Persistent.
I've never seen it, demonstrated or validated. I don't think anyone has.
How can someone like him just come in the room and act like it's all been done? That refraction, just like so it's also obviously apparent that this is just a refraction effect. Less than half a degree.
Right. I mean, it would almost be akin to if I came to you and I said, "Hey, man, we're on a globe that's, 10,000 miles in circumference, and then I just gave you a different refractive calculation to make the planar observations be explained on a 10,000 mile globe, and then just asserted the 10,000 mile globe.
And also, wouldn't it actually be the actual distance that it's refracting that is the matter? Because you could split up anything arbitrarily into smaller and smaller little lines, and you could say that each thing is just half a degree or even less than half a degree. That's just arbitrary, unless I'm missing something. Maybe I am.
No, I mean, it pretty much is an arbitrary assertion, although it is based upon, 7/6R. But then looking into how they derive that is a whole nother quandary. So in terms of like how they actually derive that in the first place.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you had a line bending around a curve, you could split that up into any arbitrary number of chunks of any arbitrarily small degree. You could just say that, oh, well, the light is just like refracting, making it refract like it's such micro. Like, what is the mapping of the curvature of the Earth to the refraction that they're claiming? There's no testability here.
Right. That's what a lot of people have been asking for. Yeah, exactly. Like as a response to a globe Earth and someone asserting the globe, making that claim. Yeah, exactly.
You could even, if you wanted, you could even say it's less than half a degree. You could just say, like, you could split it up smaller chunks and say it's actually like less than a quarter of a degree. This seems like a very smooth. I'm not saying that this guy is a shill, but it seems like something that a shill. It's a very slick way of wording it. And
yeah, so we say per mile, you only have to get light to bend 0.01 degrees per mile, and that's enough to curve around the globe.
Yeah, that's just a geometric fact there.
So what we're arguing about is, hey, is it 0.00 or is it 0.01? That's the basic substance of the argument between globers and flat earthers about refraction.
Right, and it's somewhere between those two numbers. I mean, I believe in refraction. I don't like to argue without considering it, but
yeah, but I mean, like the thing about refraction, like, I mean, there's so many components to it, but like, you know how if you're like, there's like, you're outside and there's a bonfire and you got like someone on the other side of the bonfire, you're on the other side of the bonfire. So you're looking at them 180 degrees, opposite you. And when you look through the heat, their face is warping or it's kind of wavering, but it's not, you're not seeing any more or less of the person. It's just modulated, like it's disturbed. The medium is disturbed. So you're getting distortions. So those that level of it can be replicated as well, and that includes towering, stooping, looming. There's inferior mirages. All of the different forms of mirages can be replicated on small scale and have been. But the version that the globe earthers who are asserting it are claiming is a totally separate category of refraction, which would essentially allow you almost like a periscope to see around a curve. But not only that, but it also lifts it up and extends it out. It lifts it up and extends it as a extended plane. That effect I've never seen that to be validated. That form of refraction to have
both of those are just light bending slightly.
Right, exactly. And it only means that light's traveling through a given medium. If it was glass with different densities, the light would bend. If it's the air over a period of time, the gas can resemble a similar effect. I mean, whether you want to say that it's gravity or not, I'm not sure about that whole thing. It depends on the distance, or I'm not exactly sure. But all that I know is that refraction exists. And, the way that you perceive it with your eyes is not exactly where the position of that object actually is.
Okay, Matthew, we see the same thing at Catalina when we stand there at Renee's house. And you and I don't talk about refractive issues at all. We talk about curvature of the Earth and how much should be blocked to begin with. Right? You and I never talk refraction while we're looking at the span.
Right. Most of the time it's too hazy to see, but yeah.
But I mean, refraction's not the issue at 30 miles. It's not. It's in other words, your mathematical interest is purely mathematical in feet, you know? And the question is, can we really see the shoreline or not? And you're figuring probably not. What's supposed to be blocked is blocked. But you're not calculating in any caca when you and I are standing.
Right.
I mean, it's good. It's cool to know, you know, because it is kind of like convenient and easy, and it cost us over a year when it first came up till we could start to measure it. And now that I do feel that we've moved the variable around enough to say, hey, you owe me a prediction. Besides going to Jesse's house and playing in a fish tank, of the bending of all this stuff. You know, because it doesn't appear that way. And it just seems like an excuse. You know, I talk about the sun setting behind Catalina as marking the distance, you know, the sun of the horizon as being further than 30 miles away, and that's impossible. So it's a cool marker having that big thing right there. But I don't think refraction is what we're talking about when you and I are standing across a 30-mile span of water.
There are ways to prove that the Earth is round or flat without refraction, though.
It's just not really needed unless there's some weather going on, you know?
Well, and yeah, my main point is that all we're arguing about here is for every mile, does light bend 0.00 or does it bend 0.01?
At these distances, though, it translates to footage and obstruction.
Right. And if
So
it bends even as little bit as 0.01, that's enough to explain what's going on a globe.
Okay, so I'm still dealing with, you know, hundreds of feet of obstruction that's not there. The geometry of the Earth is not getting in the way of us even getting to the point to talk about refraction, because the geometry of the Earth should be blocking our ability to talk about obstructions and everything. I'm baffled by this. I mean, I know you know what I'm saying, right? We don't talk about refraction when you and I stand there side by side.
Right, because
we're aware.
Not very fruitful.
But I mean, we're aware of it, and it's just probably not part of it because we're dealing with the geometry of a sphere. We're not looking beyond that first initial point, you know? I am sorry I don't have better shots of boats all the way across Catalina, and I think that's a flaw.
Yeah, you'd have to wait until refraction is pretty strong so you can actually see them in Avalon Harbor, for example.
Pretty strong or pretty weak?
Strong enough to bend around the globe.
Weak enough so we could see straight across. You're funny. Well, infrared will help. Other than that, it's generally right after rain on a cold day. But it's a little far south for me to catch, even if I have the equipment. To look up into the harbor. There's got to be some fun things we could do with the Catalina Ferry and shooting it all the way across.
So, why is refraction even a thing?
They had to explain their way why light could be paralleling the Earth.
Also, if you're trying to
Yeah.
do celestial navigation accurately, you need to take it into account.
So I think people are confused between optometry and reality. Because you can buy refractive glasses from an optometrist. So it's just I can't even just talk about it. It's so fake.
Refraction in itself isn't really a thing. Refraction is the result of other things like temperature and moisture. They hassle me for pressure, but I don't think pressure makes a fucking difference ever. But maybe
The point is, if light is a constant, it can't bend. There's no proof of this anywhere.
What do you mean? Like if you watch stars at night as they set, they slow down slightly due to refraction. That's why you have to take into account for celestial navigation.
Come on.
I have to take into consideration sluts doing navigation. Is that what you said?
No. The position of a star close to the horizon, you have to adjust it slightly due to refraction if you want to get super accurate, celestial navigation numbers. And that's a example of how you know refraction exists.
Okay, so with your knowledge of Jesse Gordon's stuff, where he really manipulates a medium that's already completely different, it's not, water's not a solid compared to air, but the vapor form of water versus the liquid form has a density difference to begin with. Then he's adding product to it to demand the bending of light. Do you know how I can measure that in ratio to show the ridiculousness of
Okay.
Sorry,
I got a better example.
The medium from air.
So if you're firing a laser across a lake and you can see both objects from one side of the lake to the other, does that mean the laser and the light are bending at the same time?
Laser is
and
light.
how does light how do objects bend at night when there's no sunlight? It's ridiculous.
No,
Whoever
laser
made this refraction
laser is
needs
light.
to be arrested.
What do you mean by saying laser or light? Laser is light.
So,
Which one are you talking
okay, if I look at an object across a lake 30 miles or whatever, and I can see it with my naked eye or camera or whatever, right? And then at night time I set up a laser, I can hit that object or whatever, I can see from one end to the other. So is that laser still reflecting at night? Is still refracting at nighttime?
All light refracts some. So laser light.
Okay, so there's a refractive element within the ether or within the atmosphere or the environment. Is that what you're saying?
Usually there's some.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to listen to this.
You think there's none?
It's embarrassing that people think like this.
I don't think any of those. Oh, no.
Well, in an attempt to answer question, I'm posting daylight and nighttime observation at 27 miles. And the coastline, nothing is curving 200 feet downward, upward, between. It's just a span of water. It's pretty tough to explain. Anyway, that answers the question. That's where refraction came from, because they had no explanation how we were achieving line of sight in the distance. So the result mathematically is, well, it must be curving. So they've come up with a potential concept of how light might curve, but I don't see them automatically adding a mathematical equation towards a condition that doesn't exist. I just think that's barbaric. Calling it standard refraction, just throwing it in, is it's not something I'm comfortable with. All right, I've forgotten whenever I'm uploading, but it comes. I was trying to get a that's daytime. That's right. I was trying to get nighttime. There's lasers. So same span, day and night. Different days, different conditions, different light sources. At this location, we've worked at 9.6 miles, 17.5 miles, and this 27.5 miles here.
So I see the lasers. I see the little diagram on the upper right of that image showing your line of sight and such, and then there's the target in the lower right. Have you got any images of that laser hitting that target?
This target on the bottom right was a way for them to identify this side, and they could never see it. So it was literally for show. That
Okay.
white square target.
Yeah.
It did not serve a purpose. He also had an array of other lights like strobes and swimming pools. I mean, there's a lot of things that were designed to help with targeting, but the randomness of just shooting across gives you a line of sight pretty quick, when you see it panning. So once you know where each other are, it helps a great deal. And this is probably 16 feet up off the water, maybe. But there should be some 200 feet of globe in the way of this observation.
So your claim is that that refraction amounting to 0.01 degrees per mile is not happening, right?
I'm ignorant to that. What I'm saying is that I'm clearly paralleling the earth beneath me. In this case, there's water, which is helping me to gauge for inconsistencies.
Yeah, I'm saying that the laser light, if the laser light bends even as tiny little bit of 0.01 degrees per mile, that could explain what's going on a globe.
So, what is that number compared to 8 inches per mile?
It's equal to 8 inches per mile. That's where I got it.
Then why aren't you just using that?
Because 8 inches per mile is a better, it's a curve instead of just a single angle.
Okay,
Just
so at that
angular.
angle, at what point would my trajectory hit the water?
It's not that point. It's saying that, okay, look, light is also not only going straight, it's being reflected up into the sky as well. And when it does get reflected up into the sky from where it's at, it's going through a different gradient of medium in the air, and that gets refracted down.
Let's be fair. My light would have to bend at 8 inches per mile squared to keep up with the Earth.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, so your prediction of light's bending is based on the Earth, not based on the properties of light.
Right.
Thank you. That's why we get along.
Well, the properties of light is that it can be refracted. You understand that, right?
I just understand that it's purely non-scientific, and we just came to that conclusion.
Well, I mean that number is a conclusion, but the concept of refraction taking place and whether that number be 0.01 or 0.000, I mean anywhere between there, right? Refraction is still taking place.
Based on weather and temperature changes and things like that, movement of air, stuff like that, wind. Is that what you mean?
I mean,
Based on conditions. Based on conditions, not based on the light itself, but based on
largely based
conditions.
on temperature. Yeah, it's largely based on temperature differential.
All right.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know we've done this, day and night.
I know.
All right. So in this case, I think that we've changed the variable enough to say, hey, there is no prediction of light bending. As a matter of fact, the prediction of light bending was based on the Earth, not based on the properties of light. So I'm asking, let's go through the properties of light, because I happen to know it drops right back in your lap at every distance, matching the Earth, which is why we think it proves a flat Earth, because we think we got a flat beam. Now, to
No,
Jesse,
I'm not even talking about, in my mind, like I'm not considering the properties of Earth whatsoever. I'm just talking about the nature of refraction, right?
Sure. So all we do is make sure to get into minimum conditions where we're not going to get tagged with a lot of temperature inversion. Like, in the case of Salton Sea, it's heated. And so twice a day, it's around the same temperature as the air at around 90 degrees. So it's really a freaky place to work because there's very little temperature inversion. And that
might be a good example to look into. Sure.
That's in the hot time of year, and then in the cold time of year, it's I think it's naturally it's in the, I don't know. There's all these reports on refraction there. I forget the numbers, but it's unusually low. The numbers, refractive level. And it's below sea level. Below sea level. So choosing a location, where you have a span is the first thing anyone needs to do. And then you don't need tools or equipment. You could, anyone that's ever driven to Vegas or anyone that's ever been out to sea can exceed what's expected of the eye on a globe.
Right. And the only way that we understand what refraction is from extending what we've learned in a laboratory, defining different equations that describe refractive indexes of materials, and applied that to this sort of vague atmospheric realm, right? Where you're not at any given moment, you're not actually 100% sure of what the air is, what the temperature is, what the differential is, what the refractive index of this is. So it becomes an approximative method, okay? And it becomes very vague. But the only reason why we understand that it can refract is because of modern day physics, okay? So you kind of have to tug that along with you and kind of use it to prove or disprove anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you get to a good environment like the Salton Sea or whatever, where you can make reasonable assumptions about it at certain times of day and things like that, and you can go deeper into those assumptions and to show that they're reasonable, then that's a good area where you can talk about, something that you see and tugging along this idea of refraction behind you to explain or explain away refraction, okay, or the impossibility that the light is actually bending. But the whole thing though is just like it's so convoluted. I just don't like any experiment that has to deal with refraction as proving the Earth flat or round. Um, I think there are better ways to go about it without getting into that nitty gritty stuff. But
certainly, the greater the distance, the greater the factors applied. So I think we need to do more stuff at a mile, as opposed to we kept for a while going further and further, thinking that was more proof. But it just increased the factors to get in the way. It did.
the problem is that you have to do it at a large distance, because if you string together like mile measurements or 5 mile measurements, that doesn't say much. You don't need to string them together. It just one is good enough. Because you're doing the same thing at 1 mile here and then skipping 1 mile there. It's the same. The nature of it is the same thing. So really, what you need to show is like a long distance measurement, single long distance measurement. And at that point, right, there are problems with lasers where they expand too far to be recognizable. Or you want to bring infrared into it. All this kind of stuff. But the distance is the problem.
I wonder why they haven't run a laser down Bedford level. I looked it up and didn't see shit. With all that target stuff, it seems like, big bridge at the end. Seems like you'd see how much divergence you really have of your beam.
We're getting closer to having the technology or the accessible technology to actually prove a test, that's not refractive, in nature, but it's still a little bit expensive. I mean, in theory, all you need to do is pave a path going straight along the equator. Prove that you're going straight along the equator and have a gyroscope situated horizontally on that craft, whatever it is, a drone or a plane. And if that gyroscope alters or turns in any way, that means that you're going in a circle or that there's a curvature to the path. But if you're going straight along the equator on a spherical Earth, then the gyroscope would not, move in any sense whatsoever. that's the best flat or round Earth proof that I've heard, and you know, it's doable now, even, you know, if people got together. But and I think that it's like it is definitive. Even if it was a group of flat earthers that did it, the globe earthers would have to sort of use the same tactics as the flat earth did, and say that, you know, they just disbelieve or distrust these people if they came up with a conclusive result. But I trust flat earthers enough to actually do this and report exactly what they saw, right? So
Nice, Enigma.
Hello.
Hello.
Goes there. Looking through all the names here. Matt's here.
Hey, how's it going?
Matt's here. I like the people who use their real faces on Discord. That's always a good one. Got no fear.
Well, I'm kind of doxxed already. I have a YouTube channel with lots of subscribers, and so everybody knows.
Oh, okay. So you're just like, oh, I'm so famous already. So
No, I guess I could kind of.
You made that call on your own. You did the
it's
calculus.
Too late, yeah.
Social calculus and
too late for me
determined.
to make. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I remember like years ago. I mean, people used to say like, you know, all these like Google and stuff, all these big companies, they got so much information. It's like a lot of times people were like afraid of giving their information over because they're like, oh, they got so much information, they're gonna find out everything about us. There's a big like civil libertarian thing that took off like around 2010 and stuff, along with like all the other libertarian stuff, and people were like, you know, give me liberty, give me death. I don't want government tapping my phone. Patriot Act, blah blah blah, Tea Party.
yeah, definitely, man. I remember.
People are all into that shit. People still are, but a lot of people became desensitized to it, and I think a lot of people in their heads like resigned to the fact that like there's so much information out there and stuff that it's like, I mean, if they know everything about you, they know everything about you, and I think I find myself thinking this, that like, well, they have so much information. It's like what are they gonna do with it? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta actually like, I actually work in IT and stuff and software, and it's like it's such a bitch to actually like look up information when you're dealing with like terabytes and terabytes of data. So then it's like, well, what are they gonna do with all this information? But you know, like, I guess if they want to look you up, they can look you up. You know what I mean? But sometimes a lot of your shit, it's lost in the weeds. You know what I mean? Like, your shit is safe just cause like there's so much stuff out there that it gets drowned out. stuff becomes old news. Have you guys heard of this thing called what's it called? Parallel construction. It's kind of a scary thing, but it's like it's a
I haven't heard of
technique
it.
the CIA works on, and it's a way of it actually ties in with like the AI and how like these language models work, and it's about how you can single out the way somebody writes and even speaks just by like the words they choose. So like certain people, there's certain writing patterns. People tend to use this word or that word over and over. People tend to add a space here or a space there, or punctuate this way or that way, or use this language convention or another. Use words or numbers or type things out or capitalize this, capitalize that. So like there's these like advanced techniques for like finding like who wrote something based on this technique called parallel construction, where you map out different things and connect the dots that way. And that's how people like there'll be like these like mass shootings or something, and there'll be people who investigate like 4chan posts and stuff, and some people have been found out because they trace back like their postings to just by parallel construction, just by like how you write stuff. So it is kind of scary. Like, gotta watch out what you say. You know what I mean?
No, you shouldn't.
I find myself like over time like changing the way I write and type things out. So I find myself like not capitalizing a lot of words a lot. I like lowercasing things for no real reason, really. I think it's just maybe just laziness. And then I find myself just not using punctuation a lot. I don't know. There's like it's a whole life cycle, to how you write things.
Yeah, you're trying to trick the system.
But your name is Ball Lives Matter. So what is a ball life?
What's a ball life?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's a hen weigh?
A what?
A hen weigh about 10 pounds.
Oh, a hen. I thought you meant like henway, like the word, like HEN.
I think it smells like updog in here.
I don't get that. Some of these are so over my head, man. I don't know, man.
It asked me what it is. I think it smells like updog in here.
What's up, dog?
Matthew,
Not much. How's it going?
You're way too old for that joke. Just kidding, bro.
What's under there?
Well, ball lives, that would be like the life of a ball. So
the life of Brian.
What has the life of a ball? What is a ball life? And those
Keeps,
matter. Those have to matter.
It doesn't like hills because it just keeps rolling, and then it crashes into a fire extinguisher or something. Or a fire hydrant, I should say.
What are those hedgehogs that roll up into a ball?
I think all of them roll up into balls.
They're hedgehogs, man.
The sonic ones, the tree ones.
How many people have gotten pet hedgehogs and called them Sonic? There's got to be at least.
Yeah, that reminds me of like a episode of The Big Bang Theory. They got a pet cricket, and then the people on the couch were like asking, like, "Oh my god, what are we gonna name the pet?" And Sheldon was like, Jiminy? Like, what else would you name a cricket? I'm not sure. Can you get hedgehogs at the pet store, or are they like you got to go to a special place to get them? Gotta go to Sanctuary, maybe. Pet store, maybe. I don't know. Don't they have spines, like spiky backs? I'm not a big fan of like, I don't know, I don't want to like be walking through my house and then like accidentally step on like a spine. That would hurt. Bad enough I sometimes stub my foot on the corner of my bed. When those little things happen, you just gotta blame it on the globalists. like Trump does. He just blames everything on the globalists. Makes it easy.
Is it just a coincidence that the term globalist has the word globe in it?
They couldn't think of anything else to call it.
Well, it's like they are the globalists. They push the globe. They
Mhm.
slave people's minds through the globe, and then they're globalists.
I think ever since that Globe Theater was built in England, somewhere in England. Our English friends on this channel could tell us where it is exactly. Maybe that's when the word globe took off. Maybe before that, globe was just kind of like a fringe word. Nobody really used it. When this Globe Theater came around. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whenever I talk to a British person, I just assume they all know like Shakespeare and Harry Potter, right? That's like their whole life, right? Like when they talk to Americans, they think we all watch Fox News. I don't get it because I don't watch that shit.
Isn't Baal like a Egyptian god or like a demon or something?
Maybe I've heard of like Baal, like some Jewish thing. I don't know. I don't read that stuff.
Baal, you mean?
Yeah, and that trips me up because that's not even spelled the same. It just
I was
sounds
just thinking today, somebody typed baller, like BAWLER, and I've seen people type it that way, but I just realized today, like, does that mean like, to bawl, like to cry? So is that the idea that they're trying to say baller, like they're crying about?
Yeah, double entendre.
Yeah, and then I thought about
that's the comebacker to flurf. If you're a flurf, yeah, well, you're a baller. You're just crying all the time.
Yeah, but your name it's missing an L, and that's bothering me.
Yeah,
it's just expediency.
Ball lives. Yeah, but then I thought about, because we're talking about this ball, it's like this. I don't know what it's called. They don't call it a god, a character, an archetype. I don't know, this ball creature, which is part of.
I think it's
like in the Hebrew Bible. Yeah, it's like in the Hebrew Bible.
It's in one of those Bible things that like nobody reads that shit.
I guess they do call it a god though. Like they, like I don't know. Wikipedia says god of fertility, weather, rain, wind, lightning, seasons, war, and sailors.
So basically everything.
Yeah, but anyways, I was just saying that I thought like, does anyone use like baller, like BAALER, like trying to hint at this ball creature guy to say baller?
Baller. I remember this guy Die Slow. He used to say that. I don't know what happened to him.
No, he's here every day, man.
Oh, he's still around? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I like the term fluffer. That's what I came up with instead of flurf. That's a really good double entendre because that also implies that you guys stroke the male porn stars before they go out on set.
Ooh, is that the one you're into?
Well, that's the one I'm into if I really want to insult someone. Fluffer. I could see a lot of male porn stars becoming flat earthers. Because you know how like a lot of these people, like after they do that stuff, they like turn to God. Like Tila Tequila, remember her? Remember she became like one of the top. She became like a neo-Nazi and shit after she got ran through by all those guys. She's like, actually, I'm a woman of God and I'm a flat earther now.
I don't know much of anything about her, but I did hear some link of flat Earth with her, but I don't think she ever actually really said much.
She came out as a flat earther like right at the same time as like B.O.B. Now we're talking like 13 years ago.
No, it was like not 13 years, dude. A couple years ago.
Maybe. No, not a couple. Maybe 9 years ago.
So why do people get so excited about that term flurf? Is it just because 'Cause a lot of these guys are going around just speaking like basically gibberish. Like the word flurf is not even a word. So is the idea of it that it kind of sounds like a very dismissive term, like, oh, you're just a flurf, kind of like the word fluff, to the point to where it just dismisses it? Is that the main ridicule based in that? Like just using flurf all the time, it just makes it seem unserious and just kind of like a joke or something? Is that why they do it?
Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't have these chaotic live streams if you didn't have like incendiary language like that.
It's just weird seeing. It's just weird seeing like grown adults that claim that they're like scientific and intelligent about a globe Earth, and they're just running around calling people flurfs. It's like it's a very immature thing to do.
Look, if you're anybody that spends more than, I would say, 6 hours per week online, you're probably not a grown adult. You're probably you probably have something going on. You got some sort of man child inside of you.
Most people spend multiple hours a day, it seems. I mean, in different ways. I mean, people are working, multitasking, listening to stuff.
Yeah.
Watching videos, whatever they're doing throughout their day.
I hear you. But you know what I'm getting at? There is a whole man-child thing going on throughout our society. People that spend a lot of time just on the computer staring at watching videos and stuff.
Well, yeah, there's a way
playing games.
I mean, I think there's a kind of bigger reason for that. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but especially after like the lockdowns and some of this stuff, it's like, I mean, I would almost go as far as to say is like the general level of this sort of form of enslavement that humanity is currently in. Like, are we free? What are we really free to do? Like, just go to a movie theater, go to the park, and come back home. Like,
right?
There's just sort of like a limit of what we can build and what we can do, and then the financial limitations that a lot of people have. So then a lot of people are left to these lives of
you're slave to your vices. That's what you are.
To the devices, yeah.
Oh, that's a very good play on words that just happened. But yeah, slave to your vices, devices. There you go.
Slave to the devices.
You can see a lot of double D's on your devices as you work on your vices.
Then how many people work online or on a computer? Like what percentage?
I do, yeah. Yeah, like in industrialized nations, I'd probably say probably damn near 50%. 50% of fully employed people are working mostly on the computers. Probably something like that. I think that's a good guess.
What's up, Jesse?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. I haven't read all your text posts, but I see you're posting some things there.
Oh, I just got home and I saw some people had tagged me, so I responded to them. I always tell people that I'm not running away, and if they tag me, I'll check for mentions and respond. So I did.
Oh, by the way, baltards is also not a word.
That one's definitely not a word. Yeah.
Basically, 25% of QE's vocabulary are just not words. Numpty. I guess numpty is like a classic term of endearment, but still, it's appropriated in a goofy way.
I think that's kind of like more like European nations, like for a stupid person, a numpty.
Numpty bowler. Might be a southern thing too. He's from the dirty south.
It's like an informal term. Yeah, I've never used that word. I don't think my whole life.
It's a little out there. I saw this video the other day of Elon Musk. He was at this F1 Formula One place in Florida, and people were commenting on the way Elon Musk is built. I guess he's built a little strangely. One of the top comments was like, Elon Musk built like a deep breath. Because I guess his torso is like really like big. He's like barrel shaped up there, and then like his legs are like thinner. Kind of shaped like Johnny Bravo or something like that.
So, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
I was talking to Matthew, and he was talking about a number that I've heard him say about 0.0001 something being the angle that light would bend. And I asked him where the number derived from, and it's basically the same as 8 inches per mile squared. Basically, it's the same. It's just measured as an angle. So, knowing that you're in your fish tank messing with the medium pretty hard, do you think we could come up with a ratio at which point we could just possibly predict actual bending of light and not through and liquid, like vapor and liquid are different forms, I get it, but then you're even adding to that, so it's like it's so dense, it's so different. I'm wondering at what point we can get some better numbers in the atmosphere we're working.
Let me plug in my headset so you can hear me better. All right, how's that sound?
Sound further away.
Well, so could you reword your question and make it shorter?
Yeah, why are you how about if I change the question?
Okay.
I don't think your level observations and the expectations match. I understand that you think you're looking in the distance at something level to your point of view, but I don't think that basic perspective would allow it to remain at the height you're calling level.
What's the
In your-
context to it? What specific observation are you
Well-
referring to?
Well, all of them.
I guess could you give an example?
Okay, let me go back to where I was. Can you predict the bending of light in an atmosphere I can work in? Because the assumption that it's clinging to the Earth's curvature so far is an assumption in terms of calculation. So I'm making the assertion that I'm drawing a straight line across the surface of the Earth, at which point I'm told it can't be because there is no straight lines on Earth. Now, I know you've done some measurements to contradict that, particularly your first horizontal, right?
Which would be my first horizontal?
Well, the one after I discussed it with you, it would be a good idea to do a horizontal.
Oh, the one with the boat going across in front
Yeah.
of the viewer? Okay, we've got an observation now. So, what's your question specifically about that?
Going forward for you and I, wouldn't it be fun to get a tertiary point of reference, like from above, that isn't measuring off the Earth at all? Like from a stationary object, or maybe a stationary balloon, something that's anchored.
I guess I'm not picturing whatever you're seeing in your mind's eye. I'm sorry, I'm kind of tired and it's a little late and I just can't quite pull it out. Could you describe like maybe a thought experiment or a real experiment?
Just looking to measure water. That's all.
Did you have an idea of how to do that?
Yeah, I think by measuring it from above and ignoring the left and right of it, or the forward, whatever you want to call it. I just think that my cat's having a hairball attack.
It sounds exactly like a
snap it.
hairball attack.
Okay.
Help that guy.
You gonna give it the cat-like maneuver?
Pretty much. It's not a regular
What a
behavior.
catastrophe.
It's not a regular behavior for him, so it must be a actual hairball. Well, come over here and I'll comb you. So yeah, whatever. I just think that us measuring. I mean, I think about your fish tank a lot, right? I think about the straight, the looking straight down the curved rail, right? And over distance with that kind of recognizable curvature, it would be much greater. And that type of curvature would nosedive right into the water. We wouldn't still get it over those distances.
You mean if the curvature was equal to the curve of the water, it would nosedive in, or if it was greater than the curve of the water?
If it was curving and the water wasn't,
Oh, okay.
it would end up in the water.
Right.
So,
If the water
so
wasn't,
you have to have some prediction of curvature of the light, so I can compare that to the curvature of the Earth. You can't base the curvature of the light on the curvature of the Earth. So anyway, if we keep messing with light, you and I are going to argue forever, right? Skunk Bay, up and down, up and down. And if we can measure from above with a LiDAR type apparatus, we might have a better opportunity as we've moved off the reference frame.
well, let's see. If we could somehow get a platform that wasn't moving, that was like, say, 10 miles above the water. Oh, hold on a second. The problem is we'd have to get really high in order to get a meaningful vertical shot to a large area of water. That's the problem. How high are you thinking?
I just want to get high enough to measure the deviation. So, for instance, if there's a 10 mile span across, the deviation in the center is going to be 16 feet. I just want to see it dropping off somewhere, in tailing off in a different elevation than my center point.
Right, but if we can't use light that's going essentially parallel, concentric. Okay, I'm gonna use the word. You know what it means, even though it's not technically accurate. If someone calls me out, then we'll fall back to the word game. If we can't use light that's essentially parallel to Earth's surface, then we have to use light that's more in the vertical direction. I mean, slanted, but not nearly parallel, which means we would have to have the LiDAR unit way up. Like, you wanted to cover a 10-mile wide swath?
I don't need to. I mean, whatever it takes. I mean, it seems to me LiDAR is really sensitive.
So we'd have to have, if we were covering, well, if we could get an inch accuracy for distance, and the LiDAR unit was only 1 mile high, no, it'd have to be 2 miles high. And then we could be looking at a 2 mile wide swath, and that will give us an 8-inch bulge in the middle. But 2 miles is 10,000 feet, right?
Well, you'd have, at the same point, you'd have 2-inch drops on both sides at 1 mile.
Right. So that's getting to, if we've only
So
got
we're down to only 1 mile. Yeah, I'm not sure what device to use, but I'd like to start getting back to 1 mile testing to reduce all this hogwash about refraction.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but it's difficult, obviously, because if if our device can tell us the distance to the nearest inch, if it's got a margin of error of plus or minus an inch, and the bulge is 2 inches, how do we know it wasn't just a reading error that happened to be in the plus 1 inch range at the edges and the minus 1 inch of the error range in the middle? There's our 2 inches. It's not even outside the error bars for the instrument. So that's kind of the difficulty. By the way, don't forget that when we get the line of sight at least 200 feet above the surface of water, this variation becomes drastically less, and we never get flat Earth results.
Well, I also don't have an Earth to parallel if I go up in the air.
Well, but you can use mountains
It's
of
just
known
not
heights.
dramatic. It's not visually dramatic.
Well,
it's not evident. It's not evident to anyone.
It would be evident to some people, because if you go to a mountain, for example, the one I went to was like 8,930, about 9,000 feet high. I looked out from Mount Scott in Oregon to Mount Shasta in California, which I'm sure you've seen Mount Shasta, right? Aren't you from around there? California?
Yeah, but I don't hang out in the mountains, so I don't know which one's what.
Well, it's 14,000 feet tall, and you can see it from hundreds of miles. 800 miles. 800 is in 100. I've seen it from 105.
I think it's blocked here by Mount Wilson, which is the one we use for communication.
Okay. Well, anyway, when you stand on a 9,000 foot mountain and you find yourself looking down to the top of a 14,000 foot mountain, that's pretty stunning to me.
Okay. I mean, any span at 10 miles is stunning to me.
Well, anyway, I don't know of a practicable way for me or for you or any of us here to do your idea, although I like it. If we could get a LiDAR unit like a couple miles up and scan a 2-mile long swath and have like retroreflectors spaced along it at the surface of water, and then we could show whether there was an 8-inch bulge or not in that 2-mile range, and it would be, greater than the margin of error for the instrument. That would be very interesting, but I don't know how I would pull that off, frankly. And then it comes into the question of, well, who wrote the software for the LiDAR unit? Did they make it emulate a curve? Is it really measuring flat but giving curved results because they believed the Earth was curved and they made it give the results that their customers wanted, right?
Okay. So out of curiosity, my original question, which I phrased poorly, was we understand your manipulation of medium to gain result. Can you scale that in some way to make predictions in the mediums that we're working with?
I've been thinking about that. And
can we predict anything? I mean, because I just think you're out of range. You're out of range of any prediction we've ever seen. Only because, to be honest, Jesse, we don't measure any, like jack shit. That's a big difference than, a few feet here and a few feet there. I mean, or dozens of feet. I mean, we just don't see anything. We see straight laser beam.
Right, and I've shown that if you view the laser beam through the same medium it's going through, it can be curving but you won't see it as curving because you're seeing it through that same medium.
But in that exaggerated medium that you created, in order to see it at that short distance, it's quite dramatic. So I want you to imagine that prediction, like that much bending. We would see it. I mean, we would see it if it was bending. You're saying looking down it, we won't. And I beg to differ.
But
I know what.
You're not differing that it works in the fish tank, right?
No, but there's a couple of extra pieces. There's two thickness. There's two sides of the initial glass. There's a lot of lenses. I have no idea what's really happening, but it's cool. I give you credit. I give you credit for it. It's cool, and like it just so happens that supposedly this David Taylor Basin has some sort of rail which supposedly at 2,200 feet might have a half inch of curvature in it. I don't know why they,
Obviously, they constructed that believing that the Earth was curved, so they would have made it flat compared to that. So it's hard to say. That really doesn't prove anything, right?
Well, if we could get in there, we'd have a minimum amount of refraction, since it's indoors and shit.
And there's the same air density gradient inside as there is outside.
Oh, okay.
No, it's...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But you can take an altimeter and take it inside a high-rise apartment building, or and ride the elevator and watch the altimeter change.
We just got to measure something different than light.
I'm doing my best on that. But even though it's a lot of work and it's a long shot.
Do you have any help on that one?
Not yet. But I'm going to have to rope some people into helping on the day I actually do it, because I'll need someone watching the winder, the spool, so someone doesn't steal that. And as well as to pull the string tight and let it slack. Then I'll need someone in the middle watching the string to see if it sinks.
Uh-huh. And there's no current? You won't have any drift? Just wind?
Yeah, it's a lake. There's no current.
How high is the string gonna be above the water?
It'll be in the water. It won't be above the water.
Oh, okay.
He got some floating twine that he expects when we pull it tight to sink.
Now, to be clear, I don't really expect this to work because the angle is so slight and there's a lot of buoyancy in 6 kilometers of string. So it's a very much a long shot. I don't really have much hope that it's gonna be conclusive, but if the string does sink, then I think that'll be meaningful.
Could you? Sorry, I joined late. So what's the one end of the string gonna be attached to?
The Earth at the water level.
Directly at the water level, like 0?
Yeah, exactly. Here, I got a diagram. Hold on.
It's impossible. He can't pull it tight. When he does it.
Okay, so
yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I tagged you.
wouldn't it be better to like have it like a few inches above the water, and as you go further away, at a certain point, it would need to hit the water for the curvature if it's curving down.
Well, no,
Would
because
it?
you can never pull it perfectly straight.
I
You can approach
see.
straight, but you'd have to. It literally would take, and I'm not exaggerating. It would take infinite force to get it perfectly straight, and the straighter it gets, the more force it takes. So the force required goes up exponentially.
Hmm.
So
Maybe if you have it, so it's supposed to be curving down 8 inches a mile. So if you just prop it up just at above 8 inches, and then you go a mile or two, it should be hitting water at some point. I mean, assuming it's taut enough. If you know what I'm saying.
you
So
mean if you,
I just don't see the logic for me. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't. I just don't see it on why you would start in the water.
because the whole problem is that the weight of the string above water is immense. The string almost has the density of water, so it's gonna be sagging down. So that means that no matter what, the middle's gonna hit the water, but we won't know if it's due to string sag or earth curve.
I understand.
But
there is no thing we can think of to diminish string sag.
nope, it would take nearly infinite tension, and it's only rated at 100 Chinese pounds, about 75 pounds.
We could turn gravity off.
Yeah. Actually, why don't I string it above the lake? It'll hit the lake right in the middle, and I'll say, yep, the Earth is obviously convex. The flat earthers will say, no, not gravity. And I says, nope, gravity doesn't exist. But anyway, if it's underwater, then it goes from weighing about almost as much as water to having a buoyancy of about like a few percent of water, which gives us a chance of pulling it straighter because it's almost neutral buoyancy, just slightly buoyant, slightly floating. And if the Earth is flat or concave, it'll just stay right at the surface as it floats when I pull it tight. And if the Earth is convex, then it may, if I can overcome the buoyancy, pull slightly under the surface in the middle.
Sounds like a good starting point, huh?
It's the only thing I've been able to think of so far. It's a long shot. That's a lot of buoyancy to overcome. And not
Just
much
thinking,
leverage.
you can't let it touch the water either, because that'll increase the string density and make it heavier and harder to stretch.
What's that boom boom going on there, Dan?
Dan, we can hear you beating off. At least mute yourself.
I've got a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant next. Sorry, I was making a sandwich in the. Did. Boom, boom, boom. But it was the best thing going, obviously. Keeping the whole pace of the room.
Well, anyway, Dan, I think it almost sounded like you were asking if there was a way we could get an empirical quantification of refraction without assuming a globe Earth, possibly by measuring it. Is that fair to say?
Well, is there a calculation that can be depended upon in terms of minimums and max things that I might expect? Because when I found out that Matthew's expectation was based on the globe radius, it wasn't based on the properties of light.
So
you're showing trickery like lensing and stuff, but it's not really based on the properties of light that I might encounter because of the ratio, how thick you've made it and how much you've affected it.
So
I'm also beginning to think that the temperature gradient, or what you and I would call the contrast, the waviness and the contrast between the two, like, is movement. In other words, that movement is really temperature inversion. The waviness, as like when you pour in cold or pour
Dan,
in what?
it's really funny, but it's not going to work out. What this weird pounding you've got going on? I don't know what that is, bro. You got to fix your mic or something.
I'll turn down the since
it sounds like you're on a train and you're clunking over the tracks almost, kind of just that low thud thud.
Sounds like you're getting a quickie one in.
Shit, I turned it down, but it didn't help.
Oh, well, I mean, it might.
I think it helped. Now we just hear it when you're talking.
I think it might be the noise suppression technology, and because I can hear it like comes in before he starts speaking, and I think it's the sound of the background noise when his microphone picks up that he's going to speak, cutting in and out. I don't know how you fix that, but I think that's what it is.
I think he's right, because it's trying to cut it out.
Oh shit!
Now
it's so low. Is he even here?
Can you put on? Is it that you have like the noise suppression thing? That thing usually works pretty well.
Yeah, the crisp. Turn your mic back up and then turn the crisp on. See if that does it.
Yeah, like right next to the hang up button, if you're on PC, that little thing there, noise suppression by Crisp or whatever, try turning that on.
Crisp? Never seen that one.
It's right next to the hang up button, to the left of it. It often works pretty well. I'm pretty surprised. Because, yeah, we're all getting the thumping.
All right, well, I have to mute it because I don't see what you're talking. Crisp.
It's like the sound someone makes, or the similar noise to when someone's talking on like a radio. It's that electrical static interference. Very, very quiet, as I can hear it. And it only comes on just before you start talking. It's like...
It sounds like they stopped after all that. They stopped.
Oh, good. Maybe someone pulled the fuse to their complex.
No, it's just coming up on 10 p.m., so the place closes.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, two things, Dan. One is, a while back there was a flat earther that used to hang around. Super nice guy. Went by like raspberry or apple or blueberry, some fruit. I don't know. He changed his name every once in a while, but it was always something fruit related. And he knows math better than I do. And he helped me work out a spreadsheet that would calculate the curve rate of light based strictly on the physical properties of light and gases, without any assumption of Earth shape and without any fudge factors to make it fit an assumed globe, as best as I understand it.
Because then we could add in moisture levels and temperature inversions and things like that. Once we had a concept of that,
right.
I just don't believe it. I still feel that line of sight is line of sight. I feel that you and I see it with sunsets, and there's quite a bit of conversation just in that. A distant sunset is impossible on a globe.
But doesn't Skunk Bay kind of muddy this line of sight is line of sight thing?
No, in our impression, it proves it. That we're not seeing curvature of the Earth. We're seeing a bunch of flexible air.
What's that? Say that again.
Well, we don't feel it proves the curvature of the Earth. We feel it proves that there's a bunch of movement in the air.
Bendy air.
But I mean,
warping, wavering. I just saw a carnivore had posted a video up a little further. This guy, what was it? It was the guy who also did that butane thing. Dang Joe's is this channel. Anyways, he posted one of them that basically the guy had like a clock, and then it had like it was like a cold air, but it was showing how like the numbers on the clock, like as he moved it, were like the 7, like a 7 on the clock, and it was like squishing and warping. It's pretty interesting. Sorry, carry on. I'm just saying there can definitely be some bendy, warpy distortions that can go on.
Anyway,
yeah, I've been thinking that perhaps everyone's wrong and the Earth isn't curved and it isn't flat. It's both things simultaneously. And that's because reality conforms to some crazy magical reality rule that human beings are too limited to understand with their simple minds. And it's like that double slit photon experiment where when there was an observer, reality conformed to a certain standard. And so that standard conforms to the perception of the observer, and half of the observers think that reality is flat, the other half think that it's curved, and so reality conforms to both ideas simultaneously. And we're actually living inside of a giant toroidal vortex, and the movement of reality is undetectable as a movement of a daydream. What do you think about that for a theory, huh?
Well, maybe we each have our own personal toroids. How's that?
No, we have our own personal problems, whether we live in a toroid or on a flat Earth or not.
Toroidal Earth?
So,
yeah, but it's a toroidal Earth, but it's not detectable because the toroid, as we imagine it, it actually conforms to the perception of the observer. And if the observer thinks, like has thoughts and creates ideas about that perception, reality will conform to that perception as reality would conform to the observer in a dream. Yeah, it's fucked us, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, that's an extreme example. So, like, let's say you were standing in a room with someone else, like a 10 by 10 foot room, and it could be measured to be 10 by 10 feet. You would both say, okay, we're in this 10 by 10 foot room. By all levels of reality, it can be confirmed to be that. But if the other guy just believed it was a 20 by 20 foot room, but you believed it's a 10 by 10 foot room, would he be able to walk through the wall because it's 20 feet? Would he be able to measure at 20 feet and you're measuring at 10? I mean, that's like an extreme on a small scale example of what you're saying. Because on the other hand, if the Earth is a thing and it is consistent to where it's not just totally like create your own reality, lucid dream, psychokinesis, manipulate the physical world with your beliefs or something, if it is the idea that the Earth is a thing, as much as we can call physical reality, real and so on, then in that perspective, it is a thing. It's planar, it's spherical, whatever other ideas someone may have, it is a thing. There is a truth to it in terms of that physicality.
Yeah, so I've been considering that perhaps reality doesn't conform to the thought so much as it conforms to awareness. But like a person can have a implanted awareness, like in hypnotherapy, also hypnotism, have a suggestion, and that suggestion can lead a person to perceive things in a way that are not accurate to the dimensions of the room. Like
That's
there's
correct.
a
But
right.
you're just
Like, so
talking about conditioning.
yeah, in essence, but conditioning is also a type of implanting of a suggestion into a
Right.
person's
So what
perception of
isn't?
reality.
So what isn't?
Well, that makes the point that if the one person says the room's a 10 by 10 and the other one says it's 20 by 10, 20 by 20, if the person that's thinking about creating an argument with that person, just for the sake of creating an argument with that person, they could justify it to themselves that they've changed their whole perception of reality to conform to a different standard of measurement, and that what that person calls 10 by 10, they just call it 20 by 20. And so to them, in their reality, it is a 20 by 20 room, and they're completely accurate in their own conviction that they're telling the truth as they're able to tell it subjectively. Or objectively, I should say.
Right. But that's not the truth.
Well, says you.
Well, I mean, negate it.
Negated. Did you say?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, if you make a positive assertion, right, about something and you don't negate it, then you're stopping yourself, right?
You're saying if I don't prove myself wrong, I'm negating it.
No, you have to prove yourself wrong, right? That's the truth.
No, I don't, because the truth is that there's nothing to prove. And so if I try to prove anything,
you either say that you have the
I just
truth.
fall into the trap that the person that's trying to make you fall into has set for you, because the trap is to play this game of trying to describe it and getting lost in thought. Right. But in reality, we just all observe, and we can all just be and experience it. We can still use names and things, but getting hung up on the definitions and what the definitions mean. And
yeah, and this gets dragged out into like a conversation where this Discord is not really interested in that. But I hear what you're saying. It's a worthwhile conversation to have, but only for people who are interested in taking part in that.
Yeah, which is the same with any conversation, right?
That's right.
Are you still there, Dan?
I wasn't listening, but I'm here. What's up?
Oh, so I was gonna respond, I think, to what I think you might have been asking also. The only way I've thought of being able to provide an objective, an empirical measurement of the effects of temperature gradient on refraction would be to set up a chamber, maybe a fish tank or whatever, with two metal plates, an inch apart or 2 inches apart. Each metal plate at a known temperature, like say one at 0 C and one at 100 C or whatever, to provide a known density gradient. It would have to be extreme, but it would be known, and the length of the chamber would be known, and then shoot a theodolite through there, measure the angle to a certain fixed target, and then get rid of the density gradient, turn a fan on, to mix up the gradient to make it homogeneous, and then measure the new elevation angle to the target, and thereby quantify how much change each degree of gradient made. Does that make sense?
It would be easier to measure the effect upon a laser in different conditions. In other words, it'd be easier to measure the gradient than it would be to create one.
Oh, okay. So, and that's something. This is something I actually want to do someday if I can pull it off. Is hang a couple temperature sensors like a meter apart, one above the other on my drone, and fly it out along my line, like along a 2 or 3 mile line of sight, and then fly it back, measuring the temperature gradient of the actual column of air that I'm looking through while I'm looking through it, and then do that during different temperatures to see what the degrees per meter of temperature gradient, how that corresponds to the angle of, the arc seconds of rising or lowering of the target.
Yeah. Either way, it sounds like we still have work to do to be definitive, huh?
The other thing that could be done is with a long vacuum chamber. Just eliminate air, eliminate refraction, and then compare that to just, a day, whatever ordinary daytime air or nighttime air, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, it would definitely just be easier to take a location, measure it at different times of the day, different times of the year, and look for its effect upon light. I don't think it's there. The moisture in the air makes a mess. I'm beginning to think that what we call the gradient, or what you and I might agree is a bit of temperature inversion, I think causes a lot of that distortion at that line. Somewhere along the line there's miraging, but I don't know much about that. I saw a pretty cool thing someone posted today. It was one of those images that looked like the ship was floating in midair. And next to it, it was color corrected, where you could actually see the water line. And so it just shows you how easy it is for us to be baffled by what we see. So, speaking of what we see, I have this theory that in the old days, people saw what they thought were angels, so they were often depicted in artwork. And in particular, let's say that you spoke to your grandmother and her mom told the story of the people that came from the sky. And without knowledge of machinery or equipment, the storytelling would make anyone that came from the sky, obviously, they would have had wings, storytelling. And I'm thinking that what we see now as UFOs is because we understand craft and vehicles. But in the past, it would have been depicted as if they came from the sky, they must have had wings. Logical. So I think the misconception, or even more importantly, why we don't see angel sight much anymore. It's more of a thorough understanding of what else might come from the sky, or how it came from the sky. When's the last time you heard of an angel sighting?
Oh yeah, no kidding.
And if it came from the sky, then there must not be a container enclosing the sky.
Well, like an outer rim, there could be seasonal portals, with in the ice. So there could be seasonal. There could be ways through. I mean, I'm not convinced of
That's reaching
a solid firmament, at all. I mean, it's kind of a tricky word. We don't use it anywhere else except conveniently here. I was just pretty sure we have a lot to learn about where we live. I'm pretty sure they kind of shut us
I think
down.
so. I mean, have you ever considered the concept of time, or even like the concept of clairvoyance in human beings, let alone like other beings in other dimensions, and how they perceive time?
Okay, so I can comment on that. I used to think frequency was like on a radio dial, up and down. Things operated at a different frequency. And then I realized all of a sudden what it meant. It meant how often. So if you had beings, dimensionally different people, operating at different wavelengths, they would only intersect briefly as their waves intersected. And that would explain the brevity of quote unquote sightings, or ghosts, or weird feelings, deja vu. The brevity of certain things might be because
Right.
it's a brief intersection.
Well,
So it's not about whether or not it's there.
we talk
It's
about
how
time.
often.
We talk
It's
about
not-
time as if it has a future, right?
Right. So it's
Like,
not about
and
whether
a
or not
past,
something was
right?
there. It's about how often was it there.
No. All of
No?
that temporal type of thinking, right? It's all based on memory, right? Memory, knowledge, thought, projection into the future, comparison, analysis, all that kind of stuff that everybody does. But there's no there may be no such thing as time, psychological time.
There's nothing to make it solid like that, It can be reset.
No.
Paused.
Every moment might contain the whole of the past and the whole of the future in the intelligence of one moment. And it's only when you separate yourself from that in terms of reaching back to the past, which your brain does automatically, registering something in the present moment and applying that past to the future, right? Where you create this picture or this idea, this illusion of time. But okay, there's like time like thinking, and then there may be timeless intelligence, or intelligence that exists outside of time, outside of thought, outside of knowledge, outside of memory. So, I'm just throwing that into the whole picture because we're talking about angels, we're talking about, what craft or whatever they could be, orbs of light, whatever they are. It seems like we're at fault here, right? In our imagination, we perceive time as linear progressive cause and effect type of motion. But you may be able to predict something that takes place in the future, and you don't know exactly how you know that, but you do. And even if you don't like directly feel that impetus, or that energy doesn't come through you directly to say, some specific thing, right? Like, oh, this is going to happen. Regardless, it may be affecting all of us, even though we're in this bubble of time-like thinking. And something outside of that, something more evolved, something, more compassionate, more understanding, may see this full picture without the days turning into nights and turning into new days and this linear concept of time.
I was only
But I'm just
expanding
saying,
the same sort of concept, but a bit further as to, time is a component of our perceived reality, right? And I think it's interesting to go to the next level of, like, what is time helping to form a part of in how people see.
Right. So somebody in chat said, the basis of time is defined by a cesium atom, right? Which is decay, which is something changing based on, your observation of it. And just like, a tree getting older and dying ourselves, right? We're applying that same concept psychologically to what we're seeing. And because that thing is moving, because the river is moving, because things are changing, we say that, or entropy exists, right? Whatever. Because we're watching entropy take place, we say that is the arrow of time. And therefore, like we are moving through it. Okay, but that does not mean to say that like there is such thing as timelessness. And I think, like, I don't know. I think all of our problems come from us getting caught in time, essentially, or being focused on time.
Well,
I've even argued that if a person even has the thought that that's where the problem lies, that thought is also a part of the problem that the person that's talking about the problem has identified.
Sure, but you can't escape it, just by that clever, intellectual type of discussion, right?
Well, I would argue, my opinion, it's the observation of that process of thought that allows one to sort of get on top of it and really observe themselves in the process of being aware.
So you're arguing that it's good or that it's bad?
I don't want to put a label. Why put a label on it?
I don't see it as a problem. I mean, what use do humans have if we don't have ambition? We're not meant to see the future. Sure, we have 4-dimensional existences, our souls, but
100%.
our brains are meant to sort through that information that's being channeled here. I think, we more or less receive and sort out those signals in our brains. And so there is a temporal lobe in your brain that sorts out time. And one time I was having a sort of seizure in my frontal temporal lobe, and it caused me to have like crazy deja vu. I knew what things were going to happen before they happened. It was really freaky. But yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a way so that we know which way to move. We need to move forward.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mean to like be black and white and say like this is a problem, or target it and say get rid of it, that kind of thing. But I'm just bringing it up as comparison to something that may not have that same view of things. And also a part of your aspect of your brain may not have that same view of things, and it may be overwhelmed by other parts of your brain, whatever lobes they are, that do take into account those views. And that view may be very limiting in nature. And it may cause a lot of problems.
So in that way, I would ask, is the people that are listening to the conversation at the moment, would they call themselves materialists? Is that like a thought camp that a lot of people here? I hadn't actually considered it until this conversation popped up. Like I don't think of myself as adhering to the concept of materialism, and that consciousness is dependent upon the physical body.
I would say thoughts are material, but most people wouldn't.
Well, they're energetic.
Exactly.
But-
So your idea about a thought being energetic is just like your idea about time being linear.
Yeah, okay. So, but do you think that consciousness exists outside of this material plane?
No, consciousness is the content. That's it. So
Do you think
when you're born and raised,
outside of this material plane that there is no consciousness?
there is no consciousness as you know it, right? As the word that you're using is.
What about dreams?
Dreams are the same thing.
How can I prove that to myself?
You know, the
Can you tell me an experiment? Can you tell me of an experiment that I can do that I can prove to myself that reality exists for me outside of my dream while I'm in a dream?
No, but let's talk about consciousness first before we go off into dream.
It is consciousness. It is consciousness. Dreaming is just an altered state of consciousness.
Well, it's when you're unconscious. It's what your brain is doing to try to bring order into your, disorderly consciousness. But
Yes, but that's information from the dream telling a person about
that
what's
you may
happened
or may not
while
be,
they
that you may or may not
were
be
asleep.
conscious. Right. That you may
So
or
like
may not.
if I'm trying to test reality to prove that it exists when I'm in a dream, I would, as we call it, go to sleep. I'd start dreaming and then I'd come back and I'd have somebody tell me about what was going on here while I was not conscious of what was going on here and just supposed to believe them.
That can happen, sure. I don't know what question you're asking though.
Well, I'm saying I should believe if I'm trying to test if reality is real, I'm asking, should I believe people telling me about reality while I've been asleep in a dream, coming back to reality, and then accepting what they tell me as truth, that I've been there the whole time sleeping? Or so.
Somebody else telling you about reality is akin to you telling yourself about what reality is.
I've thought of an idea somewhat related to that, Adam, where the concept of, like, when you go to sleep, you go into a dream, you basically completely lose consciousness of this world, as it were, and you're in the dream state, and, depending on how deep the dream is or how, the type of dreams that one is having. And then when you wake up, do you have any way to validate that the world you left when you went to sleep is the exact same world you woke up in?
It's exactly what I'm saying. Thanks, bro. Yeah, like where's my? How can I possibly anyone give me an experiment that I can do to prove that all this is really here when I'm outside of it? It's like, to me, it's similar to saying I'm going to go outside of the Earth to prove what its shape is. Like, how can I go outside of a thing?
The Quran says that death and sleep are brothers, and that when we go to sleep, God takes our selves, I don't know, our souls or something from our bodies, and only God can return it.
I think sleep is beautiful, and I think that it provides a level of order that you can't get when you're consciously maneuvering things around your mind. But regardless, like I don't see where we're getting with any of this talk.
To me, the point of asking this particular question is quite important to be able to determine the progression or state of awareness within each person as they would describe it at this time. for me, that's useful because I can better relate and connect to certain people that have a shared understanding of the ideas and concepts that I've come to discover through my own experiences, having done the research, having done the work. And it's an interesting question at this particular time to help determine, for me, the people that are, I don't know, interesting to communicate with.
By the way, I love your picture. Is that like the color spectrum?
Yeah, what I did was I made a star tetrahedron. I fully out on I think it was Inkscape I used, or maybe one of the Adobe programs earlier on. I forget the equivalent of Inkscape, but I made a flower of life, and then from the flower of life, I built the star tetrahedron, and then the star tetrahedron has 3 visible sides, and on a star tetrahedron, you can actually see the an extra side of the base of the other pyramid. And so I had the three primary colors I thought coming together would look nice on each side, and then the other side of the base of the other pyramid tetrahedron have that as black, so as though we can sort of see the reverse side of the tetrahedron.
Yeah, I
Wizard.
like it. It really speaks to me. It reminds me of a depiction of the color spectrum done by a friend of mine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, with the way that the colors, like, I don't know, aim at each other from different angles and also show the shadows going in the different directions. Like if it was circular, it would certainly feel like the color spectrum, but this is more like the quanta, the smallest bits that will allow you to see the color spectrum. So
yeah. Sounds cool. I would like to make this same image in a 3D modeling program, because then I could really get the shading effects correct on the angular sides of the tetrahedrons. Whereas it's only 2D, and I tried to put shading on and whatnot. It sort of looks good when it's really small, but it looks more sort of flat when it's bigger. It's only it's a like perfectly symmetrical overlay of the pattern, rather than having the depth. That if there was depth, it would be angular, or it'd be a sharper, more acute angle.
yeah.
So in in a 3D version, it pops out at you and the angles change because of your perception.
Right. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. So like, I don't know, just to bring up that topic, it's interesting for me to find out fundamentally what's the sort of underlying theory. Like we're here connecting over the discussion of ideas and theories. The server is called what? Earth Awakenings. Well, we call this place Earth. I'm here and I'm awakening, and these are the thoughts that I'm having. Is anyone else having these thoughts? How do I prove that I exist if I go into a dream?
Yeah.
How can I prove
Yeah,
any of
you
this
can
is even
ask
real?
the same question about anything that anybody's saying, right? Somebody brings up the word thought, and you talk about how they're thinking about that thought, right? But you're bringing up dreams, right? And you don't apply the same questions to yourself.
What if the experience is the existence? Meaning by experiencing, that's part of the existence, and that you exist because you're experiencing.
Yeah, that's called I Think, Therefore I Am.
There's also certain, in Buddhist teachings as well, there's some of the Eastern traditions, like some, in the Vedics and so on, and certain practices around, especially in meditation practices where you're focusing on just observing, just being, just beingness,
Right,
and just
right,
the
right.
observation
Something
of
like
just
that.
existence itself, and having that be, in a sense,
yeah.
Well, there's many components to it, but all that is required to kind of get to that ultimate kind of state of peace.
Right. But most people perceive through thinking, or at least their thought is predominant. right?
I don't
Rather
know, but I
than
don't want to
just
make I don't want to make the assumption that I know what everyone else is thinking or what most people are thinking.
that's okay. We're talking about ourselves here. We're talking about, we're seeing ourselves and what we do normally. We're not making assumptions about other people.
Yeah, you just said like everybody. What was that? What is the thing that
Well,
you just said that
he
everybody?
didn't
I
say
thought
what
everybody has.
he didn't say what everyone was thinking. He said that everybody is thinking.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, even more to the point. Thanks. Yeah. So, how do you know everyone is thinking?
Yeah. Many people are like,
No, I'm not interested in any of those types of arguments. You can do that by yourself if you want.
Why is it not interesting for you? I think it makes a valid point. Like, it's
What
how
valid
would you
point does it make?
how would you even prove it? How could you prove that?
That's not a point. That's not a valid point.
Yeah, to the argument that reality maybe not is as real as we think it is.
No, you can go off in that direction if you want to, but it's a waste of time.
In your opinion,
Sure.
perhaps not everybody thinks it's a waste of time.
No. So go on. Talk about it.
Like obviously, if I'm one person, even I enjoy doing it, and I think it's not a waste of time. It invalidates your statement.
Okay, let's continue along that line then, shall we?
If you
How do we know
wish.
everybody's thinking? How do we know everybody's thinking? No, it's your ask. Let's go. How do we know everybody's thinking?
Well, good question. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Good. Go on. Answer it.
Oh, that's why I asked the question. Ask the question.
What is the
To see if anybody else had any ideas on it.
I'm
It's a dumb question.
Well, Santiago, I guess you're just trying to shut down the conversation, but I mean that's not really fair to him. He's asking it to the room.
I'm asking it to the room too.
And what is the question? I guess I kind of missed what the question is.
How do you know everybody's thinking?
Oh wow! So how do I know that like you're thinking? How do I know that every other human
That's
is
right.
thinking?
That's right. And I wasn't trying to shut down the conversation. I was trying not to go into this area, but let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah, and then I just said I don't know. See the purpose of saying let's not go in this area. I don't see why it's illogical to do so. But yeah, that was my question. Any ideas on how I can prove, if I was to conduct an experiment, what are some ways that you would think would be valid that I could prove to myself that other people are thinking?
I think what's more important is how can you prove to yourself that they're not thinking, right? And the answers to that question are more, revealing than the prior. Because if you want to actually assume that people are not thinking, you're going to be making a lot of assumptions that are against your basic human nature, right? Meaning that you understand yourself as a human being, and therefore that's how you understand other people. That's called like relationship. If you forgo that relationship, then you're off into nowhere land. You can imagine whatever you want about whatever you see, and it will be non-factual. It won't be the truth, and you know it won't be the truth.
It's
But
very common.
you will go into that area just because.
I guess what I would say as well, like, what is your definition of prove that someone's thinking? Like, would a brain scan with a bunch of equipment that can pick up signals, would that?
Yeah, well, like what level of thought are we counting as thought here? Because everyone has to have some level of thought in order to survive.
It's three very interesting perspectives. Well, were they thought, idea of proof, and what was the first? Well, what were you talking about, Santiago? What did you say you could do?
Go on, man. Continue.
I just asked, what was the summary of what you, of the statement that you just made?
When he was asking you what level of proof would be necessary, like a brain scan or what? Or is that
Yeah,
someone
just
else?
asking. Yeah, Santiago was just giving an idea. of his thoughts on what a person could do. I was just trying to recollect the
Right.
crux
Well,
of it.
they have measurements for brain deadness, so you can always check for that.
Yeah, sure, but it's in the medium. It's in the can't test
You know,
it for myself.
I would say the ultimate proof for myself would be to access another's thoughts. Now, I don't mean access it in some kind of what is that movie? Inception. Yeah, I'm not talking about like a hacking or a possession or anything like that. I'm talking more about in the perspective that everything within the creation and the creator and all that is within everything is experientially available. So in my viewpoint, our psyches, our souls are not ultimately limited. They're temporarily limited and temporally. And in that sense, like anything within consciousness can be accessed, will be accessed, and is possible to be. And so on that level, if you were able to transcend to the point to where you could actually either observe or experience another's thoughts, that would be perhaps, like, in my viewpoint, like an ultimate proof.
All right. To me, when people talk about stuff like that, even not telekinetic, but telepathic, to me, it's like we're already telepathic. Like we just, like, if you tried to read someone's thoughts, it'd be a huge jumble and you wouldn't really know what was their primary thought, right? Like thoughts are pretty messy, but we order them in order to speak. That's like the kind of thought you would want someone to be able to hear, right? And that's how you can tell when other people are thinking, is by what they say.
So do you, do either of you then think that the Earth, or what are your thoughts on what happens when we're not here to perceive stuff? You think it still exists independent of your conscious awareness of it, or that it could perhaps be dreamlike in nature and not exist when you're not here to be aware of it?
I think that question is very similar to
something. Sorry?
There's only one factor, isn't there? It's whether you're distorting it or not.
with certainly any
It's like,
perspective, it's going to be a distortion except God's.
right. So we can hold that up to like the pinnacle, but clarity, right? Clarity means clear perception. And clear perception is not, it's not really listening to what somebody says, but it is like the intelligence that comes between what they say, right? With it, intelligence is like reading between the lines. Like you were just saying, you could almost read people's thoughts by just listening to how they speak, right? Because the only reason why you're able to do that is because you are the same as them.
Do you know that cats each develop their? I'm sorry.
If you're
I was
not
going to say.
the same as them, right? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say that cats develop each their own individual language to interact with their individual humans, and they recognize when, like, what meows you respond to, and they like give you different calls according to what they need. They like basically train us.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, nature is beautiful. Animals have this capability, or they're innocent in a sense where it's easier to pick up on this because they're not liars, right? But I mean, a lot of like the way that we go about life is built in a lot of accumulation, and we've accumulated so much to where it distorts our vision, it distorts our action. And so what you're actually dealing with when you see a human being, you're dealing with like their whole accumulation of their past. So it is essentially fear, right? In their eyes, it's fear. It's just what comes through at any given moment. It's almost chaotic in a way. And you can, when that line like dwindles down, when you're in a good relationship with somebody, it can be less and less chaotic. or more honest or more clear, but or there may be just like a person who doesn't care, right? Who's just innocent in a sense, like even a child, right? There you can almost see their mind at work, right? In a different way. But all of this like is that there's no boundary to it. The only boundary to it is the way you measure it, right? It's your own limitation that and how you distort what you're seeing.
I don't know. It's funny you talk about fear. Is like the third time I feel like you've mentioned something. The concept is just inherently negative. Like you mentioned, or someone did. This mentioned the seasons basically just coming down to decay, and I don't agree with that. There's like 3 seasons of growth, and 2 of decay if you count fall as both, since it ripens to harvest during fall.
I didn't mention anything about that, but
It must
what
have been
about
someone else, guys.
It's always both simultaneously. Hey, like it's always in a constant state of growth and decay.
And someone was mentioning entropy, and I, even when I was full into like buying into mainstream science and everything, I just couldn't believe in entropy. I don't think it makes any sense. I think this world is made of order. I'm just gonna say it. It's obvious to me.
What's entropy?
Chaos. The idea that the world is by nature descending into chaos.
Wow. When they say chaos, do they mean like the? I'm not trying to be semantic. I'm actually interested. Are they meaning more like the old Greek definition of chaos, where it's like this source of all dream, or is it like chaos as in everything goes like crazy and people start
disorder,
killing each other?
It just
Disorder,
means
yeah.
disorder is what they claim is all it means. It probably has deeper roots, but basically what they claim to everyone is that the universe is in a natural state of disorder.
Oh, that's a bit pessimistic, isn't it? Anyway.
It's very pessimistic. Well, but it hides the creator, because if the way of the universe is order, then it means someone ordered it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I wouldn't say someone ordered it, but I would say that the universe is in meditation. It's in order. But what you look at, when you say like disorder or entropy, chaos, I don't like that, right? That is a form of disorder, because you're seeing something and you're judging it. Okay, that's a distortion of actually what it is. And there are many things that are in a state of decay that that do not separate themselves from order, but you call it disorder, right?
It seems like distortion, but it's also a consequence, right? It's I said it's a. Might seem like a. Or what was the word you used? I just said it. I can't remember the word.
Chaos.
No, the dis word.
Disorder.
Yeah, what was the other word you said?
Distortion.
Yeah, distortion. Yeah.
I don't know. I think judgment gets a bad rap because we need judgment badly.
It's interesting. I was sort of thinking about that earlier. Like,
I think you need clarity, right? Not.
Yeah, like I feel like I have good intuition of things that other people would label right and wrong, but I don't feel like I need to call it right or wrong to know not to do it. For me, it just feels like my nature.
But that's your judgment on what you need to believe. It's like
that's what we call our judgment. Like the word judgment is describing that aspect of my experience, but it's not judgment is not this physical manifested thing that is existing. It's like judgment's a description of one's ability to assess information as they perceive it.
Exactly.
It's a concept, basically. But
yeah, exactly. That's what comes down to is your ability to analyze information. That's why I don't like when it gets a bad rap. Like, oh, you shouldn't judge people. You shouldn't judge things. Like, yeah, you shouldn't act full of judgment and full of like self-righteousness and stuff like that. But you need to exercise good judgment. You shouldn't just hang out with whoever just because you don't want to be judgy. Like sometimes you got to be.
No, that's not the point. Yeah, that's not the point at all.
I think non-judgmental thought is damn near impossible, actually, because a judgment is an assessment, or it's an opinion one can form. It's a criticism. It's a choice.
Well, it was like,
It's a
Genesis,
measurement.
God created light and he saw that it was good. There can be good judgment as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's also like natural judgment, which is like, I'm just calling it natural judgment, but it's judgment, but without the, some people we can both use the same definition for the word judgment, but at the end of the day, what you think is right and wrong is perhaps different from what I think is right and wrong. And then we act upon our perception, our judgment that we make of what is right and wrong. But once again, right and wrong are just concepts that we created to describe the phenomena of what we think is, what we act upon, that we would describe as favorable or unfavorable to us.
I don't know if we invented it. I think there is such a thing as right and wrong, given that we are in a limited perspective.
I'm just saying we created the concept of right and wrong, right?
That's absolutely correct.
I
Yes.
thought God did.
Well, yeah. Then I would ask, what is God then? If that was the, what do you think God is, or what does God mean to you? How is it that you're able to prove not necessarily have to answer all these questions now, but this is a sort of question that I sort of give to myself, or if I'm talking with other peers.
I have no problem answering them. I'm pretty forthcoming about what I believe. But God is the one who sustains all moments and is outside of time. Totally perfect judgment, created everything perfectly with the best intentions. Every bit of wisdom and knowledge is his, and whatever his judgment is, it's because it's absolutely, without a doubt, true and good.
Sure.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
It's interesting. Like, if I think about God in that way, I think about God as not even having judgment, like God, that this entity would be beyond any of the limited concepts that we could even imagine. Right?
Well, to me, it's like this. To us, we say like, oh, well, everything's not black and white. Everything's shades of gray, right? And we're just like, oh, well, things are kind of good, things are kind of bad, or y'all just use judgment to say whichever one it is. But have you ever watched a TV that didn't have a signal and it's just filled with the signals from the universe? Like, it's just static from everything around it. And you might think of it as gray, but if you look closely, it's a bunch of black and white pixels. And I think that's how God is able to see everything. He knows what is good and bad in everything.
That's funny you say that, because I was thinking that that's what we are, right? Like we're all filled with the signals of the universe, and we see things in this muddied, pixelated form. Because all the signals are crossing, right? It's not like, imagine if you just were, if you dealt with all of your problems, right, in some way, right, instantly, like you ended them, right, and that would mean that you were that being, right, you were that person who saw and ended their problems, and you didn't care about ambition, you didn't care about your status, you didn't care about your name, you didn't care about your form. I mean, what type of interaction would you have with the world? That's between you and the universe now. And your or you could say God, even if you want to, but your connection, right? People ask, like, are you connected to the universe? I mean, how would you actually find out? Because really, we're all on our own, right? We're all on our own signals. We're all operating on these, and you can pinpoint, you can go back and look at where these signals came from. You don't blame anybody for them, but you see what the signals are, and you see the future of those signals and how futile they are. So imagine exploring in a different way without those signals, without like any of it. Okay, that is a life that most people, 99.999% of people, will never step into.
Oh, I don't know. I know heaps of meditators. Hey, like, yeah.
Well, the problem with
No,
meditators
it
is
doesn't matter
they
about
really
what
meditate.
meditate or what.
I know, but it's still
Yeah, no,
making steps in that direction. Like it's having the interest enough in it
Wizard,
to.
you have to hear what you just said, right? You said, in response to that, you said, I know heaps of meditators.
Yeah, as in relation to what you were talking about, it seemed to fit.
That's not anything to do with what I'm talking about.
Experiencing life without the static.
Yeah, to me,
No,
the
man.
universe is like
A lot of the times meditation can just be another form of static.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it can't be. I'm just saying that because you said 99% of the people won't experience life without the state. I'm guessing you were talking about a very clouded perception. And I don't know, a lot of the meditators they mightn't be your idea of enlightened, sitting there with light bursting out of their forehead or something, but they're, a lot happier than a lot of the time, doing quite well in their lives, and all attribute meditation to having an effect, and so like
And
positively.
they're also ignoring the world.
Exactly. Here's the thing about meditation. It drives me crazy. This Western concept of meditation, where we think that meditation means clearing your mind, it's basically asking you to accept the static. Meditation is supposed to be deep thought. It's not supposed to be in your head.
There's different forms and types of meditation, I would say, in terms of that, because one of them is to like actually accept everything and to actually allow the experience to be so full that you enter into essentially like a very, very peaceful state, because you're, instead of resisting, you're actually like accepting everything so to the moment that you start to exist like in the moment in a very like direct way, which is
that's spot on.
Yeah,
it's not so dissimilar to having the desire to take a nap. Sometimes people like
it goes down to
in the sun and take a nice nap in the sun and enjoy the moment. Like, doesn't mean a person's ignoring reality. You could make that claim, I guess, that every time we go to sleep we're ignoring reality.
Well, you definitely are. You can't accept all of reality all at once. We're only humans. But yeah, I mean, rest is not bad for you. It's good to relax, especially if you've forgotten how. I'm not saying meditation is all bad. It's just not a way to nirvana or anything like that, or to an awakening or an enlightenment.
I think it's all. I would say it's all those things on multiple scales and levels.
Right. I think it's essential as well.
It can be. I should say that, because the term meditation could be linked with all kinds of different ideas or concepts or methods or practices. So I would have to, I guess, clarify what I mean by the actual practices that I would be referring to, because, yeah, I mean, a lot of it has been kind of popularized in the Western world, and who knows, there's so many been at this point just books and ideas and podcasts and things. So I guess we'd have to define what we're referring to with meditation, but there's so many different forms, and I do see it as a very potent channel to access like incredibly transcendent states and unifying states and like spiritual mystical states that can have like long lasting healing and integration processes that can emerge from those.
I would second that.
I would say like the real meditation is unpremeditated art, and like to have any form of path that you follow or concept that you're going by or practice or anything is not art. It is mechanical in nature. So
But does that
meditation
beg the question that one should?
Well, there is a
Does that
mechanical
beg the-
aspect to art, though.
well, okay,
I wanted
but
to ask
not.
as well.
That
Does
depends
that
on
beg the?
how you appreciate art, or how I'm using the word art in a sense. But I said
Well, it's not about appreciating
unpremeditated
art;
art.
it's about creating art, right?
But I said
I'm just,
unpremeditated art.
Yeah,
well, it's just
I wanted to ask. It doesn't mean though that one should give up and not try in the first place just because they have to begin with a meditation.
right.
Yeah, you
Like
can if you want.
when I grew up,
Absolutely.
I was an artist and I was always drawing, and it was always, I never wanted to like schedule it because it did feel less like art that way. It felt more like work. But I did have to work at it a lot to increase like my my muscle memory and my hand and my overall skill. You know, the eye I personally have for my own art. You know, it does take a lot of technical skill. So I wouldn't say that requiring you to practice
Okay,
means
then
an art.
I won't use the word art. I'll just say my personal description of meditation is just see.
Yeah, can I just to that art idea? Like I still think that meditation is similar in the way that you were describing, and that it for a lot of people it requires much effort before it can become somewhat effortless, and the effortlessness is acquired over a period of time practicing the particular art, and there are many caveats that can mislead people within meditation on what it is that they might be able to achieve if they were to receive like good instruction
There's
or
no achieving,
have a
no
good
achieving, no
support
achieving.
group.
If you have a motive, right? If you have a motive and achievement, then you can't see.
Yes, you can.
You're-
You can initiate your journey with that motivation,
There's no
right?
journey. There's
And
no
then
journey.
and
There's
then
just their clarity of
that's
intelligence of seeing.
it's easy enough to say that, but in the beginning, a person may perceive that they have a journey to. Yes, you can turn around afterwards, and the person may say, "Oh, no, I realised there never was a journey. Like everything was meant to unfold in this way. I just had to, I don't know, whatever story you want to make up for it."
They had to realize that they were wrong for however many years of their life, and at the end, it came to a certain point.
Well, that's
But
what I would
really-
even argue. I'd say, no, they didn't even realize that they were wrong. Like, even realizing what you're talking about now would be realizing that they're wrong. Like, there wouldn't be the judgment of it being right or wrong if it was a higher, right? Like, so it wouldn't be it'd be more just like an amusement at
somebody
getting
can
it all of a sudden. Like,
Right.
you just let go of all of that stuff. Like, you're not holding on to.
I agree with you completely, right? But somebody still somebody can say just see at any moment, right? And you at that moment, you can either see what you are, right? See what you're doing, see all of the whatever problems you have, whatever habits you have, whatever addictions you have, right? You can see that addiction without any distortion, right? You can let itself show to you what the intelligence of what it is, right? Without trying to control it, without trying to suppress it, without trying to transmute it to become something better, right? To get somewhere else, right? To attain something. There's just that seeing, okay? And along the way, every step along the way that you're not doing that is just clearly it's not seeing, right? That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but you can look back and say this is obviously not seeing for these reasons, and it doesn't get away from the point that you can see at any time.
Sure.
Yeah, well, to me, I think you can separate yourself from your feelings and be in a more objective place without having to displace your intentions. Intention
Sure.
is like a higher level of consciousness, it's like when you clear your mind and declare your intention, that's when you can get work done.
Sure. And I think that's what the wizard is saying a little bit.
Yeah, like for me, thought doesn't determine my experience either. So Actually, if anything, I see thought as more, as it occurs for me, or as I witness thought, it's more or less a narration of experience.
Yeah, you're always like telling yourself about your own story and stuff.
Yeah, like you're kind of listening to your own journey in a way.
Yeah, I'm telling it simultaneously as I watch it occur, and yeah, so I when I'm making the effort to meditate, which even though I know it's not the ultimate purpose, I've still found great benefit through putting in the effort and making it a part of my practice to make time to sit and to concentrate in the particular way that I do. And
Wizard, we all have blocks, don't we? And those blocks, the reason why they're blocks is because we don't see, right, the nature of our impetus, our action. And without seeing that, right, you can make effort in many different ways, but it never gets over around those blocks. They're disguised, they're obfuscated on purpose so that they remain.
I don't agree, but okay, I acknowledge that's your opinion.
Well, I mean, that's like why people get depressed, right? They come across blocks and they're about things that are important to them, and they try to decide that those things aren't important to them, even though they are. And so they can just keep avoiding their blocks.
They can keep avoiding, yes. Avoidance to me indicates some sense of direction, some acknowledged issue or acknowledged
subconscious.
Sure. And the blocks can be very subtle as well.
But that's not to say that with the right, either perhaps by a complete shift even in perception, it would possible for a person to release any of their memories that they've been holding on to that they somehow found traumatic, and not that they try to move on with some new false sense of reality that they've forgotten all their past, but just be detached to those events that have occurred and, continue on living.
Well, yeah, and it's said that like when people experience trauma, that like from a shamanic perspective, their understanding, and essentially shamanism is like the world's most ancient, like humans' most original. Really, it's like a set of tools and practices. Essentially, it's not really any specific teaching in that sense. It's more of a set of tools and access, and
we lost
and from there, and from the shamanic perspective, that when someone experiences trauma, whatever it may be, all the different ranges of trauma people go through, there's like a portion of their soul that essentially splits. It like temporarily splits.
Don't get too
on
Harry Potter
on the psychic level. And because of that, psychics, and often it's because like the experience is so painful and challenging that they, especially if they were young as well, that the person like
you're talking
can't
about
fully
generational
experience.
abuse.
Hold
and
on, man.
extreme-
Yeah, please don't
extreme
interrupt, man. Hold on, don't interrupt, bro. Please. Just let people finish, man. I'll pass the mic and you can go for as long as you need to go as well. Okay, so when the trauma occurs, and it's such an overwhelming experience for the person that they're not able to fully process all those emotions, and so some part of their soul or their psyche splits, and they're like a dissociation occurs, and then there can be various symptoms connected to that dissociation. And in some of these shamanic practices, they essentially can assist the person to essentially reconnect with that part of themselves that did split off through experiencing the emotions that were not able to be experienced at the time. So in a sense, it's reliving, but it's actually more like living. You're actually just living them for the first time. And because if it's not a lived experience, it can get stuck in the psyche, and then it can end up blocking the person or causing symptoms like depression or anxiety, whatever it may be. And so in that way, by the person being able to have like a soul retrieval and to re-access that part of them that split off when they had the trauma, and by living those emotions for the first time, a lot of people go through this transformation process to where once they go through all of that, it's like a cleansing on such a deep level because they were able to finally experience those emotions that needed to be experienced in a concentrated way. And then after that, the symptom is like permanently resolved and doesn't ever return in terms of the depression or anxiety or addictions, phobias, so many different conditions.
Can
Yeah,
I just offer that I don't think it's splitting your soul, but rather seizing up part of it. It's like how when you get a physical trauma, parts of your body might seize up. And in fact, when you get emotional trauma, parts of your body can still seize up.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree, and I would say that's my understanding of it as well. Because like the way I was saying on the soul level, there's a dissociated part, but then that in my mind is reflected precisely in what you're saying, which is energetic blockages in the body, which can be like pains in the body or various different things, like in the chakras as well, like some sort of a blockage in that sense, in the physical as well, like in the spiritual and physical, and how those are interrelated, and that the physical has that energy blockage. And in my understanding, when people go through these processes, and the way I described as well, like healing those, like they have like immense like opening up of energy in their body that is like in some cases the first time they've ever been able to access that level of energy within themselves. It's like they're like recovering like some like vital life force.
Absolutely. And what you said about like it's like they're living for the first time, right? Fully. It's not reliving necessarily. I think that's like very insightful.
Yeah, and then the ego death that goes with that, because like in my understanding, like in my experience as well, the ego is connected through the trauma. So if somebody has a certain trauma, and then we might say that person's egotistical, or they're being whatever it may be, whether that's kind of controlling or whatever it may be that one might associate. But sometimes what we associate with that, what I'm saying is it's because the ego structure is built as a reaction to the trauma. So whatever the emotions of whatever was there's like an inverse part of the ego that's built from that, connected to the trauma. So when I'm going through experiences like these where you're having like ego death in addition to living it for the first time, so you're kind of letting go of some part of yourself, but you're also reconnecting with the part of yourself and actually integrating at a higher level of what you previously were able to function at.
Right. And I think we would all be doing this, to be honest. Like I think this would be such a natural thing as if it were breathing, if we weren't inundated with like the problems that we're faced with in society. Like, I mean, day-to-day life, you have to do this, you got to go to work, you have your boss, you have your wife, she has her husband. I mean, we're all separate people who have never been taught these types of emotions. We don't respect these type of emotions. We act like mechanically in nature, just like, operate this job, get your peanuts, and pay for your land, and, have kids and be happy, recreate. But
the adults' lives. Sorry.
All of what Gio is saying is such a natural thing, right? It seems like we've gotten to a point where everything else is so convoluting, so overwhelming, to the point where, and it has been this way for thousands of years, really. It's reward and punishment. It's fear, it's conditioning. I can't say this. I don't have the freedom to actually explore this or the time to explore this because I have these other responsibilities. And that to me is like the only separation between this being totally natural and this being also almost impossible.
I think it's also very interesting in how it affects people's perception of reality, having these experiences without maybe such an emotional need to remove blockages or traumas in that way. Like it's like a person can further expand consciousness by exploring some of these realms and bring back information through their actions in how they interact with reality, having had those experiences. And Like I think it's same pretty much with dreams as well, and people can enter into through learning how to still oneself and calm and relax the body. One can have alternate experiences of realities that we would call dreams while the body's in the upright position. So one can definitely have similar types of experiences as psychedelic experiences if one's able to commit themselves to putting in the effort. Like it takes a little bit more effort if you do it like personally rather than just taking a drug to induce the experience. But from my understanding of
Just let him finish.
what I recall from a lot of the stories that I've heard about the tribes and the cultures of the past were that psychedelic experiences did have a big influence on their cultures at different times, and that these experiences were not only beneficial for their medicinal qualities, but also in terms of expanding awareness and helping tribes to grow and to evolve consciously. And it's today they seem to be lacking in our culture in comparison to how they have been in the past. Psychedelic experiences, at least. Like I've even heard stories about people having prophetic dreams and things. And to me, it seems like dreams are a pretty unexplored aspect of our experience. Like we seem to know very little about them as an experiencing.
Yeah, well, it's like the modern world has made us very, very shut off to these natural features, basically, that the human body has. Like this is how I understand it, and I've seen myself and so many others access these states where, like, my understanding of it is to where, in a sense, there's like this natural type of there's different terms. I mean, like the term like a non-ordinary state of consciousness. Like there seems to be this unique category of non-ordinary, meaning, if we were to say our normal experience is ordinary, we're in the physical world, we're doing our thing. So just that very, very general category of non-ordinary, which is, could be a lot of other things, but I'm referring to specific techniques that the human body seems to have built within it, where it's like we have it appears to be the case that we all have like our own inner healer that like knows how to heal us and has so much wisdom far even beyond what we're even able to even know. And it's actually natural within us. However, in general, you do have to know the techniques to access these states, the tools and practices and techniques, because if you don't, then you may only experience them in dreams. And then depending on how capable one is to really explore in dreams, they might just be more in a state where they're just kind of more experiencing their dreams happening to them. And then if they don't know these other tools when they're in their waking life to be able to access these states, a lot of people have never even experienced any of them. But these states can be accessed in multiple ways, including like meditation, breath work, certain forms of breath. So obviously those two are not involving ingesting anything. Those are just breath and meditation. And then, there is like dream work as well, which is actually in my mind kind of more advanced to really be able to navigate for a lot of individuals. And then, there's all these plants, I like the term entheogenic, the entheogenic plants like peyote, ayahuasca, magic mushrooms, and many others, like those seem to access them as well. But the fact that we can access these states, even without consuming anything, like only like breath work or meditation, or even the flotation tanks, those also, when people are, sober, essentially, people can have full-on experiences in those as well. So it's not anything only related to a plant. However, it also seems to be that there's these specific plants that seem to activate it in a very, very accessible and often, in so many ways, just deeply and profound and beautiful and with such a depth with these wisdom plants. But the fact that we can do it even without the plants as well, it really shows that it's inherent within humans that we have this. Like it just needs to be activated, and when it is activated, and if one is able to surrender and really surrender to it, and surrender to the process, and trust that own process within themselves, and surrender to it, people can have such deep levels of healing and even resolve like a lot of like I was mentioning before, like very deep psychological conditions or addictions, all kinds of things and it's natural within us, and it's in our world today, like certainly part of the big pharma thing where they just want to sell you antidepressant drugs. Whereas what I'm referring to in my mind is, and I've seen it with myself and so many others, the capacity that we all have to have this, and that we can actually heal these things within ourselves and don't have to take any drugs or any anything like that. Like we have that inner healer that will do it. We just need to know how to activate it and also have the right set and setting for it. But if you have the right understanding, set and setting, and you know how to access them in these ways, the implications are incredibly far reaching for so much like healing and advancement within humanity.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm of the opinion that it's the thinking that we just need to know how to access it that is also a blocker to access it.
It's not so much that, but it is that like what Gio described was, I mean, we're using the word experience over and over again, but what Gio described was like a fair use of words to describe something, right? That I think we all agree with. But the experience, right? Somebody going back into their past memories and them having an experience about it, the experience is inherently connected to the experiencer, right? The person who is doing this act, right? Doing this deed. When really the person that needs to be doing it is not the current experiencer with all of their accumulated knowledge, with their translation, as experience in the present moment, but really getting beyond all that, right? So there's something else that takes place when you allow yourself to go down these avenues to be free from all of that and to feel, you know, the necessary experiences that aren't necessarily your mind right now, right? Or your, however you want to describe it, right? Accumulation, whatever word you want to use, but there's something more free than that, even more free than saying that I have experienced this.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see the connection there. I was thinking more along the lines of what was just said by Gio, and that hey, I just need to recollect my thoughts. Like these states that we can achieve with the use of entheogens can also be accessed. I can testify to it, that I can access similar states in dreams. And the way that I get into a state of dreaming is by turning away from thought. So it's like accessing those states require a state of, an experience of absence. And so it would make sense to say that if a person's even having thoughts that they need to know how to do something that's intuitive, that it would be the thought about needing to know something that could be the barrier between them and actually either knowing it or being able to do it intuitively. Easier said than done, I know. I'm not like saying flick our fingers and it's that simple.
Well, you mean for accessing these states? Well, yeah, dreaming and lucid dreaming is because yeah, like the ones I mentioned, they all have their own unique characteristics. Like the way of accessing these states with meditation is, you know, similar and has overlaps, but it's a little different than the way of doing it with the breath work, which is also similar and has overlaps, but it's which is then different than, you know, doing with dream work. And then dream work is different than flotation tanks. Flotation tanks is different than entheogens, but there's certain overlaps, and then there's even ways to overlap them and to do multiple, as well. Like, you know, combining breath work. I mean, you can always combine breath work with just about anything, as well. So
I've had sensory deprivation, like I've done a sensory deprivation tank, and I've also had one of the private chambers at a Vipassana center where you can just go in and meditate, and it's like fully soundproofed and no light. And like essentially, I would just put meditation and sensory deprivation into a very similar sort of a category, because look, you can go into sensory deprivation, tank high, and go into amazing dreams if you wish to as well. But for me, like, I guess if I was to say I had an intention of what to do in the sensory deprivation tank, it would be to relax as fully as possible and not to put any effort into doing any particular thing. And that's pretty much how I meditate also. Sure, a person can also, as far as I'm concerned, a person can meditate, and the point of their meditation can be to get high through doing a breathing exercise. And they can still experience a state of thoughtlessness going into it with the intention to get high from sort of hyperventilating or whatever. But
Oh yeah, you can have profound access with breath work, and has been found that using breath alone, the entire range of experiences that people have had on entheogens can be had on the breath work. However, there are certain things that are unique, like especially to the plant entheogens, that seem to be very unique to those. For example, there's like wisdom that peyote can share that nothing else can. So there's always going to be unique things with the plants, especially on that level. And then of course the physical sensations and visual effects of the plants are very, very colorful and beautiful and multi-leveled, and have rejuvenative and healing qualities that the breath work may not have those exact, neurochemicals and everything that's going on in the same way the plants do. But in terms of the experiential content and the types of the whole range of experiences that have been observed and seen that people have with the entheogens, in terms of that part of it, is all able to be accessed in the breath work. For example, like past life experiences, reincarnation experiences, would be one example where, on entheogens, people can have those experiences, like the plant entheogens, but in the breath work, they can also have where, during the experience, they deeply connect with, what they describe as a previous lifetime that they lived, and all, the emotions and the things that needed to be processed from that lifetime. And often it's the death of a past lifetime, actually, that people often connect to. That's the painful link that seems to be blocked for them. And in these cases where their sort of inner healer is basically taking them there to access that, to then release it. And those healings can be profoundly deep. That's also what people often need to get to, if that's their experience. But those are often ones that are required for people to connect with to fully resolve certain, anxiety or depression states.
yeah, for sure. And in that way, I would definitely look at the things that can be achieved through prolonged meditation as being far more advanced, because it really takes a lot of effort, or more than in my experience, I haven't met many people that have really wanted to put in the effort to meditate really consistently enough to see if they can achieve what they can achieve by taking entheogens, for example, or to put so much effort into their dreams or so, although I have met people that are interested in dreaming.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a much more challenging. That's my understanding of it as well. Like, that's why these meditation traditions, like in the ancient Vedics and others, it was such deep level of practice to get to these states, because the meditation one is more difficult for most people to access, because you basically have to, the real trick to it, and for me, has been to access the way to shift my own brainwave state. Once I can shift my own brainwave state, I can then take myself into all of the layers. And so you have to be able to do that. That's how I was able to do it for myself. And whereas if one's not able to do that, then you have to continue practicing until you can do that, essentially. And it can be difficult because it takes a level of focus essentially and practice to be able to access it. However, if you can access that and get into those very deep brainwave states, I do think it contains some of the deepest, most blissful, connections with the creator, essentially, the cosmic creative principle, like becoming one with it, for example, like transcendent mystical experiences of complete and total union with deep, deep layers of consciousness, including even to the core of it, the actual center, and all levels in between. So yeah, the meditation states, when accessed on those deep levels, in my understanding, could be some of the deepest, like unification experiences and mystical experiences that can be had.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, imagine, like, I don't know if maybe you have lived with a tribe of people that have psychedelic rituals, but I don't know, even as a thought experiment, it'd be pretty cool to imagine like actually growing up and living in a tribe of people that are just always in nature. And then, so they're kind of like in a meditative state anyway, because they're not distracted by so many
right, and they're in nature. Yeah, nature puts you into a kind of a natural meditative state. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of footage of native tribes of peoples that, have these cultures, and they seem like pretty in tune people already. I imagine that having such clean diets and being so, in tune with themselves. I don't know, it's an expression, but whatever, I'll use it for the time being. But they might even get really a lot more out of their experiences in comparison to people that are living, mainly sort of like a normal Western sort of lifestyle.
I feel this kind of way about animals that get taken into captivity and live a pet life. I had this argument with my brother where I said like dogs and cats and like your hamster essentially aren't living a true life. Like they don't get to truly experience what life really is because they aren't struggling. And unfortunately, that's really what it seems life's true experiences come from, is the struggle from it.
Yeah, like imagine if you all had to go out and collect all the herbs and spices to make some, psychedelic drink that we weren't really thinking of it as a psychedelic drink. This is just like some, magical medicine that's being given to us by the gods of nature to help us like connect with them. And we have to go out through the forest and, can be a journey of survival just to go and get the things that you want to use to make this magical drink,
Yeah, it's the geological version of up, down, left, right, start, select.
Contra. 99 lives
Nice.
or infinite lives on Contra.
That was perfect timing, bro. That's awesome. I know, totally. Well, yeah, and I was thinking of the way you were describing that. I wanted to say, so there's like two tribes I'll mention. One of them is the Yawanawa. The other one is the Hunikun. These are two tribes in the Amazon, rainforest in South America, and they both use ayahuasca as one of their core central medicines. They basically live nowadays. Unfortunately, the Western world. Unfortunately, they have been encroached upon. So, it's a little different now. Although they're doing okay. They're hanging in there. But yeah, it has been the modern day for these tribes. However, they're still holding it down though. But anyways, even before this modern time, like these tribes, and they live just like you were saying in the jungle, just in peace, in just beautiful by the river, and just in the jungle there, and they just live enjoyable lives. They play music, they have art, they sing, they swim in the water. They easily collect and have food. And they use ayahuasca as like their central medicine. So just like you said, yeah, they go out, they cut down the vine, they collect the leaves, they cook it all and boil it down, and then they drink it regularly. And for them, it completely keeps them like healthy, like spiritually as well as physically. And they basically, part of what ayahuasca contains is DMT, and DMT in a natural form like that is such a potent entheogen in and of itself that they're able to have like connections of like unification with like their ancestors, and they're able to get like knowledge and wisdom, and they get more like knowledge about their own potential, and also like how to access more medicines, as well. Like they get like certain downloads as well. It's so beautiful. And in those like tribal, in these tribes I'm discussing, like they don't have any depression, they don't even have any crime. Like no one's stealing from anyone, no one's hurting anyone, nobody is in pain. Like see, that's the thing. If you're in pain, you go to the shaman or you go do the ceremony, you do the medicine, and then the medicine will cleanse that. And so their goal is they use the medicine as like almost like the protection, for their whole tribe, so that none of them have sort of demonic energies or, various things like that want to cause harm. Like, and they help the people to, and that's what ayahuasca does anyways. It's a very natural it just purges demons. It purges,
Hey, Gio, would you say,
so yeah.
Gio, would you say it's difficult to like live in your falsehoods while you're taking ayahuasca regularly? Is it, or do you like are you kind of purging, I don't know, things that don't make sense sometimes, right?
So has anyone here done the crystallized form, the DMT version?
Hang on, just
freebased it?
in response to what Gio said, I just wanted to add that I think that the ceremonial process is also very bonding and helps to really facilitate the release of those traumas that you're talking about. It's like it's also built up by the act of everyone coming together, making a ritual, drinking of the potion. There's the connection there. We're all going into this experience. We got support. They feel really loved and nurtured, and it's like a really deep bonding experience for people as well, which is super healing in its own nature. I've heard of people.
Drawn out experience. It's a long experience too. It can be up to 12 hours long. Like if anyone's experienced that kind of tryptamine, like it's intense, man. And I couldn't imagine. That scares me. Like honestly, doing the ayahuasca part of it, like that blows my god. That's the worst part of tripping for me is thinking like, is this ever gonna end? And for me, like smoking DMT, it's really nice because it's done and you're there and back. But when I'm on mushrooms or LSD or whatever, I'm constantly I get to that bad spot and I'm like, how long is this gonna take? Right? Like, am I stuck here forever? And I always get to that bad spot. And I just thinking about doing an ayahuasca trip, like. I got some demons based, like you could see it. Like for me, I think that would be very intense.
Yeah, so that's kind of the whole point of what we're sort of, I guess, in a way, we've kind of been talking about that in this last time, because if there was perhaps this integration of this culture within mainstream society today as it is, you might not have those blocks, or you might already have the tools or the resources to have been able to deal with things before they came up in that manner. So, and then it's also like, I think it's likely that if you were to get the desire to be willing to give it a go, and you were experiencing this communal aspect of the tribalistic rituals.
Yeah, I've never had the communal thing. Like I've done the heroic dose on mushrooms.
It's super nurturing. Hey, like it's I've seen people go there and be really scared, and I participated in one that was like 40 people a couple of years ago, and there was a lot of people there that were not even sure why they were there, but everyone sort of had this reverence, and there was a certain vibe. Okay. I'm not a big fan of using the word, but like a certain vibe there that's held by the people that are conducting the ceremony. There's like a type of reverence for the people that bring everyone calls it the medicine.
Is there any kind of chant work or any kind of drum work that's done as well, or no?
Yeah, it depends on the type of ceremony. Hey, like the one that I went to, the people are singing the ayahuasca songs and doing
I've looked those up actually and listened to those. There's chants and all sorts of things, and and it's interesting because like doing like again like the DMT, the freebase version, like I do get auditory things that happen that are on like these weird like like wee wah wah, wee wah wah, wee wah wah, and then it gets like more intense as it comes, and then it fucking hits you, and you're fucking breaking through, and you're blasting off essentially.
I
And
nearly
like I
started
can
blasting through when you were singing just then.
I think isn't that kind of like in this kind of trance way? Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, I mean, depending on what that exact compound was, sounds like, yeah, if it's an extracted version, yeah, that's like a very, chemically extracted potentized version of a particular DMT compound from a particular plant. So my understanding, there's multiple different
Usually the
ways
Mimosa
in which
hostilis.
DMT.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, Mimosa hostilis, exactly, yeah. So that's one common one, but
Yeah,
that
here
has
in
very
Australia, we get it from the wattle, the acacia wattle.
and they all have like very different, in my understandings and experiences as well, they're connected to actually different realms and different layers. So like DMT is not all just the same. Like the idea that there's just like, if you were to extract it, for example, from one plant versus another, they can be very different. They can engender very different experiences.
So yeah, and I've broken through almost every time I smoke. I've done it maybe 20 times. I try and share it with everyone I can. I've actually got this new batch of stuff I just haven't even touched. I've had it for like I got 6 months, and like I'm waiting to share it with my neighbor before he goes because he wants it. But it's always been the same kind of reddish kind of like I can tell by the smell it's the Mimosa hostilis extract. But I've always had this experience where there's multiple entities that exhibit themselves in a way of like either like paint splashing on a black background and it's like laughter portraying to me, or like a guy in a mushroom hat in the clouds surrounded by like hundreds and thousands of people that are all laughing and smiling down at me, to seeing my chakra built of like vibratory lines and like multiple pinpoints where there's like balls of light that aren't in the normal point, things you would think of a chakra being in. It's just like I would love to try a different version of it, because for me, like, these are the most like profound experiences I think I've ever encountered and I've done the heroic dose through the mushrooms, and that for me saved me. Like, I was suicidal. Like, I had the complete ego death, conscious fucking breakdown. Like, it was great. Like, I came out who I am now. Before that, it was bad. It was cringe. It was all cringe.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man, that you're able to have that. Absolutely. Yeah. That'll do it. It'll set you straight if you're in that. Exactly. Yeah. Especially if you, can go with the intention of that. Yeah. You can have a deep healing. Well, one thing I was going to comment with you before, you mentioning with your process. So what I will just share is that it is actually quite common, people working with these different methods and forms of healing like these, where
Did you cut out?
Oh, no, I'm still here. Yeah. Oh, what I was going to say is, like, you were feeling like, some of those feelings, like you were saying, you just wanted it to end and it was kind of uncomfortable. Is it ever going to end? I think you had said. Yeah. So like, people have had, that is actually a common experience. So what I'm saying is that so when people access these states, like whether it's meditation, whether it's breath work, whether it's, a plant-based entheogen type thing, like in all of them, they can access a state where.
Lost you again.
My bad, dude. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I had my mic.
You were saying that they could possibly reach a state where they would.
Well, that's the thing is, like, I'm in this part where I'm like, man, is this ever going to end? And it's like, I'm in like a psychological break where I feel like I'm stuck there. And
yes.
like,
Thank you. Yes, dude, precisely. Feelings like you're stuck, or even feeling like nothing's happening. So like, even it happens on the breath work where someone will go into the breath work. One person will be going through something really intense or whatever. Another person might be in a deep meditation state. but that person might go through an experience where they just feel like one example, like the feeling of nothing's happening, like, oh, just nothing's happening. Like that's actually a part of their process that they'll move through eventually. Or like you said, feeling stuck. That's one as well. Now, there's deeper thoughts on that, and it has to do with the memories from our birth and feeling stuck in the birth canal, and that the ego death is also rebirth, and that we have the memories from our birth stored intercellularly in our body. And so the feeling of entrapment, being stuck in the birth canal, feelings of wanting it to end, or feeling like it's going forever and it's not going to end. So I'm just sharing with you that other people who have reached those parts of their process through all these different methods, if they just seem to surrender to that and actually go into it and face it, and actually like take it head on, it then will, no longer have a hold on you in that negative.
That was my
in the negative way, and it will no longer have the hold in the negative way, and will transform into some higher integration that is of a higher connection with yourself.
For sure, because like for the longest time I was doing like the smaller doses of mushrooms, like a half eighth, or even like the higher one was like closer to an eighth, and I would get in these like middle phases, and psychologically I'm like, it's like having one foot in the stream and one foot on the bank, and you're trying to like struggle and keep steady while your other leg's like trying to let go. What you need to do is wade into the middle of the stream and let both feet up and let the river take you, because if you don't do that, you won't ever experience, like, and that was my problem. Like I was never willing to let go and go wade completely out. And doing the heroic dose of 7 grams, man, I didn't have a choice. It was like I got my foot in the stream and it started yanking me, and eventually I didn't have a choice and I was gone. And when I let myself go is when it truly, dude, my life changed. Fucking rotating iris chakra appeared on the wall and fucking it poured like pure orgasmic pleasure and pure love into my body. And I used that throughout the time to fix and curate the being you interact with here.
Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's nothing like a high dose like that. Absolutely. And with psilocybin, mushrooms can be very potent. And, when they've done a lot of for example, like that term psychedelic therapy that was done, especially back in the 50s and 60s before it was made illegal, then the different therapeutic, where they were able to, test it on that level with people. And it's the case where they often referred to, when they did that types of therapy, there's like two types. There's what can be referred to as psycholytic, and then the second one is psychedelic, and that's using the term psychedelic. So the psycholytic is the form where it's a lower dose, and so it seems to give like a partial access to the state, so you're kind of in partial. So that's why like these lower doses, being at like a concert or out with friends or out in the forest, out in the forest, maybe, these medium or lower doses, because you're not fully immersed in that sense, and you're still kind of, half and half essentially. So that's in the psycholytic. And when they do therapies like that, they often use other techniques to kind of activate, the process, as it were, in some cases even breath work. But then the high dose is the psychedelic level, to where it's just like a complete immersion within yourself. Like your any resistance you have to your unconscious, forget about it. Like at the high doses, at least for most, there's some people that actually have incredible resistances and can resist even very high doses. So believe it or not, some people, and those people often have OCD. So there are some unique cases where it's very bound up like that. However, for most, yes, like it's just like you said, like there's no ability to like naturally resist your unconscious. And so generally that psychedelic level, high dose, tends to bring, in some cases, more profound, long-lasting therapeutic results from any one experience, because the fact that the actual molecules themselves that's in the medicine itself, the compound, in some way, like just helps them to fully release in that way. And then people are able to have like very powerful, because like, for example, going through ego death is not easy. So if the dose is high enough, you don't have a choice. You're just going through it. Whereas if it's a lower dose, people might tend to resist it even repeatedly. And everyone's different, of course. But yeah, man. So yeah, I resonate with how you shared that. That's deep.
Yeah, it was not easy. Though profound as it was, there were hard points where like I was like legitimately like holy shit, this is what somebody with like multiple personality or schizophrenia is dealing with. Like I was seeing visions and things for like maybe a good hour that I was having to deal with, but
Oh yeah,
the
just
fact
straight
that I
up
had
going
resented
insane.
or
Yeah.
surrendered, yeah, it was like it was so therapeutic. Like it's even to this day, like this almost like 10 years out, I can't stress enough how like you wouldn't be talking to me right now if it weren't for that. Like I was that bad as an individual. Like man, it changed me.
Yeah. Man, how beautiful it'd be in our culture if some people are suicidal, and they need help. If we could be like actually offer them the help that they need.
But you can do it now, man. In like Colorado and Washington and Oregon, like mushrooms are legal. You can legit do this for and what's the other one? The ketamine. There's ketamine therapy. You can even get ketamine delivered to your house now to help you deal with depression. Like holy shit. Like I've never done ketamine, but I've heard what it can do to help with people with depression and shit. Like I'd be willing to try it maybe and see if I'm a candidate.
Yeah, I'm guessing, were you meaning in more of a social way, Geo? Like if it was a publicly available type of therapy rather than something that people had to seek out for themselves if they wanted to?
Say it again. I've
Did you mean that it would be good if people had access to that type of therapy in a more social way, like if it was a public health care type of treatment? If like when you said it would be good if people that were suicidal had the access to these types of therapies so that we could really help them.
Yeah, well, I think what I was referring to with that specifically is that if it would take a lot of setup though, because you have to have the whole structure for it. So, I mean, yeah, there's the whole question of, how to utilize, these states and these experiences. But for example, if there was a program that was out there, like, I mean, it'd be great if it could even be, available to everybody, like universal healthcare in that way. So everyone has access to it, to where if they're struggling, whether it's with suicidal or depression or a crippling anxiety or crippling depression, addictions, phobias, all kinds of severe insecurity issues. What is that? Body dysmorphic disorder, eating disorders. I mean, the list goes as deep as the DSM-5 goes. In terms of all the layers and levels of sufferings that people go through. And if there was a way that these people could actually could go to, a facility with knowledgeable, wise, ultimately shamanic elders, ultimately, but also would have really good organization to it, to where, they could have, let's say like an introductory, 30-minute kind of sit down interview, with a professional, with someone who really knows, the full knowledge of how to work with these. And they could say, okay, what are you going through? Get a whole analysis and everything. And then be able to offer them a wide range of experiential therapies that they themselves can, so they can experience their own process that they need to heal. And then ideally, the care and support and setting to facilitate those individuals to be able to work with the right medicine for them, or the right technique for them, whether it's a plant medicine or whether it's even one of the breathwork techniques or meditation techniques, or the sensory isolation, as you were mentioning, the flotation tanks, all these different forms. There's also
sounds pretty utilitarian.
There's also trance dancing. That's actually another one. You can access some deep things with that, trance dancing as well. Oh, drumming as well. There's like shamanic drumming where it's just one tone, like boom, 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 and it's just consistent, like a rhythm. And then that can actually put your brain into a very deep brainwave state, and you can journey that way as well.
When I did my first, what they called, hot bath? No, those saunas, the American Indian saunas they do. What do they call? Sweat house. Sweat lodge.
Sweat lodge.
Sweat lodge. Yeah, the guy that held the ceremony had been over and spent a heap of time with them over there, where they do the sun dance and stuff. And yeah, he was. When I asked him afterwards, I was like, "Did you learn the words?" And he's like, "No, I just more so learnt like the feeling of it." And like he said that's what there are certain words that they use as well, because when they do the drumming, they also chant simultaneously, and it's super powerful. You know, you're sitting there sweating your balls off, and all these people, and it's super hot, and then you just got this like you're in this enclosed area, and then you got these drums just pounding. Like, yeah, it's for me, those sorts of experiences have been nearly as intense. I wouldn't say as intense as the psychedelic experiences that I've had, but still very powerful. And also was thinking when you were talking about the therapy ideas that, and once again, it seems to me that it's the larger part of all of those, or the thing that a lot of those ideas all had in common with it, they were sort of like a ritualistic therapeutic types of environments that would be set up for people so that people could feel safe while having those experiences. And in that way, I'm completely of the opinion that psychedelics I wouldn't say they don't need to be used, but there can be situations where there's no need to use psychedelics. It could be just having that, like that ritual in that really safe area where you've got people relaxing you through like a guided meditation, essentially, that can be enough. If people feel safe in their environment, they can relax into these experiences and let go of the things that they're holding on to that are actually blocking them from having these deeper experiences. So the comfort, the security, the environment, the setting makes a pretty big difference for a lot of people. I'm not saying it's going to be like that for everyone, but, for a lot of people, it has made a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, exactly. The set and setting is key as well. And yeah, so there's many different ways to access. I mean, I do think though there are certain unique benefits that certain of the plants do provide that can be very unique and profoundly beneficial and helpful. Like even like even something like peyote, like most people haven't even maybe ever even had the opportunity to experience it. And but like somebody, if they were introduced correctly and they really were going to utilize the medicine and have the proper usage and support with it. I mean, people can basically put together fractured parts of their psyche that they never were able to do, ever before in a way, so people that are like suffering really, really deeply on things, like have like very severe, things going on, like either psychologically, physically, and so on. There's certain like healing benefits on the physical and mental and spiritual level that the plants are able to provide because of their unique intelligence and those plant spirits themselves. And so, yeah, I think they're just different and they're unique. And so, yeah, like using methods that don't involve the plants have their own components, and it's kind of more of a process of developing that within yourself. Whereas, yeah, with the plants, you're kind of like communing with that spirit and connecting on that level too. But I'm just saying, for the ability for people that are really like fractured and have serious things going on, something like peyote like that, can even at a moderate dose, it doesn't even have to be the highest dose in the world. But yeah, I mean, for many people, it starts them on the road to really starting to understand what's going on with themselves, and it's like just a deep blessing and a deep like spiritual supportive, energy for them to convene with.
Yeah, something supportive for sure.
Yeah. I personally think that there is, I want to be careful how I say it.
Like also for a lot of people, like when they relive their birth trauma memories, a lot of people experience it as a very physical release. Like there's actual physical energies that seem to be cellularly being like healed and released. And that's where like methods like the breath work and also the plant entheogens really come in handy, because they have an activating quality that tends to help with that. I think it's a bit harder to like heal the emotional body on meditation than it is on some of the other ones that are more activating, because it seems like for a lot of people, it's like a cellular reliving of the memories when it comes to the birth process. And you're like you're on a cellular level, you're actually experiencing like the memories of it. People experience this where it's like the memories of the birth, like literally feeling like they're in the birth canal, or suffocation, all of the different things that go along with that they're literally connecting with that. But it's almost like they're unlocking those memories that they, at the base of themselves, and how they're connected. And it's just fascinating to see how like people seem to be able to like, and reliving that on that cellular level for them is what allowed them to heal through it. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of saying how it's just fascinating how it goes to that level.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess what I was sort of going to contend was that the plants are necessary, but if you say like either for most, or it's a more difficult thing to accomplish with the body, I would actually agree with that. And that also I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody that's already had those experiences and feels like they can then reproduce them. And I wonder, if I'd not had those experiences, would I therefore know how to access them? I obviously not, because I would be not able to make the comparison. So it's not to say that I can't or wouldn't have been able to achieve a similar type of experience, but I would know if it was the same type of experience as what's induced with psychedelics. But so what I'm saying is that I guess that psychedelics opened a door for me. And just because I had the door open, I don't try to make the effort to live like I'm either going to be high all the time, or to take psychedelics all the time, but to somewhat keep the information that has come to me through those experiences integrated, as I think Demon Stride was sort of saying earlier, has really made a big difference in my life also. Like, I would challenge anybody that's had some deeper side of spiritual or psychedelic experiences to say that hasn't in some way been beneficial for them. But maybe someone could argue, but generally from what I've experienced myself, it's been super beneficial.
I've dabbled in psychedelics a fair number of times, and I could say that it hasn't truly changed who I was. Who I was has been changed by lots of other things, but who I was in a psychedelic moment, or being under the influence of any plant, it's always there, right?
Yeah,
It's
so it
always
hasn't
there.
changed who you were, but but you're shaped by your past experiences. So in some way, it has changed who you are.
I would say like for me, it wasn't like outwardly I'm a different person. Inwardly, I know who I am. That part has never changed. Just like the hurt part is no longer like afraid of being hurt or telling that it was hurt.
Right. Okay, I can agree with that. So, something like that, but it has clarified to me, like at different times in my life when I've chosen to take these substances, it's shown me beyond myself. And I think Gio used the word over again, your brain cells, right? Or the cells are actually holding this information, right? And it's very hard to break. And I think like taking these substances sort of, it sidewinds that, it gets around it a little bit, where you're not so much blocked by this like root nature of how your brain cells are conditioned or how they're acting. You get some other sort of grace, other sort of perception, where you feel the movement of it and you see some clarity beyond it. And that is like a teaching, right? A learning from this plant, from whatever substance that you're taking, and assuming that it's not just like whatever, but you go back to where you are, right?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't just, I wanted to make it clear that I wasn't trying to argue. I really agree strongly with a lot of these points, just to say that Perhaps there's like a vibrational frequency or some sort of a tuning that we become focused on or more easily attuned to when we are under the influence.
Sure.
And once having had the experience, it then is possible that one can tune into that without needing to take the substance again, or that it is even possible that maybe unintentionally or intuitively someone may learn how to tune into that experience.
I don't think you need to rely on any substances in order to tune into anything deeper. And
Yes, I'm saying, although I still would agree that it may be very difficult for some people, and that, you know, for many, I've experienced it, so I can imagine it could be like that on a broader scale as well. That for a lot of people, it's just easier because they're not able to intuitively confront those blocks.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
so
yeah, exactly. Like my understanding of it in all of just terms of all the fields that I've worked in and been involved in over the years and so on, it seems to be that meditation is one of the most challenging, which is why a lot of the traditions around it are so focused on the practice of it, the deep practice. And it is one of the more subtle ones. It's going to be challenging for many to be able to really get deep, at any time very quickly in general. And then the breath work is kind of 50-50. It's better for people, like generally doing the actual physical breath work, because it actually has physiological components and will put your body into that state if you yeah. So that now you're getting kind of that activator. And then when it goes to the plant ones, especially in particular, I would say ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga. Those three. So I'm not really putting mushrooms in this category. Mushrooms are a little bit wild. They're different basically. They're a little bit like unhinged, but they're also very potent and amazing. But the other three I mentioned, or mushrooms can be unhinged, I should put it that way. They can also be very beautiful and healing, but they do tend to be a bit more. They just don't have as deeper of an intelligence on certain levels when it comes to like what the emotional body needs in certain ways. And so the category of like ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga, those are to a level to where they have this like, in general, this like comforting, loving, supportive component to where it'll never bring up anything too abruptly for you. And they have like a certain wisdom and like a very, very deep, it just feels like it's like the most ancient energies in that sense, and ancient spirits that seems to have just wisdom far beyond any human capacity. And because you have that support on that really high octave level of that plant, it is like literally like in a sense, like there's so many ways it could be termed, but like generally there's, when working with those medicines in those ways, like there is no such thing as a bad trip in that sense. Like everyone has a complete, overall positive, even though there can be challenging things that might happen through it, but there's just like this completely loving and supportive energy. So that's why I was mentioning it before. Like if somebody's like, really in a fractured state, working with on those levels, like giving them like a high dose of mushrooms, like, woo, I mean, that could still help them, but like some people that might be a bit much. And so, yeah, these other three that I'm mentioning have, and in their own ways as well, even those three have differences, but have that capacity to like fully like hold you and protect, and then actually, have that like protection and just completely medicinal healing overall effect that's happening.
That's interesting, G. I agree with you on what you say with the ayahuasca, but I think that mushrooms could also be used, even perhaps LSD. It needs the right type of ceremonial usage, the right amount. Right.
And mushrooms are amazing. Yeah, I'm certainly not downplaying them. I just, in a way, I see mushrooms and LSD in a slightly different category, in a way than those other I mentioned. But because LSD is absolutely potent as well, and it's like a complete amplifier, and it has its own entire qualities. But that's like pure cosmic light. LSD is like pure cosmic light. It's just pure ether light.
So is that? I just had the thought and to ask you if your opinion there was based off experiences that you've had with LSD and mushrooms, that maybe the experiences have been a little bit more social in your personal life with those experiences. So that does that somehow have an effect on your opinion?
Well, I've worked with these in many, many contexts in terms of all of these. And yeah, both on a, if you're referring to social, you mean like on a
couple of mates and a few mushies or something like that. Like,
okay,
I've
yeah, I
had,
just want to
I've
make
had
sure I
both.
understood what you were saying. Yeah, I
I've
just
had
wanted to
like
make
a
sure.
ceremony with mushrooms, and I've had ceremonies with LSD, and then I've had social or recreational experiences with both. And in general, I feel like they're considered safer to use in a recreational social environment more so than. So I've never gotten together with people and just like recreationally done ayahuasca, although I'd be open to it. I can imagine it would be pretty fun.
Yeah, so absolutely, man. Yeah, I same here. Yeah, I've also worked with them in all these different settings. I've yeah, exactly, like, you know, everything from mushrooms in the forest with friends on a more medium dose to maybe even medium high, depending on, you know, what this setup is. Or like going to like botanical gardens or just, yeah, being with people, concerts, all of that. At the maybe more medium dose, like low to medium dose, and maybe potentially high dose in some cases as well. And so in those settings, and then I've also done them all on my own in very high doses and medium doses and low doses. So all dose ranges on my own very deeply as well. And so using them, you know, solo in that way. And then I've also worked with them in ceremonial groups and ceremonial and settings as well. In terms of, you know, those specific formats.
I'm sure you'd agree then that the ceremonial aspect of an experience can really change the quality of the experience it can have with pretty much any given substance. At least that's been my experience. So I would imagine you'd agree with that somewhat. But as I think, as you're saying, you find the certain quality of the entheogens that you mentioned as being subtly different in some way, perhaps that it is feeling like a different quality of experience for you.
Definitely. I would say they're all unique and different in so many ways. Yeah, when you were saying that, my mind was already thinking of things. That's awesome, man. This is so deep that I'm so appreciative we're having this conversation because yeah, like, so yeah. Well, like for example, with the breath work, I've done these holotropic breath work with like hundreds of people. So it's in a huge room with literally hundreds of breathers. And
I met a guy a few years ago that was. Can you tell me what holotropic breathwork is? I'm not certain of the idea of it. I've just heard about it.
So I'll just try to give the briefest. I mean, essentially, okay, I'll try to give the briefest as I can. So Stanislav Grof was doing a lot of the psychedelic LSD and psilocybin and other all the psychedelic research in the 50s and 60s. And then once it all went to be illegal, he couldn't continue professionally working with them. And so he then developed what he coined the term holotropic breathwork. And holotropic is a word, it's a two-part word. The last part of it, tropic, comes from trepain in Greek, which means to move towards. And then holo in Greek is whole. So essentially it could be defined as like moving towards wholeness. And so essentially he used that term. And it's, so he developed this form of breath work because he couldn't work with any of the psychedelics because they were all made illegal. And what they found is by using a couple of core tenets, which really are shamanic and very deep, ultimately, core tenets of how to actually do it. And all of the right practices around it, that is one where the group energy really potentizes it. I am talking big time potentizes it in just intensity, which is the main reason I had brought it up. Yeah, because like when you have, and I could share a lot more about holotropic breath work, of course, but when it's happening, it's like each breathing session is about 3 hours long, and half the people are breathing, and the other half, everyone's paired up with a partner. So
is that like a continual session for 3 hours?
Each breathwork session is 3 hours, yes, and you take turns. So like you go for a 3-hour session where you're the breather, and then with your partner, and they're just sitting right next to you. They're there in case you need anything. You don't have to interact with them if you don't want, of course. You're just in your. The whole goal is that you're in your experience, but they're there to give you a tissue or help you to the bathroom or give you some water or just be there in any way that you may need them. Some people just want to hold hands with someone, while they're going through an experience and just have that love and support in different ways.
Yeah.
So the sitter is just there, and in general, they don't try to interact with the person. The goal is for each person to go within and have their experience, but the sitter is just there if needed, which is really beautiful. So yeah, half the room's breathing, half the room is sitting for the other. And then they're 3-hour sessions. So one person does the breathing for 3 hours, and then there's a break or have lunch, whatever it may be. And then there's a second session where the other person breathes. So yeah, and essentially there's no special technique really. It's a very simple method where all you have to do when you're doing it is just, there's certain tenets around surrendering and letting go and really kind of turning within just in terms of that stuff. But you really just kind of breathe deeper than you normally do. That's really all you have to do. Now, some people breathe really fast in and out. Some people just do slow breaths in and out. But as long as you just, in general, accelerate your breathing and you keep it going for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, within about 30 minutes, for some people, it's even sooner, they will start to enter this, non-ordinary state, one of these states, which is very similar to what the entheogens do as well. And then you just have to kind of continue the breathing. But what I found is that you can kind of take a break from it as well, because once you're in there and you're really floating in it, essentially, as it were. I mean, not floating is not the right word, but you're really in it. You're immersed in it. You can kind of stop for like at least probably 10, 15 minutes, and you're just, because it's flowing. And then you just do a little more, and you kind of, keep kind of, extending the state. And as long as you, wish, and
Sounds like dosing yourself with the breath.
Pretty much. Getting high on the air. Get high on the air.
I just sit at this level for a little bit. All right, it's going down. I'm going to take some more breaths.
Well, it actually does feel very blissful. I mean, it has a natural antidepressant effect. It even has a blissful effect. But the thing is, if you do it on your own, it's generally much, much less potent. I've found that doing it totally solo, there really is something about another human, because I've also done sessions with the breath work with one other, meaning like a facilitator. Like the very first times I did it, I went to a practitioner and just did solo sessions, where she basically, was there, kind of guiding, supporting, she had the music, the whole setup, she, essentially, facilitated the whole journey for me. But that was like, I was the only breather, and it was just her and I, essentially. And then I've done them in small groups and then large groups. And then that largest one where it was hundreds of people. And dude, that big one with hundreds of people, you hardly had to even breathe to be in the state. Like you were just being there with that many people. So think about like, if we could have like that many people get this going and get this set up in the world to where more and more people can be having those experiences. And like, because all you have to do is like be at some point, for some people, all you have to do is be there. But, you still want to do your breathing as well, probably. But I just found that I only had to breathe about 1/10 as much as I normally would have to enter at the same level. That's what I'm saying. So it like at least was 10 times more potent, so it's just incredible.
I was at 2014, I was over in Portugal for Boom Festival, and they had an area of Boom that was into more alternative stuff. I forget the name of the area now, but they had a big laughing meditation. It went for like half an hour, I think. Maybe it was an hour-long thing. There was hundreds of people there. It was packed. This stage had a certain capacity, but heaps of extra people came, and they were all standing around outside this venue. This it was like a meditation-y type of hut that they'd constructed a little bit away from the main part of the festival. And just having that many people there laughing, it was fully contagious, hey, to say the least. It was So you couldn't help but get swept up in it, like hearing hundreds of people all packed together, shoulder to shoulder, just laughing their absolute hardest. I can't help but even smile thinking about it.
Yeah, dude. Well, we've done that. I've done that with different ceremonial groups in different ways. Yeah. There's actually a way to combine that with trance dancing. So with trance dancing, you like, there's different ways to do it, but one way is you put like a cloth over your eyes, still so you can kind of look down. Like the point is not to cover your vision, but it is to kind of in general allow you to go inside a bit more. But you can still have them open on the bottom so you can see where you're stepping and whatnot, and then just move it as you will to make it a little darker or a little lighter. Anyways, but yeah, with the trance dancing,
Is it to stop like making eye contact with other people so you feel like you're a bit more private on the dance floor?
yeah, that too, exactly. And the goal is to you kind of stay in your own space, like you don't really like run into other people or anything. So you have like your own kind of space for it. And then like with the laughing thing, right? So with trance dancing, sometimes in a group setting like that, especially if the right music and everything, everybody will simultaneously reach a state of elation and just blissful elation. And, because people might already be making little noises or whatever they're doing, but like where there can be this like group laughter, bliss, it's like a unification bliss experience connected with laughter. And so it's not like evil laughter and ha ha ha. It's not like that, or it's not like mocking or ridiculing laughter. It's like blissful, loving, accepting type laughter. And people have, been able to have these experiences and report these like in the group like that. So yeah, anyways, when you said the laughing, it just made me think of that with the trance dancing. Cause there's also like the music's playing and it's also a little bit more rowdy too. So when that happens, it's like, it's more kind of like, it feels socially, comfortable because everyone's in that flow, you know what I'm saying? To be in that.
Yeah. Like when we were talking before about the tribal people and how the quality of the experience must be for them, having come from an environment that kind of supplements a healthy lifestyle, and they are cleaner in their bodies. And as far as I'm aware, most tribal sort of communities don't eat like 3 square meals a day, so they're kind of in a fasted state as well. And yeah, I think it must be like, because I've done a lot of fasting and whatnot around the experiences that I've had, and they've always improved the quality of the experience for me. And my knowledge of the ayahuasca ceremonies as they're done from the people that I learn it from, learned their traditions as I understand them. I think it's the Shipibo.
I've worked in there.
They don't. Yeah, they stop eating for a couple of days beforehand and only eat like a very strict diet of like fruit or something.
With ayahuasca?
Yeah, like fasting beforehand, really cleaning up themselves. A friend of mine that was working that was doing ceremonies with them. I think he was there for like 4 years. I think he told me, I'm pretty certain when he first got there, he went and did like 30 days in isolation, taking ayahuasca like every day as part of his training that he was doing. They're doing these isolation things, and yeah, he was basically only eating like a tiny little bit of fruit, heaps of water, and just taking ayahuasca every day to really confront his most inner demons.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Sorry, you can go.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
It was almost finished to just say that he was also saying that just being in the fasted state, he was already sort of feeling so out of it, and then being able to having the ayahuasca in those other times as well, it was, he just said, just way more intense, so much more clarity within the experience. And I mention that because I really wonder how much the lifestyle that people live does have an effect on them. And I'm pretty have a strong opinion that the diet of most people prevents them from experiencing more subtler energies that they could be aware of if they were to have a cleaner type of lifestyle. And I base my theory
I don't
off
think
the fact
what prevents
that people have these experiences with the substances that are fasted that get stronger types of experiences. There's like even having food in the stomach and having the experiences could act as a blockage of the experience, because it might bring up some indigestion pains or so.
Yeah, so with ayahuasca, it is a unique medicine in the way that they're often the term dieta. So there's different forms of dietas. Like you can actually do a plant dieta, which essentially is where you only diet with one plant. So it's not a diet to where you're going on a diet in a sense. You're actually dieting with the plant in that sense. So yeah, that sounds like almost like an ayahuasca dieta there, like what he was doing in terms of no other, or perhaps very little other food, or it could be. And there's other ways. But then there's also the diet part with ayahuasca where like basically before, during, and after one is going to do a ceremony, there's certain ideas around and components around diet. And there's, if you research what's out there, there's going to be a wide range. Some are going to say, eat this, don't eat that, eat this, don't eat that. So there is that, but then there's the truth of it, of what really is important to eat or not eat. But you don't really have, with ayahuasca, you actually don't really have to fast. You just want to, you can fast, I should say. So if that's someone that did it, yes, absolutely. There are diets like that where you would eat very little food. Well, okay, if you're going to do the 30 days in a row, then yes, that actually is the way to do it. You don't want, yes, that's a different deal in and of itself. Some fruit, and you just a little bit of protein, even though there's really enough protein in the fruit actually to where, because if you're doing it daily like that, that's very, very deep. But you also could do daily with food, but also just working with it in general. Usually what's done with it is that the morning of the ceremony, people usually have a very light meal, like maybe just like a soup or something like that, and maybe a little bit of fruit or something. And generally no meats or like anything heavy, for the morning, just before the ceremony, just hours before. And then there's the other form of the diet, which is something where people talk about for days or even weeks before, having certain practices to kind of prepare your body to be in the most ideal state for the medicine to fully do its work, ultimately.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessary, but I would say effective in some way. At least that's been my experience. So,
well, ayahuasca, in my experience, it has such an all-encompassing, just like, I think of it as fractal in a lot of ways. Like it just like completely envelops your soul and spirit in a way that it's like it's giving a nourishment that is sort of like so far beyond what food even is in the realm of, to the point to where it's like having the body as kind of clear as a vessel as possible does seem to have like deeper ways in which for many people who we're working with these, like you're able to get deeper in the state basically, like by doing certain dietary things and having a certain state of your body essentially. Like the difference between, like, let's say you were to eat some huge McDonald's and then go do a ceremony versus someone who's been doing like a really clean organic diet for weeks and taking certain precautions and things like this, even like not having an orgasm, for example. So some people like won't have an orgasm, let's say a week before and a week after working with ayahuasca. And there does seem to be some profound effects of that as well, just by abstaining from that. Because again, you're kind of trying to retain all of your life energy, to kind of give the ayahuasca like a palette that's as clear as possible.
Yeah, sure. And while I wouldn't say that a person needs to stop eating or fast entirely to have a reasonable experience, if they were to go out and try that, I'm not recommending it, but I have found a lot of benefit myself through at least, minimizing the amount of food that they consume around the time that they would take the medicine. A few friends that I've got, they are sensitive and they get movement of the bowels when the medicines take effect. And if there's no food in the stomach, it seems to lessen that effect and cause less issues for people that are sensitive in that way, because I've seen people cannot, people. I have heard people talking about ayahuasca and making the assumption that you would vomit every time you took ayahuasca, but I personally didn't. And there was another at the ceremony with me that didn't. I went to a second ceremony and saw that there were some people that didn't, so okay. But people, it might also want to come out the other end. And
yeah. I'll make a comment on that. It is an interesting thing. And for some people, they could have different kind of viewpoints on this. But yeah, it seems like like two of the ways that our body detoxifies are, through oral purging, perhaps it could be said. I just don't like the word vomit, but I guess I just said it. So yeah, like purging through the mouth, as it were. And then, having it through the, I also don't like that word diarrhea. We need a better word. Through the liquid back door, as it were, the the root chakra, the root chakra flush. How about that? That's a better one than diarrhea. The root chakra flush. Yeah.
Bowel expulsion.
Yeah, but what's interesting about it, so if people just hear that from the outside, they might think, oh my God, it's so awful. Who wants to go through that? But in my experience, and many, many others as well, there seems to be a way in which, since my whole point was those two things, those are actually ways that our body uses to detoxify our own body. Like if we drink a poison, we might vomit. If you have some bad food, you might diarrhea it out. And it's like your body's way. We've probably all had that experience where you eat something, you're like, whoa, and you just like, you have to like diarrhea quickly. And it's like, how did that go through my body so quick? But that's actually because your body is activating. It sees what you just ate and it's like, no, fuck this shit. It's like, nah. And it just accelerates it through, but that's like the natural thing the body does. So with ayahuasca, like in my experience, it's not that the ayahuasca is causing any of that to happen. It's actually that the ayahuasca is just activating that detoxification thing within the body. And so when it happens, believe it or not, for many who experience it, virtually, so many share this, it's actually like purgative in a way. Like it feels good to get out and you have to get it out. So it's not like vomiting from like being drunk on alcohol or something like that. It's more like releasing a valve and just release, and like in a way that is like incredibly cleansing, and they know that they need to do it. It's like releasing something they know they need to release. And so in a way it can actually be, even have pleasurable components to it because you're releasing that. I'm not saying it can't be unpleasant too, dude. I mean, I've had many absolutely wrenching, and I'm talking wows, especially on Iboga. Actually, that's the ultimate one, dude. Iboga goes like deep into every part of your intestine, lower intestine, upper intestine, stomach. It's going through like with scrub brushes and cleaning everything up and collecting toxins at the deepest level, dude. And then when it all comes, oh my God, Iboga is the absolute most grand when it comes to that. Ayahuascas are not, they're they're not quite like that, but but dude, there's some wrenchers, man. Even on ayahuasca too, man. People, so I mean, there's some deep stuff because, dude, some people are releasing like parasites, because ayahuasca, all of these I'm mentioning are incredibly huge parasite killers. So I mean, you're going in there and just, really making a difference. So yeah, you got there's stuff that may have to come out. Like if it kills the parasites and then it needs to get all the eggs out too, for example. I know this is going dark, but like Iboga can do this and ayahuasca can do this, where it'll kill, and also Kambo, the frog medicine, can do this too, where it'll actually kill the parasite, completely annihilate it, just wreck it. Like I'm talking about a bad parasite that's causing people health issues, mental issues, serious shit. It'll go in there and just shred that thing in a shredder. And then it will go through the body, collect all the biofilm and all of the eggs from that parasite and make you vomit it all out. So that's what you're getting out in some cases. So it's serious business stuff. And it's really a thing of beauty. And there's incredible, like, sacred beauty to it. To even be with others going through it, it feels sacred and special and unique. And it feels very, it actually, like, there's not the social uncomfortableness either. Like, it's just, there's a way in which it's just, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yeah, sure. A story of mine came to mind of a friend that I want to. Do you mind if I tell you about one of my friends?
No, I'm loving this combo. So yeah, man, wherever you want to, I'm listening.
Yeah, so the first ayahuasca ceremony I did was kind of like small private one. The guy that I was telling you about that studied with the shaman, he came over to do a ayahuasca visit around Europe with them, and they went to different locations, and he was near where my friend lived, and they were old friends since before he started doing the... Oh, no, so they met him when he was over first, started doing the ayahuasca stuff at a ceremony. And so it was really like beautiful sort of environment that we had. It was at a close friend's place. And so my mate, his name's Mario, he's Spanish born, but he's also Austrian. And he traveled over to Mexico and he met his wife there. And they went and did an ayahuasca ceremony together. And this other guy's name is Javier. And Javi was the one that came and did a trial ceremony with us. He wanted to, test out on a smaller group him doing a ceremony. Before he went and did a big group, he was a bit nervous. And it was super nice for us to have like such a small, safe group. You know, there was no strangers there. It was, and just being able to do it in the comfort of the house without... for me, it felt really nice, better than at the bigger ceremony that I participated in as for my second time. But my mate Mario, he really wanted to have the ceremony and invited me to it. He really wanted to do it with me, and he was vomiting a fair bit in the ceremony. And afterwards, like the next day, we were talking about our experiences and whatnot. He said that he went into his brain, he like visualized himself like moving around through the different parts of his brain and was like feeling his way through and seeing how certain, like he'd sort of come to a spot and then that would like ignite a memory or some thought that he had. And then he would be sort of overwhelmed by the feeling of that memory or thought. And he would come across certain areas that he said just felt like absolutely horrible, like connected to some really old memory of some experience that he'd had with his parent or something that he was really unhappy about. And so then he was able to see that and then just like sort of like cut that part out, like he said, with like a scalpel. It felt like really like sliced that part away. And when he cut that part of his thoughts away, it would sort of, that's when he started purging. He said it was just the trippy thing that it was, he was having this vision, and then simultaneously as he was getting rid of those thoughts, it was like physically manifesting itself, and he was really like purging the negative energy that was attached to these thoughts that he was dissecting as he was moving around through his mind in his visual experience that he was having at the time. I thought it was pretty cool. Like I didn't purge. I had a completely different type of experience, but I was really fasted and stuff. And I still feel like the people that didn't put as much effort into cleaning themselves up before they had the ceremony were dealing with their bodies in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's what I was saying before as well. Yeah, no, that's true too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that can be that way, but also some people really do have to get deep stuff out of them that even if their diet's really clean, they still could have it all depends on how much they have to purge too. And also like the ayahuasca itself, it doesn't always bring a purge. So
Yes, it tasted good. Tasted. We had. I was really surprised at how tasty it was. I expected it to taste like wheatgrass or something. You know, really strong, bitter wheatgrass solution or something. Ayahuasca.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And what were you saying about the taste of it? You're saying?
Yeah, the one that we had, it had a kind of like coffee flavor or something to it, like chocolatey mocha choca ayahuasca. It was unreal. I really liked it.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. So it actually has like the ayahuasca vine and then the leaf when combined. You're right. They can make some incredible flavor tones. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes chocolate, sometimes coffee, sometimes even like berries. Now there can be other plants that can be blended in, so there can be a mixture of different types of, generally not berries, but there can be other plants that you can make different brews out of. However, if we're talking about even just the core of the vine and the leaf, yeah, it's incredible how the tone and the tones and flavors, like, and it does have similar of those flavonoids than these other things we're mentioning, like especially like chocolate and coffee in a way. I agree with that. It's also it can have a bitterness, but it could see they're all different too. That's what's amazing too. So there's different kinds of vine. If you are aware, if you know about this, where there's like white, red, black. There's all these different colors, beige.
Are they different plants, or is that just like different maturity levels of the plant that they harvest it from?
So the ayahuasca vine is the species name is Banisteriopsis capi, and the capi vine.
That's the inhibitor, right?
That is, it does contain alkaloids called harmine and harmaline, and those are
MAOs or whatever.
Yeah, those do function as MAOI with the MAOI system. So, and it has many other compounds in it as well. But it's a vine. It's a really thick, woody vine. It grows up the sides of these huge trees. Now, and when you cut it, you cut it open, there's a color. It's got this beautiful, if you've ever seen a cross-section of an ayahuasca vine, it's absolutely beautiful. It's this incredible, like, tapestry. It's like a mandala tapestry. It's a really beautiful shape to it and everything. And that inner material will have a color to it, either yellow or red. There's black, there's white, there's all these different colors. And so those are all like slightly different types of ayahuasca vine. They're like subspecies and, subsets, as it were. So, and they have different potency levels. They have different alkaloid levels. They have different spirit levels. They have different qualities that they bring, actually. Like some are more purgative, for example. Some are less. Some are more sort of angelic. Like the white is very angelic. And so like the nausea and the purging, like, is a deep cleansing. And so that is its own thing, and it has its own benefits as well. But there's also ways in which like the white vine tends to have less of that. And that's why for like quote unquote beginners, as it were, the white is often considered, if somebody for their first experience, it is a bit more like mild in a way, but it's actually just more, it has that light energy. It really does. And then it is related. Like the black one is very purgative. It's the other side of the spectrum. Like the black one, like get ready to like medicinally cleanse your entire body with the black. And that's why it's considered more advanced too. And the black one does have higher levels of alkaloids as well. So so they all have slightly different qualities and different, features to them.
Yeah, it sounds similar to like cannabis or something. It's interesting.
Different strains, yeah, exactly. That have like, you just like indica and sativa and all that, yeah.
I don't know if you've read the same information, but I think that Albert Hoffman originally synthesized LSD from ergot. I don't know if anyone wants to check that or if anyone knows it off the top of their head, but
yep, that's it.
I generally think of LSD as quite a natural substance, even though it is like an extract. At least it has the potential to be more natural. Whereas it's often
exactly, dude. That's what's cool. So I love that. Yeah, switch to LSD for a moment if we wanted, because you mentioned that. But yeah, so it basically, my understanding of it in a very general sense. I mean, I do have additional detail, but I'm just saying in the general sense, LSD is made from lysergic acid, LSA, and LSA is lysergic acid is it's an indole alkaloid, and it's one of these entheogenic compounds, LSA. And LSA is also found in several plants as well, like morning glory seeds and other seeds as well, many other species like the oliloquy seeds as well. And so the LSA is in those seeds, and those can be an entheogen as well. But you kind of have to know how to prepare them and how to make it right to get the LSA. Anyways, that's a whole other thing. You have to know how to prepare that one. You can't. It's not right just to eat the seeds. There's a way to do it to get it to where it's more pure LSA. And if you do that, than you really have, because that one actually does have a nausea to it that's not really the good ayahuasca purging nausea. It's actually just toxic because there's toxins in the plant. So the seeds need to be prepared correctly, and there's a way to do that. Anyway,
I
so that's
tried it a
with
few years ago. I think
that's
it's like manipulating the alkalinity or the pH level of the water. I think when I was looking into it, it said like mint was the thing to soak them in. I didn't try a large amount, and I didn't have any noticeable symptoms after soaking them and trying to prepare them correctly. The reason I made the attempt to do so was because I had the interest, the curiosity to try LSA over LSD, being a more natural version of a similar thing. I've heard it's can be a very nice experience, but I've not tried LSA myself. And
yeah, well, exactly. So yeah, the LS, yeah. Wait, so you have done the seeds? You prepared them, or you were just saying you didn't? What?
I did, but I didn't get anything from them. I had it soaked enough, probably a small dosage, and was trying to start small, just to see if I got any like nausea. If I didn't, I figured I'd at least soak the seeds correctly, but apparently it can be a bit hit and miss, the soaking of the seeds to really activate the LSA, from what I was able to find out at the time anyway, which is a few years ago now, saying it didn't really work. I just didn't bother with it, just I don't mean to say it casually or whatnot, but LSD is also an option, and it's not difficult to come by. I think if you're willing to ask for it, and so that was just that I just would use that instead because it's more accessible.
Yeah, it seems to
Although-
be that what Albert Hoffman, in my mind, like overall, it seems like Albert Hoffman essentially synthesized a unique combination of lysergic acid, which was, it's LSD 25 is its term, so it was the 25th one in the batches that of lysergic acid derivatives that he was synthesizing. And that's why it's called LSD 25, because it was the 25th version of what he was doing. And even number 24 or 23, LSD 24, 23, or LSD 26, 27, they don't have the same effects as LSD 25. So it's interesting, that really it's that one. Many of the other ones are not even entheogenic at all. But it seems to be that how he was able to do that, lysergic diethyl, it's the whole way that he was able to do that. It was able to make it to where the LSA is able to be seemingly instantly accessed with, like you said, a very quick uptake activity, and a very just cosmic and in a very cosmically expanding way.
Yeah, my experiences with it have always been, I look at them as positive. I've never felt like I've had a negative experience, but I've also had some very deep experiences with it that sort of shaped my opinion of why I think these realms of experience are capable without the use of the substances. They act more as an indicator to states of consciousness that can be accessed if one knows how to attune themselves in a particular way. But I have had the experience of the substances, so I'm not saying that I think that I am certain that a person could do this without never having substances before, although I imagine it could be possible.
Well,
I still
hear you.
I still feel like the substances have a lot of value, and that they can. Yeah, I know they initiate, or they act as a catalyst for the experiences that we have. They somehow attune us.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's unique, I think, too. So there's a way, I think, in which different people have different, callings, as it were, to work with different types of either plants or substances in different times in their life. It makes me think of, for example, in the ayahuasca traditions, the elders, the shamans that are, of the tribe, they drink ayahuasca through their whole life. Even the shamans themselves, they regularly even during the ceremony, they always drink some. Usually not necessarily a high dose, perhaps, but yeah, they're always drinking with everyone else. And then, so if you're hosting ceremonies every night, then yeah, you're drinking every night as well. And if you're hosting ceremonies every night for months and months at a time, then you're drinking every night for months and months at a time. And then they also do sessions on their own, just because they're to tune up their knowledge and understanding and to gain more knowledge and understanding from the ayahuasca itself in terms of how to heal and even deep things about how to connect with like animal spirits that have specific healing abilities. And these are actual spirits in the animal, like in the spirit realm, where the ayahuasca, for example, will, guide and support these. It's like the curanderos. That's another term for shaman as well. But the curanderos, like they essentially have like a connection with the ayahuasca spirit to where the ayahuasca has actually, if you want to say like accepted them, although maybe the word accept is not quite right, they have sort of, become allied with them, let's say, where the ayahuasca spirit, begins now to work through that person in a way that, is of a high level of integrity. And so that's why the ayahuasca won't work with individuals if there's anything that's going on that's out of alignment, or if they're harming others, things like that. So as long as like that person has that connection with the ayahuasca, that, in that sense, if by them like doing like, for example, like, even like a high dose of the medicine on their own, just on their own free time, as it were, their own private time, that they may go deep into the medicine, and gains, additional either information or, like I said, healing abilities or connections with other spirits and knowledges that can, of like plants, that additional plants that could help with healing, or, kind of building, further connections by journeying in that way. So I'm just saying in those traditions, they do continue to work with the medicine in that way. So that's just one example. But then, and I also hear you though, in another way where, someone could work with certain medicines and then, also like be able to, access those states. Well, the thing is that shaman can as well. Ideally, they'd be able to journey on their own. I mean, really, all shamans should be able to on their own as well. But there's something with the ayahuasca that is, a very deep thing to commune with. So sorry that was long-winded, but yeah. But I also hear what you're saying as well. It makes sense that some people. What was that on the other side of this whole thing? I'll just finish with this. That Alan Watts quote when he says, "Once you get the message, you hang up the phone." So in that idea, if you do the LSD and you get the message, you have the healing, you have what you needed, you hang up the phone, meaning don't necessarily have to do it again. So that's a whole another side of looking at it,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like through all my experiences that I became more interested in my own awareness, or my own, what we call consciousness. And I really enjoy, like, call it meditation if you want to. It doesn't really matter what we call it. For me, like, I just enjoy to just sit and just observe my own awareness, my own state of being. I don't know, I get off on that for some reason. Sitting for long periods of time, eventually I just become uncomfortable, and that in itself, the desire to go and do other stuff always overrides it. Like, it's not like I would sit for a whole day, and that would be an easy thing for me, but by far, like half an hour, and I feel like, I don't know, I just want to go and do stuff, but I think now when I meditate, I don't put in as much effort into trying to have particular experiences as when I was like 10 years ago, a bit younger, and was really interested in trying to like have out-of-body experiences or whatnot. And having achieved that, I really, through the exploration of lucid dreaming, I really started to, I don't know, think about a lot of questions that when I would go and look them up, I would find that they're like very deep, insightful questions that other people are asking and wanting to talk about, and just about the nature of our experience in general. I like the question that I brought up earlier, and the idea of like, how do I test reality, if reality exists? You worded it better than I worded it, actually. Can you remember what you said?
Oh, on which one? On the last topic, or which?
Back at the start, you know, when I said, how do I test if reality isn't real outside of being here in reality? Like, how do I know reality still exists when I'm in a dream? Do you remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, then that was connected to the idea of falling asleep, and then when you wake up, can you prove that you're coming back into the same world? You mean that?
Yeah. In essence, like, I don't know. It's regardless of the how would you say it? Like the dream, the continuation of the experience that we call reality for me is I have a past and a present, like I have the awareness of having had a life or so, and that carries over every day I wake up, and it seems like it's really consistent. But yeah, just because of how lucid and aware I've been in psychedelic states and non-psychedelic states when I've done like dream work and dream exploration, as far as I have proved to myself, it's possible to have psychedelic type experiences without the use of psychedelics once one is somewhat aware of how to get into those states. But as it is for me, a lot of discipline is required in how I eat and how I socialize, my day-to-day activities. You know, it's like living like a monk life, or like a reclusive life or a tribe, sort of a reclusive tribal life in comparison to the type of regular social activities that I see people getting into. I'm not big on going to pubs or anything like that. No, anyone else, if they enjoy to drink and go out socializing that way, it's just that for me personally, it's not interesting. I'd much rather get together with people and talk about the sorts of things that we're talking about now. I have a very nice group of people over in Europe that I'm well connected with, that are interested in a lot of these topics, and it's pretty nice. Like I like to travel around, and I generally have some things that I like to bring to my friends' places when I visit them, and at certain times of the year for the last, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years or so, I would travel to different friends' places over a period of a few months with my family, and we would come together and have ceremonies, and we'd make it like a ritual, you know, to get together for solstice or certain nature-related phenomena, and we'd usually use a substance or something, but we'd make it really not completely serious, still more social than a proper ceremony, but a bit more respect than just getting high and getting off your face or something.
I've done ones like that for sure. Yeah, especially back when I was young. You know, certain times of my life as well. Yeah, just with people, and that went down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think. I mean, are you talking mushrooms and LSD? Because those are they're both different for that. Mushrooms, because it is a plant, it does seem to have more of if you're in a group like that, like people kind of just want to almost be by themselves, but also kind of together. But there's a way in which, like, it is kind of cool in that way where everyone's kind of in their own thing. I've even done ones where, like, you know, let's say you're in like a big house and, you know, maybe it's like 5 or 6 people, you know, just a couple close friends, where everyone does the mushrooms, you know, as much as they want. They might do a low dose, they might do a high dose, whatever they want. And then everybody just chills, and, you know, and then usually people kind of just go to their own little area. You know, someone might go into a bedroom, just lie down and chill. Somebody might go just, you know, whatever it may be. And there can also be some really magical little things that happen too, like synchronicities. And then, maybe 2 people want to talk. I mean, depending on what the dosage is, but, you know, there could be some talking. But if they do talk, the idea is for them not to necessarily disrupt everyone else. So maybe go to a section where they can just kind of as well. So in that kind of vibe, it's like kind of doing a ceremony, but it's also kind of open and chill, and, you know, it's good. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, sure. Not that I recommend people to do it, but I'm sure people would if they were going to anyway. But I found that the more social experiences have worked better when it's been with people that in general have all had more experience with those things, and then having people that have never had those experiences before mix with the ones that have done it a fair bit can.
Oh yeah. Dude, totally. I one time I was gonna say, because with LSD it can get a little bit more wild, because like the mushrooms have a natural thing to them, so they're organic in that way. But with LSD, it's intense because it's just like a full activation. It's just like magnifier of your psyche in a certain way, and people's egos can be like in a slightly different state as well. And there can be some that you really like to do that in a group. I think it has much more potential for problematic outcomes. I'll say that, but it can still be good and like cosmic in its own way. But yeah, the LSD is pretty unbridled in a way, and it can be pretty intense. And I just remember one time it was like, well, anyways, I don't have to share who it's with just to keep that all, nonetheless, it was, I'll just say this. Two of the people was their first time ever. And one of those, he really wanted to go full with it. And like that, with that liquid, like usually like 3 doses was potent, like they were probably about 90 micrograms each. And when you get up near 300 micrograms, that's intense. Like you need to be ready to, like, ideally be sitting down, closing your eyes, and really, going through this thing. Like if you think, at those higher doses, it's not, you don't want to be trying to do other stuff. Anyways, so, and then, so he was sort of like, that was within the range of, for his first time, if he wanted to go deeper. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not an extremely high dose to where it's like super duper high dose, but it's on that upper edge of like, he wanted to go deeper. Anyways, it all worked out fine. Like, all was good, but he was going through a deep process, and we all just kind of stayed with him, and it was all good. But yeah, it was very interesting, actually. In the end, it all worked out beautifully because we were in nature. We were in a beautiful place. But I guess I'm just saying, like, he had like, he definitely was having some like things triggered in him that made him have to kind of like frantically kind of talk about it, and all these different things that were going on. And we were all just chilling. And then finally, like, I went and laid on the rocks, and I had my boombox with me, and I put Fish on, the band Fish, which I love Fish.
I heard you talking about Fish the other day. I don't really know Fish so well, but yeah, anyway, I'll check him out. Hearing you talk about him like for the second time now.
Yeah, I love them deeply. They're one of my absolute
I'll
most.
send you some good recordings.
Yeah, profoundly beautiful music. Yeah, but okay, we could talk about Fish later, but that wasn't actually the main point of it. Oh, so I laid down and I put Fish on, and then he came down and laid down next to me, and he was like, because he said he's like, oh, I'll go do what he's doing, like, I'll go do what he's doing, like he's lying there listening to Fish, chilling, like if he's chilling, because that's what I was doing. It's like in his mind, he was like, well, if he's chilling and he's not like, having an anxiety thing, I'll go chill with him. And so he went and came and laid down with me. And there's a song called, well, anyways, it was like a particular song of Fish's where the lyrics are a little bit more kind of like goofy. And so he was like, what are they saying? He's like, what are the lyrics? And I remember I said to him, I was like, bro, just relax and chill, And then then the song switched or whatever to another song. And then he started having like a breakthrough, and the music was totally like, he was like, found it beautiful. And then from then on, he was all good. So it was, I'm just saying, like, LSD in groups is like, first of all, I'm not outwardly recommending anyone to do anything. I'm just sharing my own knowledge and experiences and so on. But yeah, in general, with that being said, I'm just saying that, yeah, that one in groups, I think like everyone anyways, it has its certain, things to keep in mind. I'll just leave it at that.
You know what? Last time you guys were talking about this, I thought it was funny because you guys are both members of the 500 Club, right? Because you did 500. Yeah, you did 500 micrograms or whatever it was, like of LSD, or what was it? Some other drug? Was it DMT or something? You were both saying you had 500 micrograms of it, right?
It sounds like LSD, yeah. I mean, with LSD, generally the 500 to 600 microgram is considered like what Stanislav Grof, who did a lot of the research with it back when it was all first happening in the 50s and 60s, he found that around 600 micrograms, if any more LSD than that, tends to like bring a little bit more potency, but generally not that big of a difference Although,
like your value for money drops, does it?
well, I guess let me clarify actually, just to be clear. So because I'm saying this, I think more what Stan Groff was saying in terms of the unconscious being open, like experientially, in terms of ego death and the experiences one can have, like anything over 600, it's not like it really opens that up more. Like that's pretty much maxed out at 600. But if you take more, so it doesn't really open that up more. Like that's in full bore at 600, it seems. But if you do any more, like, it doesn't really seem to bring that much more, like valuable depth to it. And it seems to kind of a saturation point. And I've tested that because I've done way more than that at once. So I kind of know what it's like. It is more though. And so it is more intense in a way, like the colors there's a depth to the visuals. There's no doubt it is more actually. But yeah, I think what he was more referring to is in terms of the therapeutic and being able to access. And I would even go as far as to say anything over 600 is really kind of overwhelmingly not needed. Like that you're good. I think it's just it causes more of like an overwhelming effect than, because it's so opening and expanding in that way. So yeah, I don't know if you've experienced that in terms of your own experience as well, but yeah, so that.
I thought it was funny because the 500 Club is usually a reference to people that have had sex at 500 mile or 500 feet up in the air.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when you said it. That's
why I thought it was funny. Okay.
I've gotten really high and it felt fucking good.
Right? Kind of same thing in a way.
It was kind of like having sex while I was flying, I guess.
Right.
Well, I think with 500 micrograms, you're way beyond 500 feet. You're
you've
dissolved into the ether and the totality of consciousness at that point.
And it's interesting to hear you say that. I haven't heard that before, but but that's about the maximum I've done on my strongest experiences, and I never bothered trying to go past there because of how strong it was at the 500 or 600 microgram area, and just felt good in general with that. Like if I'm having an experience these days, I usually go around, between 200 to 400 for a dose, and that would just give me like a nice day where I can still sort of be interactive with my environment. And I would probably do that by finding somewhere private by myself and just having a private day, preferably in or near nature. On the beach is awesome. But it's like at that level I can function well, and I get a lot out of the experience. And
the stars have never looked so incredible. Wow.
Oh, for sure. And like just how I feel with my body, like being a part of it all. I don't know. It's unreal.
Yeah, and I found like with LSD in particular, it seems to heighten the senses to such a profound level, like the auditory and the visual in very unique ways. Like for example, I've had times with audio where I've had like two speakers, and then this is with LSD and a good, pretty high dose too. I'm, not necessarily low dose. In terms of this particular experience, it was probably 400 to 500, so it was up there. And where I was able to like move my head from left to right, and I could actually detect the difference of the sound waves, like geometrically, how the sound waves were all interacting.
Yeah, maybe like atmosphere. Oh, you finished. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the other one was going to be a vision one, but that's the auditory one. But I could stop there. Yeah, and I was able to move in and out, like left, right, up, down, and I could actually like sense and directly experience and have direct knowledge of how those actual physical sound waves were all interrelating and refracting in like vibrationally through the medium.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. It just reminded, like I was with a friend, we were tripping together and I was sitting next to an open door and I had this feeling that I could hear the spaciousness of the environment and this background noise that I could hear. I was wondering if it was being affected by the open room, and I closed the door and it fully changed this sound, and I was like, oh, it's like I can hear the difference in pressurization in a room. I'd never noticed that before. It sounded super cool. It was like going around closing doors because I could hear the difference in the room in the acoustic of the room with the door open or the door closed.
Nice, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's incredible.
It's just, but it's interesting, you know, these sorts. Well, yours sounded quite complex. Having that, when you say how you felt with the, can you describe it again in your own words? What did you say? How you felt the sound of the?
Yeah, so I had like two speakers. So they were up on like a shelf, and they were, let's say, maybe about 5 feet apart. Speakers hooked up to a stereo system, and so they were like on top of this whole. It was like a TV stand, the whole big TV stand. So it was probably like 4 or 5 feet up. So they were basically at roughly the level of my head, and so I was able to then stand like in front of them. So my ears were in the center, so the one speaker's off to the left, one off to the right, maybe like 5 feet on all sides, like 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet. So like a 5-foot triangle all the way around. And then I was able to like move my head to the left, move my head to the right, move my head up, forward, backward. And when I did that, I was able to, there's a couple ways to describe it. One way is I was able to like feel the sound waves. Now, when I say feel, though, it wasn't necessarily like my skin touching something. It was like the ear, the cilia in the ear was able to somehow feel it through the ether medium. Through the actual medium itself, it's like the actual ear had the sensitivity to actually feel what they were, and then therefore gave me complete and total awareness and understanding of how they were bouncing or how it was propagating to such incredible detail, where as I panned left and right, the geometric difference between the actual inches that I was closer or further from each speaker was intricately able to be like calculated and felt and understood within that field.
heightened geometrical awareness.
Yeah. I haven't really thought of this experience in a while, and that thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that, because I don't think I've ever quite worded it that way, but yeah, thank you for that.
It's also funny, yes. It's awesome.
Well, you know how they talk about with LSD, you could have like synesthesia, where you can like, it's basically that. Where,
I've heard about that.
Yeah, where
seeing
you can
music,
like, it's like, what'd you say?
Seeing music or seeing sound, right?
Right. Or like,
is that kinesthesia or am I thinking of kinesthesis just where you see things with your eyes closed, like visual images? Is it kinesthesia? Yeah. Anyway, go.
Yeah, kinesia. Yeah, there's a couple words there. Yeah, synesthesia. Synesthesia, I think, is the one. Yeah, that's the one where your senses blend in a way where you see you see sounds, for example. And so so basically what I had was within that realm. I've actually had other ones too, like that, other synesthesia with other senses as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. My experiences have been largely visual, having closed my eyes and like relaxed into a calm, dreamlike state, and then having like quite vivid sort of dreamlike experiences, and those dreams or those experiences are usually like a little bit more unrealistic in how they appeared. Sort of like, I don't see like crazy hyperbolic geometric distortions everywhere in a hyper real, like I just see things how they are now. I'm not seeing like the sort of the crazy behind the scenes look that I've had when I've used strong doses of like LSD or with DMT. They really gave me very, very alternative or abstract visions of what I could perceive, and that had a big effect on me in my life. Really shaped the way that I see the world. Dreams are pretty good.
Yeah, man, that's beautiful. Yeah, everyone does have unique experiences in a certain sense. I mean, like Stan Groff describes LSD as like an unspecific amplifier of mental processes. So it's an interesting it's like unspecific, meaning it doesn't necessarily do the same thing for everyone every time. That's what's so fascinating about it. Like there was no one single experience that Stan Groff could actually isolate, and he worked with thousands of people, giving them all different range of dosages of LSD in particular. Deeply documenting every component of their before, during, and after experience. And many of these people did hundreds and hundreds of experiences, over weeks and weeks and so on. And he found that from all of that data, that there weren't any, if you want to call it a reaction, but that's not really the best term. There were no one single phenomenon or experiences that people had with LSD that everyone had it. So meaning like even like the dilated pupils, that does happen for many with LSD, for example. Like, your pupils would be largely dilated, but there's some where they won't dilate. Some people, even on a high dose, 500-600 micrograms, or even on 600 micrograms, their pupils might even be a little bit smaller and just chilling there smaller, and they might be in a relaxed state. So there's like, and that's kind of considered a thing, like, if someone's tripping, you can see their pupils are bigger. And in general, that does happen. I mean, I've seen mine, like looking in the mirror, like, wow, like it's incredible. Like, so yeah, they definitely can enlarge quite a bit, but I'm just saying that doesn't happen for everyone. So, and even other things like, and then that goes with every other range of experience. Like, not everyone feels happy. Not everyone feels sad. So it's incredible that like there's such a wide range, and there's no like one single thing it does, which does seem to indicate that it's like an unspecific amplifier. Like it amplifies in a way that you need to, or is unique to you in that format, but it seems to have the capacity to somehow like your own, maybe it's like more of a combination of your own natural body that's working with it as well. It's interesting to think about, how that actually functions. But
it's like, I don't know. I was just, as you were saying that, I was thinking like, I don't know for how to word it, but for me, they sort of blur the lines between dream and reality, and I figured out I could play with that by playing around with dreams, and I still have very sort of deep experiences just on a nightly basis because I really appreciate having dreams, like I look forward to going to sleep, and even though it's like, a person could say do more meditation and get to better states of awareness or so, but then they could have responsibilities in their life that they actually enjoy to have on board, and not everybody's seeking to become or can express it at least as much. They want to be like the Buddha or so in this life. So, there can be nice experiences to be had that are enjoyable, and the need to have to progress beyond that doesn't need to be there. And one can still get a lot of benefit from, like, I think dreaming at least, because it's something like most people sleep every night. So if there is the potential benefit there, it seems like that's what it was for me, at least anyway. It seemed like a logical enough idea to see if dreams had that potential. I think it's going to be unique for each person, of course. But I think it's like, certain people waking up. I think that's where I hear it. Probably most people talk about people waking up and they try to share information with people to wake them up or so. And in the hope that person's going to sort of wake up, perhaps change or so. And that can cause issues for people. And if they get like preachy and start trying to, push their ideas onto other people. And simple life makes things easy. I think psychedelics help us to appreciate simple lives more.
Yeah, I think working with them as well, and like surrendering oneself to the journey, and really like being like one's own, like a warrior of your own psyche and of oneself, and of, you know, in that sense, to really take that on, it can be so deeply rewarding and can give people the ability to be able to let go of a lot of like the tendency to control others, essentially,
Yeah.
which is usually linked to trauma and ego and even birth trauma, the whole control part of that. And that goes a long way, because when you think about how many challenges humans have interacting, a lot of it has to do with one, almost all of it really has to do with one individual trying to control another, ultimately,
Yeah.
in some way, you know, and that can come through in a myriad of ways, so many different ways. You know, and like you just said, like even that thing of preaching, that's kind of what that is in a sense. Somebody's trying to control others to think the way they're thinking, if it's going that direction. Now, there's other ways of sharing knowledge or information that doesn't have to be, but I guess you probably know what I'm probably referring to in terms of, because you'd mentioned that, you know, people that are really forceful and trying to really kind of, you know, use all these tactics to kind of, you know, bludgeon in an idea to someone, or, you know, and all of that. But that's all kind of based in control too, when people do that. And maybe even unconscious control, like they don't even know they're doing it. They just want others to see it their way. But it's, so yeah, a lot of people have found working with these plants and medicines like this and really going in deep, that they can build more of like a humility and a compassion for others, and not have to actually control others, and actually just more want to be ultimately in harmony and to kind of understand others and to work things out rather than to control and manipulate, which tends, a lot of the reservoirs of that in my, you know, is really in the birth trauma. And when people get to the birth level and they start purging those levels and having death rebirth on that level, the need to control people really starts being healed. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
that's cool.
like multi-generational transmitted, essentially, like through birth. Like women who have their various things that they haven't worked through, they'll transfer that to the baby through the birth, and then the baby has to carry it on. So yeah, it's like in a lot of cases like multi-generational, and that's really what the whole state of the world is. Look at these, we call them the controllers, you know, these entities or whatever. So yeah, they're just at the top of the pyramid of the most controlling, you know, crazy level of it, and they're all kind of organized. Unfortunately for us, they're pretty organized.
They sure are. You know, I like to ask myself at least the types of what I consider deeper questions about whether or not I can even prove reality is real to myself, because to me it seems like a foundational level to sort of think at. It's like if you think the world's materialistic and exists outside of, I'm just thinking of a hypothetical here. If you think that the world exists as a material universe, then and it continues after your death, that it exists outside of your experience, that's still like a conceptual look at reality, right? Like it's an idea about how things work.
Yeah, I would say 1,000,000%. It all exists like within and without everything.
So like as a standalone, so regardless of whether or not you're here,
I think about it. Okay, so I ultimately with this,
I'm sorry, I don't want to put that forward as like I'm trying to put you into a trap or to say that you subscribe to a certain way of thinking or so. I'm just trying to formulate a decent question to how to ask it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, I was thinking how, I don't know if this is the direction you were thinking or not. So yeah, you could, but yeah, I mean, if you want to share something, or I could say that, like, the idea that the ultimate source of consciousness is ultimately outside of time, like it is eternal, and therefore, because it is eternal, all of this time that we're experiencing all exists within the eternity. So it's really not new in my mind. Every moment we're living, it's like ancient and eternal, and it's the divine being. It's the ultimate that you know, creative intelligence, and because it exists outside of time and is eternal and is just made of infinite bliss, infinite love, Those are the main things it's made of: is bliss, love, and light. Which I know sounds maybe kind of cliche or something, because in our society we're told to laugh at that. Oh, your head's in the clouds, or hippie, or whatever term they want to use. But I actually think that is what the actual creator ultimately is love and light. Mostly. What was the other one I said?
Bliss.
Bliss, yeah, bliss. Which, well, you know that term. So there's a term in the Vedic Sanskrit called Sat Chit Ananda, and Sat Chit.
Yeah.
It's a three.
Exactly.
Infinite consciousness, infinite bliss, infinite knowledge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that. I reckon that's a cool concept. Being consciousness bliss. It all sounds
at
so
that
easy.
level. So at that level, if that's like the ultimate level that contains everything, then we're all basically just like experiencing. I mean, if you want to use the word tripping, like we're all just God tripping on oneself. We're the creative principle itself tripping on itself, making realities for itself to experience. And I think ultimately remembering that we are the totality through all of the different journeys. And everyone's journey is beautiful and perfect. No one's is better than another. Although I do think there's also like a guiding structure of karma within everything to, balance and process these energies as well. But if it's all divine on that level, then yeah, there's no one better than the other. Like it's all the totality. So to me, that's very, very exciting to have that be the eternal reality of it. Is there's a lot. I mean, that level is incredible to know that's, and then it can create anything it wants to create, like literally anything. And this is what we're experiencing now is just one of those myriad of things, literally, I think infinite things that it's creating. And it's basically just a massive playground of consciousness, even though it doesn't always feel like a playtime because we can have pain and suffering. But ultimately, that's even the creator wanting to experience that. That's the drama it wanted to experience. And that's the experience it wanted to. So it's all doing exactly what it wants to do. And from what we can already see, the potentials of what this all is, I think there's only more to look forward to considering as the potential of what really is the case. And I think we all have better to look forward to in that sense, like that ultimate to look forward to. And that ultimate piece of being, that's almost like, yeah, being like unified with oneself at that ultimate level.
Very nice philosophy. I like it. I'd have to think about it for some time because some of the ideas challenge my own sort of like thoughts. It's interesting, hey, like this is sort of like imagining how life would operate outside of our experience of it as we are right now. And I wonder if dreams directly correlate with death and that perhaps death is something similar to like a dreamlike state.
Well, you're accessing the bardos.
State of deep sleep.
Yeah, like sleep states, you can access the brainwave states to access the bardos. You know about the bardos, the layers between in the Tibetan traditions, like the Tibetan
like consciousness or so, as it's different states of consciousness that it can achieve beyond like dream state and.
Yeah, well, like it comes from the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which essentially is like it's a manual essentially on how to die, really. And the bardos they call them bardos that you traverse through in the stages of dying. And these bardos are these different layers and levels that you shift through. And so the Tibetan Book of the Dead, there's many other books of the dead as well. And what they mean by that, they don't mean dead people, but what it means is spiritually dying and spiritually being reborn. And so basically the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, is a whole sort of manual and practice guide, etc., on accessing these death states, essentially, which are dream states, death states, birth states. They're all interrelated and connected. And they're the bardos are these different layers. And now you could even use the term like the astral plane, that component of it, if you want to use that concept of it, an astral plane, and traversing through these layers. And essentially what it is it's a way that you can, in that tradition, you can practice dying before you die. So there's even this phrase, he who dies before he dies does not die when he dies. Meaning that if you do the spiritual death process and facing your own kind of process and that death process, and also opening up those layers and learning how to kind of be able to navigate and transcend that and be able to practice, essentially, so that when you actually die, you don't actually die because you don't have to go through any of the pain or any of that or the dislocation associated with it, because you've already gone through that. You've already processed all that in the way to where when you actually die, it's a deep question, because if you can be able to traverse those realms and navigate, and then it's linked to all the other spiritual practices as well. It's not just traversing realms, the other spiritual practices. There's kind of a deep concept of, I suppose, the eternalness, like you don't die when you actually die, meaning that there's, it's only a rebirth into a more eternal, expansive reality.
Yeah, rebirth of your awareness of yourself. Your old way of perception dies and you're reborn as basically a new being perceiving the world. Especially if you have like some of those, some stronger experiences, like they can be really, life-altering, impactful. I was thinking that I heard that same phrase spoken about from the city of Eleusis. Read that book by Brian Murkeshku, lad that was on Joe Rogan with Graham Hancock, who wrote a book called The Immortality Key. I really enjoyed the book. I saw the interview with him on Joe Rogan as well. He was talking about in Eleusis when they were drinking the psychedelic brew that they made, they called the Kukion, that they would invoke they apparently would also go for a big journey walking to Greece, like people from all over Europe apparently, and to participate in these Eleusinian ceremonies where they were drinking this psychedelic drink called the Kukion that apparently they found traces of ergot in the pots of some ancient Greek relics that were used in these ceremonies, and were convinced that the Kukion was a strong psychedelic drink that invoked a false state of death, and it was from taking these psychedelics that all around the world, different groups of people would have like death cults where they would worship being able to get into these near-death states and use these super strong psychedelic drinks to go through an initiation, I guess, and have the experience of giving yourself into, to death. And that's might be my understanding as well, like through shamanism, that's kind of like the level of letting go that one needs to have to, I think, people can go in and they can let go as much as they're able to with the help of the medicines, right? I'm sure you would agree with that. So the medicines help to facilitate, but the person still has to do some work and let go of it themselves. That it's like, for me, I found that taking a bigger dose can sort of bring on that release more intensely. So it's like I don't have the option to sort of let go as much. I'm kind of just taken away, and which is nice because if there's that barriers that for me earlier, like if I wasn't take as much, it's like sometimes people can get anxious and they want to do something, but they, I don't know, just can't let go, bring themselves to let go at that time. I don't mind to, I like to go rock jumping and find like really nice bodies of waters, like in waterfalls on mountains and whatnot, where there's big rock faces, and you can go and jump down into those small water holes and whatnot, or just even do nice high jumps into really big, deep bodies of water. And it's like, I don't know, just something I used to like doing when I was younger. We've got some nice spots here in Australia, waterfalls and that, we can go jumping off high rocks and things. Pretty cool. Up in the tropics in the north, it was nice as well. And yeah, it's like either walking to the edge of the pool and sort of dipping your toes in and going in slowly and going into as deep as you feel comfortable with, or kind of like having perhaps a bigger dose, and then just like going and jumping straight into the pool and just deal with the shock, and and then take yourself back to the shore. Maybe stay out for a while, and they can both be good experiences. I don't mind to go slow sometimes. Found ayahuasca was a bit like that.
Yep, that's definitely very, very much the case. And I think a lot of these different medicines and approaches have different effects on that, what you just shared right there, the surrendering versus holding on or not letting go in these ways. Even to the point that even when Stan Groff was working with people with LSD, even at high dosages, he would find that sometimes they would seemingly be resisting, some part of the experience. And in some cases, he wouldn't really outwardly like interact with them unless they wanted to interact, unless they had, in some way. And I think in different types of sessions that he had done, especially with some of the medium dose stuff as well, versus the high dose, they're different. But even on a high dose, if someone's having an unpleasant experience or something that they're resisting, sometimes just being told, to just go within and really just face it, and just let it encompass you in a sense, let it become you. Now, some people might think that's scary, or, to actually go into it. That's often like that term, like go into it, meaning what seems to be the case, that whatever the feeling is, the sensation, the thought, whatever it may be, if someone is resisting something, that is what will be causing an unpleasant experience, because they're resisting it. Whereas because it's kind of being brought up in a sense and being opened. But if they face it, meaning just like if it's a feeling, like fully feel it, for example. So like, let's say someone feels tired, or they feel anxious, any type of thing, or they feel guilty, or they feel alone, like loneliness, or they feel sad or happy or disillusioned, all kinds of different types of feelings and emotions. And without something like LSD or any of these, really, like any of these types of experiences, when that's being brought up, the idea that seems to be the case where if somebody just goes into that feeling, like if it's guilt, they say, okay, I'm just going to feel the guilt. They just feel, and then maybe they feel some guilt, and then they feel a bit more, whatever it may be, just go into whatever it is. And by surrendering to it and going into it in that way, it seems to be an incredible effect that people have when they do that, to where it moves through them. And there's this phrase that Stan Groff has mentioned, which is something like, I might be paraphrasing, but the full expression of an emotion is the funeral pyre of that emotion. So like, if let's say somebody suffers with a lot of guilt feelings in their life, and then they're doing work, therapies like this and work like this, and in the session they're feeling extra guilty. But if they just go into it and feel the guilt, or allow it to wash over them, whatever it may be, and just being the warrior and facing that, they may have an accelerated feeling of it, but then it might go into an experience. They might start to have a vision or a memory or something like that. So there could be content like that, or an insight as to what caused it in the first place, etc. But by feeling, so that phrase, the full expression of an emotion, is the funeral pyre. A funeral pyre, like PYRE, a pyre is it's like where it's like combusted, you know, it's like the funeral pyre is when it's combusted and fully released. So by fully experiencing the emotion, let's say guilt, for example, that is what will bring an end to it. You know, it'll be the final death and rebirth of that emotion in a good way, especially if it's an emotion that's been plaguing one for quite some time. So yeah, it just made me think of that, this idea of the surrender versus, you know, the higher the dose, the more kind of in a way it can be easier to surrender, like we were talking, like that quality. So yeah, it's very interesting, just the different levels. But that process I just shared is like, as far as I've seen it all my life, just absolutely tried and true. Like that by feeling those emotions, it moves them through. And it's incredibly amazing to see it happen, and then to help others and to have others have helped me through my process as well and assisted. Maybe the word assisting be, you know, better than the word help in this sense, but it is helping as well. But it's a process of like supporting each other to be able to traverse through these things and then becoming better as a result. And everyone in the community working in these ways just becomes a better person as well. So the potentials of if this was able to be done on, you know, well, I've said a lot there, so I'm sorry to end it on a whole nother topic, but I am saying like, yeah, like the healing potentials are far reaching, you know, that if we were to be able to utilize these in these ways.
Yeah, sure. And like, fair enough. I can see people say, oh, that's idealism and whatnot, but you know, it's still nice to like. It's still, to me, it's apparent that if it was in the cultures where it is a part of their tradition or something that they participate in, it seems to be something that the people bond over. In Germany, they still have some pretty nice festivals and things that traditional festivals, cultural festivals, regional cultural festivals, and there's, even though it's not talked about a lot, or you know that it's like, is that what they're called? Socialism. Was it when a person supports their own country? The word.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a lot of work too. Yeah, it's not something generally the first. You know, it's deep work, just process work like this. Yeah, and it can take some individuals, you know, longer, or some individuals kind of shorter to work through things. But yeah, it's very deep work.
Yeah. Enjoyable. In my opinion.
I mean, it can almost be viewed in that sense as like, you know, like just like in the idea of self-exploration, you know, where it's like bring it on, you know, like bring it on, come on, let's, you know, where you're like the warrior of your own mind, or you're building your own warrior nature. Now, of course, I'm referring to only, you know, very specific types of, you know, because I'm not talking about, you know, heroin or anything like that, or cocaine, or, you know, these are not, yeah, I'm talking about these very specific types of experiences when utilized correctly in the right plants and so on, you know, because it's like I'm just saying, like it's a thing of it's almost like you're do you remember that show American Gladiators back in the 90s? I mean, it's not really like that at all, but I somehow thought of that to where it's like you're like, all right, let's take it on. You know, it's like you're going to take on your demons, you're going to take on the, you know, and you're going to try to you know, yeah, essentially be like, have courage and strength to go deep and to really face.
Was Vulcan one of the gladiators?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Sounds familiar to me. Like thunderstorm and lightning bolt and shit.
I haven't seen that show in ages. I hadn't thought about that show in ages. Forgotten about it. Have you seen Monty Python's The Meaning of Life?
Yeah.
You know, there's that scene where the guy gets to choose how he dies, and he wants to get, and he chooses to get chased off a cliff by a bunch of topless gladiator women. Is his method of execution?
Yeah. And I just have so much like honor and respect for others that are willing to go to work with these states and these healing states, because I also think that even as some individual heals, like it's actually healing the ether and it's healing the collective human consciousness as well, which is another thing that's so deep about this work. Like even if you have like an ayahuasca ceremony with, let's say, 20 people or whatever it may be, if it's really well run, I mean, the real deal, I'm not talking about something that's kind of, so there are some things that may not be the real thing, but if it's the real thing, like I see it as like actually like tapping into the ether, and like there's like deep like evolutionary healing. And I don't mean theories of evolution. I just mean evolution in terms of the evolving human experience right now on Earth, and like actually cleansing these things from the collective psyche. Like when somebody purges on ayahuasca, I truly don't think it's just their body purging. Like in a way, they're clearing something for all of us. So it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same for me. Respect to anybody that's willing to do the work, hey? Whether or not they do it through meditation or the use of psychedelics or holotropic breath work or tantric dance or fasting or, I don't know, all the different crazy things that people can do, like that are kind of in some way like deprivational, that are just like, but super focused attempts at a particular thing to work with themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And one of the places that's really in its peak expression is there's a medicine that comes from a tree frog in the Amazon called, the term kambo, Kambo, is often the term that's used for the medicinal use of it. And then it comes from an actual frog. Phylomedusa bicolor is the species of the frog. And there's a waxy substance that the frog secretes on its skin. And so these shamans will use a mating whistle to bring the frog to them, and the frog will very slowly just crawl right up to them, come onto their arm. They're very peaceful. They're like little Zen Buddhist creatures. They're absolutely beautiful. And then the frog will just chill there, and then the shaman will gently, very gently, the word scrape is a little too harsh of a word, but basically scrape the wax off very gently so it doesn't hurt the frog. Ideally, you don't want to ever hurt it. And then puts this wax on a little wooden stick, and then it dries, and then it can be, you can add water to it or saliva to it later, and then get it mixed up. And then it turns into this little paste, kind of gooey paste, basically. And then this is applied to the skin in a very particular way. And it's generally not the most pleasant experience. Like they call it one terminology for it is an ordeal medicine. So it's like 20 to 30 minutes of like a physical ordeal. It's generally not visionary. It's generally not psychedelic, although it can be for certain people, but generally it's not. It's more of a physical sensation, and it's a whole cleansing of the body. You drink a lot of water beforehand, and the purging, you generally never have the bottom, the root chakra, as it were. You never really have the diarrhea flow in terms of this medicine, but you definitely have the oral purging. And you drink like not an excessive amount, but you drink more water than usual before. Like you really try to keep the water, get a nice, very hydrated. And then when the medicine kicks in, when you purge on that one, it's like a total water faucet. It's actually quite amazing how it ejects it out. It's absolutely profound. And it's like this green frothy purge. It's amazing, actually. And it's like an ordeal medicine. So for about 20, 30 minutes, now there's different sensations people have. Some people feel nauseous, some don't, but generally you do. People feel like maybe hot or cold. There's like maybe tingling moving through their body, different sensations. Some people feel like a scanning through their body, like it's going through your body in different ways. And you kind of feel usually at peace, like you kind of just feel inwardly turned and you feel peaceful. But it is intense, man. It is very intense. And, anyway, so when we're talking about being a warrior, and that one is like very much the case with that, because like it is an undertaking, and like you have to have so much like courage to even go through it and to take it on. It's beautiful so it just made me think of that, like just that warrior spirit and like a peak expression of it.
I haven't joined a frog cult yet. I've been initiated. I was thinking about some people being like, hey, have you heard about the new frog fast?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. becoming like a consumeristic thing that people start doing as a fad, a frog cleanse.
Well, it has gotten a lot more popular now. Yeah, exactly. Those terminologies. Because, yeah, it has, like ayahuasca has hit the West, like Combo has quite a bit. So they even did like a special on it, like on like Vice. And then there was another one, I think even like, yeah, there's been several like somewhat mainstream things that have kind of, hit, that have been out there to some degree. Yeah, frog cleanse, etc. But yeah, I mean, it's a very unique medicine that has incredible benefits to the body. Usually the 20 or 30 minutes is not pleasant. For most people, it's generally not, although it can be. I've had some that are actually completely blissful. So there are some that can be, but it's generally intense. But the benefits really come afterwards for people, like in profound ways. So after you're through this thing, like 30, 40 minutes and kind of wrapping up, then you just feel like you're in bliss. And there's actually compounds in it. There's a compound. There's a
just like completely clean, completely empty.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, thank you, frog.
I know. Well, they call it being kissed by the frog for that reason. Yeah, you're just in bliss. Exactly. And like it's very like heart opening, and you just feel so like and it has a compound in it called dermorphine. So it's dermorphine, and it's actually like apparently thousands of times more potent than morphine, but it's found naturally in this medicine. So it's not like it feels like 1,000 times more potent than morphine, but apparently dermorphine, when it's isolated, is that much more potent. Nonetheless, when you do this medicine, like that it's not really morphine-like though. You don't really feel numbed out, but it's very, very blissful, and like I think it's part of why it feels that way. And then generally for like the hours, days, and weeks afterwards, someone does this medicine, like there's like profound improvements, like physically in their body, psychologically, it can help with depression, all those things. People also have this thing they call panema, which is a word in these tribes that use this medicine. And panema generally means like some kind of bad spirit or depression or like a dark cloud that's kind of hanging over you. So that's what panema is. And this frog medicine is known to lift panema. So it releases and lifts one's panema. So whatever that kind of dark cloud that you can't quite get through in your life, or maybe it's with whatever category of life, finances or a job or relationship, whatever it might be that people have that's like a dark blocked energy. By doing this medicine, like I said, it's not too pleasant to go through it. It's intense. But when it's over and then the following time, it like seems to lift that dark cloud, even in a way that it brings people good luck, like actual good luck, like good fortune. They meet someone perfect. They come into like maybe a new source of finances, whatever it may be, like actual good luck. It's like metaphysical. It's absolutely amazing. And to see this happen in people's lives, it's remarkable.
It sounds remarkable. It's just funny to think that people are licking a frog so it can kick the absolute shit out of them, literally.
Yeah. It kicks the green frothy purge right out of you. The purge on that one is probably my favorite of all, I have to say. Iboga is the most, okay, they're all different, but yeah, the combo one is like, oh man, it is literally like opening a faucet. Like it's none of that unpleasant where you have to like do any of the like, it just comes. It's like, it almost reminds me of screaming, actually. Like generally, well, sometimes you are making noise too. Like, but it almost reminds me of that. It's just like, whoo, it's really something.
Hey, I want to ask you about one. Ice baths. Have you done one? And if so, how long?
You know, that is actually one part of my whole like world that I would like to do more of. Yeah, I've done it for sure. But yes, that's actually something I'd like to explore more in the future as well. Yeah, boosts like human growth hormone. It's good for a bunch of things, but I can't say I have as much. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the cold. I've always been this way a bit. I really just prefer heat. So, and I'm also like, well, anyways, yeah, I think my body type as well, because, you know, there's like in the Vedics, there's like the different body types. Anyway, so yeah, different body types run differently.
Hey, excuses. What do you think the master of the frogs would think?
I know. I know.
You're a little bit of cold, little man.
Oh, you're too cold. I know. Totally. I know. No, it is something I
I
could
think there was one interview I saw with Wim Hof, and he was asked about like warm showers or something. He's like, "Yeah, but I love warm showers. Of course, I have them. I love them. Have one every day." Like, but he just still goes and smashes himself with the cold, just because he can.
Well, yeah, dude. I was actually thinking like of filling up my bathtub with like cold water and maybe dropping in a couple, maybe just to start out, like, well, not start out because I've done it before, but doing it more regularly. Just maybe like couple trays of ice cubes. Just get a couple in there with as cold as it comes out of the cap. That should be pretty good. But dude, I've seen these videos on wherever their YouTube Shorts or whatever, where oh my God, dude, this girl comes out. She's in like a bikini. I mean, she is attractive, but it's not really the point of the video. She is an attractive woman. She comes out with a huge hammer and breaks the ice up. She literally gets into one that is almost like complete ice, and she puts her whole head under the water. That's got to be the absolute coldest it could be. It's like,
bro, I did that. That was what I did for my first ice bath, my first proper one. I've been to a few like really cold rivers and whatnot in Austria and some areas of Germany, but the ones in Austria, some of those are pretty cold. And then when was it? Last year? Started last year? No, maybe a couple of years ago now. I moved to a place in Germany. It was on this really nice big property, and they had a pool outside that they left filled up into the winter, and had like a big ice layer over it, and had to smash like a hole in the ice to get in there. And I think like I stayed in for two. So I did it by myself. I stayed in for two minutes, I think it was. And I was feeling okay. I feel like I could have stayed in for longer, but I was just by myself and preferred to be cautious rather than try to push myself to do more. And at that particular time, like it was pretty damn cold. I went up to my neck, and
yeah, that'll wake you up.
Put my head under. But then just came up and sat with my head there for a couple of minutes, and it was super intense. I've seen the people doing it for 10 minutes, but I think when I did it, I wasn't really giving in to the breathing enough. You know how like you got to really, if you want to, I guess you would know, having done the holotropic breath work and whatnot, that you generate a lot of heat when you can really get into your breathing, get your body fully pulsing and just, it can keep you warm. I wasn't able to sort of relax enough into the cold feeling as to really do a strong or like a good breathing rhythm that would warm me up, and felt like my hands were getting really, really cold. And so I decided to get out. But man, it was pretty decent, hey? It was like minus 10 or so outside.
Yeah, wow. I
don't know about doing 10 minutes, but I'd work up to it. I wouldn't mind to try it at some point. I think for me it's just like really getting into the breathing is it can be tricky sometimes to really get like a good. I get a bit blocked up, my sinuses and whatnot. Sometimes doing breath work can clear it out though. But yeah. So you said you've done cold or actual ice bath yourself at least. Have you tried it? Like if.
Yep, I've done them for sure, especially like where you go back and forth between many. So you go to the ice pool, and then you go to the medium temperature, and then the super duper hot one, and you can cycle between all three. You can go from the extra hot to the extra cold back and forth multiple times. Those are deep. So you're going like, honestly, some of these waters are so hot, it feels like it is going to boil you. And by the time you get in, it's like, okay, you know how the cold has what could be described as unpleasant, or let's say intense. Maybe everyone's different, but it is intense as, but when it's that hot, it's like the same as the cold, but opposite. It just kicks your ass. Like it's unbelievable. And it is almost painful. To that level, even though once you get used to it though, it's good, but wow, it is intense. And then you go from that to the super cold and then back. Oh my gosh, it is just cycling your lymph nodes and just cleansing. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool to have a cold bath. I've not had that experience, like having a cold bath and being able to go fully submerged in water, just like with I've been fortunate that I've been in a place where there was a sauna and we could just go outside and there was snow outside and go from the sauna. But a sauna's different to a hot spa or being submerged in really hot water. Hey, like, although have you ever been one of those really hot like a dry room at a sauna place? I've been in a 90-degree one myself, and the air in there is like so dry that if you go up on the higher seats, the air's really thick and it's like hard to sort of even breathe the air properly. I need to go a bit lower. It's just like too hot to sort of inhale it.
Well, I love saunas. Yeah, that I do have a lot of experience with. I have some with the cold plunges, but I can't say that I've done like a regular cold plunge kind of protocol like regularly, but I have definitely done it many times. But yeah, the saunas, I have done regular cycles many times throughout my life of doing saunas. And I've actually been involved in fields utilizing them in different ways. It's interesting we're talking about this after the combo, because the combo, the frog medicine, it is like, in my mind, it's like taking an internal shower. Like it's literally like cleansing the interior. And it also has all these peptides in it that have these very potent effects on the immune system. They even refer to it often as the vaccine of the forest, meaning a vaccine is something that actually does protect you from disease rather than a vaccine that, well, you know what. It's like a natural one because it actually keeps you healthy and protects you through all the. So there's these peptides in it. Anyway, so it's like an internal cleanse, and it's imprinting your body, or it's giving your body these peptides that the immune system uses to rebuild, and the brain, and there's incredible effects in those ways too. But anyways, but the saunas, I was just linking it to that because the combo has a very deep cleansing. But the saunas, hot saunas, if depending on how they're done, either infrared or there's different forms, the steam ones or the hot rock, etc. And depending on what technique one is using with those saunas, I've gotten that's similar, like taking an internal shower effect, but in this case with the saunas through the sweating channels. And yeah, it's incredible how cleansing and the benefits of it. So yeah, I love saunas.
Have you tried I haven't, but have you tried a colon hydrotherapy?
Now that one I'm going to pass on. Yeah. I don't think putting anything up the root chakra there is especially like liquids and things. Yeah, no, I'm just going to skip on all those. So the answer is no, and no plans to in the future. Not because I have anything squirmy about doing that or anything. It's not that. I've actually done other therapies that are accessed through that channel. So I'm not saying that part of it. I'm just saying that in my viewpoint, like, yeah, squirting water and things up there, I think it can disrupt the flora and the subtleties. I guess in my personal viewpoint spiritually, I don't see that being something that's needed for cleansing for me. I'll just put it that way.
You'd rather take the forest spirit of the frog and let it kick you.
Yeah. Or if there's anything in my bowel system that I want cleansed, I would use, like a medicine like that will cleanse that, like ayahuasca can, iboga, etc., a combo, those three. In terms of something really, that needs to be cleansed out in that way, yeah, I would probably, or other methods of like herbal cleansing and things. But yeah, like colon therapies, and what is the one with the coffee? I mean, I don't doubt there's benefits to that. Yeah, a coffee enema, they call it.
Enema. Yeah,
there are interesting results to these things. Like that one seems to activate the kidneys and the liver. So yeah, putting coffee up the root chakra there.
Gotta wake it up. Morning. Here's some coffee.
I don't know if no one's ever heard of this before. They're listening to us like, what the coffee up? Oh my God. I know, but it actually is a thing. Yeah. And it actually like activates the liver and like, yeah, people use it for healing, for cleansing.
Yeah, and I've heard some testimonies that the hydrotherapy feels amazing afterwards. It just reminded me of that when you were talking about the frog. I think it's kind of, and then I was thinking, oh yeah, the frog's kind of like the internal access to the situation of colon cleansing, and then there's the human method, which is just goes straight back up the arse.
Yeah. Well, I think with the combo, it tends to be more of an oral purge. Like there's usually not really much, actually, usually for anyone of the root chakra there with the frog. The ayahuasca does that one though, and the iboga can as well, for sure. Dude, yeah. I mean, dude, if you have like people have like huge like intestinal worms and stuff. Oh my gosh, like.
I was looking up some photos of that not too long ago. They they look like literal demons, don't they?
Yeah, for real. I know. Then you've heard this idea that cancer is actually caused by parasites. Have you heard of that idea?
No, but you know, I'll share with you my thoughts on cancer, if that's all right. Do you mind?
No, I mean, I think the parasitic connection is very interesting. But I think, yeah, there's I have my thoughts on it as well. But well, if you want to, yeah, I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't exclude the possibility of like parasite in what I think about it, but as I understand it, it's like a tumor or it's a type of tumor, so it's like cells that are constantly trying to regenerate and repair themselves that can't like finish the process or so. So that was my understanding of in the scientific-y kind of way, I guess. Scientific-y, that sounds so unscientific in the scientific-y way. But
yeah, I mean it
like that it's just an occurrence, like it's a severe symptom of untreated underlying symptoms. So fix the untreated underlying symptoms, and then the source of the irritation goes away. And when that source of the irritation is gone, then the body can heal itself. And sometimes that can need to be worked with in different balances on different levels. Like, and by levels, I kind of mean, I mean by saying levels that work on the level of the body or the level of the consciousness, the level of the body's energies, and feel into those things. And
yeah, I think of it as like essentially a bioengineered toxin, ultimately a bioweapon of sorts that have been engineered and designed with these very specific, like candida yeasts, the families of candida. I think that there's like in terms of certain like cancer, that it's like a genetically modified like yeast essentially, and that's why it grows. It grows in the body like that. I don't really agree with what the mainstream explanation is. I think it's actually it is a real thing though. I don't think because yeah, it is real deal, and I do think it can kill you. Like people can die from it for sure. So, and then all the chemotherapy shit and all the rest of it in terms of what they're doing, and that's why they're doing it as well. Anyways, there's so many parts to it, but yeah, I don't have any like absolute physical proof for this. I'm getting this from my own tuning into it. I'm getting it from my own tuning into it on the consciousness level to be understanding of it.
Just an opinionated fool.
That's fine if that's how you want to perceive it. That's your prerogative. But well, it's interesting though with the candida yeast component link to it because so candida yeast, there's good candida yeast in our system, and it's meant part of the microflora, and it actually helps to fend off against toxins and disease and all kinds of things. But there's the process that occurs where people take antibiotics, it kills all that good yeast, and then there's these other candida infections that seem to cause issues for people. All kinds of different candida type infections. Now that's the whole world of candida, and people have all kinds of health problems and benefits, and they go through processes to try to heal from it and so on. So that's its own thing. But the thing as well with cancer, when people have it, is that it's been shown how if you increase your alkalinity in the body, there can be profound results from that towards the resolution of that condition. And so that's interesting, the way that yeasts function with alkalinity as well. There's like a direct connection to that. And there's been many people even who have, just using the word, resolved their condition, as it were, by changing the alkalinity of their body. And even in some cases by simply, when I say simply, like literally that's all they did was just consume things to keep their body in a very uniquely alkaline state, and the condition just resolves. Like whatever that thing that's growing, that cancer as it were, it just starts to not be able to thrive because of the alkalinity in and of itself. So yeah, there are some interesting connections to that. Plus, thing about cancers, it's like very hard to kind of kill, quote unquote. You know, like, I mean, generally, if someone really has a bad version of it, I mean, you know, things like oregano oil and other herbs, I mean, that's probably not going to do it. You know, like you need to bring in the big guns, like either like cannabis, like CBD oil, or these ones I'm referring to, the ayahuasca, the combo, the frog medicine. The combo absolutely will flush this out. And ayahuasca and iboga as well, and peyote. I don't know if like mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms, maybe not so much. They don't really have those kind of the as much of the physical effects. Although people could have resolution from mushrooms, but I'm more referring to these other ones that have that capacity to. And so in that case, like, you know, if it's living in that sense, then, you know, what is it, and how is it able to be, you know, extinguished from the body in a healthy way?
Yeah, it's interesting because I have the same idea. Following whatever I think cancer is, I think I can get rid of it in exactly the same way that you described, by changing the alkalinity of my diet. Or alkalinity is just even a way to describe a quality of certain foods, right? So, but a limited diet or fasting entirely, and
yeah, absolutely. Actually, that was one that we missed earlier. Fasting is another form of entering these non-ordinary states. That's another one. I forgot to mention that one.
Yeah.
If you fast for like long periods of time, you can absolutely enter state like this. That's why people have like, connections, like either spiritual experiences or healings or, so yeah, fasting is another one that we actually, well, you mentioned fasting for sure, especially in relation to other practices, you know, as well.
Cleanliness of the body and whatnot. But yeah, like fasting as an experience in itself, like going into the body. And I haven't done. I've only done 7 days. I'd like to do a 30-day fast because I'm curious, and I don't know why, but I enjoy doing stuff like that. And I think it would be interesting if I could get like a cabin in the woods somewhere, you know, for a month. And
well, yeah, like
if
the story of Jesus, like the 40 days in the desert.
Yeah, that'd be pretty intense. If I could get a nice cabin in the woods next to a river, I'd settle for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there instead of desert. Yeah, wherever Jesus was maybe desert or something of that nature. But yeah, I'm gonna go with. I'm with you on that.
Because if I could get, if I got clean water, I wouldn't stop trying to drink water or anything. I'd just keep myself well hydrated and nice and peaceful. I'd probably not have any in a place that's a little bit remote would be even perfecter.
Yeah, maybe like a $10,000 a week, house in Bora Bora.
Oh well,
where the ocean is just right out your door. You know,
that sounds a bit cheap. It sounds a bit cheap. At least 15.
A big, yeah. Well, you actually, with some of these, I mean, if you, some of these are like, 10 bedroom things, and it's like, if you split it with friends and stuff, yeah, there's ways to do. Yeah, it's like, some of these big houses and things, but yeah, that would, that sounds good. Just right at the water.
Is that something that you'd be interested in trying? A long fast? Have you played around with those thoughts?
Yeah, I guess that would be another one, like the ice baths. That is, yeah,
I would do a food fast, but I really don't like the feeling of being hungry.
Well, I more do fasting for and like doing like a plant diet, a plant dieta, like because there's other forms, even like there's other types of dietas where in the traditions where they work with ayahuasca, there's other plants where you would just diet with that plant, meaning you basically only consume that plant. Now it's not ayahuasca. There's many different plants, and these other plants, they don't even necessarily cause visionary, psychedelic type experiences or anything. But they have other effects. I mean, some of them have purgative effects and so on. But yeah, so in that scenario, fasting, Yeah, doing just like straight no food. I guess at this time I'm not fully drawn to it because but yeah, I think combining it with other or like intermittent fasting as well. But yeah, just like a full 40. I guess I'm just not called to it at this time. I'll put it that way. Yeah, like a full 30, 40 days. Because that's another thing to do. You got to have the time in your life. You got to be like prepared and have the real. You got to put about a month and a half aside for that.
I made an idea for like a challenge to do, like
you have to
make like a challenge, like
airplane mode for a month.
Say again.
Sorry, I just said you have to put your phone in airplane mode for a month.
Yeah, pretty much. I had a thought of a challenge, and the challenge was to just lost it. Damn it. No, come back challenge thought to get to do a 30-day fast because I was talking about the story of Eleusis before in that book I was reading from Brian Murakescu, and the story was that the Greek the people that would be the initiates of the Eleusinian mystery schools would like fast for 30 days and then go and have this really strong psychedelic drink. And I was like, wow, imagine how intense that would be. Just like break a 30-day fast with a super strong psychedelic and just see how out of it you can have the full death before death experience.
Wow, yeah.
Really prepare yourself.
Yeah, dude. The Eleusinian mysteries, yeah, absolutely. Illusion, however it's pronounced. Eleusinian?
Yeah.
Eleusinian mysteries. Yeah, I'm aware of those as well. I've read about those years ago and have heard Albert Hoffman's reports on it and also Ratch, which he wrote those books with, and then also Stan Groff. In terms of his talked quite a lot about these, the Kikaon and the Eleusinian mysteries. Yeah, it's profound. I mean, there's even like an idea that a enormous amount of like art and culture and philosophy and creativity like all came out of those massive ceremonies that they were having, or like they would have them regularly, and it was going on for like they say like 4,000 years.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent amount of time to keep a tradition going, isn't it? If it's true. Pretty cool, hey? I don't know, maybe you don't think so. I think it'd be unreal. If there was like a place that you could go to with like the philosophical masters and have a mad deep trip session. Someone like Socrates starts blowing your mind.
I know, dude. I mean, they say they were held once a year and it was over 9 days. So it was like a 9-day process where, like just in the town of Eleusis. I mean, how large it was is unknown, but I mean, how many thousands of people all basically just completely, having a full experience. And remember I was saying how the breath work is way more potent? I mean, I've done ceremonies with plant medicines in large groups, but not that large. Like that is a massive, it's almost like the level of, well, maybe it's not this big, but what about one of those huge like football arenas, like those huge arenas, like, they're having these like Taylor Swift concerts or whatever. She's like, what if instead of Taylor Swift just kind of being a stripper up there, which is kind of what it looks like she's doing, instead of her doing that thing, what about if that was an actual like healing type experience for that many people? That would be so incredible.
Everyone's just like on the same level, like everyone's there to participate in the ceremony. And
the closest I've experienced to this, I will say, so the band Fish, which I love very much, as you know, like the Grateful Dead, and a lot of people would take LSD and mushrooms and psychedelics and at their shows, like that's kind of the thing. You go to a show, take a high dose, and boom, the music's playing, the lights and everything. And then with Fish, it really like a lot of that Grateful Dead crowd followed into the Fish crowd, and Fish, their music totally lends itself to tripping in a lot of ways, and it's very, very enhanced. It can be. I mean, people go to shows sober too, but I'm just saying it can be very, very enhanced just because their music is very, just jamming and improvisation and just all the different tones and sounds and the flow. And it's like water just flowing and the different jams and everything. Anyway, so yeah, that's probably where I've experienced that the most, where, let's say it's like an outdoor arena that holds like 20, 30,000 people, or indoor, like I've seen many, many shows in many different settings. And I mean, what percentage of the crowd is tripping? Hard to know, but we're probably at like at least 70%, maybe 80. And there's a lot of people drinking and smoking weed too, of course, but at least in the in the 90s, it probably was higher like that. Maybe nowadays it could be less. I don't know. Or it could be more now. I don't know. But there was some peak moments back then in the 90s. But yeah, so in that case, like, I've been on a high dose of either LSD or mushrooms, and then, a huge portion of the whole, everyone at the concert is as well. So even though everyone's kind of dancing and listening to the music, so it's not quite like, see, if you do a big one like the Eleusinian Mysteries, you can have it to where like you can have like sitters and helpers, so like everyone can be going through the thing, but also be like in a safe set and setting. Whereas at a concert, it's a little wild. It's more of a party vibe. But I have had times where I've been able to sit down and really go deep, and just take a seat and close your eyes and listen for the music for a bit.
Just imagine they, like, I don't know, as a kind of a mixture of a Lucius and the party environment that you're describing. I kind of imagined a big plateau, or a big platform, or a big stage or so in the middle of a big area of people like that, and there being like some really mad tribal band playing this like really deep drum and the hand drum and rhythm sort of music, and
absolutely
everyone's sort of all the people all chanting and dancing together, and then people just being able to walk up and partake of the kukion, and
yeah, dude.
And they just have a big group of people there to help everyone and catch everyone, or a school of women that have learned how to create this magical brew and serve it out to the people, and they're also the harvest. I don't know, it sounds pretty beautiful.
Yeah, and there's like just elders and beautiful, compassionate people that are there, to support as well. But yeah, okay, that at those where they play like a basketball type arena or like hockey, but these ones where they'll have like a suite. It's like a suite, so there'll be the regular seats that you could buy tickets for or whatever in these big arenas. But then there'll be these suites, where they're kind of set back, and they have some tables and some bar chairs. Then you can walk inside, and there's a couch and a little table and a kitchenette. You ever kind of seen those, like a little suite within those arenas?
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about.
I've thought about what you're saying exactly, where you have a band in the middle, and it's not really about the flashiness of the band. So it's not like everyone needs to be looking at the band necessarily, but the band's in the center, like you said. And then have a beautiful arena that, as it were, that would go out and up, so it'd be layers up. And then there'd be suite going up.
You mean like
going
an auditorium or something, like an outdoor auditorium?
Yeah. So everyone would have their own suite. So you have your own bathroom, you have your own little kitchenette,
Okay.
So you can have your drinks and things. You have maybe a couch, some blankets, maybe even a bed if you want to just chill. And then you could also be out in the larger arena area. So you could go, like a sliding door, you go in and out. So if you really need to be alone or go through something deep and you just want to kind of go inside, you can go inside. And then maybe even the music could be piped into there as well. So that people could also be, continue the music, and then they could turn it off if they wanted as well and have quiet, even though they're probably still going to hear it. Anyways, or they could be out in the kind of, on the deck, as it were, with everybody. And then, yeah, each person in their suite potentially would have a helper, a sitter that's just there for them, if they need any help in any way. Or the sitters could just kind of walk up and down the aisles and be there for anyone and everything. So, yeah, I've had visions of this. It reminds me of when you said that, how amazing that would be, where you have kind of the concert music energy and you also have the ceremony energy, but more perhaps to that level of the Eleusinian Mysteries, where you really get that real group mind going, which I could only imagine how potent that would be.
Oh, for sure. You could feel the energy just when there's just a group of people together as big as like 1,000, and everyone's like, I don't know, dancing or something. It's
Absolutely. Well, at those fish shows, like that, especially back in the '90s, like I said, they're a little different nowadays, but they're it's just a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, back in the '90s as well, and even the 2000s, that's what it is. Like you're at this concert, pretty much everybody's dancing. It's absolutely amazing. People are twirling, people are just getting down, and it is kind of a party environment as well. But there's this feeling that like no one's going to judge you however you want to dance. If you want to twirl around, if you want to look, anything you want to do, and that is very freeing. And then to have everybody doing that, it's very, and also, you know, people using ecstasy as well, you know, MDMA as well. So it's sort of like you can get, you know, there's a lot of MDMA used at fish shows too. So yeah, there's that too. And so there's so many people just, oh, I love you. I love everyone. It's beautiful. It's really, at the best parts of it, you know, it has its shadow side too, because there's obviously sketchy people sometimes doing sketchy stuff, but the overall thing of it is pretty special.
sounds pretty nice.
There's
Yeah.
there's people walking around with signs that says like free hugs.
I think I might get going now, Gio. I'm gonna go get myself ready. Go to bed soon.
Yeah.
Really. Thanks heaps for a really fun talk, and to everyone else that was participating earlier on. But yeah, man, I've really, really enjoyed talking with you for the last few hours. It's been unreal.
Yeah, man, me too. Absolutely. Can't even put it into words. That was we traversed through some like that was amazing. That was a journey, and it was thank you so much for sharing everything you shared, and yeah, we were able to connect on a lot of levels, and I just deeply appreciate that. And
yeah, I still like to talk about some of those ideas about the nature of reality and whatnot. If it's a issue for people, if they don't want to talk about it, fair enough. I won't keep trying to force a topic, but that's something that I do enjoy to explore more with other people. Yeah, I think having a shared understanding, at least, or an understanding of how other people think about the nature of their experience, for me at least, helps me to better work with other people, you know, because like some people's sense of reality is a little bit more rigid than other people's. They're not as flexible to coexist with. And then occasionally meet those people that you're just like super flexible and really easy to get along with, and spark up nice friendships, even if they're talking across a digital medium like Discord. And yeah, it's pretty nice to have these conversations for me, to see that there are people out there that are thinking about broader sort of, I don't want to say like other people are limited or so, like everyone has their narrow-sightedness as well, as far as I've experienced with most people. But yeah, it's just nice to hear about how other people think about, for me at least, I should say, about how they perceive themselves, if they have any belief systems, how our belief systems lead to us having certain views, perceptions. Like I really can't fault any of the psychedelic experiences that I've had, as to say that I would never, that I would tell people not to do them. Also, hey, they've always been so. You know, I feel like I could classify them as beneficial for me. And I have had some experiences, of course. I've been using the substances for many years, for like many years. But yeah, I still have the reverence for them, and do my best to use them responsibly. And if I'm with other people and we're using substances, I prefer if it's done in with some sacredness, is perhaps a good word to use, I guess. So, or reverence. for the experiences. So if anyone was listening, was feeling like I was endorsing that or Gio was endorsing that, it's just our own. I felt right, bro. Our own experiences. Just being positive with them. If I'm lucky enough, if anyone from any frog cult was listening, I'm ready. I'm ready to experience the power of the frog. Thank you all.
Yeah, well, there's actually there's a combo practitioner like institute, and they do trainings, and then people get certified as well. So yeah, some people, in the United States, as it were,
I'm ready
because it's not illegal. Yeah, it's totally legal. So there's no legal constraints. So, but yeah, but yeah.
I was just thinking, holy man, I'd fuck a frog if it got me high.
Well, I'm not gonna go with that one, but
I wouldn't imagine you would. Some like super crazy people I've met over here in Australia that are just, I don't know, they would just do anything if it would get them high, Try any particular thing. There's people out there that'll do some crazy stuff. One of my good friends, the shaman friend, he, just before I go, he said that he wanted to try DMT while he was on LSD, and he took it in a peak of it, quite an intense experience. And yeah, the way that he described, or how he described his experience within that, was very, very intense. Sounded like something like a ayahuasca type duration DMT experience or something. And I thought, holy shit. I don't know if I'd ever... Would you ever, just before I go, would you ever push yourself to that limits?
Well, dude, I'll say this.
Ask myself the question, would I want to get that high?
Well, it is very interesting. I'll share this. It's interesting. Do you know of a gentleman named DM Turner?
No, you'll have to enlighten me as to who DM Turner is.
Well, I think that's I think his real name, apparently Joseph Vivian was his real name. He was born in 1962. He died in 1996. He was an author, psychonaut, psychedelic researcher. So he wrote books on these, and so it's kind of his pen name, like DM Turner. DMT. It's kind of DMT. But anyways, he wrote books and so on about his experiences. So he was like a psychonaut. He was like a businessman. So he literally he would he worked he would dress in a suit and tie every day and go to a job, 9 to 5, and he totally held up his job, never missed a day, he totally completely was had his life together in that way. And he would do these very profound level of psychonaut level type experiences, and he wrote about them as well. So he would do 600 micrograms of LSD, and while he's on the peak of 600 micrograms of LSD, he will smoke DMT and Salvia divinorum.
Oh, just one up it.
So yeah, he would do combos with DMT and Salvia, LSD and DMT, LSD and Salvia, all kinds of different combinations and dosage.
And did he document himself or?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what he wrote. A lot of his books he wrote on his own experiences and his. So yeah, a lot of some of his writings and others that have written about him as well. And he did a lot of work with Salvia, and he would do, combinations to the point of, being able to glean certain insights as to the way of layering them and combining them. So
shit, it's crazy. Hey.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say, he would do with a flotation tank. like DMT while in a flotation tank.
Oh yeah, man,
Things
that would be so. Even when I had my opportunity to do it the first time, I thought that I would just go and do it sober, to see how it was. And I haven't gone back for a second session. I would love to be able to have psychedelics and do an isolation.
Yeah, I think he would do
sense
like LSD as well. LSD plus a flotation tank. Yeah, so he did a lot of those things. But I mean, I think he did it in a way of respecting the medicines though. Like I don't think he was just willy-nilly just going crazy. I mean, he would know his dosages and what he's doing, you know. So, you know, he would do the LSD that he was comfortable, you know, that he knew the dosage on, and then he would so it's very interesting. And
yeah, for sure.
And he seemed to he did seem to have a reverence. Although I think later in his life he got like a little bit like ketamine kind of affected him negatively. Like he had some issues with ketamine. So, which is common. Ketamine.
If there was any. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was thinking so long as there wasn't any like physical issues being incurred or any illness occurring from the use of the substances over a long period of time. I also think that they're healthy. They're sort of that they are medicine, but you know it has to be used like medicine. It's just medicine is a word to describe a type of usage, you know.
I know a guy who did so much DMT that he doesn't get high anymore. Like it just doesn't work on him anymore. Like he did so much that now it just doesn't work. And I've heard that from multiple people at this point in my life where they've indulged so much of DMT that now it doesn't work on them anymore, and they're kind of depressed about it. They wish it would work on them, and it just doesn't work anymore on them.
It's not something that I've heard too much of. I mean, with ayahuasca and their traditions, I mean, they drink. Now that's a natural form, so I don't know if you're talking about some other synthetic forms or something. But I mean,
Just smoking it, smoking it.
Huh?
Yeah, I also haven't heard much of that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Actually. I've actually never. Now with MDMA, that could be the case. With ecstasy, definitely people have with that. That's but with DMT, I mean, as far as I know, it's always active. It's always going to do its thing.
Yeah. So I was surprised myself to hear those testimonies. But yeah, like I have friends who've done like LSD and DMT together, smoking it. So you got the ingestible kind and you got the smokable kind. And basically the DMT overpowers the LSD if you do it like at the beginning. So you have to do it at the peak of LSD. Otherwise, it just overpowers the LSD altogether. You're not gonna.
It's good at the peak, that's for sure.
You got to do it at the peak.
It's actually good throughout, I would say. Even near the end, it can be. Sometimes doing it near the end of the LSD is a little bit kind of nice because then you're kind of just in the like. Well, it depends on what stage, but yeah, you can be kind of more like in a little bit after the peak. You know what I'm saying, or like in the afterglow, or even into the afterglow period, could be really good too. So yeah, there's just different.
I was
they do work together though.
I've never done it. I've tried, and then like I always pussy out like right before hitting the bong or the bowl. Like I've done LSD multiple times and salvia and mushrooms and different analogs for LSD. But DMT, I've stayed away from it for whatever reason. But
my advice is, if you really are interested in trying it at some point, it's like the analogy I was using before of like jumping off rocks into like a sort of cold water or something like that. You know, it's like, or other analogy of like ripping off a Band-Aid. If you just like commit to it. I found there's also like a fear barrier that I had, and it's like if I'm going to go jump off a rock into water, I've got like a bit of a fear barrier. But once I jump, got to commit to the jump, you know. And if you're interested, because I thought it was a very cool and interesting and formative experience, and not that I encourage other people to do it, but it was nice for me.
Yeah, it's well, Yeah, I do know what you mean about that going for it component. Yeah, just go exactly, just going for it. And what I was gonna say about it. What was I gonna say? Thing about it. So, in my understanding of things, like if you use a DMT, if you consume DMT from a plant source that is one of like the true like shamanic ally plants that really have like the spiritual protection and the healing, like the highest octave of that. And if you consume it in that method, which there's actually a bunch of different ways. I mean, ayahuasca is just one way. There's many other forms and ways of plants that can have DMT. That is like, in my view, like a truly like a protected and healing, like a true shamanic medicine in that sense. Meaning it'll never cause you anything that's problematic in that sense. Meaning it's a full medicine, through and through. But with these DMT extracts that people make, they're often extracting them from various different plant species, and those plant species they're extracting them from are not always like true shamanic ally plants. Meaning there are other plants that have other vibes going on with them. And they don't necessarily have that protective shamanic healing vibe. They can have other vibes. Now, it depends on what the other vibes of that other plant are. And some plants that really don't have a role to play in the shamanic traditions and those medicine traditions can actually be like, so these other plants that they sometimes extract DMT from can have like, sometimes like they can have a connection to like darker energies or even like darker spirit worlds where people can have very unpleasant experiences where, they feel like they're like demonically being attacked or like fucked with, or something like that. Now, usually that passes, like, after the experience, they're okay or whatever. But I actually think there's some danger here that can be had. Now, I'm not saying someone's going to have such a terrible experience that they're going to be like damaged forever or anything like that. But I mean, when you're kind of dancing with these DMTs, they're extracted from these other plants, unless you really know what you're doing and what plant you're using it from, they're not all the same, is what I'm saying. And I think that some of these experiences that people have had that are unpleasant, where they're just like catapulted into some like kind of demonic, confused realm, and there's beings like laughing at them or whatever. Now, some of those are not always negative. People still have positive experiences and even amazing ones, even with that being the case. But I just throw it out there as a general sort of just a very generalized kind of just caution of really, being aware of what, one has to be aware of what plant they're actually working with and what energies they're really dancing with. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm not obviously outwardly recommending anyone do anything. However, I'm just reporting people, just the range of experiences and my understanding of them and the things different people have done, that have brought different results and sometimes can be a bit dislocating. Like, for example, if someone's going to do DMT from like a true shamanic medicine, like if they're supported and the dosage is there, like I know that they're going to have like a fully like protected healing experience that's the full medicine in that sense, especially with the right setting and support and everything and intention. Whereas someone else who might be extracting it from some other plant and then they're just doing some huge dose of it, it's just not, in my mind, it's not like a fully kind of protected medicinal session in some ways, in some cases. Doesn't mean it's all negative though. People can still have very amazing experiences, but I feel like my overall thought on it from, so many other people's experiences and just being aware is that it can be a little bit rolling the dice unless you really know what plant you're getting it from and, all of those factors. And unfortunately, I think people have run into some unpleasant results, from that. I'm sure we've all maybe heard or read, and there are some experiences that people have had that are very disjointing and challenging and like not healing, and not beneficial. So that is something to consider.
Exercise caution.
I was just traumatized from the salvia divinorum. A couple of times I tried salvia. It was so extreme, so insane that it just traumatized me. So now I'm like wary when it comes to psychedelics. So I just try to stay away from them. I had a girlfriend who was an RN nurse. She was actually an emergency room nurse who had like a desert toad as a pet that she ordered online. And the desert toad would produce like this toxin or poison or whatever it is that it would shoot onto a glass pane and it would dry up and she would scrape it off the glass pane. But it had DMT in it. You guys probably know which toad I'm talking about. It's like from New Mexico.
Yep. Yeah. The Bufo alvarius. She enjoyed the experience.
because I'm all set. Yeah,
that's a very beautiful medicine. Yeah, the toad medicine. Well, yeah, salvia. The thing about salvia, so DMT has those things I just mentioned, but there was possible kind of risks or concerns, if not really risks, but just concerns in terms of that part of it. But salvia, because I think I've heard, remember you mentioned this before as well, but I'll just mention that one of the things with salvia is, I think I maybe mentioned this to you that when we talked about before too, but like that burning it, like actually burning it, like putting a flame to it.
It's too hot or something, is it?
Well, so basically, okay, so
vaped or something.
Well, I'll say this. I'm trying to. Okay, I'll just real briefly. So when they use it in the shamanic traditions, they never smoke it. They never heat it. They take the leaves and they roll them up into what they call a quid, and then you kind of chew on these quids. You put one in the right side of your cheek, one in the left, and you just gently chew, and you let the juice go into your kind of mouth. And then you might take those quids out, just these rolled up leaves, and you put another 2 quids in, and you can keep doing more as long as you'd like. And it's a more extended experience with salvia. It lasts for about 45 minutes to an hour. Of course, if you keep doing more quids, you can extend it for several hours. And that's the way they use it in terms of really being able to access the healing and the journey, being able to take a journey that's very, healing and has that, again, it's the right usage of the plant. But in the modern kind of world, once salvia got like rediscovered in the kind of modern day, people were smoking it. And that's not a traditional way to do it. And so when I first, used it and was getting interested in it and everything, I smoked it, I vaporized it, I did multiple different methods. And I had a personal experience one time where I had it in a bong and I was burning it. Basically, it was an extract as well. I mean, I've done all kinds of different types, extracts, and also the regular leaf. But particularly as I was burning it, the plant, like this is my own, of course, my own experience, but the plant was literally almost yelling at me to stop burning it. It was like, stop, like, and it didn't say the word stop, but it was like a direct, like almost like psychic awareness that it was hurting the plant. So ever since then, because this was when all this was like being rediscovered. So people didn't really know yet. This is back, years ago. Anyway, so I had that experience. And then I've talked to others as well who have had similar insights and experiences with it. So I've come to the conclusion, obviously I don't have like 100% physical validation of this, but I've come to the conclusion that smoking it is actually, like, for that plant, it hurts that plant. Like, it's actually damaging the spiritual energy of that plant. Other plants don't mind being burned, like cannabis. Like, there's other plants that are totally fine to burn, to smoke like that. But in particular, salvia, if you burn it, and what's interesting about that is that certain people who smoke salvia, as I'm sure we've all heard certain reports and things, can have very fracturing experiences, very unpleasant experiences that can really fuck with them in some cases, some very extreme. Now, usually they're okay or whatever, but sometimes even people like try to walk outside and stumble over things. Like, there's like a lot of actually bad shit that has happened on people smoking salvia, especially people who don't know what they're doing. So I think that the plant spirit, if you smoke it, it's like it whips back at you. Like, if you burn it like that, it will, like, it's like a snake almost that'll sting you, and you might have a very dislocating, unpleasant experience. However, on the other side of it, when people use it without burning it and in other methods, people have had some of the most like transcendent, beautiful, blissful like journeys, like into consciousness, into other realms and dimensions, and accessing knowledge. And like that they report that the salvia literally like takes them on a journey, like a profound, in that sense. So it has like a lot of love and a lot of like built a relationship building quality with that plant spirit that people have developed. Sorry for being so long-winded, of course, because that was long. But
no, you good.
That's good, bro.
It's entertaining.
Cheers. Yeah, thanks for hearing me out. Yeah, so it just made me think. Yeah, so I just. But I remember when you said you had your experience, it was very challenging, but you also said there was a lot of good things about it. So yeah, it seems like you also. I remember when you were sharing that.
Yeah, it was a near-death experience. It was like an NDE, bro. That's why I'm like freaked out. I had an out of body, bro.
Same. Didn't freak me out though. It made me. I became curious. So, it's interesting, and I was thinking about that earlier when you said that. That's how the experience that it was for you. I haven't actually tried salvia, but DMT is also pretty intense, so I can imagine a person could get freaked out by that experience also. My opinion on that is that if a person has either you can have the right knowledge of how to handle yourself on the experience, and you can have the right community, people, the right setting.
I heard DMT is a lot more pleasant.
Yeah, I couldn't validate or deny that. Sorry, I haven't not having tried salvia, but I've also, from what I've heard of people that I know that have tried salvia, they enjoyed it. So, but it's the same with people that I know that have tried cannabis, and even though I've never had an issue with burning cannabis when I have used it, but I've also noticed that heating it to lower temperatures have slightly different effects for me, and it also depends from plant to plant, and I've even wondered if we have perhaps some sort of symbiosis with cannabis. The human body is receptive to it, and we can look after it for it. Kind of a nice relationship that we have with each other keeps us open-minded and aware when used with care.
Gio, I got a question for you regarding the psychedelics and mushrooms and that. So, for instance, with weed or cannabis, when I smoke cannabis, I prefer to do it alone. I haven't smoked now for a while, purely because I haven't been alone for the past couple of months, as my wife now works with me with my business. And it just freaks me out too much when there's people around when I'm smoking cannabis. That's one reason why I haven't even done anything other than cannabis, for instance, like mushrooms and that. Is there some sort of advice you can give to make me less afraid of it? I don't even know if afraid is the correct term to use, but I don't like, for instance, smoking cannabis around people. I don't know if that's normal or
No, I'm a long-term user, and I prefer to get high by myself generally. Not to say that I don't enjoy if I'm with a good circle of people or so, or one-on-one with a close friend or something, but
it's almost as if it scares me, or I'm afraid of the change of, I'm going to put inverted commas, reality. However, let's say now this, when you're sober and you've had a sleep and you've woken up, so that sort of waking life, because I'm in two minds of what is waking life and what is not waking life. I think we could be in a dream within a dream. However, let me call this my waking life. I don't mind that reality changing. For instance, that's why I listened to this discussion of the Earth shape and stuff, because I think it'll be incredible if it's proven to an extent that it's a mainstream thing that everyone knows a totally different reality. I think that'll be amazing, and I'm not afraid of that. But I'm afraid of changing my reality when smoking or taking a mushroom or something like that.
In my opinion, when I first started smoking weed, I had to smoke it like 20, 30 times before I could finally enjoy it. Every single time was terrifying for me. And I don't know if it's because of my makeup, like my biology, but some people just react differently to marijuana. And I was one of those people where I had to build a tolerance before I could enjoy the plant. And every single time I did it in the beginning, I did it with, courage, because I had to overcome the fear and overcome the anxiety and the panic that would set in every single time I smoked it. For at least 20 sessions to 30 sessions, I had to overcome this paranoia. Once I was able to overcome that through building a tolerance, I was able to actually enjoy it. But I was very sensitive to marijuana at first, because at first marijuana was almost psychedelic, because marijuana borders on the edge of being a psychedelic. It's not really a psychedelic, but I do consider it like a very minor, like a very minor psychedelic. But
the way you describe the way you react to it, it is almost as if you talking on my behalf. So yeah, I think then you might be the right person to speak to.
It's something that you have to overcome.
Like I couldn't give you very good advice because my personal experience and journey with the use of the entheogens that I've partaken in has been. I don't mean it to boast, but it felt like it came easily for me or naturally for me. Like it was something that I really connected with in a positive way, and it's just been from my very first experience. I also used cannabis for my very first time experimenting with substances, and I had a type of out of body experience at that time, and yeah.
For me,
So
it helped. For me, it helps me, I would say, open or clear my mind and allow new information to come in and actually consider that information. But now that I haven't smoked in quite a while, I must admit to myself that I am looking at things with a much more open mind and considering alternatives and understanding things differently. And then also, oh no, wait, I can't remember what the other thing was. Fuck. Okay, you guys carry on. I forgot the other thing. And
I just want to say that.
I forgot it.
Well, no, real quick, just before I have to go. The thing is, bro, some of us are more sensitive to the plant itself, and like I had sensory overload. Like the music sounded loud, like the lights, like, and then like I would get antisocial or dissociative, like self-conscious. You don't want to be around people. Like that's how I get when I smoke weed. I had to overcome that through just building a tolerance. That's all I can say. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's and what depersonalization. That's what I get, and that's why I prefer to smoke alone, because I can make a note on a piece of paper or something in front of me, say I smoked weed at this time. Don't worry, in the next half an hour, things will be fine again, and I can refer back to my note. But if I'm around people and I'm having this depersonalization episode because of the weed, then it fucks me up. So that's why I don't smoke around people, or I prefer smoking alone.
I sound similar to myself in that regard. Like, and in that way, I would recommend that if you do it with people, you just make sure it's like a really safe group of people that you do it with. You know, that's how it needs to be for me. If I'm with other people, I don't want to have that type of experience if I am going to be confronted with some sort of situation that's going to be uncomfortable for me. You know, I want to feel really safe and secure so I can just enjoy the experience.
Yeah. So yeah, I find the plant incredible. It changed my whole outlook on reality. It made me realize my reality is not everyone else's reality. The way I see life is totally different to the way someone else sees life or thinks of life. Just because of me smoking a plant could change my outlook on things or understanding of things, made me realize that the way I think things to be or what things are is not what Tom, Dick, and Jones thinks down the road what their reality is like. So yeah, I think it's made me a lot more humble.
So you really you want to have it an intimate experience, BMN.
Yeah, I see it more as like I said to my wife, I use it for spiritual reasons now, if you want to call it that, because it really changed my outlook on spirituality. And I used to be a mainstream Christian, if we're gonna give it a name, and I've become more of a Hindu Buddhist Christian. I know those are contradictory in their own way, but the way I read or understand the Bible, it's almost as if I see Jesus as a Buddha. And yeah, the cannabis broke me out of that religious spell. I'm pretty grateful for it because I think I was on the wrong track of my understanding.
Sounds like you really found God.
I'm starting to, in my own way, understand what is meant by God. And I've got a friend that's a psychologist, and he actually said to me, he introduced me to Carl Jung, and he said to me as well that with his studies and his experience, everyone has their own understanding of what and who God is, which is very interesting for me. I thought everyone thought God was the same thing I thought God was. And when I started speaking to him about it, he's like, no, that's your way of thinking about it. For instance, another Christian would give him a different explanation. And yeah, it's interesting. And like I say, I'm no longer a Christian, a mainstream Christian in that sense.
Thanks for sharing.
Cool, man. And I love it when Gio brings up these topics because it's fascinated me, and I love it when you guys talk about it. And I really, really want to give it a try. It's like I say, I'm almost afraid of it. And I don't know if I'm afraid because I'm scared of a different reality, because maybe when I'm in that state, that is more reality than the calm waking state after you've gone to bed and woken up, sort of wake. When I say a waking state, even though, like I say, I do believe we may be a dream within a dream.
Yeah, I share a similar sort of a thought at times. And, you know, when we were talking before, I think we reiterated a few times that neither one of us is like trying to promote the usage of it per se, but more so just to clarify that our experiences with the entheogens or psychedelics, whatever they want to be called, have been largely positive for us. It's cool to hear Gio's had a pretty broad range of experiences from what I gather. And yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys most of the morning. I just had a moment now to hop into the Discord to ask my question or questions. But yeah, don't stop me, you guys. Carry on. Gio, you guys are having a good conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you jumped in, Beer Man. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I appreciate hearing everything you shared, and yeah, I suppose one thing I would say is this is something where, you know, if these experiences were able to be done in a way that, you know, because obviously after the 1960s there was this whole legal restriction thing that they put on these, which makes it that much more difficult. Of course, those are lifting in certain areas now, and of course every country is different. Yeah, so there's for example, like Iboga is not illegal in Africa at all. You know, it's totally legal there. So whereas in America, technically it's, you know, the illegality issue. But anyways, the thing is that, like, even though like the police hardly even know what it is, you know what I mean? If they found some, you know, they don't even know what, it's not even like on the things that they test for. Like it's technically listed that way, but you know, if somebody had a bag of Iboga root bark or something, they don't even know what it even is. I mean, it just looks like, you know, some plant or whatever. Whereas obviously with there are other. Anyways, it doesn't even matter. I'm not trying to go down that whole thing. So, but what I was going to say is that the legal restrictions have made it, unfortunately, to where, you know, there's not like facilities and places and, you know, healthcare practitioner, you know, if it's on that level, or really just the proper support and guidance to have these experiences. So of course people have to find, you know, different groups, and they have to kind of seek the information on their own, or whatever their own journey may be. I mean, some people choose to work with them on their own in certain ways, or with others, or in various different contexts. But I say all that because I was just going to respond to when you originally mentioned that and you were asking my thoughts on it. I was just going to say, like, in an ideal situation, like if someone feels a calling to want to work with these medicines, of course, because of the legal things, it'd be great if we could just go to our local, ceremony facility in our local cities, and have all the proper support and love and compassion. Because what I was going to say is that, like what you were mentioning, like kind of the resistance or the possible fear or that feeling, that is actually very common, that people have that, meaning in some cases, they feel called, that they want to work with the medicine. They might even, have the right person to work with or group or whatever it may be. And of course, having, the support and all of that can be key, and people that really know what they're doing, that, if they're going to be administering the medicine for somebody, etc. But what I was trying to say is that, like, that kind of the feeling of resistance you were sharing is quite common. And there's a lot of reasons that people have found that seems to come up for them. But it's something where, ideally, if it was something where you could go to a facility that was very beautiful and loving, where, like in the kind of introductory, you could share this basically with, or one could share this with the potential facilitator that they might be working with, and then figure out, the kind of way to navigate through that as well, in terms of, because that can be pretty common to have those feelings of like either fear or resistance. And then that could be connected to various different things. So sorry that was so long-winded, but in my mind, like ideally that's something where, if somebody wants to work with others, to kind of figure out a way, a way to kind of work with that fear and to figure out, which, what the indications of that are and what the kind of, best steps forward. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that have that for sure. And, in some cases, people most commonly have reported with that, where if they later have an experience where they heal some part that was connected to the resistance, they often come to a conclusion that the resistance had some part of, and I'm not saying this is the case for you, but I'm saying just the way you had reported that, like that there was some level of kind of like a need to control one's own mind state, or to control in some way. I'm not really saying control another person perhaps, but like that they didn't want to lose control on their, their kind of stability in a sense, or that, there was like resistance to that, and possibly the fear of losing control is one possibility of what, sometimes the resistance is. And then when someone does do the experience, if they have the proper support and guidance and everything else, and they end up doing the experience, they often, like I said, and they work through that fear in the actual medicine work, which it could be like, you have to be very courageous and strong to even, that's why I have so much reverence and honor and respect for people that, take these things on. They're very deep things. But once they work through that, they in some cases have come to a conclusion that fear, that resistance that they may have had was connected to some component of not wanting to kind of lose control. But once they did it, they were always very, very happy that they did, like after they jumped in the pool, and worked through it. So I'm just saying, from the general thing of what you shared, I've seen that in many people and worked with people and been involved in ceremony settings where these things come up. I've had that myself where it comes up, like before I do a ceremony or session, I've had my own like, whoa, do I really want to do this? Like, oh my gosh. I've even had, various times where it's almost like, you know what, I'm going to cancel. I'm going to reschedule, even though I don't actually do that. But so, I've experienced it myself many times, a lot, in those ways. So
I think you hit the nail on the head there for me when you said control. I do, if I had to look at it from an outsider's perspective into myself, I would say yes, that's the way I would explain it as well. It's losing that control. I like to be in control of what's going on. And I've had it a few times with the weed when I just feel like, oh fuck, I'm losing control. I'm never going to be myself again, even though I don't even know what myself is, which is something that was introduced to me in the last year or two. If I had to go to a guru, for instance, a Buddhist guru or Hindu guru, Zen guru, I wouldn't be able to tell you. If he has to ask who I am, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. And it's sad, but I'm grateful that I'm still almost young enough to figure that out. And I'm I'm almost pissed off with the West that this was never introduced to us. Like, why weren't we ever introduced to alternative cultures and religions? And I think that's got a lot to do with why I'm afraid of these natural medicines and not reality changes, but what the mushrooms and what the cannabis can do for a person. But for me, it's magical medicine. I don't do it recreationally. I use it for spiritual reasons, and I'm grateful that it was introduced to me. And it was much later in my life. I'm 37 years old, and only recently have I been smoking it. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, once again, want to say that I personally wasn't trying to.
I was gonna say I grow my own as well, and that way was a nice way for me also to know that it hasn't been laced with anything, or it's pure marijuana. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying that I wanted to clarify as well or to reiterate, that as I said earlier, that I'm not trying to endorse it to the point that I'm encouraging people to go and do it. But if somebody is so inclined and decides that they do it, the best advice that I've found for myself and people that I've worked with is that if you really want to do it, you just commit to doing it. Like if you're going to have a cold shower, you just go and get yourself in the shower. And I found that tends to sort of alleviate any stress if you just sort of walk in with your chin up and a bit of courage.
Makes sense. I agree. A lot of the times with meditation, when I first started meditating, I would get into that almost a sleep paralysis state, and I hate sleep paralysis. It freaked me out in my younger years, and then learned how to turn that into a lucid dream. And I still do get sleep paralysis now and then when I struggle to get into a lucid dream from sleep paralysis. It freaks me the fuck out. But it's one easy way to get into a lucid dream, and sometimes I just say, okay, go with it, fuck it, handle whatever's going to come to you, and that will be similar to the shower analogy. But yeah, once again, I'm still, something's holding me back, and I don't know what it is. But listening to your guys' stories definitely does help, and I do think that we are all one conscious as well, or within a conscious itself. And this information that's been shared on this Discord, I think is possibly deep within inside myself being manifested, because it's information and answers that I am looking for. And even though you guys may not be doctors and trained in these sort of fields or whatever, I take that information, I do with that information with what I want and what I feel fit. So once again, yeah, thanks for sharing it, and I do think that this is valuable information, at least for myself.
And super nice. Thank you very much for sharing that, Cone. Super touched.
If there's going to be no other topic, or if I can change the topic for a moment, I had a question last night. I would like to ask about gravity. Is it a good time now to ask that question?
Yeah, I'm basically done, bro. I'm still listening in, but I'm not sure. I'm still listening, and I'm not sure who else is around, but go for it. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I was thinking about it last night. if we had to, for instance, with the mainstream's model of the globe Earth and all that, and there's a center core, and everything's getting pulled down to that center with, I think it would, as we would all say, well, not all say, but what they say is mass attracts mass, and the larger the mass, the more the gravity. If you get to that core, are you then weightless? It's just something that I was thinking about last night.
You mean on the globe model? Or
Yeah, with any sort of model, are you weightless when you get to the center of that large body that's creating the gravity?
yeah, that's a good question. Stupid model. Hey, I thought about, wouldn't there be like less forces at the North and South Pole, like what they call gravitational forces, or like a thing that's spinning has more force. Is that right? On
Too
the
sure.
on the ring, on the circumference of the ball. It's not spinning it as fast at the near the poles, so there's less forces there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I would, if someone does know more information on the question I had, that would be a very interesting for me to understand that, because to me then it would make sense that you would be weightless if you were in the core. So yeah, I'm just saying, if anyone is listening here now and is in the Discord that knows a possible answer, what's going on there, that'll be great. Or even in the chat, I see there's a few guys typing in the chat as well. Gio, have you not heard of that one? I'm sure the guys must have spoken about this or brought this sort of question up.
Hey, CR, yeah, I'm still here, Beer Man. Is that just away from my mic for a minute? But I was listening. Yeah, well, I've heard some of these guys share their viewpoints on it. Yeah, Kosho comes to mind. I remember Kosho answering this one. Yeah, it'd be a good question to ask some of them. I mean, I could give kind of a range or some of the memories of what I remember them saying, but yeah, I mean, I think essentially they say there'd be no gravitational force on you if you were technically at the center. You would just be neutral, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would have thought. That's what I would have understood the mainstream's answer to be. I've thought that it could even be like a. This is me thinking now out of my thoughts and my understanding, and the way I think our realm is actually what it is that it could be like a black hole, almost like if you're shining a light through a bubble, or I've done a little experiment with little black holes and water. So I put a needle into water and I shine the torch on there, and no light gets through that place where that needle's poking the water. So almost say like our eyes, if we living on a giant eyeball, or we in an eyeball, something like that, that when you get to the center, it just all gets sucked in, because that's where the light is heading towards, almost as if we are a projection, if that makes sense in verbal description. But I can maybe draw something. I better I'm better at drawing things. Like I've sent you the refraction drawings that I do, because I struggle to explain it verbally. All my explanations I struggle verbally, but I generally can draw what I think is happening. And yeah, but yeah, I think it's almost like it would be like a black hole, not a mainstream black hole, but a black hole in the sense of when you shine a light through something poking into water, that light just refracts and doesn't actually enter that location. So if we are, for instance, living on a bubble or in a bubble world, and we living in that refractive realm or refraction realm, then yeah, to that center, it's a new realm. I think the ancients actually talk something similar as well, where you go into the earth, and Jay Dreamers taps onto this with Mount Meru, with the blue beam and the plasma apocalypse and stuff like that. That sort of information resonates a lot with me, and a lot with the ancient drawings and depictions of the realm that we're in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Yeah, there's a lot of components with that. Yeah, you talk about like with a toroidal field, like the darkness in the center, and then the light, and the way that like the light doesn't exist in that center, and then portals, like how that links in with portals. That's what it made me think of. But yeah,
Yeah, like that, similar to that. And like I was saying to Essie the other day, I started decoding that Monte Urbano map. It's actually an Italian that did that map. I thought it was Latin, but it's Italian. And yeah, I've started translating from Italian to English, and there's some very, very interesting writings on that map.
yeah, I'd like to see that, or see your thoughts on that, or like further on that as well, if you want to share more on that. But I was going to say too, because the idea of the gravity pulling to the center of a sphere, but then like on an Earth where if it's not a globe and it's like a planar Earth surface, but if that whole thing, the whole planar Earth surface, is actually surrounded by a sphere. Now, whether that's plasma or water, like the water separated from the waters, that concept of like living in a bubble, that what you said, that is interesting, a bubble earther. That we're like, if there's like the waters that were separated, and then you've got the level water of the earth, and the soil and the rocks and the earth coming up out of the water. And then if the whole thing is encompassed in some kind of larger fluidic system, then at the north would be this, like the North Pole would be the center of that system. So what really is there? The magnetic field. I mean, is there a portal there? Is there a maelstrom that takes you to another dimension? Is that where Shambhala is? In Hyperborea. I mean, is it a dimensional thing that you transport there from the center? But yeah, just that idea of like the center of the sphere, but instead of the center of a globe Earth, the center of a realm, basically, where that's like this some sort of center point. So yeah, just made me think of like the toroidal field and all of those components, and like what actually would happen there, and how that kind of interrelates with the concept of portals as well. So yeah, I was just thinking of all those kind of as you were saying that.
Yeah, you once again understood me correctly, and yeah, if you had to give it a name, I would be a bubble earther. So yeah, I think I've sent you some guys that take photos of water droplets, and inside the water or behind the water droplet would be the refracted forest, or people have actually taken maps, flat maps, and put it behind the water bubble and taken a photo, and it looks like our globe Earth. Or the globe Earth model. So yeah, I think that we are in a bubble, and the measurements that a lot of the flat Earth guys are doing would tell me that in the center of this bubble, there's this flat plane, and there's that toroidal field in the center, which is with my research would be Mount Meru, and yeah, so that's why I say I'm happy for the Earth to be a ball, but from the outside, I don't think we're actually living on that on the outside of the ball. I think we're living within that ball on in a realm, in a bubble, and yeah, the medium outside is it's just more water, and it's separated. We've got our oxygen in this medium, and when they do these space trips, and when you look at these guys shooting the rockets, the Falcon 9 is a good example of it. It's almost as if they're breaking through that bubble and it starts pissing out water, leaking through, but that bubble will seal itself, and things stabilize again. And yeah, it's interesting stuff, and it also makes sense to me why we see stars and the planets. I'm going to put inverted commas planets, but these wandering stars. For instance, when I shower, we've got this thing load shedding here in South Africa where they switch our power out. So sometimes we have to shower with torches and so on. So I shine a torch through the shower glass window so I can see when I'm showering. And a lot of the times there's water that shoots onto the glass window, and the way the torch is shining, it looks like little stars. And then there's this odd water droplets that would shoot down and looks just like a shooting star. And if they trail a bit of water behind that droplet, it looks like a shooting star with those tails that we see. So it's a lot of things that I try picture in my head of what things could be. But yeah, bubble earthers. I'll probably be the first bubble earther, but yeah, interesting stuff.
So you have a meteorite shower.
Exactly.
You drank too much beer, man.
But yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, look out Google images in water bubbles or something like that. You can even do it yourself. Just get a water droplet. Oh yeah, sorry, images in water droplets. Some interesting photography done, and it looks fascinating. And yeah, I think it's close to reality actually, just in a micro scale. I think we're living in a fractal verse as well. Could even be living as a thought, seeing that we're all energetic energy beings. So yeah.
And it's so interesting because the Aquarius age is supposedly about pouring down water.
I've been eating, but I just wanted to say that I really like your ideas. I like talking about this stuff too, and I think what you're talking about, I think it's interesting topics, interesting questions. Thanks for sharing. I'm just listening away in the background.
Awesome stuff. I'll actually share the forest in a droplet. I'll get that image and I'll share it. Yeah, you get an idea what I'm talking about. In a visual perspective, I like visuals.
Yeah, same. I'm pretty visual.
Yeah, because I believe I trust my senses. So my senses tell me talk in a different language. So you can explain something in English to me or in a mathematical language, and if my senses disagree with it, I just think it's a bad translation. So yeah, I posted a picture there as well. That'll give you an idea of what I mean. There's a forest in a water droplet. So I think within that water droplet, there's a realm of its own.
Yeah, I thought about all those droplets make up a big, like 3D flower of life.
"3D power of life"? What is that?
Okay. Hey.
That's an amazing, beautiful picture, Cohen.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Yeah,
I'll
and it's
post
fascinating. It's fascinating. If you have a glass ball, the picture will be upside down.
Yes, I've taken similar pictures myself from
Yeah.
the balcony, and yes, the images are upside down when you take them. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating.
You see the one with the world map behind?
Yeah.
Posted that one as well.
Yeah. Is that a photo?
Yeah, it's a photo.
What kind of camera do you have? Because it's so bright in the foreground. Wow.
You can do it with your personal camera as well. I use your cell phone camera. I've done a few with my cell phone camera as well. These are just internet pictures, but I've taken it to see if this is real or not. And yeah, you can do it yourself, and it's real. You're able to do these sort of things.
Oh, you did. You didn't take this picture yourself. Okay.
No, I
Okay.
can. I can. If no one believes me, I will be able to do it. But
I don't believe. Then I'm going to say I don't believe you.
Yeah, there's abundance of pictures on the net that
I really want. Yeah, I really want to make myself a work provider for you, Cohen.
The beauty of what I share as I like to be able to say, you can really go do it yourself, and this is not something that you have to go measure or anything. You can literally take or not literally. Literally is a written thing. You can physically go take your phone and get a water droplet and take a picture, and you'll see. Just focus into the into the droplet, not on the foreground. Otherwise, you won't see anything in the droplet. So make sure your focus is on the water droplet, then you'll see a crisp, clear image of a massive background. Like I'm talking, you can get kilometers of image into a droplet that's maybe 5 millimeters.
Hmm.
Yeah, the fact that you can do that is incredible with a crisp, clear image.
Incredible.
I'll be right back. I was gonna go get my phone that's actually got that image on. I'll share one that I took off my balcony. Give me a sec.
Don't go too far. I did a whole project on reflections for my photography class.
Hey, when was that?
A long time ago, but I thought I just put one in the live stream here to show you. Got a few of them I'm going to post here, but maybe I put it in the wrong spot. Some of them were, the illusions were just amazing. The results I was getting with reflections, that was the thesis of the whole project, it was just one snapshot of a reflection where, we're seeing these things all the time. We miss them unless you take a photo.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Did I get did that one go in? Am I looking at the wrong spot? Try it again.
You posting?
Did it go in this time? Let's see. Livestream VC. Let's see. Yeah, it went in.
The one of you with the pot?
Yeah. It was like
Or an urn. Is it an urn? Something.
It was like a pitcher. It was like a brass. I mean, a copper pitcher. No, not copper.
A pitcher.
Yeah, copper. Yeah, copper pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not the best of it though. Let's see. Different angles. The patina, really came out with some nice colors. But I'll have to find the one that I took of this bank that was all mirrors. Like it was all glass on the outside, and then it was just like the reflection in the glass was of the sky that didn't have any clouds behind me, but in back of the bank there was all of these clouds. So it was a kind of a strange illusion. Or it was the other way around. There was clouds behind me and there was none behind it. So it was like the clouds were trapped inside the bank.
Cloud bank.
I don't think Beer Man's heard of the Flower of Life. We'll have to clue him in on that.
You
He
can
said the
send me the
power of
flower of
life.
life. Oh, I thought
Did
you
you
said
say
the
the power
power
of
of
life?
life.
Or No, he said the flower of life. You know what that is, right?
I know the tree of life, not the flower of life. Is it
Oh,
that
okay.
one
So
where you
you're
got
not
the
familiar with
circle on
sacred
circle?
geometry.
The circle on circle on circle? That flower?
Yeah, it was sacred geometry in general. Have you heard of that? Like the Visca Pisces. The Visca Pisces is like two circles intersecting, and then you have like the shape that is the negative or the intersecting shape, which is kind of like the
Trinity.
vagina. It's like the Visica pussy, I guess you could say, Pisces. Kind of like I see it that way because everything's born out of that. All forms could be born from those two shapes intersecting, and then you build from there. Then you have the seed of life and then the flower of life. If you haven't really checked into sacred geometry, it's right down your alley, dear man. You'll love it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Very,
Okay.
very awesome stuff. Yeah, I actually came across that doing some of my refraction ideas with different gradients, which is a bubble within a bubble, 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 blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
That eventually also came to a flower of life, and then I started searching those shapes, and then now I understand what you guys are talking about. I thought he said the power of life, the 3D power
Right,
of life.
right. The flower power of life.
So I've posted the images that I took of the little water bubble of myself, or the droplet. That would, I think that's about 400 or 500 meters of area within that little bubble or droplet. That's with a cell phone camera, but yeah, you do get crisp, clear ones that you can do as well. These are the only ones I found on my phone now, quick, but I'll do some more of them. It's very interesting, and you can, like I said, check on the net.
Oh, cool.
There's a lot of guys that do this.
Good one. Nice one. Yeah, your videos are amazing. You should check out his channel. Stuff that he's done with ether acting as a lens. I mean, that's just makes so much sense. Travis has been back recently, Beerman. If you didn't hear,
Yeah,
back on.
we've been chatting.
You're the Ether Band brothers.
Yeah, well, I think we got two different understanding of what's going on. He hasn't really, he doesn't really share with
Really?
what he thinks is going on. I keep sharing my information, then I don't hear feedback, so it does suck a bit. There's a little bit of miscommunication, but we do share or discuss a few things here and there. And
What do you think that you differ on?
I think the fact that I believe and understand that we're looking through water, and where different mediums don't mix, or they can mix, but a lot of the times they don't. They do separate. So, for instance, if you mix, if you pour honey in on water, they don't mix. Well, what's actually interesting, why I brought that up, is I poured honey onto a table and I poured water over it. Both eventually turn into a perfect circle. Sometimes if they don't, but most of the time it doesn't matter what shape I pour the honey in, it eventually goes into a little perfect circle. So for me, I'm saying that our naturally everything seeks a shape. For in this case, I would say a round shape or a dome spherical shape. And when we're looking out over a distance, we're looking through a medium that we're in, but eventually that medium is going to change into a new medium, and that's where that light is refracting. So when we look at that at an inverted ship, we're seeing that last place that light exited the medium that light is traveling through into our medium, and we're seeing that image exit that medium. We don't see that light traveling through the air like you would shine a laser in a shower, or you shine a torch in a shower or in a dusty room. You actually see that beam of light. We don't see that. We see it with crepuscular rays on rainy days and stuff like that. But that's that light traveling through that medium, and we're actually seeing that light travel through that medium. So yeah, a bit long-winded here. So just guys jump in when I talk too much. But if I had to verbally explain this, I've done a few drawings I can send you later, new perspective. But it's exiting that medium, and we're not seeing the light stretching. We when we say, oh, you see the mirage over there, that over there is that last medium, that bubble, if that makes sense. That's where it's exited. So we're seeing that image over there. Over there needs to be measured, and it hasn't been measured. And I do believe it's measurable.
Well, it wouldn't be consistent. It would. You'd have to be. It would be depending on, right?
Yeah,
Depending
it'll
on
be
your
different. Yeah, it will be
conditions and all.
different.
Be hard to find any consistency. Interesting though.
For
Because if
instance,
you
if you
measure,
look,
go ahead.
okay. As I say, if you're
Well, I was gonna
looking
say
at
if you measure it, then if you can't say that's what it is necessarily because that's just what it is at the time. The very second you measure it, and then it could change from there.
yeah, it will change, and that's big. It's like salt water in a fish tank. You add more salt, that density gradient might change. I've done those experiments myself with 3 or 4 different gradients, and depending on the amount of medium, it's like they become buddies. That medium stays with that medium, and yeah, they don't mix with the other ones. That's a little group of their own. But more if you do mix it up, it'll become one big medium, and that's going to change the distance of where that light is going to refract from. If it doesn't mix into the new one, I'll share some drawings with you. I struggle to explain these things verbally. I'm better with my drawings.
All right. How you doing, Lightwater?
Yeah, you have to take a lot of consideration in if there's water in the air. How big are these particles? The smaller they are, they are more how you inclined to their coherence, so they are more round. But even then, when they move, when they go up and bump into a layer that they can't pass through just like that, then they get small deformations, and that will result in a small refraction. And what happens when there's salt in it? Because salt is crystallic, so will it refract a little bit more? So all these things have to be taken in consideration, and at this point, I am very sure that into distance, and especially when you zoom in, by the compression that you have in distance, this creates these lens layers. And it can be at different distances depending on the amount of water particles in front of you.
Lightwater, have you seen, for instance, when the fish tank videos and the guys are shining lasers through them? I've done it myself where I shine a torch through it, and you shine the torch into I shine it into a bowl of water.
Yeah.
It refracts and it goes in at a different angle, and then it exits that last piece of glass.
Yeah.
I see that round light exiting that glass. I don't see anything else after that. I just see it as if that is where the light is coming from.
Yeah.
That is the light source.
Yeah, and
so that's what I mean.
Yeah, but of course then you have to take in if you have a refraction into distance as a line, right? When you zoom in, you stretch upward and sideward, but in this case upward is to be taken in consideration, and you compress it, so you are enlarging the effect of the refraction. Do you understand that?
The stretching, so
if I have say imagine this just for this once time consider an orthographic view and you have 2 points and they are not exactly at the same level, and there's a small band in it, a small refraction. Now, when you zoom in, you compress these two together, right? On this long line, you won't see that band. But when you compress it very much, you will see that band a little bit more because it has become a band on a smaller distance. But when you zoom in, you also enlarge. So you also have to consider stretching up.
I think I got you.
Yeah.
I'm going to share the same drawings I shared with New Perspective, and I'll share it in a DM to you. Maybe this is what you're talking about. Hopefully, let me know. I'll send it to you in the next few seconds. There's a few more that I'm going to send. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to find them here. I think that's most of them. I've done a few little experiments as well, if it's related to what you're saying, by the shape of the lens or the barrier between the two different mediums. For instance, I take a packet of water, and you can change the shape of the packet, and that changes the shape of the mirage as well, if it'll stretch or compress and things like that. So that's where that light is exiting that medium. In this case, it's a packet of water. Depending on the shape that it's leaving will depend if it's going to be a stretched mirage or a very compressed mirage. It's going to also depend on how much of the boat or object. In that case, I was using a toy Jeep as the image. It will depend on if it's going to be halfway cut, no cutting, superior, inferior. All got to do with the shape of that last medium where that light is leaving. Those drawings I sent needed still a lot of work. That's why I said it took me a while to find them now, which ones I needed to send. So I might have sent you ones that are still very in draft mode, but that's sort of what I'm working on to try explain visually what I struggle to explain verbally. Travis gave me the suggestion to put in, because I use colored lines, and then I'll put a bullet point next to what I saying's happening there. Very brief, but what that color represents. You may need to download them to be able to zoom in. They should be high definition as well.
I'm going offline now. Altogether, I got stuff to do before bed. Thanks very much to everyone that I talked to this evening. I had a very fun afternoon and evening. Lots of love to you all. Goodbye.
Cheers, bro. Thanks for the.
You too. Yeah, you were quite entertaining tonight. Thanks for that.
My pleasure. I do it for the people, for the love of the people. I love you all.
If you want to wait a minute, I got some cool photos I'm just about to grab. Or I can just send them to you.
All right, I'll hang around for these beautiful photos.
If you like.
I like your artwork. I like your artwork, New Perspective.
Oh yeah, there's that too. Thanks. Did you check out the music? I sent you a bunch of music. Are you familiar with the band Built to Spill?
No, is that one of the links you sent me earlier?
Yeah, one of the links. Yeah,
I'll check it out, brother.
I thought to send that since you were going to dig into Fish. It's another jam band style
cool
group.
Thank you very
what
much.
kind of music? I know we connected on some other music that we like.
I think was it talking about the Beatles or something? Maybe you like the Beatles?
Yeah, but I think we were talking about Bo Burnham. I think at one point.
Oh yeah, good old Bo Burnham.
And then
music. In terms of music, I like a lot of different stuff. I was listening to Infected Mushroom again the other day. I installed a new amplifier for my mum, and to test it out, this new one has Bluetooth. I was testing it out with the phone. I was putting on. I'll send you a link to the album "Vicious Delicious" by Infected Mushroom. It's one of the, in my opinion, it's one of the
good 90s music. 90s is my favorite music. Well, not my favorite. I'd say 80s is
No.
probably my favorite.
Oh, in general.
But yeah,
90s. What do you like from the 90s? What's your?
Oh man, I'm gonna sound fucking very cheeseballs, but
What is love?
that is what is love gonna do? No, not really. I would say the Natalie Imbruglia, what's that? I'm like a bird. That chickie. She sang some good music. And there's that Bedingfield chick. She used to play good music, and then the good old punk music. I'm a pop punk fan, so Blink,
Nelly
Sum
Furtado.
41. Yeah, Nelly Furtado. That sort of vibes. But what I listen to most of the time is a lot of orchestral music. That's what I would listen to most of the time. But when it comes to mainstream, I'd say 90s was good music, and then 80s as well. But most of the time, I listen to a lot of orchestral stuff, cello music and stuff like that. I prefer that.
Hey, New Perspective, did you post that stuff or what? Am I still waiting around for something?
No, you can go if you. I don't want to hold you up. I'm searching through my pics right now. I think I'm almost there though. But
yeah, maybe if you want me to have a look, or if you're happy to share, just tag me or something. When I come back on another time, I can look it up and mention.
Don't wait around for that. It's no big deal.
Yeah, thanks, bro. All right, peace out.
Take care. Later.
Yes. But yeah, more if it comes to mainstream music, I prefer pop punk like NoFX. Well, that's more punk. NoFX, Sum 41. That's more pop punk. But that's
The Dead Milkman.
Dead Milkman.
The Dead Milkman.
I don't know the Dead Milkman.
Sounds like you're kind of limited to maybe the radio from your picks there, maybe as far as like popular music goes. But I learned when I met this friend a while back that I was playing like Coldplay for him, like acting like this. Oh, you gotta listen to Coldplay, you know. And I'm like, well, you like that? And he's like, I like good music. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, there's a lot of great music you're not gonna hear on the radio. And then he started turning me on to like Built to Spill, and at the time, Modest Mouse wasn't even like a mainstream thing, but there's a lot of other like, a Neutral Milk Hotel. Have you ever heard of Neutral Milk Hotel?
No.
There's like a whole emo genre that
Is
he
that
opened me up.
King of Carrot Flowers? They did that one?
I'm not sure that's one of the songs from them.
What's another one? Galaxy 500. That's kind of like that.
Yeah, they're good too, aren't they? Yeah,
And
Stack knows.
there's some bluesy ballad sort of vibes that I listen to as well, which is one of my favorite artists, the White Buffalo. He's not the as far as I understand, he's not mainstream. At least, whenever I bring him up, no one really knows who he is. But definitely check his music out if you like that. It's called The White Buffalo. Great music as well. But like I say, most of the time I listen to orchestral sort of things, or I'll listen to a YouTube feed of Buddha's flute. So it's a lot of meditation sort of music. Very calming, but very soul fulfilling.
Cool. Yeah, I'll send you some links of the stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah, please. If it's
You
like
might
some
be used
punk
to.
music, because I've probably listened to No Effects too many times, but it's never
Yeah.
gets
Oh
old for
yeah,
me.
totally. What would you recommend for him for punk, Snack?
For what?
For punk music, you like punk?
I don't
Some
know.
alternative punk options. Anything come to mind?
I enjoy listening to the punk before a surf, for instance. It really gets me amped for an awesome surf. And yeah.
Oh
something
yeah,
like
that's right. You're a surfer. Ever have any run-ins with sharks or any scary occurrences like that?
Yeah, a friend of mine when I was 13 was killed in Neisner,
Oh
and
man.
then another friend of mine from my skating days. I lost contact with him quite a while ago, but she was killed last year September in Plettenberg Bay by a shark. She was just swimming though, and then a few guys more also early 2000s. A lot of people that I knew that a few of them were attacked.
Oh man.
Lost, but yeah, he survived his attack. He was bit in the calf, but he died of cancer not too long ago. But yeah, two people that I know, like friends, they passed, and then yeah, you just on the news sort of thing. But for myself, no. I
Didn't
think
scare you off, huh?
it's scary. Yeah, it's big time. I never surfed for many years after the Neisner incident, but that was in 1997, 1998. I was young. I was like 13. Oh, my phone's ringing. I'll be with you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If I had a friend that died like that, it'd be hard to. That's the one thing that you think about when you're out there. If you think about it, you're like, "Whoa, shit!" You get freaked out just by the thought of it. Used to do a lot of bodyboarding. What's going on, Snack? Good to see you back. Hey, Ben. Yeah.
Probably use a haircut. Doing all right.
You got a haircut?
I could probably use one.
Probably use a haircut, huh? All right. Speaking of haircut and music, like Pavement?
Flock of Seagulls? What?
Pavement? You're familiar with Pavement? Band Pavement?
Overrated.
Yeah. I got haircuts on. Yeah, I guess overrated. What's your favorite emo band?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Not into emo.
Emo band?
Yeah, I had like an emo infatuation for a while.
I'm gonna go with the Yeah Yeah Yeahs.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah.
Is it emo?
Yeah, yeah, very good. Yeah.
Maps is emo song, isn't it?
Yep.
There you go.
You ever heard of a band called By the Skin of My Yellow Country Teeth?
Nobody's heard of that band. Nope.
Yeah, they have a good song that I'll have to send you or post. I think it's called, and the reason I thought of it when you said that, it's called Clap Your Hands and Say Yeah. It's actually a good song.
Yeah, I've heard of that song name.
Yeah, Clap Your Hands and Say Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't know why I got searching for this. Now I'm bugged because I want to have this. I want to find this picture that I remember having. Let's see, reflections. I'm getting some prints made tomorrow.
Are things still even emo about stuff anymore?
I don't know. It's like I don't know. I don't even keep up with what's the thing anymore.
Isn't that just regular now? Isn't everything emo? Like when did hip hop like make you try to cry? When did that happen? Like when did what is that weird? Things emo. No? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Who?
There's just like emotive like hip hop too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's kind of like they say, or the whole story is it came from punk, right? It's like emotive punk, emotional punk, or emotive.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the claim. Kind of like
What's that
arcade,
band like? E Town
kind of like
Concrete. E Town Concrete. That's hardcore. That's not really punk, though. Right? E Town Concrete.
I don't even know. No, I don't know them.
Is that like like Operation Ivy stuff like that's punk? You know Operation Ivy?
No, I don't know Operation Ivy. I'm gonna take note of that. They're good.
I don't like them, but I almost got to play with them. But I don't like who that. No, I don't really like ska.
Oh, really?
Like ska punk.
Ska punk. Oh, okay.
Like no, I don't know. Like just the whole punk genre.
What about Neutral
ska
Milk
genre?
Hotel?
I kind of.
You know what I'm talking about?
What?
Neutral Milk Hotel.
Yeah, Neutral Milk Hotel.
You know that.
They're like okay. I mean, pretty Neutral Milk Hotel is a good name for them. Luna is another band.
Music is my I noticed.
Luna, that's a good like indie band. Right? Neutral Milk Hotel is like an indie band.
Yeah. Luna, and what was the other one you said?
Galaxy 500.
Oh yeah. So there was another one after that. I'll go back and listen to the recording.
Yeah, that's Neutral Milk Hotel is King of Carrot Flowers. That song.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a Death Cab for Cutie version of it. How lovely. Death Cab for Cutie is an emo band, right?
Yeah.
That's not punk. What the fuck ever, right?
You gotta like Death Cab.
It's like emotive. What? Like. Do you have to like Death Cab?
I don't know. I mean, at some point in your life, you probably do. I mean, it's got some amazing songs, my
But I
opinion.
wouldn't. But like then was then. Like when that came.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to still listen to
It's
them and
like
love
if
them.
stuff came out, if they came out with some stuff now, we'd be like, oh man, I gotta like.
No, yeah. But if it was on at a bar, you wouldn't hate it.
Maybe.
I wouldn't. I would hope you wouldn't.
But you went to art school, so people like were interested in indie rock.
Yeah, but it wasn't until later on that I really got into that. I was all about like I was still like Deadhead basically, and I spent way too much time re-listening to Dead songs. That's for sure. And
Listen to this Jerry solo. It sounds different
Yeah.
than this Jerry solo.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
sounds different than this Jerry
Here's
solo.
where they play the songs in a different order.
Here's the Jerry solo
not to take away from
where he
some of
did
the
play.
amazing stuff, but there wasn't really anything very deep to the lyrics of either of those bands, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it's like what are the lyrics to Terrapin Station? I have no idea even what's going on. Did I say something? Are there words? There might not even be words, bro. I don't. How do I know?
Yeah, it's kind of like CIA hippie type stuff, basically.
That song's got some crazy like Stravinsky type shit going on to me. I don't know. Probably like Zappa wrote it.
Oh, the lyrics of Terrapin Station are epic.
Yeah, they are.
I know they're too epic because like I can't hear what he's saying.
All the poetry of Robert Hunter is amazing on its own. Box of Rain. Terrapin Station is one of the deeper songs, actually. But a lot of it's kind of, the feel good stuff from a lot of it's not as like, I don't know. I guess because
Like
of
that's
the truth now
it's
is
straight
so
up
much
like
bigger,
classical
like
music though.
flat Earth
Like
and the truth that we've come upon since all that happened. Music's going to completely change with the incorporation of these new bigger truths, for sure. And it has already.
I'll never listen to Taylor Swift the same now. I just shake it off.
There's going to be.
Yeah, I have not intended to see like that Taylor Swift thing. I don't even. I've never I don't Google her name. I don't watch her videos, but somehow she's been popping up like. I don't know. It just seems like she's been doing that huge tour, and they've just been blasting that thing everywhere. There's always some video around of like her in some huge arena, and her whole like energy. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's just there's just like this cheap flashiness that is her vibe. I don't know. I just
what is she?
I'm like unappealed. I know that there's like I heard the tickets are going for like $1,500 a seat. Like it's absolutely crazy. And people are going nutty over it, but I don't know. I'm just not engaged, not interested.
I think he was joking.
I know. I'm just saying, like
She's a
her
creep.
get up that she's doing. There's just something.
I find her like I think she's such a creep. I don't know. Like I hate the fact that she makes music.
Yeah.
No. It's really
But there is something creepy about it. I know what you mean. I know it's a little eerie.
Is she?
Like it's like a level of idol worship too. That like I saw something too, some article that was saying her fans are wearing adult diapers to her concerts, so they don't have to go to the bathroom. They can just shit or piss in their diapers, so they don't have to miss a song.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, what is that about?
Maybe because they can't get out. I could imagine that, but they just plan on shitting their pants. That's weird.
I guess this song "Shake It Out" really has new meaning.
Yeah, she got Illuminati-fied. She was a natural singer to begin with.
Does she have like a L'Oreal contract or something? She's got like some kind of makeup contract. I don't think it's like maybe like L'Oreal or Revlon. It's a pretty big contract. It's like getting a shoe deal, I guess. You know what I mean?
I guess that word vanity, like vain, I just think of her. She's just very like self-absorbed. I don't know. I just she doesn't really put off a vibration of integrity. I'll just put it that way.
Or talent or whatever.
No, she's pretty talented. I will have to give her some.
Does it seem that way? Okay. Yeah.
Well, I saw this. I mean, I haven't heard tons of her music, but I mean, some of her songs are pretty catchy. But I saw this one like years ago, like an acoustic.
She writes them, right? She writes her own songs.
Well, I could say that, yeah, but I mean,
I think she might have written her songs when she was younger, unless that was all an act.
There's some lab of artificial food grade, like fucking music testing that they're doing out there. Yeah, this was good for Taylor.
But there was this one song that was like after the Grammys, I think, and it was like a acoustic in a smaller, like little theater thing, or like a small room, really. And she did like a song on piano and then one on guitar, and it was really good. Like I was actually blown away at her talent on that one. So yeah, she is talented.
Well, I mean, maybe she's just learned how to be a performer now, because I don't think she knew that when she was getting in the game, because she's just in. But didn't they adjust her voice to make her sound better and stuff, you know?
Well, from the little clip here and there I saw these huge like arena tour things, it seems like it's about 80% like her voice layered about 400 times with a bunch of background sounds and stuff, and then you can barely hear her actual voice. So yeah, it's very like fluffed up, you know. It's because they want it to almost sound like this. It's almost lip syncing is what it kind of sounded like to me, really.
Yeah, she's probably an outer ponder. What do you think?
I think the outer ponders probably wouldn't want. I think they would prefer Grace Vanderwall if they had their choice. You know who that little girl is?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I saw that.
She's amazing, actually. For out of nowhere.
I just mean they're like overlords. They sent their emissary Taylor Swift to introduce us. So she's like, these are my people, and then we're like, what? Yeah, but okay, let's shake it out.
Yeah, they may have a clone of her somewhere.
Or she could be a clone of somebody else. But I really feel like there's any clone twins that I like is Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus. They're the best clone twins we got. No, they don't look that much the same to you.
Is Justin Bieber still playing The Weeknd, or is he actually?
You're the one who puts up pictures, but you never compared Miley Cyrus to Justin Bieber and just be like, oh, it looks like they're from the same gene pool.
I have looked at those pictures. They look like brother and sister for sure.
I don't want you to find that out though, and you're like, oh my gosh, I think they are.
I'm not entertaining that they're the same person though. It's funny. Snack stayed at my house, Gio, for a while, and I was like, hitting him with all my this person never died. He's this person now, and he would never give me the time of day. But when I showed him the Justin Bieber playing the Weeknd one, he was intrigued more so than any other one. In fact, he probably thinks it's true more so than I might guess, even though I probably would guess it might be true too. Or there's two people as the Weeknd, and it's just like the voice, and it's like once you see it, it's hard to unsee it, right? Like that could be Justin Bieber playing the Weeknd the whole time, and there's this guy that's also.
Why the fucking nose bandage every fucking time? What is that? And now he's retired? Like, what the fuck?
The whole thing's a project. It's a weekend project, right?
It's been a weekend project, yeah. So he plays the Weeknd on the weekend. It's a weekend job, And
but the funny thing, Snack made a meme of me based on that. That time he spent with me, and it was like this vase that I had broken that I had to get fixed. And he and Flat Earth dude Kenny helped me fix it, and they
spent hours on this
thing. And spent hours like painting the little details of it because it was at my parents' vase, and I
couldn't fake a finish, ceramic finishes.
Okay. Yeah, it was a real Brady Bunch moment, right? But anyway, so that Snack took some time to make a meme of me. It was like an old headshot I had that was real cheesy, and he painted this headshot of me with me holding the vase. And because of the Weeknd connection, the title of it was "I Can't Feel My Vase."